baby. What is happening on a Tuesday morning? Here on The Roast, we got a lot going on as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. A very gloomy, dark cloud over the city, driving in the skyline. And Spadoni, as I say, good morning to you, Big John, and Sam Lutman, and all our roasters on YouTube, the Xfinity Mobile text line, Twitch. We're getting back into 49ers camp.
Oh, yeah.
We're getting into Mike Silver's article in the San Francisco Chronicle.
Brandon Allen? Really, huh? Keeping him over Trey Lance. That's a take.
Well, you know, nobody made a big deal about Brock Purdy skipping a pass yesterday, throwing a pick on back-to-back pass plays, but we're going to keep it moving. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do agenda-driven radio.
No, we're not. We're going to talk about Farhan Zaidi making gutsy moves.
For AJ Pollock.
Huge.
And a gutsy win for the Arizona Diamondbacks as deadline day is today at 1 p.m. What are the Giants going to do? But let me start off with this, a little non-sports topic. Thank the heavens for the Tesla.
Oh, why?
And I'll say this because you don't need a physical key to get into the Tesla. As long as you have the app, you have control of the car.
That kind of scares me, but go ahead.
It scares me a little bit too. But in a morning like today, where your boy leaves his keys inside the house.
Ooh, I've done that.
And it's early. And you know Anna has the phone on Do Not Disturb.
Did you lock yourself out too? Do you do the little bottom lock and then you close the door?
Yeah, all that stuff. Okay. So it's done. So I'm sitting there thinking, I get my charger and it's not starting. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't have my keys.
Oh boy.
So you know what I do? I run into the Tesla.
You pivot, don't panic.
Pivot, don't panic.
There you go.
Pivot, don't panic.
Shasky.
And you get out there. Well, it's Shasky. Take a vacation, dude.
Speaking of panicking.
Take a vacation, dude. I don't want to hear from you the rest of the week. I swear to God.
Some Lubman and you right there talking about Shasky. Oh,
dude, I'm telling you, take a vacation, dude. Seriously. Sit back and relax.
He calling you late night? AJ Pollock?
No,
talk?
He's not calling. I did see his tweets about bold moves or whatnot. And everybody's losing their mind.
They got time.
They got until 1 o'clock today.
Yeah.
They got until 1 o'clock, Spadoni. But they don't need just one pitcher. They need a bullpen arm, maybe two. Yeah. They need a couple hitters. Their July was awful as they go 0 for 9 with the runners in scoring position last night against the D-backs.
And I couldn't get Luciano in that bat. Like, we go 0 for 9, and I couldn't get one, and I get it. 4 straight days for your young stud. You don't want to overwork him, but just a pinch hit, maybe?
A pinch hit.
Come on.
You're bringing these kids up. Let them play.
Seriously.
This year's about the development.
That's the whole point.
Patrick Bailey is developing in front of our eyes.
Yes.
Luis Matos getting better and better and better. You want to see a little more power, but I say get him in the top 2 spots in the lineup and let him run around the bases a little bit. He draws walks. He has a good eye. Why are we wasting time with him in the 6th spot, the 7th spot, the 8th spot? And get Luciano the damn game. But the Diamondbacks with a much-needed win yesterday in extra innings. That's a tough one for the Giants to blow. They had a 2-0 lead late in that game. You blow that game, and now what do you do at the deadline? Mm-hmm. What do you do, Giants fans? What do you want to see them do? Big John, go ahead and unlock the phone lines for me there. 888-957-9570. We got a fun show happening today. But Spadoni, man, the Giants, what do you want to see them do?
I want a move. A good move. That's it.
Not AJ Pollock?
Not AJ Pollock. That's not what I want. Maybe he was good a few years ago with the Dodgers. He was an all-star with the Arizona Diamondbacks who just beat you last night. The White Sox, I didn't even know he was still in the league, Bonte. Yeah. Did you know he was on the Mariners? I didn't even know that. I knew he was a White Sox. And then after that, I was like, oh, he's still around, huh? This guy, AJ Pollock, not doing too much. And I saw Mark Willard tweet yesterday. He's like, well, positive spin, 850 OPS in July. Oh, let me see. That bumps up his season total to a 582.
Oh, my God.
Come on.
Wait, Mark Willard had
547, actually. I gave him too much credit.
Mark Willard had a positive spin on the Giants?
Hey, you know what? You got to do what you got to do there. I understand. As a fan, I do that sometimes as well, but 547 is not going to cut it.
Did Mark Willard have a positive spin on Trey Lance yesterday? I'm just kidding, Willard. I'm kidding.
Did Brock Purdy have a positive spin on that football yesterday?
Well, one hit the turf and one went into the hands of Dre Greenlaw.
Boy.
And apparently Trey Lance have lit it up 2 straight days. But you would never know that considering the coverage of Trey Lance. Anyway, we'll get there. Trust me, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get into Michael Silver's article from the Chronicle. We'll get into everything that's going on down in Niners camp.
There's a lot happening around this Bay Area sports scene. This whole summer has been kind of wild. Like, you had Farhan talking yesterday. That always riles people up. You had this quarterback controversy going. Controversy, if you don't want to say that. I don't even know what it is. You had Jordan Poole. You had Draymond Green. This is the summer of Bay Area sports right now.
It's been on fire.
It's been on fire.
It has
for
been
Sports
on fire.
Talk Radio, maybe it's been on fire like for the actual franchise.
No, it's actually on fire. It's on fire for everybody. Even Sports Talk Radio. It's all on fire.
I'm loving it.
But you look at AJ Pollock, he's batting 141 against lefties this year, 214 against righties.
It's not going to cut it. It's not going to cut. I get it. Maybe if it's a depth piece, you expect Yaz. Maybe he's the grade 1 strain. He's going to be out for a few.
Yeah, he's going to be out for 2 to 3 weeks. So you need a replacement in the outfield. But what about the bat? At least Yaz has a little more power than Pollock.
Yes. No, he does. That's the thing. And you get this. It's not very sexy, and that's just what we come to expect from Farhan Zaidi trades and deadlines, right? You had the Chris Bryant one. That was cool. That was a rental, though.
Right.
You didn't really expect maybe you could bring him back, but even then, most Giants fans were like, we're probably not going to bring him back. But I appreciate him going for it. What's going to signal to you Giants fans at 888-957-9570 that signals to you that, man, Farhan's really going for it this time? Because I don't know if that move's out there to be made for him. Eduardo Rodriguez, maybe. I'm seeing the Orioles are interested in Justin Verlander. That's going to be the guy, right? Everyone's going to want to get their hands on Justin Verlander. You're seeing the Houston Astros, maybe reunion with them, obviously winning a Cy Young for them last season. So there's going to be lots of different little storylines to be had as it pertains to the Giants and this free agency period.
Well, what do you want to see Farhan do? Because I'm in the camp that I'm cool with them just sitting back not doing anything. Because I was under the impression this was going to be a developmental year. And when I see 4 guys up right now in Schmidt, Matos, Luciano, and Patrick Bailey.
Yeah.
And I want to see them play through the end of the season. So I'm happy with that because the expectations were so low going into the season. Now you say, do you owe it to the team? Do you owe it to the fan base? Do you try to go for it? Well, how much can you go for it? When your total payroll is over $183 million.
Which is wild.
As Sam Lutman was mentioning, the competitive balance tax, you don't want to go over that line. What is it, Lutman? 205 this year? 203?
Somewhere in that line. I can get you that exact number in a second.
All right, so if you want to make a big-time move, do you want to go over that? But this is where bad contracts in the offseason hurt you. This is where giving Shamanaya a 2-year, $25 million deal and a player option for $15 million hurts you. This is where giving Ross Stripling the same deal with a player option for $15 million hurts you.
Sclafani a couple years ago.
Sclafani on the IL right now has done nothing the last 2 seasons. Nothing at all. How about Mitch Haniger? You sign him as a consolation prize for Aaron Judge, and he hasn't really played for you all this season, and he's on the 3-year deal. So I don't know what you can do here. What prospects like Giants fans, you talk about prospects. Well, do you really want to give up on Wizenhut? Do you want to give up on Helio Ramos?
Who's hurt, by the way, right? Is Wizenhut hurt right now? So, who's going to go out there and go trade for someone that's hurt? And you're just there's not a lot to be made, but I think that's just where Giants fans are still. Farhan, it's listen, if you're not going to go out and get the guys in free agency, you whiffed on Aaron Judge, you whiffed on Carlos Correa. Well, you thought you had him, but then you backed out. Can you trade for someone? Because that's just it, right? You're going to have to trade for these guys if you're not getting them in free agency. And I get it. There's the hot stove and all that sort of stuff. But you would like to at least see him go for some big fish. Someone, right? Just say, you know what? I have faith that Farhan can at least trade for the guy, and maybe getting him in the building for these next few months could get that head start into that free agency period. Now, Verlander, I get it. The cash, it's a lot. But you're getting a guy who just won a Cy Young. I get it. He's older. He's better than Scherzer at this stage.
Spadoni.
If you get this guy into this rotation, I think that signals the fan base, hey, let's go for it. Does it not do anything for you? You're giving me the smirk, Bonte. That doesn't do anything for you.
Verlander's not helping his team go anywhere. This team has so many holes.
You're only a couple games back.
But they have so many holes. They have so many holes. So many holes. They can't even get to the 6th inning.
But they're right there.
And I'm sitting here and I'm Mr. Buy. Sell prospects. But I don't think this lineup's all that.
Okay.
Wilmer Flores is having a hell of a July. I mean, he saved your asses. Everybody. And everybody wanted to run. Everybody wanted to run him out of town.
My
Remember
guy,
that?
Wilmer Flores.
Wilmer Flores has been a stud for this team. A stud. But who else?
Yeah.
Who else? It feels like there's a lot of debt weight on this baseball team, and they have overachieved so far to start the season.
Yeah.
And it sounds like, according to Farhan Zaidi, they won't do much at the deadline.
Yeah.
The way he talked yesterday.
That was kind of uninspiring, right? To say, I don't think there's a guy out there that can go 7-2 for us or whatever it is. I was like, well, yes, there is. There's a guy named Justin Verlander, but that's basically you signaling to me that you guys have no shot to get this guy, right? It's just, with Farhan Zaidi, at certain point, and I think it's all going to start culminating into next season. That's why this season, there's the expectations, make the playoffs, and that's pretty much it. That's all you want, because next season's going to be the year, right? He has this club option. They can exercise it, right? Who was it? Johnson was talking about it.
Yeah, Charles Johnson.
Charles Johnson's like, you know what? We're probably going to exercise that. We want Farhan back. Then next year's the year. Then I don't want any excuses. But this year, right now, you said make the playoffs. And I expect that from them. It would be disappointing.
Did you expect that?
Yeah, I would
before the season.
Yes, I expected them to be in the mix. To be in the mix. The NL's not very good, Bonte.
Yeah, I know it's not very good, but I didn't expect this team to do much. I didn't expect this team to be 2-back or 3-back of the Dodgers at this point. I just didn't see it.
I saw a couple years ago, that was the high end, right? 100 and plus wins. Right. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting to be that bad last year, having 81 and 81. I didn't expect them to be average. I expected somewhere in the middle of that. Maybe 90 wins, high 80s, and I think that would have been good enough, and we're seeing it now, good enough to compete for a wild card spot. So we can see if they can do that going forward. But listen, getting that loss last night, I think it just ramps up even more why you need another bat in this lineup.
I'm looking at Arizona. You know who their 2-3-4 hitters are.
Yeah.
I know people go crazy over this.
Yeah.
Christian Walker at a cleanup spot. Corbin Carroll at a 3 spot. You got Ketel Marte in the 2 spot.
Love Ketel Marte.
Ketel Marte, he's a baller. You know who their guys are. At this point in the season, I would just say Luis Matos bat leadoff. Marco Luciano bat second. Wilmer Flores bat third. Conforto bat fourth. JD Davis bat fifth. Or just give me a set 5 every single day and let these kids play. I'm looking at the July split, Spadoni. Yeah. Wilmer Flores, 6 home runs, 11 RBIs. He's batting .368 in the month of July. Awesome month. Awesome month for him. Michael Conforto, not bad, even though he doesn't have a home run in the month of July. But he did bat .275, but the OPS is all the way down. These OPSs are nasty. Let me read these off. Michael Conforto, .665 OPS on base percentage. Marco Luciano, .697. Luis Matos, .697. That's under 700, folks. Blake Sable, .544. Patrick Bailey, the month of July, with the bat in his hands, has been rough. .167. On-base percentage, .196. OPS, .419. I mean, this is rough. Lamont Wade Jr.,
Oof.
.161 batting average in the month of July. .316 on-base percentage.
One hit, not to cut you off, Bonte. One hit the last 69 at-bats for Lamont Wade. He was starting off so high. We were talking about all-star. Obviously, it's the NL so damn stacked with first baseman, so he probably wasn't going to get it. But he was having an all-star type of a year. He's faded fast.
Faded hard.
Yes.
Faded hard. So you look at all these averages. Look at all these guys batting under 200. Post-all-star break. Patrick Bailey, Lamont Wade Jr., Austin Slater, Brandon Crawford, J.D. Davis, Mike Yastrzemski, Brett Wisely, Casey Schmidt, David Villar. I mean, this is nasty work. So
AJ Pollock is coming through.
Justin Verlander is not helping your lineup. They are leaking oil going into the dog days of August. These bats are tired. They need reinforcements at the plate, let alone pitching. So I just think there's way too many holes here, Spadoni. Way too many holes.
Okay, well then what's the move then for you? Nothing? Stand pat?
Stand pat. Let the youngsters play.
That's pretty uninspiring, though, isn't it, to the fan base?
I mean, the offseason was uninspiring.
Well, the
signings were uninspiring.
I agree.
You know?
But sooner or later, you got to do something, right? You would have, we can't keep waiting for them to attract free agents in the winter. You got to go and trade for these guys because you're not getting them.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I just don't know what they can do. Now, here's what Farhan Zaidi, president of baseball operations of the San Francisco Giants, said yesterday before the game about evaluating the pitching market. Here's Farhan Zaidi.
Obviously, there's been some movement. We had I thought, really good weekend of pitching with Stripling and Minaya pitching really well. And again, I don't think we view the opener as some core philosophy that we're trying to champion, but we've had a lot of success in those games, and a lot of that comes from the ability to feature our bullpen, which has been a strength of the team. So we've got to be careful about the workload with the bullpen, but if there's a way to manage a game where we get quality out of our starters like we got this weekend, but we can also feature our bullpen, which is really effective, especially when put in good matchups. That's just a good way for us to win games. Obviously, we've been very successful in those games.
So that's Farhan Zaidi right there. Here's more on Farhan Zaidi and evaluation of the pitching market. He says he's not sure there's a starter that can go.
Weighing that flexibility and ability to feature our pen against bringing in a starter who we kind of be locked into. I'm not sure there's a starter who we could win, go, I guess, 7-2 in their last 9 starts, which we were 14-4, with openers. So it's a pretty good formula for us, and we obviously want to make sure we're not overtaxing our pitching staff, and continuing to get buy-in, and the unselfishness that we've had on the position player side with guys coming off the bench and pinch hitting. I think it's really carried over to the pitching group now, and we're seeing a lot of that same selflessness, which has been a huge part of the story for us this season. So, knowing that we have that as a backdrop, we're getting buy-in, we're getting quality, we'll just have to evaluate that of what's left in the market, which, as you point out, is pretty thin now.
That's uninspiring.
Very uninspiring. I did not feel... Did he even sound confident in his squad going forward? Is that a guy who gives you confidence in this squad, Bonte Hill?
It does not inspire the room.
Did not.
No, there's some people who go into a meeting, they inspire everybody to get people fired up. You think about the Wolf on Wall Street, Leonardo DiCaprio, when he's hitting his chest and he's getting everybody fired up.
Jordan Belfort.
Farhan, Zaidi, you go into a room, you're falling asleep.
I'm juxtaposing this with John Lynch speaking to the media yesterday and the swagger and confidence in which that man speaks with. And I get it. They're different guys. Like they're coming from different clubs. I'm not saying that you can't be a great public speaker and still be great at your job. There's plenty of people like that. I'm one of them. But anyways, I'm just talking about John Lynch. Like that guy went into that meeting yesterday, talking to the media, and he's just like, you know what? I want Bosa back here. I inspire confidence in my team. This guy's, and I come back from that as a fan, like, you know what? I'm confident that John Lynch is going to get done. Because you know what? He showed me in the past that he's gotten these guys signed. He's gotten the Deebo Samuels, if you will, the Jimmy Garoppolos, these big deals, the George Kittles. He's gotten all this stuff done. I'm looking at Farhan going forward with this team. I don't know if he can get it done when it comes to the trading, when it comes to the free agent acquisitions. And if you're not doing that, then I expect the young guys to continue to grow and grow. But right now we're seeing them fade a little bit.
You're right. They are fading. Xfinity Mobile text line, 510. Man, Farhan is good at tiptoeing around questions. There's no doubt about that. He's got that down to a science.
Well, and Big John, who's doing the board op for us in the back, he was talking about a lot of you-knows there with Farhan.
Yeah.
When people say you know,
he's psychoanalyzing
it.
The lovely Tracy. The lovely Tracy was saying, what was she saying, Big John? What was she saying about the you-knows?
She said it's a sign of insecurity in answering a question, almost trying to say that you're either lying or that you're not sure about the answer that you're giving.
And that's what Farhan sounds like all the time. Great observation from the great Tracy. You're making Big John a better man. I see that. Don't just make a move just to make a move. The 415 Xfinity Mobile text line says. 510 also says, Farhan reminds me of Trent Baalke.
That's not.
That's rough.
That's
you don't want to be in this instance alongside Trent Baalke.
Trent's
has a resurgence in Jacksonville.
Maybe Farhan. Let's relax. He's not going to have a resurgence elsewhere. He's had a 100-win season here. But Trent also had some success with the 49ers.
925 saying the White Sox listening about everyone. Luis Robert, Dylan Griese, Cease, and Tim Anderson. I'm out on Tim Anderson.
Yeah, no, the guy I'm looking for, and we heard rumblings yesterday, Teoscar Hernandez.
That would be nice.
That's a guy that I'm looking for. The Seattle Mariners obviously traded, and you've already had a relationship with them. You already traded for AJ Pollock, so that's a guy.
Well, you got the wrong outfielder from Seattle. Got the wrong one.
Let's get another one. Why not?
Please. Platooning. Lubman. All right, we're going to break, Lubman. We're going to break. You tell me to go to break like that, and I'll stay on the air for another 3 minutes. Segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Great guest list coming up. I'll reveal it on the other side. Love it. What you say?
I say we should go to break.
That's what's coming up. Sponsored by S.E. Johnson.
Off clean feel, so I can accessorize with studs and not with mosquitoes. I can wear my classic white cross.
I got to take U.S. women's national team, get better. Drawing Portugal at, what is it, midnight?
Who is it? Carly
on.
Lloyd, who's doing some of the
Fox
analysis
Soccer,
on Fox.
Former champion.
Former World Cup
Yes.
champ. She ripped into that coach.
Good.
Ripped into that coach. Said they're disorganized. They're not playing the right lineups. They're not using their depth. They're dancing around and stuff. They're in trouble. Aren't they going for 3 in a row?
They are. Vlatko Andonovsky is the
Look
manager
at
right
you.
now. You know, just I'm trying here, but he's
Vlatko what?
Andonovsky.
Andonovsky. That's
There you
Russian.
go.
That's
It
definitely
is.
Russian.
It's Macedonian here. Macedonian American. Could be Polish,
Wow.
could be Ukrainian for all I know. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
Eastern
could
European,
be.
Bonte.
Could be.
But it's bad. That's
That is
all I
bad.
know. U.S. women's national team, I expect more from you. I expect draws from the men's side because
Right.
that's what we've come to expect. We expect championships from the women's team. And now they have a date with Sweden, who is going to be one of the best ones in this.
That's
entire
the round
thing.
of 16 matchup?
Yeah, they're the one you wanted to avoid. And now that you didn't win the group, Netherlands won your group. So you got to go play Sweden, who won theirs.
Sweden's tough.
They're tough.
They're probably going to win that game. Huh?
Probably. When
No.
we're playing,
U.S. is going to step up.
they better. Very disappointed, Bonte.
What time was that game?
I think it was at 3 o'clock Eastern this past morning. So at 12 o'clock midnight for us.
You did not stay up for that?
No.
No
Dude,
chance.
I'm asleep at 9 o'clock. I woke up to like 20 texts, you and Shasky and Lubman
Well,
in
yeah,
the chat.
we got to go to the other chat with Big John. I keep making that mistake. It's so easy to go to the roast because Shasky's on vacation, and it's
Is he?
it's just like, dude, you gotta like slow down. You gotta slow down. Take your vacation, dude. We
All
got
right.
the Michael Silver
You know
stuff.
what? I like it though. You know what?
No.
He lives and breathes sports.
No,
That's
I
his
do
thing.
too. But you got to check out. You got to learn. You got to check
We
out.
gotta do it for Michelle.
No, you
Yeah.
can watch it, but just do it from a distance.
There you go.
Like I was reading everything during the vacation. I was in Maui. I listened to the Pat Bev and Draymond podcast
There you go.
poolside.
Elliot Yamin.
You know, I had
had
my sports book with me, the Bill Walsh book, Genius. I had all that stuff. But I'm not going to bother guys. I'm not going to listen to the show when I'm out. I'm just not going to do it. Because then that will make me want to call in. Now, Lubman, if he calls in, hang up on him. Or just, you know what? Put him on hold and throw his name in there, and I'll just leave him on hold. That's what
even
happened.
more infuriating.
Well,
I know certain hosts here at the station that when you're talking about one of their takes, they call in sometimes and we would just leave them on hold. They didn't like that.
really?
I don't think they work. I don't think they work here anymore.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. How about AJ Pollock, everybody?
Oh God.
Here's Farhan on AJ Pollock, the man he traded for yesterday.
As we look at, Casey's a big one. I think his at-bats have gotten a lot better over the last couple of weeks. He, that hasn't had a ton to show for it, but I think we've seen some really good things there relative to when he was really struggling. Marco's come up and done a nice job. I think he's had good at-bats, even though there's been a few strikeouts in there. And that's where getting a guy like AJ who, is going to give you quality at-bats every time and not having to lean too much of our younger players in the last couple months is important. So we'll just kind of continue to look to supplement there and see if there's another guy like that.
AJ Pollock, 35 years old, left the Dodgers after the 2021 season where he damn near had a career year, 21 homers, 69 RBIs, batted nearly 300, signed with the White Sox. And last year with the White Sox, he batted .245 with an OPS of .681, on-base percentage, .292. That's not good, folks. 14 homers, 56 RBIs, just 3 stolen bases, not a speed guy. This year with the Mariners, in 49 games, AJ Pollock in 127 at-bats, Spadoni, 22 hits,
Oh God.
5 homers, 15 RBIs, 9 walks, 30 strikeouts, no stolen bases, batting a whopping .173, on-base percentage of .225, slugging of .323, OPS of .547.
It keeps getting worse. Stop.
These numbers are
It's
pathetic.
bad. Like if this is the only move, then yes, Giants fans have a right to be pissed off.
I mean,
Like, come on. Like this, you might as well have not gotten anything. And who was the guy that was coupled with him? You got someone else, a utility man?
oh, Matthias.
Mark Mathias.
Mark Mathias.
Nick who?
Mark Mathias.
Come on, Teoscar Hernandez. Give me that guy, Farhan. Go get him. Then I will have some faith in this team going forward. Get me someone. I just want a name, Bonte, that I could be excited to watch. Wasn't that the whole point of this offseason? Going after the judge, trying to get Correa, being in all these sweepstakes? You need someone. Because when the young guys, that was it.
Well,
Early on, we were all involved. We were all on 10-game winning streak. All the young guys. Oh, Schmidt, Matos. Oh, Bailey. Oh, we got Luciano coming up. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Estrada's a dude. Oh, my God. Like, this is something. Webb's balling. This is great. Doval. He's the best closer in the league. We're excited. And now it's just, if those guys aren't hitting, it goes back to what the expectations and what a lot of people thought at the start of the season was, I'm just not excited about this squad. Right now, they need some juice.
So,
and I think a Hernandez, a Verlander, someone, give me some juice here.
Well, what's sad is while they go and trade for AJ Pollock, the Dodgers get better.
Yes.
The Dodgers got better.
I agree.
Lance Lynn.
I agree. He's not having the best year, but you know what?
Change the scenery. You know what he's going to do. Joe Kelly goes back to a familiar stomping ground. They'll know how to use him.
Yes.
You get Rosario from the Guardians. So the Dodgers add some depth.
And postseason experience, too, with Kelly. That guy's been there. He's been a part of championship teams. He knows what to do come postseason time. Also, I love Joe Kelly because of his trolling of the Houston Astros. Those cheaters.
415, Bonte, no one ever wanted to run Wilmer out of town. Stop making things up. No, a lot of people gave Wilmer Flores a lot of unnecessary slander. I was not one of those people. I think Wilmer is a good guy to have in the clubhouse.
One of their best hitters all year.
Well, I just think his Giants tenure, Wilmer has been a solid Giant.
Yes.
Not great, but he's played all over the infield. You ask him to play first base, not his natural position. Plays first base, plays second, plays third at times.
Doesn't complain.
Has some sneaky power.
Yes.
Wilmer Flores has been a good Giant, and it's good to see him have a big July. I like Wilmer. Wilmer's the type of guy, give me more of Wilmer Flores and less AJ Pollocks.
Should have had 2 home runs yesterday. Got robbed by, Alex Thomas in center field. But other than that, he's just been on a tear lately.
That was a great play by Alec Thomas. So 888-957-9570 because Niners stuff is brewing hard. We're going to get into Niners heavy. So Giants fans,
it's a gift.
Your sign list is deafening. 888-957-9570. Do you want to see them make a move? Do you even care if they make a move? Do you even care about the Giants?
And that's sad.
Do you even care about them advancing to the playoffs?
That's sad. No one cares right now. Is this where we're at? Yeah, they just expect nothing at the deadline. It's a top 5 market. This is the San Francisco freaking Giants. Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, Barry Bonds. Are they the
Giants or the platooners?
Man.
Are they the spreadsheets?
Charlie Sheen on line 1.
The San Francisco spreadsheets.
A platoon.
I mean, I can't even get Marco Luciano play a full game in his first ever game. He's getting pitch hit for it because we're platooning.
I couldn't even get him at bat last night when you're 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
Love, man. What was it? How many runners did they leave in scoring position against the Red Sox? They left like 39 guys on base.
Saturday night, they left like 13 on base.
That's Oakland.
Taylor Swift's lucky number, by the way.
Oh, my God.
I mean, so Sunday against the Red Sox, the Giants were 4 of 18 with runners in scoring position. 4 of 18. Saturday against the Red Sox, when they almost blew the game, Camilo Duvall almost blew the game, but they were able to rally and win that one. And that's the thing. They won 2 or 3 against the Red Sox, which is beautiful. They're on 1 of 13 with runners in scoring position.
Not good.
This lineup is leaking.
And you just lost to, not to cut you off, Bonte, not to bury the lead here, but the Diamondbacks had the worst record in the National League in the month of July.
They're struggling.
They're 8-16. And for them to get July and end it on a high note heading into August now, it's August 1st, doesn't bode well for a team that wants to make the playoffs. You got to get past the D-backs, who I know are going to be aggressive today.
Well, tonight's a big night.
Yes.
Alex Cobb.
Who was sick last night, right? He was scratched.
Yeah,
he was sick.
Versus Zach Gallen.
It's a primetime matchup right there. I love me some Zach Gallen fantasy-wise. And Cobb's been on fire.
He has been on fire. We'll get to Jay and Concord on the other side. Plus, we'll get into the 49ers. Rob Ninkovich is going to join us at 7:30. 7:30, Rob Ninkovich, of course, formerly of ESPN, 2-time Super Bowl champ with the New England Patriots. We're gonna get into Brock Purdy, the 49ers' chances at winning the Super Bowl. We got Dave Fleming at 8 o'clock. We'll go down to Sterling Bennett at 9:20. We got a lot going on here on the Morning Roast on the Tuesday morning. More Giant stuff. Then we're gonna get to Trey Lance.
Oh boy.
Then we're gonna get to Brock Purdy. And we're gonna get to Michael Silver's article. There's a lot of nasty stuff going on around there. Some people just
toxic, Bonte.
We just want fair reporting.
Toxic.
That's all we ask. Fans want fair reporting. And somebody reporting just hasn't been accurate.
No spin zone here on the Morning Roast is what you're saying, right?
We're not doing that. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
I feel bad for the Johnson kids next door. Their parents just use their phone for home internet.
We go. Once upon a time, not long ago. Slick Rick, baby.
There you go.
What was it? The Adventures of Slick Rick? What's the name of the song? Bedtime's Children's Story? There you go.
Can't tell you.
It's a classic song. One of the classic ones.
I'm learning a lot about John and his musical taste last few days.
Taste.
He's got good taste. A lot of funk with John. Wasn't expecting that.
No, he's got good taste. Big John, put some respect on his name. Put some respect.
He went to PGI. He's a Pacific Grove guy.
He knows
we claim him.
Is he a PGI guy?
Yeah.
Golf and hip hop. Look at that. Look at that.
Golf and hip hop.
Golf and hip hop.
Wow. The meeting of two worlds right there, Bonte.
They hit the driving range today.
Let's go. Where are you hitting the driving range? Do you have one near you?
2 minutes away from me.
Oh, that's the best.
Yeah.
That's the best.
San Bruno.
Nice.
Right off the freeway, literally 2 minutes from the house.
That's
nice.
Go
out there and just.
And you get like the one if they have a stall, they get the one lefty stall because there's not a lot of them.
No, you could just flip the thing.
Oh, you can flip it. Okay, you're good. All right, there you go. Yeah. I didn't know if it was one of those fancy ones that track and stuff like that.
No.
Apparently, there's one in San Rafael that does it for free if you just go to the driving range. All of them have tracking. I was like, oh, it must be nice.
A lot of Giants, a lot of the chat going crazy.
Really? The chat's going crazy?
Chat's going crazy, yeah.
I want you guys to call in at 888-957-9570.
Chat don't call. They sit back and text.
They sit back? Spinning mobile text line, man. Come on.
This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. I want to get to Jay in Concord. Jay, good morning, man. You're on the roast. What's happening?
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
Oh, man. Just waiting to see what Farhan does before 1 o'clock today.
Yeah, man, I just want to say, as a diehard Giants fan who tunes into every game and pays very close attention to baseball, I'm very disappointed with Farhan and think us fans deserve much better by simply making moves that move the needle one way or another. Look, I'm not going to say just sell the entire farm and go for it all. I'm not saying that, but I'm simply just tired of being treated like the Royals on the national perspective. Like, no offense to the Royals, but like we should be up there with the Dodgers and Yankees of the world. Like, when Farhan lost me all the way when he brought up politics when asked why he couldn't land free agents. Like, come on, that's really your excuse. But to talk about AJ Pollock, in my opinion, it's kind of a joke. I mean, what exactly is he contributing? Once Haniger comes up, what do we do with Matos? Do we move him back down? Because that means what? Pollock, Haniger, Slater will be taking up a spot. So would there still be a spot for Matos at that point?
That's a good point. That's a good point, Jay. What do you want to see Farhan do here? What do you want to see him make wholesale changes? Do you want to see him go big here at the deadline? Or if they sat back and say, you know what, let the youngsters develop, would you feel good about that?
Yeah, like you brought up earlier, if the plan's to let the young guys develop, then why not sell a guy like Jock or Wood who's getting $20 million a year? I mean, maybe get some young projects or prospects with some upside. I mean, if that's the direction we're trying to go in, like I said, move the needle one way or another.
Right.
Stop always being in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Going for the AJ Pollock of the world and thinking he's going to come and save the day. Like, that's where I have an issue. But that's pretty much it.
Jay, good call, man.
Thanks,
I feel your pain, and you made a great point, Jay. If everybody is healthy, you can't bring – Matos is not going back to Sacramento.
No, you can't do that.
You can't go back to Sacramento.
No, you have to go all in on these young guys now, Bonte.
No, they have to play.
Yes.
Every single day.
Because then what are you selling me if you're not playing the young guys? Mitch Haniger? Stop.
They give him big money.
Please.
Give him big money, right, Lubman?
Oh,
Well, I'll just say to kind of answer Jay's question, what happens when Haniger comes back, the thing about this AJ Pollock deal is that since they gave up basically nothing, they're not really that attached to him. So my guess is that when everybody comes back, AJ Pollock will probably hit the road.
damn.
There you go.
Now, if
Cold-blooded.
that doesn't inspire you, I mean, I don't know what will.
Mitch Haniger's not inspiring me.
See, you know, Giants talk is depressing.
I'm
it's
getting
like-
depressed, and I was excited.
I mean, they have a good series win against the Red Sox. Very exciting series,
Yes.
although they couldn't hit.
3
But the
straight
pitching
games and
holds
extra
up.
innings.
Pitching holds up, and they go out there and lay the dud yesterday after blowing a 2-0 lead. They had control of that baseball game. You're getting to the Rogers brothers, but, Luke Jackson gives up the run. Look, Jacob Judas pitched okay. He pitched fine. Alex Will was okay. But you're bullpenning these games 2 to 3 times a week. I'm not sure you can navigate through 162 playing it like that.
It's not sustainable at all. Which
No,
is
it's
again,
not.
you have to. I feel like they need to add some sort of a starter here. I was mentioning yesterday, a guy like a Paul Blackburn, someone that's a 4 or 5, just someone, because you can't be doing platooning with your pitching too. You can't be doing that. Yeah, sure, it works in your everyday lineups here and there, but if you're bullpenning every single day, every third day, like, it's not happening. These guys are too good. These guys are going up against, and I think that's why it's so frustrating too, when you juxtapose it with all these other guys in your own division. And you mentioned it earlier, like the D-backs, they know their top 3 guys. They know their Martes, their Walkers, their Corbin Carrolls. The Dodgers, they got their Freddie Freemans. They got their Mookie Betts. They got their guys locked in place. And what did we see with Farhan Zaidi when he was with Oakland, when he was with the Dodgers? You were able to get these guys coming up and make them parts of the everyday lineup. The Olsons, the Simeons, guys like that. And that's what we were promised when he came over here, right? You're going to have this Moneyball mindset and be able to retain those guys and pay off the Matt Olson types. The A's weren't allowed to do that. They didn't have the financial stability. They have a cheap owner. But you got these guys, supposedly, and we have this high payroll, but not a lot to show for it. And I think that's just what's frustrating.
See, I think Farhan got way too much credit for his Dodgers tenure.
Is that... Yeah.
We just don't even give Andrew Friedman the credit he deserves down in L.A. The guy who built the Tampa Bay Rays. I've been screaming to the high heavens about Andrew Friedman, and Farhan gets all the credit for all this stuff. Farhan's the same guy who benched Cody Bellinger in the World Series. Benched Cody Bellinger in the World Series for the first 2 games because of matchups and analytics. When Cody Bellinger had an all-time season.
Yeah.
All-time season. You benched the guy in the first 2 games of the World Series. So this whole platooning thing where... I just don't know how fans are going to be able to gravitate towards your baseball team when you don't know who's in the lineup every day. You don't know who's going to be playing what in the field. You don't know where guys are going to be batting at. You don't know who's going to be starting on the mound outside of Alex Cobb and Logan Webb. Hell, Alex Wood is now damn near a middle reliever. I mean, it's unbelievable the roles that these players have on the team, but a lot of these guys are not happy about it. So, AJ Pollock, 1 o'clock's coming, folks. What are the Giants going to do?
And then listen, I get it. People are probably tuning in like, look, guys, you guys act like the sky's on fire. You're 2.5 back of the division. I get it. But at a certain point, the cream always rises in baseball. And if you're not going to add anything to this squad, the cream's going to rise for everyone else in the NL. Like the Dodgers aren't going to stand pat. They've already gotten Lance Lynn. They've gotten Joe Kelly. I expect to bounce back from at least one of those guys, and Joe Kelly's already pitched pretty well for them. The Diamondbacks, they're making moves. Corbin Carroll's that dude. Christian Walker's that dude. Ketel Marte, they got it set. You're going to see Zach Gallen today, Merrill Kelly.
Well, just think about who you're competing against the Dodgers. I know Mookie Betts is batting leadoff.
Yes.
I know Freddie Freeman's in the 2-hole. I know Will Smith's in that 3 spot. They got Max Muncy. You got JD Martinez.
That was such a good pickup for them. JD Martinez was just so sneaky, so cheap too.
I mean,
what was he making, 15, 10 million for a year?
He was out there for a long time.
He was out there.
DH.
Giants going to have used him?
Yeah, the Giants going to use him. I don't know. So
would he want to come here? That's another conversation.
Jace Perez believes the Giants will do nothing. They will tiptoe around. They'll tiptoe around why they didn't do anything.
Scared money don't make money.
It don't make money.
Come
I'll
on.
play this one more time for Giants fans because as James Perez says, Giants are a nice combo. But let's talk about big boy things here and get back to the Niners. We're going to get back to the Niners.
Don't worry,
We're getting to the Niners in 3 minutes.
Don't worry.
And then the rest of the way, outside of Dave Fleming, it'd be Niner
we got
heavy.
Rob Ninkovich join us at 7:30 too. Former New England Patriot. Knows a thing or two about playing on Super Bowl teams. He'll have his takes on what's going on with the quarterback situation too.
All right, let's go. Farhan, last cut here. Evaluating the pitching market. Doesn't want to tax the bullpen, blah, 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 blah.
That was a good impression.
Obviously, there's been some movement. You know, we had I thought, really good weekend of pitching with Stripling and Mania pitching really well. And again, I don't think we view the opener as like some core philosophy that we're trying to champion. But we've had a lot of success in those games, and a lot of that comes from the ability to feature our bullpen, which has been a strength of the team. So we've got to be careful about the workload with the bullpen. But if there's a way to manage a game where, you know, we get quality out of our starters like we got this weekend, but we can also feature our bullpen, which is really effective, especially when put in good matchups, that's just a good way for us to win games. Obviously, we've been very successful in those games.
It's the little giggles for me, Bonte, when I'm listening to those sound bites, and Sam Lubman actually does a pretty good impression, although it turns into Krusty the Clown most of the time. But he's these little giggles, you know, it's like, okay, I understand. I understand.
Lubman, did we hit our Giants quota today? Did we hit our Giants quota? Look at that. I spent the hour of my day talking about your favorite baseball team.
No, I'm very proud of you, Bonte. Good job. You've earned yourself a couple hours of Niners talk now. Maybe even a Warriors conversation.
Thank
Hey,
you.
let me tell you, if the Giants do nothing at the deadline, they won't get a mention tomorrow.
Well,
Okay, maybe I'm lying.
No.
Well, no, we have to drag them through the we gotta do that.
No. You know what we do? It's time to praise Trey Lance. It's time to praise Trey Lance. 888-957.
Looking good.
9570. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. 888-957-9570. John Lynch, he spoke about Trey Lance yesterday. Said he was proud of him.
A lot's been chronicled of him working with Jeff Christensen, and you know, there's all kinds of different gurus and specialists for these guys to go through. I was really proud. Trey took the initiative, and I've talked with Trey. I won't get into the details because I'm not exactly sure on how it all happened, but I was proud that it was something that he sought out. And then, you know, I think in the past, maybe Trey was working with multiple people. It's like trying to work with multiple golf coaches. Signals can get mixed. And I think he decided, all right, I got to find one that I vibe with the best and roll with that. And I think they did some great work. And I think he's throwing the football a lot better. His base is better. Some of his mechanics are better. Those things are showing up on the field. So I'm not just proud of him for his attitude and his leadership, his resiliency. I'm proud for what I'm seeing out there. And I know there's been a lot of talk about the opportunities he's not getting. I'm proud of him for what he's doing with the opportunities he is getting.
Wow. So John Lynch, he's got his ears to the street.
Oh,
he
yeah.
knows we're talking about reps. Then he was asked whether or not they could keep 4 quarterbacks on the 53-man roster. Here's what Lynch had to say.
I think 4 on a 53 would be very challenging. 4 in the building is certainly possible. And it's one of those things, Tim, I think we just want to throw it all out there, let things unfold, and then we'll figure out the details as we go. We're all product of our experiences, and that experience wasn't real cool last year. Seeing when you run out at that position, that's not a good feeling. And so I think we'll be forever impacted with that going forward, and it will probably affect the way we'll be mindful. I can't promise that because there's other things that arise on the roster. You can try to project it as much as possible, but things always happen. Injuries happen. It's a dynamic situation, but that's an area where it's important to us to be deep.
Yes, they need to because they've only had one starter start every single game under their tenure. As Jimmy Garoppolo back in 2019 when they went to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So, that's the thing. Someone's going to get hurt this year, and the depth is going to matter because it always happens every year. Now with the extra 17th game, it's even more imperative that you have a good backup. Hell, we saw that in the quarterback doc, and we all saw it with Chad Henne, with Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes was hurt, and Chad Henne went on a 98-yard drive. Come on, Jaguars. He couldn't stop. It just drove me. I was rewatching it, the quarterback doc on Netflix. Those that haven't seen, it follows the lives of 3 quarterbacks on and off the field. Mahomes. Mahomes,
Kirk Cousins,
and Marcus Mariota. But they were showing Mahomes in the Kansas City game, and he got the high ankle sprain, and Arden Key folded him. And then Chad Henne comes in and 98 yards for the touchdown. I was like, they're done right then and there. But it's imperative to have a good backup, and who's it going to be? We keep hearing about this quarterback 2 competition. Is it going to be Trey Lance or Sam Darnold, or is there a possibility, Bonte, that those guys can push for QB1?
Well, here's what Lynch said about what made them want Sam Darnold into the fold. Want to bring Sam Darnold into the fold. Here's John Lynch.
A lot of those things go back to when you studied them coming out of college, and you know, we put work in on Sam as we do with all the quarterbacks. Really liked what he brought to the table, and have even seen promise. Although you said, you know, hasn't been a whole lot of success. We like the film. We like what he puts on tape. We wanted the opportunity to work with him. Again, a product of our experiences and wanting to be deep there. And Sam was available. Sam was interested in coming here. It was something we could financially fit in. And, you know, all these guys, it's about stacking days. Yesterday, the light bulb kind of came on. He had a really good practice, and you could see things kind of slow down. You could see the talent, the big-time thrower that he can be, and that was a good day. And, you know, now if he can continue to stack that's good for everyone.
Well, Trey Lance stacked a good day yesterday. Actually, he stacked 2 straight days, Trey Lance. And Trey Lance yesterday was best quarterback on the field. He was going against the twos, but he was very, very sharp. Completed passes to all levels of the field. It was very, very efficient. Now, Brock Purdy threw an interception. He skipped the pass.
Oh, boy.
Can't do that. Second-year quarterbacks can't do that.
Not
Can't skip
allowed to
passes.
do that. No.
Happens in practice. Guys are going to skip passes. But the funny thing is, Michael Silver wrote an article yesterday at the Chronicle, and it really caught a lot of people by surprise in some of the things that, he mentioned how, though it might upset the "it's not fair" crowd, because a lot of us don't think that Trey Lance has been given a fair shot, but it is what it is. That's pro sports. Though it might upset the "it's not fair" crowd, Lance has had opportunities to seize this job. He started 2 games as a rookie and made some situational substitutions in the early part of that season. Then had an entire offseason, training camp, and preseason as the unquestioned number 1 on the depth chart. Some young quarterbacks would be thrilled to get so many chances. Well, a lot of young quarterbacks get chances right off the rip.
Yeah.
Trey Lance helped you win a game in Week 16 to stay alive for the playoffs after an egregious loss to the Tennessee Titans. And how gross Jimmy Garoppolo was in that football game, I think we all forget. It was nasty.
Some young quarterbacks would be thrilled to get so many chances. So many.
Well, let's
Wow.
just think about his draft class. Trevor Lawrence has gotten every chance from day one, right?
Yes.
Zach Wilson, how many chances did he get?
Oh, my God.
A lot more than Trey Lance.
He was hurt a lot, too.
Matt Jones started from day number 1. Kenny Pickett has gotten more chances than Trey Lance.
Health is a factor there. I'll give it.
Health is a factor.
But also, again, we just mentioned Zach Wilson was hurt a lot, came right back in, and now looks like his days are numbered with
Right.
Aaron Rodgers there, obviously. They may lie and say we love Zach and what he's doing, but if Aaron Rodgers gets hurt, they're donezo this year for the New York Jets. But it is interesting, when I saw that quote from Michael Silver in the San Francisco Chronicle, I was like, so many chances. He's really only had 2, right? He's gotten hurt, and his body just failed him. And I think it's just frustrating when you're a fan watching it. It's just like, I want to see why we invested all this. And now Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, and you hear John Lynch praising him, but through their actions, which speak louder than words, are they giving up on him?
Yeah.
That's what it feels like at times.
Well, Michael Silver also wrote in this article, many people close to Shanahan are convinced that he went against his instincts in April 2021, when weeks after making the trade to move up to number 3, he chose Lance over Mac Jones.
I said that yesterday, Bonte.
This time, Shanahan needs to block out the noise and make an honest evaluation of the situation. See, take Mac Jones. We were talking about getting your guy. Why didn't Shanahan get his guy?
Caved. Pressure.
From who? From what?
People around him in the building. They're getting scared off of him, and he started listening to him.
Scared off of Mac Jones?
Well, scared, clearly.
The building wanted Mac Jones. According to a lot of sources I had, they wanted Mac Jones.
Maybe they wanted him, but not at the number 3 pick.
What pressure? What pressure?
Clearly, there's something.
Pressure to take Lance?
I mean, Mike Silver's in the know.
What noise?
There's noise.
Where's the noise coming from? Now, also, what was very interesting in Mike Silver's article at the Chronicle, and we're giving him a lot of love. Mike Silver's a friend of the program, even though he doesn't come on our show. He only goes on Willard's show.
Friend of the station.
Willard and Dibs, I should say.
There you go.
Let me not slight Dibs, because we know we're never hit the end of it.
Oh, boy.
This is wild. Here's the quote here. So, that might mean trading Lance this year instead of keeping 4 quarterbacks. Though his current value is something the Niners front office surely would find depressing. As he reported last week, Michael Silver says San Francisco wasn't offered anything better than a 5th-round pick in the spring. It's possible that impressive performances in next week's joint workouts against the Raiders and in the preseason could juice that up a bit, as could a wave of injuries to other teams' quarterbacks. Worst case, the Niners could cut Lance. And yes, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but this scenario is not outside the realm of possibility. Simply put, if after the way last season ended, with the Niners out of quarterbacks and shut out the Super Bowl at the final stage once more, Shanahan no longer had the luxury of messing around. Well, I thought that luxury was gone after 2020, when Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't make it through the season.
Yeah.
Thought that luxury was gone in 2021, when Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt multiple times and Trey Lance had to spell him after getting hurt himself. Thought that luxury was gone last season. I mean, quarterback's been getting hurt here in San Francisco for a long, long time.
It's a problem, and that's why I was talking about it yesterday. I know it's crazy to say, but if you just know who your quarterback is coming out of this year, it's season of success.
That's a problem.
If you keep Purdy, Darnold, and Trey Lance, that's only $16 to $17 million invested into the quarterback room.
It's not a lot.
It's not a lot at all.
No.
do we really want to see, or do the Niners really want to trade Trey Lance or cut him to make room for Brendan Allen? Because that's what we're talking about here. For Brendan Allen?
Oh my God. He's 30 years old. He was a 6th-round quarterback. He's a journeyman.
So
what are we doing here?
Make it make sense to me before we go to break.
I can't.
Make it make sense to me, Spadoni, or somebody out there, 888-957-9570. Make it make sense. So we want to trade, by this logic, and I'm not going to question Michael Silver's reporting because he's tapped in, but trading or cutting Trey Lance. So you want to keep 3 quarterbacks, say hypothetically, they keep Purdy, Darnold, and Brendan Allen. Well, Purdy has a torn UCL. And he's coming back from that. Who knows how he's going to make it through 17 this year. We got a scare yesterday at the end of practice with Payroll hit his arm. Sam Darnold has had an injury history.
Yeah, he sees ghosts still.
And he sees ghosts. And he gets hurt. And he turns the ball over. Sam Darnold's last game with the Carolina Panthers. We're going to get somebody off from Carolina tomorrow to talk about Sam Darnold a little bit. His last game with the Panthers, he was 5-15 for 43 yards against the Saints. But it gets credited what they win because the Panthers won the game.
Oh, my God. Did he
threw for 43 yards.
Gutsy.
And he's had an injury history. So,
how bad is Andy Dalton?
Do we want to keep that court? Like, I just doesn't. And are we going to praise Trey Lance for having a good day? Because as soon as he skips a pass in practice, or he doesn't, or he overthrows somebody in the red zone period, everybody talks about it. But yesterday he was on fire.
The coverage has gotten out of control, and maybe it's social media, maybe it's just there's more eyes than ever now, but it really has jumped the shark to where it used to just be training camp is training camp, and we get through it, and we know who the quarterbacks are. Now there's legit competitions for 4th quarterbacks on the roster, the 4th, the 3, we're getting stands for Brandon Allen. Is there a Brandon Allen stan out there? Like come on, Bonte. What are we doing here talking about Brandon? We're giving this guy way too much airtime. Shasky was talking about this last week. And a 6th-round quarterback who's done nothing.
Done nothing. For
a franchise that has gotten hurt constantly, and we're talking about taking this guy over the guy you invested 3 first-round picks in, and Trey Lance. I know we're up against it, but my God, come on.
The Pats came on yesterday, and Trey Lance lit it up.
Yes.
Now let's see what he can do today. Let's see if he can stack days. But my gosh, this quarterback situation, good Lord, Shanahan, what is going on? See, and that's my problem with Shanahan. I love Shanahan as a coach, but when it comes to picking quarterbacks, it just feels like he doesn't know what he wants. Now, maybe it's Brock Purdy. Maybe it is. And Brock Purdy's your starter for right now. He earned that right. But boy, I personally would not give up on Trey Lance. But you know what? I want to get to, we'll get to the calls on the other side, and I want to get into coverage, the coverage of quarterbacks. Because I saw something yesterday with Jordan Love that I said, oh, maybe this just pertains to a certain quarterback. I'll get into that. Plus your calls, Nick and Berkeley, and the rest of you guys hang on tight. We got Rob Ninkovich coming up at 7:30. Bonte, the pressure was from the fans and you of not wanting to draft Mac Jones. Well, Shanahan doesn't give a damn about us, what we think. Come on, man. If you're worried about what Sports Talk radio hosts and fans are saying about not drafting Mac Jones, then you shouldn't be in this position. You shouldn't be. And I didn't have a problem with Mac Jones. That was Shasky, if you don't throw him under the bus. That was Shasky. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. Your phone calls coming up, plus Rob Ninkovich at 7:30 here on The Roast.
This just in, BMO is coming. Let's go live to the scene.
I'm at what will soon be a BMO.
a glass case of emotion.
Beats so hard.
It is hard.
So good.
I'm just letting it ride. Shasky out. Spadoni in. Doing a hell of a job. Spadoni be in all week. Got Big John on the board. Lubman. Of course, we got Rob Ninkovich coming up in
Can't wait.
11 minutes. 11 minutes. We're going to get to your calls in just a second. Hang on tight here. But I saw something yesterday on Twitter, and it was nasty.
On X, you mean?
X, excuse me.
Yeah.
X. I'm going to call it
X'd it?
Twitter. I'm going to call it Twitter forever. You guys know what I mean.
Just got to move forward with the future, Bonte.
Yeah.
All right, the future's now, past the past. Jimmy Garoppolo's gone. All right.
The Bird app. Trust me, I know Jimmy's gone.
X gonna give it to you.
Trust me, I know Jimmy's
You see the latest
gone.
from Jimmy
Yeah.
yesterday? Not good.
Not good at all.
Per Vinny Bonsignor, who covers the team for the Las Vegas Review Journal. I had it here. I lost it. It's all right. Go ahead, Bonte.
So Jordan Love threw a dime to Christian Watson. Perfect ball. Perfect deep ball. There's a Packer blogger who said, looks like Jordan Love overthrew it, but Christian Watson was able to glide under it. And it's like, wait a minute. Christian Watson was able to run under a deep ball. That means it was a perfect throw.
Oh
But what I'm getting at is there's something about black quarterbacks that just we can't be consistent with. I'm sorry, man. I'm not calling racism. I don't know if it's biases. There's something about covering black quarterbacks where Jordan Love throws a perfect dime to Christian Watson, and a blogger goes, who covers the team. Oh, boy, that was slightly overthrown. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? If he doesn't throw it the way he throws it to Chris Watson, the defender catches up. He makes a play on the football, and it's a pick. And like, this guy, everybody just starts ripping this guy. So then we think about Trey Lance, and we think about what he did yesterday. We see the coverage so far. He throws one incompletion. Oh, my God, the sky is falling. Can't do that. Well, Brock Purdy yesterday had some moments. I want to hear it get talked about. Brock Purdy, our boy Ryan G. Hensley, covers the Niners as at practice yesterday. Brock Purdy, interception after skipping one off the turf on his previous pass. Ugly interception to Dre Greenlaw. Getting rusty. I just want fair coverage all across the board. I don't care if you're black, white, purple.
And we're not trying to crush these guys.
Same thing happens with Lamar Jackson. I'm sorry, Spinoza. Sorry to cut you off, but same damn thing happens with Lamar Jackson.
Like, this is what it turns into. Like, we're not bashing the players. We're bashing the coverage of the players. Like, that's what I think about, like, the miscommunication aspect.
Right.
A lot of people are, why you keep talking bad about Purdy? Why are you talking bad about Lance? Same all. I was like, no. We're talking about the coverage of these players. That's nasty, nasty work. It's toxic.
It's nasty.
It is. And to your point with the black quarterback, it's unfortunate, too. You know who the quarterbacks were in the Super Bowl this past year?
Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts.
There you go. Like, what are we doing here still? The best quarterback on earth and one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time already. It's Patrick Mahomes.
I mean,
like, this narrative needs to stop. It's just foolish. It was foolish back in the 60s, 50s, whatever years ago. It's foolish now. I hate it, and it's still around, which is bad.
It's nasty,
and they're subtle with it, like you're mentioning.
It's subtle,
but it's there.
Lamar Jackson got ripped this past offseason because he didn't have an agent, and people were getting mad at him for wanting to represent himself to get his own damn money.
Yeah,
to get top dollar.
Heaven forbid the guy that thinks he's worth that much, the MVP of the league, thinks he's worth as much as Deshaun Watson, who, by the way, is a slimy individual. Mm-hmm. Heaven forbid he thinks that. It's reckless. The coverage, man.
So the coverage of Trey Lance has been reckless. So when I see this Michael Silver stuff, and he's getting it from somewhere, but the person whose opinion counts most, Shanahan, is telling us with his words and actions that he believes all four quarterbacks on the team's 90-man roster are good enough to stick around come August 29th, when teams reduce that number to 53. If Shanahan decides that the three quarterbacks who give his win now 49ers the best chance to do so are Purdy, Darnold, and Allen, I have some very strong advice. Just do it, take the heat, move on, and don't look back. That might mean trading Trey Lance, though his current value is something the Niners front office surely would find depressing, as I read earlier. Worst case, the 49ers could cut Lance. Well, you got the dead money aspect and everything like that, so you got to account for that. But the context when it comes to Trey and everything else, I mean, I watch Jimmy Garoppolo, Spadoni. I go down into those practices.
It's just...
But all he does is win, right?
Well, yesterday, Jimmy Garoppolo at Raiders practice, quote, Not a good throwing day from Jimmy Garoppolo at Raiders camp today. The emphasis was on third down offense, and it just looked like a struggle outside of a handful of good throws. So he's still not doing good in practice, but he was a winner, Bonte, and that was Vincent Bonsignor, Las Vegas Review-Journal, with that tweet. But again, like we can sit here and just gloss over the fact that a lot of these guys have struggled, but they're winners. All they're winners. The Mike Silver piece, going back to that, is he basically insinuating that the 49ers believe that Brandon Allen's just a better quarterback than Trey Lance? Like, is that what he's saying?
I don't know if he's saying that or not.
I'm confused by the wording. I'm just confused by the warning there.
Yeah,
because
I don't.
You're basically, if you're shipping off Trey Lance, and we have already listed all the quarterback problems as the health standpoint for this team in the years past, you're basically saying that Brandon Allen, you rely more on him than Trey Lance going forward. And how could you say that? Listen, Big John's a Broncos fan here. Brandon Allen was on the Broncos.
Oh, I know.
He was drafted to that team.
Oh, I know.
He didn't even know who he was.
I know.
Big John's a diehard. He's like, oh, yeah, that's right. It's like, come on.
So
no one knows who Brandon Allen is.
So
and we're gassing him up like he's this next big thing, and he's not.
No, we're not gassing him up. There's other people
Yes.
Well, it started
the coverage again.
It started with the coverage saying, boy, Brandon Allen looks so impressive in OTAs that the Niners might consider trading Trey Lance. Brandon Allen?
I'd rather have Nate Sudfeld. Like, come on. Is this really jumping the shark here? We're putting everyone under the Shanahan umbrella that they're immediately going to become this greatest thing since sliced bread. Like, Nick Mullins isn't a guy.
Well, we saw
CJ Beathard isn't a guy. That's what Brandon Allen is. He's those dudes.
Yeah.
Okay? Like we know what's going to happen there, but everything that Shanahan touches is gold. Well, we'll see after this season if that's true. I'm very interested to see what the quarterback position has in store for the 49ers this season, because they have Super Bowl aspirations. And is the quarterback position going to bring them down? Because if it does, I'm blaming Kyle Shanahan.
Well, if Trey Lance did get traded,
it's a disaster.
I'm the Atlanta Falcons. I jump all over. Oh. Trey Lance will thrive under Arthur Smith.
There's a lot of teams I would be interested in. Los Angeles Rams on line one as well.
Kyle Pitts, Drake London.
Yes.
Bijan Robinson from Texas. Trey Lance will thrive with Arthur Smith. You think they don't want to get his hands on? They wouldn't want to get their hands on Trey Lance over Desmond Ridder? Come on, man. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick, what's happening?
Man, all I know is what is the reason we got Trey Lance? So we could have a quarterback that could escape when the play breaks down. Like, how are you going to sit up there and tie the man's hands and feet together and expect him to run around when the play breaks down? Mahomes gets room to improvise. But Shanahan is too rigid with his little system. He needs to be going to his daddy right now and be like, Daddy, please, can I get some run plays? Give me those run plays that when you had T. Davis killing and crushing people. If our offensive line can't with such a run block team or a pass block team, be both, man. You know what I'm saying? Shanahan needs to get a handle on this and quell the storm. Brandon who? Give me Kaepernick before you give me Brandon who, because Kaepernick got numbers. I mean, come on, man. This is ridiculous. Trey Lance, look, no quarterback is making it through the regular season, the entirety of it, because there's gigantical monsters on the D-line, man. But I'm saying, you've seen him in Philly. These guys are monsters, bro. Yeah. They're going to rip they're even getting bigger and bigger every year. So you better have a quarterback that can run a little bit. You better have a quarterback that can take some hits. I mean, Garoppolo got crushed, and finally his little chicken legs gave out. But, other than that, I mean, like, man, come on, man. It's on Shanahan to quell the storm and stop all the speculation. Like, he sees a player, he's like, oh, it's a new shiny toy, and blah, blah, blah. No, dude, he's a scrub, bro. He's nothing. He's a truck. You know what I'm saying? Give me Kaepernick before you give me that cat. It's insulting.
Right. Nick, thanks for the call.
Thanks, Nick.
The coverage is just nasty, and it's intoxicating. This is going to be a great year of 49ers football, you would hope, with all the pieces that they have, the linebackers, the wide receivers, the D-line, the safeties, the corners. I feel really good about this 49er football team heading into the season.
You should. They were just in the NFC Championship game.
The coverage is becoming nauseating. And at times it just feels like Trey Lance did something to somebody. The guy's a good kid. It feels eerily similar to the way Jordan Poole got covered last season. It really does. It really does. We psychoanalyze that 23-year-old to the depths. Now, Jordan Poole's gone, and look, did he handle on the court demeanor? Yeah, it was a problem. It was a problem for him. But it feels like we just piled on over and over and over again.
And he contributed to a championship, Bonte.
A championship.
And we were still crushing him. That just goes to show you the levels of some of the people around here in the Bay that cover. We cover the teams, and listen, they love their teams, and I get it, but it's toxic a lot of the times around here. And the coverage, it incites the fan base, and it gets them going, and it gets them going to a point where you're seeing these guys on the field, on the court. It's getting to them.
Right.
I mean, Jordan Poole, going back to him, he heard the slander. He literally said it on the post game with you. He's like, "Oh, we heard all the slander." And all this. I was like, these guys, it gets to them. And I credit Trey Lance. Like, he's doing as best he can. He's talking to the media. He's doing all the coach speak, all the quarterback speak. I get it, because that's the only way you can do it. Like, it's either that or just shutting down completely. Like, Jordan Poole, he's not even talking anymore. Yeah. It's like, I'm moved on. Like, sooner or later, are the 49ers going to move on from Trey Lance, because it gotten to the point where it's uninhabitable for him.
It's kind of nasty. Again, one of the key quotes from Michael Silver was, though it might upset that it's not fair, crowd, Lance has had opportunities to seize the job. He started 2 games as a rookie and made some situational substitutions in the early part of that season, then had an entire offseason, training camp, and preseason as the unquestioned number 1 on the depth chart. Some young quarterbacks will be thrilled to get so many chances. Well, has Lance actually been given so many chances to get the starting job?
That's the thing.
Has he? I mean, he chipped the finger in the last preseason game against the Raiders, where Jimmy and Trey were alternating on the first possession. Remember that?
That was
wild. They were
wild.
alternating plays. Trey actually looked better than Jimmy in the preseason game against the Chargers.
Yeah.
Led a 75-yard touchdown drive right before halftime in 45 seconds. I mean, it's preseason. I know, but with the way we cover him, we act like all the practices matter. So has he? So my thing is, to 49er fans, 1-888-957-9570, has he been given so many chances to take the starting job? And 2, is he deserving of those chances? He got hurt last year. He was an unquestioned, unequivocal number 1 quarterback and on the depth chart.
And then he got hurt. And then he got his job taken. And now listen, that happens. Like with this whole thing where Mike Silver says, quote, "It's not fair, crowd." Life's not fair. We all understand that. But at the same time, we're going to sit here and just praise Brock Purdy because he had a great stretch. I get it. He's played 8 games. He's playing in 8 games. Trey Lance has got 4. That's just double the... Like, come on. Neither of them have played a full season, I think, is what people are saying. Like, we can't, go up here and give all this praise to Brock Purdy and say he's the best thing since sliced bread, and at the same time say, you know what, Trey Lance, I think he's done.
Right.
4 games versus 8. Like, at the end of the day, like, come on, man.
Yeah.
And I understand, and he deserves to be the leader in the clubhouse. No one's saying he shouldn't be. But all we're saying is, are we really giving up on Trey Lance when we've only seen 4 games and we're anointing Brock Purdy when we've seen 8? I think that's what people are saying. Yeah. And that's where it seems like it's a little like, I'm not cool with that. Yeah. That's where a lot of people are coming from. And I get it.
888-957-9570. What's your thoughts on the quarterback spot here? Thoughts on what John Lynch had to say yesterday as he talked to the media at 9:45. Also, our YouTube poll question of the day. Does Farhan have to make a splash move today at the MLB trading deadline at 1 o'clock Pacific time? Does he have to make a splash? Go ahead and vote yes or no. So far, no. So far, no is 52%. Yes, 48%.
Oh, it's about 50-50.
Farhan.
Okay.
So we got a super chat here.
Oh.
From Michael. Michael Alanis. Anyway, if I'm jacking that, I apologize. But Michael spent $9.99. Let's be honest with ourselves. These quarterbacks we currently have are simply placeholders for the quarterback Kyle can finally get his hands on without Daniel Snyder in the way. And that is Kirk Cousins.
That's not my burner, I promise, Bonte. That's not my burner. I agree with them.
Yeah.
Listen, if it's not solved after this season, Kirk Cousins is a great option for Kyle Shanahan next season. But it's about this season right now. Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Trey Lance? Kyle said QB1 right now, it's Brock Purdy. Is anything going to change from now until a few weeks? So it's week 1 against the Pittsburgh Steelers?
No.
Can anything?
Idea. No idea.
You don't even know.
No idea.
And that's a problem, Bonte.
Yeah.
I need to know who my week 1 starter is.
Well, it's going to be Brock Purdy.
Okay.
It's going to be Brock Purdy.
Okay, it's going to be.
It's going to be Brock Purdy. Now, what happens if he struggles in the preseason? What happens if he struggles in training camp, coming back from the torn UCL?
Is he going to play in the preseason?
That's a great question. Doesn't he need reps? Well, John Lynch talked about Trey Lance needing all the reps that he could get. Here's Lynch.
He'll continue to earn these opportunities, and he'll have plenty to show who he is. He can't get enough. There's no doubt about that. but we've got guys who've earned them. And the most important thing, I think back to Brock this time last year, he was only getting about 3-4 a day. He made them count, and when you make them count, you get more. And so I think everybody understands that. We've got a really good group. I like the way that group is progressing, and really believe, especially with Brock in the build-up program, there's going to be days where he's not out. There's going to be ample opportunities for each of these guys to show who they are, and it will even get better as we start getting into pads, and then the next step, playing preseason games, preparing for opponents and all that.
Man. So
right now he's 2 days on, 2 days off, right? For Brock,
right.
That's what they're
3
doing.
3 days on, 1 day off.
3 days. Okay, because I heard Kyle yesterday saying 2 day or the other day, 2 days on, 2 days off. So listen, they're being careful with them. They're being cautious. I get it. But at the same time, I need my guy Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. If they're going to play some games, which we all expect them to play sometime this year, whether it's Trey Lance or Sam Darnold, one of them's going to be the backup. I need them getting some first team reps too. Yeah. All right, like that.
Well,
that's
this is a good point. Before we go to the line here, I want to read this from Derek Connors. Trey Lance hasn't played football since September. Brock Purdy in January. But nobody talks about the rust factor that Trey Lance may have.
That's the thing.
Is it because of OTAs and minicamp? Because he got the throw? Well, it's different with equipment. It's different when live bullets are flying at you.
It's because we forgot about it. Like that's just that's the rat on the table. Brought to you by Atco.
Atco Pest Control.
Pest of the month. What is it this time? Is it a mosquito? I hate those things. But no, that's the thing. It's out of sight, out of mind, Bonte. That's what it is in sports. We forget about you if you're not on the field.
No doubt.
It's the sad truth. Like if you're not contributing, we're going to forget about you. And you know what? Here's this pretty thing in Brock Purdy, who's winning all these games, Mr. Irrelevant. Nice story. We're going to pay attention to him. Brock or Trey, you're yesterday's news, man.
So 408, the show needs a Sam Darnold appreciation segment. That's from the Xfinity Bowl text line. You'll thank me later when he saves the season. Don't see Purdy being ready as soon as people anticipated. That's Sportstradamus. We're going to go to Carolina tomorrow and talk to somebody from Carolina about Sam Darnold, what they saw from him at the end of the season. That had people saying, you know what? Maybe there is something there with Sam Darnold. Let's go to Mole in Michigan. Mole in Michigan, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte, how you been, brother?
Good, Mole. How you doing, man? Say hi to Spadoni, by the way.
I'm good. Up? Hey, Spadoni, how are you, sir?
How's
it
going?
going?
How you said that.
Good. Hey, thanks for taking my call, man. If you give me a minute, I just want to ask you guys what you think of Trey Lance in this perspective. I do think the kid has never gotten a fair crack. I really do feel that. I feel there's so much potential, but what I've seen on film for me personally, and I could be wrong, and I wanted what your thoughts are, I don't see him as an elite runner. The film that I've seen and the games I've seen him in, his escapability is just average at best to me. He's not that elite guy like a Hurts or what we thought we were getting, at least of what I thought was hyped. And when we drafted him, like this guy was going to be, Superman Michael Vick. Mm-hmm. And having said that, I just don't see that with him. I think this is Brock Purdy's team. I think this situation reminds me of when Kyle Shanahan was in Washington when they drafted RG3 and they drafted Kirk Cousins in the same draft. And it turned out Kirk Cousins was the leader of that team after RG3 caught no breaks, got injured, and he took over that team. And I feel this is the same situation. I think Purdy's going to fit Kyle Shanahan's system better. He already shown it. My only worry is how many quarterbacks in the NFL played great for 6 games, 8 games, 10 games, and then the following year fell on their face. So we do need to keep both quarterbacks on the roster. Purdy still has to prove himself. I know they had a good season, but it's not enough for me. So I just wanted your guys' thoughts. I know that's a lot.
No. Thanks, that's why I'm cool with keeping all 3 quarterbacks. I got no problem keeping Trey, Darnold, and Brock Purdy, especially with the way they got wrecked last year. Now, the speed of Trey Lance, I think they saw a guy who had the ability to escape pressure and the ability to move out of the pocket when the play breaks down. He looked to me like, okay, he's a runner, but he also can play from the pocket and prefers to play from the pocket. Yes. He's a little hesitant to run. He runs what he needs to. In terms of Lamar Jackson, I never saw Lamar Jackson on tape. No. Never saw that flash.
No.
So if they thought they were getting Lamar Jackson, then somebody in the scouting department, or either that, somebody needs to get fired in the scouting department, or 2, that's an organizational blunder because of all the time they had to spend to go scout Trey Lance. They went back and forth. Remember we had the head coach on from North Dakota State? I forget his name, but Trey Lance's coach. I said, when did you get an inkling that the Niners were interested? He goes, well, they just kept showing up and showing up and showing up and asking questions. Matt Ends. And so that's on the Niners for making this blunder. You don't get a pass. If this is not your guy, you find out 2 years later, oh, my God, this is not the guy we wanted. That's on the entire organization for making a mistake. Now, Mike Silver also mentioned that, maybe the noise got to Shanahan about drafting Mac Jones. Well, what noise? Because from what I heard, most of the organization wanted Mac Jones.
Yeah.
What pressure did Shanahan succumb to? The fans? Guys like me, Shasky, and you?
Yeah.
What did he succumb to?
And you can't succumb to that. If that's
not with the number 3 overall pick.
It's a fireable offense if that comes out later on. It's like, really? You're letting the outside noise affect you? Like, come on. That's like Mike and the Mad Dog kind of stuff happened back in New York City.
It's not good.
No.
It's not good at all.
And Shanahan, from what we've all seen from him and heard from him, he doesn't seem like the outside noise affects him too much. Although, I'll say this, he's getting a little more snippy with the media in years past.
Who?
Kyle Shanahan.
Well, he's been like that.
Well, no, I'm saying like
2021, he told us we're all hard-headed.
We were playing with it. Eric Branch having legitimate questions regarding the quarterback position as if these questions are beneath him. Yeah, can you have it? Please play this.
In your first 4 practices, Brandon Allen has 37 snaps. Fair amount for a number 4 quarterback. You've got Darnold learning a new system, and you and John have said a lot. Trey needs as much snaps as he can get because he hasn't played a lot of football. So why are so many snaps going to your number 4 quarterback?
2 of the days he's the number 3 quarterback.
Right, but I think just overall, we'd agree. 37 snaps is a decent amount for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you think that is?
Like, based on your previous training camps.
Yeah, well, he earned them in OTAs. He did a good job in OTAs, and like today, he was the 3rd quarterback, so he got all the 3 reps. 2 of these 4 practices, which is a good amount. The other guy's been splitting the 1 and 2s, and it'll bump down though when we have 4 out there more.
So look, I love Shanahan, but he's the same guy who called us hard-headed in 2021 when we asked who the starting quarterback was.
It was very reminiscent of you coaching.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's exactly
disrespect.
what it is.
That's what it is. He acts like we're all beneath him and stuff, and I get it. We're not the football geniuses like this guy is, but at the same time, dude, you gave up 3 first-rounders for Trey Lance. Yes, it's crazy that a 6th-round pick who's 30 years old and Brandon Allen that no one gives a rip about is getting as many snaps as this guy. Yes, Kyle, we're calling you out on that. He earned it in OTAs. Miss me with that. Earned it in OTAs. No pads.
OTAs.
Please.
It's freak football.
Come on.
Unbelievable. Austin in the Bay. What's happening, Austin?
Not much. Just listen to you guys. Hey, I want to say this. If Brock Purdy getting these 2 days on, 2 days off, why is not Trey Lance talking about fair chance? He just came off an injury. Shouldn't he be getting these 2 days on, 2 days off? They both coming off of significant injuries. You need your ankles. You need your arms to play this game. And they're throwing without pads. Now they're throwing with pads. So I'm intrigued to see this preseason. Should all these quarterbacks play in the preseason to knock off this rust to see if they actually ready for the first game? Because we don't want to struggle the first 4 games. 1 game go by, lose, lost, 2nd, lost, 3rd game.
Yeah.
Man, I don't want to see no losses early in the season. I don't.
Yeah, no doubt.
Quarterback should play. Huh?
Nah, I'm with you. They got to get off to a fast start. That's the crazy part about this. It's the complexity of this situation. You have to get off to a fast start this year. It's cost your home field advantage. Let's go to our boy SF Bay Drummer in Houston. SF Bay Drummer, H-Town, what's happening?
Banter, Spadoni, what's good, yo?
What's good, man?
Man, I'm happy to see Trey Lance back in these days. That's just, with anybody who's backed up against the wall, you got to see how they respond and show up to fire. But my main issue is, like, I've been on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, and I've been seeing the nasty, flip-flop coverage, like how, like, it's all sympathy for Brock Purdy, but Trey Lance, it's just like, well, this is what he's supposed to do, or he's just complete and utter trash, and this, the furthest thing from the truth, because there's no context. But, my main issue is, why is nobody putting pressure on the 49ers and Jed York, because, Banter, you know yourself, you can look around and see all the credentialed media members in the Warriors, but then you look at the Niners, I see a lot of the same people. Like, we need more African-American people covering the 49ers so the true story can be told. They have to do more than just fly the Black Lives Matter flag at Levi's and actually be about it. This is the thing that everybody's talking about it, but nobody's applying that pressure. But I thank you, Banter, because you upholding the responsibility. You got to keep everything in check, and you got to tell it how it is. And, you know, everybody's going to be just following, you know, just be sheep and just follow, like, everything that's being said by this biased media. You can't do that. You got to have the whole story. Everybody wants the real news. Everybody, you know, has a Jones for facts or whatever.
Right.
Well, just look at the facts.
Yeah.
You can't just leave out one thing.
Nah, yeah, there's context to everything. Good call, SF Bay Drummer. More representation. Look, when it comes to minorities in media, we've been fighting for that for many, many years. Many, many years. Representation in those media, like you see a lot with the Warriors. You got Marcus Thompson, you got Kawakami, you got Kendra Andrews, you got Madeline Kinney, you got Shannon Rubin, you got Anthony Slater, you got Dalton Johnson, Kareth Burke, mixed crowd. Monty Poole, I can't forget about him. Whitley Sandretto. I mean, you got the who's who. I got a text not too long ago from, I'm not even going to say his name because he was down there at practice covering, and I think he was sitting next to Crocky, Crockpot.
Eric Crocker?
Eric Crocker.
Love that guy.
And he was at practice yesterday, and the guy it's amazing. He said, my 2 cents for what it's worth, not trying to overstep my boundaries here. But he goes, man, we need more representation in that press box. And this guy is Latin. So, I don't look, man. That's a fight that we all fight. You know, we do that here in 95.7 a game.
Yeah.
Whether and I don't, you know, I'm not saying give out sympathy jobs because of or diversity hires just to do them, just to fill a quota or whatnot. You got to be qualified.
Yeah.
You got to do what you're doing. You got to bust your ass out there. But there is something with the. Feels like we read a lot of the same thing from a lot of the same beat writers.
Yeah.
When on that Niners beat. And the representation, maybe you could have a little more. Maybe you could have a little more in that media.
It's important. Like, not just for that, but just to see your peers and see like that. Like, listen, I'm raising my son right now. It's important for him to be part of a diverse class. I believe that. And I'm very happy that he's growing up in Oakland. I grew up in a place, Ponte, Pacific Grove, California. John's there. Not a lot of color.
Yeah.
Just not. Like it was a big culture shock for me moving up here back in 2013, 14 in the Bay Area. Like the diversity, I think, is what makes this area so much more better, so much more fun to live around because of all the melting pot, if you will. I believe this is the perfect representation of what this country could be here in the Bay Area. And it just sucks that it's not represented in the media as well.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. By the way, 650, Xfinity Mobile Texting. You're right. How can we forget about our guy, Jason Dumas?
Oh, come on.
Who's at the big fight. He was at the fight where Terrence Crawford beat the dog.
Oh, he smacked him.
You know what? Out of Errol Spence Jr. Yeah, that was nasty.
I saw Kellerman tweet. He's not with ESPN anymore, so Max Kellerman's unfiltered now. Big boxing guy, obviously.
Is he unfiltered?
I think so, because he just tweeted Crawford beat the S out of him, and that's all he said.
Damn.
I was like, he wasn't allowed to do that with ESPN.
No, he wasn't.
A lot of S talking there from Max Kellerman.
I
love Max Kellerman on boxing.
650, Xfinity Mobile Text line. Trey and Sam were both third overall picks. Is Trey going to get as many chances as Sam has gotten? Sam Darnold's now on his third team. Now, you could make the case of Sam Darnold, and I don't want to do this, but Jim Plunkett once was a Sam Darnold type.
Number 1 overall pick, New England Patriots.
Didn't work out with the Patriots.
Heisman, Stanford.
Yep. Niners.
Didn't work out there.
Goes to the Raiders, wins a couple Super Bowls.
He does. Backed up a couple years. Darryl LaMonica.
Exactly.
Yep.
So Steve Young obviously struggled in Tampa Bay. Bill Walsh got his hands on him. The rest is history. Maybe this is the best landing spot for Sam Darnold. I don't want to write him off because he does have arm talent. When you watch him out there at practice, it's like, wow, he makes some throws. You're like, damn.
Sorry, I said LaMonica. Pastorini.
Sorry.
Broke his leg. The rest was history.
So maybe there is a case that Sam Darnold is in the right spot because Carolina, nobody believed. That's why I'm eager to hear what Sam Darnold did in Carolina because we weren't watching a lot of Carolina Panther football.
We saw a lot of Jets because they were just the Jets.
Right.
And they shoved them down our throats even though they've been garbage for the last 10 years, haven't even made the playoffs. I think they have the longest drought right now since 10 years. Now they're hoping that changes with Aaron Rodgers. But Sam Darnold, everyone just remembers the seeing ghosts thing. I mean, whether that's fair or not, that's just what our image is of him. The guy was getting punch drunk back there with Adam Gase and co. You don't really have much to throw to or much to work with, but at the same time, you got guys like Brian Baldinger who knows a thing or two about football saying, listen, this guy's got all the tools, all the skills. If Kyle Shanahan gets his hands on him, I'm interested to see what he's going to go through. So we'll see there. I trust guys like Brian Baldinger. They know their stuff, but at the same time, it's hard to get past seeing ghosts.
Let's go to Miley at Walnut Creek. Miley, what's happening?
What's up, Miley?
Hey, guys, what's happening?
What's going on?
Show.
Thank you.
Congrats, Badone.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Hey, listen, something that I haven't really heard mentioned is Brian Griese. And behind the scenes, I wonder if he is complicit in gassing up Allen and maybe kind of giving his thoughts on Trey. And, because during the practices, it's been noted that Shanahan is kind of like not necessarily paying close attention to the quarterbacks. And Griese's right there for every single snap. I just wonder if Griese has a hand in maybe how this thing's playing out. And I, for one, am sick, man. I want Trey to get a fair shot. And I know it's early in camp, and everyone's telling me, calm down, it's early, whatever. But it just doesn't feel right, and it's not fair, man. Give the kid injuries is the only reason he hasn't been out there more. I mean, it's nothing else. He was the starter last year.
Miley,
now
what do you
battling
think
for third string?
What do you think about the coverage yesterday? He lit it up at practice yesterday. The best quarterback on the field. Not even close.
Well, same thing on Sunday. I heard he plays great, and then, all I hear is Darnold. So, and nothing against Darnold, like you said, Bonte. I mean, Darnold has a shot to with him, it's all mental, in my opinion.
Right.
He's got everything else. It's he's skittish. So whatever.
That's a great word.
Work that out.
Yep.
And I don't have a problem with Darnold being there. It's the thing is, why is everybody jumping Trey? I mean, I know Brock needs his reps. Brock's been named the guy. I love Brock. I think we have a great quarterback room. This Allen thing is pissing me off. And I think Griese is the one pushing it.
That's interesting, Miley. Thanks for
That
the
is
call.
interesting.
Very good call. Brian Griese, I do watch him. You remember the type of quarterback he was, pocket guy, not mobile at all. He's a big game player, won the Rose Bowl, Michigan.
I think of him more as a broadcaster,
Right.
but yes, because he was like 8 years old when he was quarterback.
I remember when he beat Ryan Leaf in the Rose Bowl with Charles Woodson, 21-16. Yeah, see what? I remember that game like it was yesterday. And, Brian Griese had a cup of coffee with the Denver Broncos. He was John Elway's backup.
Well, Tom Brady backed him up at Michigan, right?
Yeah, Tom Brady did back him up at Michigan.
Oh, my God.
And then, Drew Henson, Tom Brady backing up Brian Griese. Who was he throwing? He was throwing to Ty Streets, I believe, in that Rose Bowl. But anyway, that was a sick game.
You just
Ryan
picture Charles Woodson with the rose in his mouth. It
was so sick. I mean, they were down 7-0 in that football game. Ryan Leaf's got to watch his state Cougars inside the 10-yard line, throws one to the corner. Woodson out of nowhere jumps up, picks it off, flips the game, flips the momentum. It could have been down 14-0. It would have been a problem.
That's one of the all-time Heisman Trophy ceremonies too. You had Randy Moss, Charles Woodson, Peyton Manning, and Ryan Leaf. 3 of the greatest players of all time, and one of the biggest busts of ever. But credit to Ryan Leaf. He's actually doing a good job now in the media.
No, he is. He is. But Ryan Leaf looked unplayable.
Yeah. No, he did.
Trey Lance looked unplayable.
No, and Ryan Leaf was a horrible locker room guy. I remember the thing they always show is him yelling at some trainer or something like that. Get the hell away from me, man. Like, Trey, by all accounts, great locker room guy. Everyone loves him. Kittle talks about it. Great locker room presence. Poised when he's talking to the media. Smart. All this eloquent. The only thing he just hasn't been able to be is healthy. That's it.
Broke his ankle.
Broke his ankle.
And listen, broke his ankle because we felt like he was running too damn much.
Well,
design runs up the middle, so that's the other thing. If he can't run the same playbook as Jimmy Garoppolo, then why is he on the football team?
That's the thing.
Why do you draft him? If your playbook has to be compromised, and you identified this guy with the number 3 overall pick, but said to yourself, boy, we're going to have to limit our playbook, why would you draft him? Why would you draft him if he can't do everything?
Like, we knew immediately, this isn't a Kyle Shanahan offense. Like, what are we doing here with Trey Lance? Running him up the gut? Like, seriously? Against the Seattle Seahawks?
Yeah.
Like, come on. A division rival that's looking to take this guy out?
And maybe there's something here to what Austin in San Jose is saying. This is some of the best message I've ever seen from the guy. Vontae, the problem for Lance is that the Niners do not need the athletic, scrambly, big arm quarterback any longer. That's what they drafted him for. But with CMC, Debo, Purdy, Darnold are what Kyle wants. I don't know if Kyle knows what he wants at the quarterback spot.
I disagree with that because I think that puts you over the top if you had a guy like that. I think that puts you over the mountain.
That helps you. Extending plays helps. That's why Brock Purdy was successful.
I think the limited athletes is why you didn't win in the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes. Just think about the two plays. Look at the juxtaposition. Overthrowing Emmanuel Sanders and then hitting Tyreek Hill. That was the difference, right? I mean, there's lots of other nuances, but that's just, in a nutshell, Mahomes is that dude with the athleticism in the arm. Like, he's that guy. And we'll ask Rob Ninkovich. He's going to move down to 8:30.
Yeah.
So we'll talk to him about that. Like, you need an athlete at quarterback. I know Brock Purdy, the intangibles are still there. Him being able to roll out, he has some intangibles, granted. But I still think you need that guy at the end of it. We saw it in these last few Super Bowls, man.
Again, it's just, I'm sitting back from afar, and I'm not trying to throw the race card out there. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. That's reckless.
No.
But I do sit back, and I read these articles, and I sit back and I read them, and I read the coverage, and I'm out there at practice, and I see the coverage. It's okay to say Trey Lance had a good day. I went out there. I'm not the biggest Sam Darnold fan. I went out there Thursday. Hey, Sam Darnold's best quarterback on the field. Not even close. I got no problem saying that. I'm not saying he's QB1, but just be fair to the assessments. Yeah. Be fair. That's all we're asking for. Because, listen, we're counting on these guys to give us the coverage.
Yes.
We can't go to practice. Our show ends at 10 o'clock. I can't get down to Santa Clara in 15 minutes.
No.
So it just feels like it's different. And 925, tell me that coverage of black quarterbacks are not different than any other quarterback on the field. Look at Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Look the way he's been covered.
Warren Moon. Go back to that. And
he
I know
couldn't even get drafted in the NFL. He had to go to the CFL.
And that was only, 30, 40 years ago? And we'd like to think a lot's changed since then, but has it really? That's the sad part. A lot of the coverage is more subtle than it's been. It's not more outward in your face. Like, oh, this guy can't be, this guy's not a number one pick. No, we've had a lot of black quarterbacks drafted in the first round. But when there's that white backup, it does make it a little interesting. It makes it a little more like, there is something there. And I hate that we have to talk about it, but we do.
Jim Irsay thought Lamar Jackson needed to move the wide receiver.
Come on, man.
He's the last pick of the first round. You look at these quarterbacks. We brought up Baker Mayfield, number 1 overall. Sam Darnold, number 3 overall.
Think about the conversation.
Lamar was better than both those guys in college.
Cam Newton was coming out, and he was number 1 overall. Yeah. There was a lot of conversations around him. MVP of the league, Cam Newton.
Your boy Josh Rosen, 10th overall in that draft. So
9 other teams made a mistake not taking me.
I don't know.
Remember that?
I'm not going to go there. It's just
it's unfortunate.
If Trey Lance can't hold the whole, if he can't run the whole playbook, he doesn't need to be the quarterback here in San Francisco. I just don't get it. I don't get it. All right, we're going to talk to Dave Fleming about the Giants. What are the Giants going to do at the deadline day? 1 o'clock deadline. 1 o'clock deadline. They lose a tough one last night to the Arizona Diamondbacks. We'll get Flem on in just a second. But first, the injury report. Hey, Spadoni doing a great job, man. It's not a very comfortable conversation to have.
It's not.
When it comes to that.
But it needs to be had.
It's uncomfortable for me.
Conversations need to be had.
It's uncomfortable for me anyway.
Because if you don't discuss them, then it becomes even more uncomfortable. It becomes a problem.
Well, we see it now in the first week in the hit piece. Look, Michael Silver does a great job, but to me, it read like a hit piece. It did. Brendan Allen?
He stinks.
Oh, my God. We've grown accustomed. We're becoming immune to being around mediocre quarterbacks out here promoting. I just don't get it. Anyway, Mike Yastrzemski officially placed on a 10-day IL yesterday. It's the 3rd time this year that Yaz will miss time due to issues with his hamstring. Giants manager Gabe Kapler said he expects Yaz to miss somewhere between 2 to 3 weeks, hence why they traded for AJ Pollock from the Seattle Mariners. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Dave Fleming at the clock. Rob Ninkovich, 8:30 for Rob Ninkovich, but first Flem here on the roast.
Hi, welcome to IKEA. Talk.
What is happening here on the roast on a Tuesday morning? Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to the overnight dances. Slow week. Maybe you need to get down to San Jose. Sit in a row.
August 1st. Let's go.
It's the dog days, baby. The dog days in baseball. Ooh. The dog days are here. Who's going to wilt in August? Who's going to fade away? Who's going to thrive? Now, we've been making mistakes all over the place. That's fine. Trade deadline, 3 o'clock Pacific time. 3 o'clock Pacific time.
It's all right. Still make moves at 1 o'clock. Is Farhan going to make any move? AJ Pollock? Really? That's not instilling a lot of confidence in me if I was a Giants fan. Yeah. It's not doing much. Not the sexiest names, but yes. J.D. Davis wasn't sexy last year, Bonte.
He wasn't. J.D. Davis has been a really good find.
He's been great.
J.D. Davis has been good. Wilmer Flores is tearing it up. Hopefully he could carry over his great July into August. But it feels like they need some reinforcements here.
Hey, Oscar Hernandez, there's been chirps, there's been chattering. The Giants could be interested in him. John Morosi, MLB Network, saying that. Justin Verlander, John Heyman was talking about that yesterday. Mm-hmm. Could be interested in that. So there's deals to be made. Will Farhan do them is the question.
No doubt. We will get back into the 49ers right after Dave Fleming. Niners talk will be back in the building. There's no doubt about it. Trey Lance has been talked about a lot. Sam Darnold, Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's, look, he is rusty. There's no doubt. I'm not even making an excuse. He is rusty. Right now, he's the leader of the clubhouse. But again, I hope everybody out by saying this. This shows I'm not going to be biased when it comes to the quarterback spot. I'm not.
No, it's a no spin zone here.
I'm not going to spin any. I don't care. Brock Purdy won the job last year. He won it. But if he struggles at training camp, I don't want to hear that, hey, he's going up against the number one defense. Because that argument wasn't used for Trey Lance last year.
No.
You're going to struggle going up against Fred Warner and company. It is what it is. Yeah. But how does it look? Is there zip on the footballs? Is he making all the throws? Is he stretching the field? Is he checking it down? Is he throwing to the turf? We did yesterday.
Yeah. You just got to call it like you see it. And that's the thing. Like, just all I want from my media coverage, just tell me what happened.
Yeah.
I don't need your little spin on it or anything like that, but that's just a society, and that's a bigger question that we have to deal with, too.
No doubt. We'll get back into the 49ers in just a second, but let's talk about the Giants as it is deadline day, 3 o'clock Pacific time. And the Giants, look, coming off a very good series win against the Boston Red Sox. Very good win. By the way, we didn't get that sound, huh? We didn't get that sound before Flem, huh? We didn't get that, huh? All right, well, pull it up. We'll play it at some point during the interview. We have David Fleming on, the voice of the Giants, of course. He does everything, a little bit of everything, college football, college basketball for ESPN, golf, of course, but he's been on the Giants call, of course, had a great weekend against the Red Sox when they won 2 of 3. But last night they struggled, and boy, I bet you the hitters, Flem, as you sway, good morning to you. Good morning, Flem. I know some of these hitters, Fed. I said, thank God July's over, because, boy, it was rough, including last night, 0-9 with runners in scoring position after a rough weekend with runners in scoring position against the Red Sox. Pitching is held up fine. It's the hitters now that's leaking oil for the Giants, Flem.
Yeah, it's true. Good morning. You can be, I think you can be very optimistic. I mean, it's pretty amazing. The Giants went 12-13 in July, which is not, that's not a great month. But they had the lowest OPS of any team in baseball. They scored the fewest runs per game of any team in baseball. Basically, all of the offensive numbers were the worst of every team, including Oakland and Detroit and Kansas City. The offense just disappeared for the month, and they almost went 500. So, to me, I think you can be optimistic about that. You just get impatient, like, when is it going to turn around? There are too many good, you look at that lineup, even missing a couple important pieces. There are just too many good hitters for it to continue like this. So, hope that happens sooner rather than later, because last night was, of all the games, that was about as frustrating as any of them. They had way more chances than the Diamondbacks did, and I'm sure are feeling like they should have won that game before extra innings.
Hey, Dave, Joe Spadoni in for Joe Shasky. I wanted to get your thoughts on AJ Pollock. Seems like this is the first move here for Farhan Zaidi. Maybe more today. Trade deadline at 3 o'clock. What did you make of Farhan going out and getting AJ Pollock, who's been struggling a little bit with the Mariners?
Yeah, he has not had a good year. I think, Farhan called it a change of scenery guy. I think as much as anything, I didn't talk to Farhan one-on-one about it, but I'm not saying that AJ is going to only be here for a week or something, but I think it's the kind of move, Estrada's coming back. You're already going to have to make a move to get somebody else off the roster. Mitch Haniger has made way quicker progress. Mitch is probably, he might be even 2 weeks away from being back in a big league game. So then you got another move to make, and Yastrzemski's going to probably just miss the minimum. So he just went on the injured list. He's probably going to come back right around that same time that Haniger will be back. So that's not to say that AJ can't stick around even after all that. I think ideally he swings the bat great, and you find a way to keep him around. But to me, it almost felt like Yastrzemski went on the injured list, and the Mariners had to make a roster move because they were making other trades, and so AJ Pollock was out there, and they just said, well, we need a guy for right now. So we'll see if there's another move to be made. I don't know. But I don't think it's not like, anybody's looking at AJ Pollock like, oh, well, that's the piece that's going to get us to the World Series. I don't think it's like that at all. It's more like, hey, this is a guy we know has talent, has been a good player. He's not having a good year, but can we grab him and see if he could help us this week when we face a couple lefties? I think that's more the idea.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Need a little Band-Aid here. Some of the guys are beat up. Of course, Mike Yastrzemski going on the IL. He's going to be out 2 to 3 weeks with the hammy. Do we need to worry, Flem, about the Giants' opener strategy overtaxing his bullpen?
I don't think so. I do think that it has been taxed here in the last couple days. But that includes, the start that Logan Webb made. Tonight, or last night rather, would have been Alex Cobb, and he just wasn't feeling well. So part of it was a little bad luck that instead of staggering those opener days, they've had to stack them up one on top of the other. The main thing that's happened is the offense hasn't scored, so every single game is like last night, right, was just agonizing, and you have 2 straight 11-inning games. I guess you can worry a little bit about overuse, but if it's me, what I've been doing is been amazed at how effective it's been. It's been an amazingly effective year when the Giants have done that. Every single time they do it, it seems to me, they're in the game and have a chance to win the game, and they've won the vast majority of those games. So it's hard for me to believe that you could be unhappy with the way that it's played out. I guess it's fair if you want to worry a little bit about the workload, but I'm focusing more on just the bottom line results, which have been spectacular.
So there's going to be a lot of movement today, Dave. Obviously, people are getting trade deadline at 3:00 here, West Coast time. And we keep talking about, change of scenery. Do you think a change of scenery benefits a player more often than not? So we're looking at a guy like Lance Lynn, right? Dodgers are expecting him to, come in and be a legit starter for him, but he's struggled a lot with the White Sox this past season. Do you really believe a change of scenery can help a guy like that heading down the stretch?
I think do I think it happens all the time? No, I don't. But I do think there is something to, especially, I would say especially a guy like Lance Lynn, who's been in so many pennant races and has been on so many good teams, and then just finds himself on a team this year that was having a miserable year. I think players like that who've been around a long time can get a jolt by coming back into a pennant race. There's just a little extra focus, extra adrenaline. Sometimes some of those players get some contract motivation. Hey, this is a chance for me to, prove I can still do it. I don't totally buy that all the time, but I think every once in a while that can happen. Most of the time, I think when something like that happens, I think it's more just random good timing. I guess I would say this. If I'm acquiring a player that has a long track record of success and this year hasn't gone great, I do think that in this sport, at the end of these seasons, more often, your numbers get close to what they usually are. Right. You have up years and you have down years. But I guess that would be my theory if I was a GM making moves like that. Like, you know what? This guy's good. He's not over the hill. The underlying skills are still there. We've scouted those. By the end of the year, I bet you the numbers will look more normal, and that means, at some point a hot streak is coming. So whether it's pitching or hitting. So maybe that would be my philosophy on those change of scenery kind of guys. More like, hey, it hasn't happened yet this year. It's bound to happen at some point.
Dave Fleming here on the Morning Rush on 95.7. The game, of course, the Giants are going to face Zach Gallen today at All-Star. He started the All-Star game for the National League, so they have their work cut out for them again. But one guy that we've been eager to see for so many years, Marco Luciano. So what are your first impressions of Marco Luciano wearing that number 37?
I think they've been good. I number one, he's faster than I thought he was. He looks really athletic. I know he's had some back problems, which is always a little nerve-wracking when a guy's that young and already having back issues. But he looks young, athletic. I think his defense has been way better than advertised. Like, I kept reading this stuff from scouts like, oh, Luciano, well, they're playing him at short, but that's just a waste of time. He's going to have to move off of shortstop. I mean, I don't know. 21 years old. He's making backhanded plays. He's showing a strong arm. He's moving. I think he's looked pretty good there. It definitely changes his profile if he can stay at shortstop. And then the at-bats, like, look, I mean, it's like he's 21. He's hardly had any experience in the upper levels of the minors. This was his first year even at Double-A at the beginning of this year. So it's going to be a learning curve offensively, just like we've said for so many of these young guys. He's had 5 strikeouts in, 11 trips to the plate. So that's, the strikeouts are always going to be an issue for him. It's a question of how long it's going to take him to iron out some of those strikeout issues and get to the power. The main thing is getting to the power in a big league game. Like against big league quality pitching, the guy's got massive, true impact level big league power. But it's one thing to have it. It's another thing to be able to bring it into a game. And that's what we're all impatient for with Luciano. But my first impression has been very positive.
No doubt. I know it was a special weekend for you. Your younger brother calls games for the Boston Red Sox on WEEI. We've got some sound from that, Flem. I want you to tear up a little bit on these airways here. Here we go. We had to dig this up for you right here.
Well, back at beautiful Oracle Park in San Francisco for the top of the 5th. Red Sox trailing the Giants 1-0, but for now, that matters little to me. One of the real treats of my career, my big brother, David Fleming, who is the radio voice of the San Francisco Giants, joins us for the 5th. Big brother, great to have you.
Great to be here on the, let me get it right, the Shaw Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Did I get it?
You got it.
Can you tell that I listen to a lot of Red Sox radio?
You
listen
better.
to my little brother.
I always put you guys on the way home. I drive back to Rhode Island.
That's great.
How cool was that for you, man? He's got. I'm sure your daughters love seeing their uncle. You get to see little bro at the yard, and you're going to be able to do this every single season now with both teams playing each other every year with the new scheduling format. How cool was that for you, Flem?
Every year is really fun. It was great, and the Giants and John and everybody did it. They came over, and Will came over and did an inning with me. I went over and did an inning with him, so we had a little swap. Took a lot of pictures, had a lot of laughs. It was really fun. I mean, I try hard not to make it about me. It's not about me. It's about the players. People tune in to listen to the games and watch the games for the Giants, for the players on the field. But I do appreciate that for a couple innings, for one day, I could have a little fun with my bro, because it was great. It was great for our family. You're right. My daughters were thrilled to be there with them. We had a great weekend. It wasn't just on Sunday. It was all weekend long. And the Giants did an awesome job of making him feel welcome. Everybody in the ballpark, all the security guards and the clubhouse personnel, everybody was coming up to him and saying hi to him. So I think he felt pretty special. It was great.
No, it's pretty cool. I have 6 brothers myself, Dave, so I could only imagine being, 6.
Yeah.
I'm one of 10. I got 3 sisters, 6
one of
brothers.
10, Flem.
Big Italian family. Yeah, lots to go around. But yeah, I could only imagine being at the height of your craft, both of you at the same. And these are 2 elite franchises, the Boston Red Sox and San Francisco Giants. So, you pinch yourself at the end of a day like that, Dave. I really just got to do that with my little brother.
Yeah, I mean, think about the offices we have. Like, I go to work at Oracle Park, he goes to work at Fenway. That is pretty lucky. I'm hoping one of these days, because it just feels like it should happen, doesn't it? It happened way back in the early days of baseball, but not since where the Giants and the Red Sox met in the World Series. I really really am hoping that someday we get to experience that. I think we will. I think we will someday.
I thought we were going to get the Giants-Yankees back in 2010, but the Rangers ended up beating them. I was really rooting for that one, and then obviously ended up winning the World Series, so it was great there. But yeah,
that would have been cool.
God, Giants-Red Sox would be sick.
So did you let him sleep on a couch, Flem? Where did you? What did he clean up after himself? What was the protocols there?
we kind of divided it up. He stayed with us one of the nights and stayed at the hotel a couple of the nights. He was over at our house a bunch. Yeah, we were kind of shuttling him around, and we did a lot of stuff. I mean, it wasn't just baseball. Because Will used to live here when I was first with the Giants. Right. Will was in San Francisco, and he took care of my kids when they were little, and so that we did a lot of family stuff with him. Did some tourist stuff. We went over to North Beach and had some pizza, and I took him out and we played golf together. So it was like a vacation week. I was glad to see him go. I was tired.
Yeah, no. That's awesome, man. No, that was really cool, man. We heard that over the weekend, man, and it dawned on me. We forgot to ask you last week about it. I was like, man, your little bro is coming to town, so that was really cool. Wanted to end on that note. Have you been keeping up with 49ers stuff, the training camp battles of the quarterback? Because, boy, you've been here in this market for a long time.
Stay away, Dave.
It doesn't get quarterbacks in San Francisco. It doesn't get people going. Like, people get going when it comes to the quarterbacks at the 49ers.
Why is it? Just educate me. I've been staying up on it, sure, a little bit, but why is it I don't understand. It seems to me pretty clear after the way last year played out, as long as he's healthy and gets healthy by the start of the year, that Purdy is the guy. Am I wrong about that?
Purdy's definitely the leader to start the season. There's no doubt, and he definitely earned it. He earned it. I think it's more so that Brendan Allen, who's been a journeyman quarterback, is getting reps, and there's murmurs that, you know what, they may keep Brendan Allen and decide to part ways with Trey Lance. And I think a lot of fans, including myself, thinking, well, I think I want to see a little more Trey.
That would be a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a problem. I'm trying to be kind here. We're dealing with the professional here at Flem. I can't go Radio Bonte on Flem, but
I can.
But it just feels like, man, Trey, we just haven't seen it. And when you consider the compensation they spent for him, that's a massive blunder if it doesn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, it probably already has been, right? I mean, not to be a downer, but I think, if Brock's your guy, then you've already sort of spent those draft picks and whatnot. I mean, I guess I would say this, because I think you're right about that, in a vacuum. But I always think to myself, Kyle Shanahan, how many better quarterback guys are there on planet Earth than that guy? Yeah. 2, he's the guy you would call. If you want an evaluation on a quarterback, I think Kyle Shanahan would be the guy. And so if he really thinks we need to move on, this guy's not going to help us, then I would probably trust that. I mean, that would be sobering, and that would really emphasize how big of a miss that was. And hopefully that doesn't happen. Yeah. Hopefully, camp reps are just camp reps. Right. But I do always tell myself, the guy that's in the building with the player, in the locker room with the player, who has all the expertise, and it's in his interest for the player to shine, is the one telling us it's not going to happen. Maybe his opinion matters more than mine.
Yeah, no doubt. Sam Darnold getting a lot of reps. He looks a lot better in the system as well. Flem, big week for the Giants, so we'll see what they do at the deadline. They got to get going here. Another Bay Bridge series over the weekend at the Oakland Coliseum, but they got to figure out a way to at least get a split against the Diamondbacks, and it's going to be tough tonight against Zach Gallup, but Alex Cobb is on the mound, so it should be a dynamic pitching matchup down there at Oracle Park. Flem, take care. We'll talk to you next week.
Got to get those bats going. If they do, I think, like you said, they're in good shape, but got to get those bats going. We'll talk to you next week.
No doubt. Thanks for the time, Flem. Flem here on No Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. David B. Fleming, of course. Call okay with his brother. That was pretty cool.
And he gets a Friday off. Weird 2-day series.
It is
here.
Weird.
That's very odd. You get the 4 games here at the D-backs off on Friday, then you got Saturday, Sunday at the Coliseum. So he gets to enjoy his Friday night. He's probably an Oppenheimer guy, though, not a Barbie guy.
Yeah.
You don't know what to do with that one.
Wife asked me, hey, look, we should go see Barbie together. So she's going to go see it with her girlfriend.
Oh, she's going to wear all the hot pink. She's all dolled up. Yeah.
I'm not about that.
No?
The Barbie life.
No hot pink polos for you, but I think you can rock the hot pink.
I could rock the hot pink polo.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I'll look good. I just don't want to go to the movies to go see Barbie.
Take you more of a salmon kind of guy. Salmon.
I am a salmon guy. I do like a good salmon on my, a nice little salmon button up. I do like those.
Also, Salmon the Food Show, SOTAweightloss.com. Am I right?
SOTA. We got a live for you covered up, baby. Got my protein bar ready to go. Already smacked one here.
There you go.
Peanut butter. It's pretty good.
I love
Gluten-free.
protein bars.
Gluten-free.
Love me some pure protein bars. Those are my favorite. Cookies and cream.
By the way, Guru, I believe, will be back today.
Huge.
We'll see how he did over the weekend.
Rough. I saw him partying out there. It was Milan's 18th birthday.
Daughter's going to North Carolina A&T, I believe.
A&T. There you go.
A&T. Good for her. How about Guru? All right. Talk about Father of the Year candidate. Lil Daryl going to Santa Clara University.
Lil Daryl, big guy.
Big guy. Oh, he's a big boy.
Very quiet. Unlike his father. Very
he just smiles a lot, right?
Just smiles a lot.
Smiles a lot. Well, you got your daddy talking all the time.
A bunch of problems.
Yes,
well,
got two. Yes, I got
Santa
two.
Clara University. Guru's pocket's probably hurt right now. He needs a sponsorship. And then Milan going all the way cross country to North Carolina A&T.
Hey, those out-of-state schools, not cheap
Out-of-state
either.
tuition, not easy.
Oh, my God.
It's hard on the ice.
Yeah, I tell my parents, hey, I'm thinking about, maybe ASU. No, you're going to Monterey Peninsula College, JC, buddy.
Damn.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with community colleges, by the way. It's a good option.
Dibs did pull up for Guru. How about
He
that?
did.
That's an
Dibs
upset.
was there. I saw that. Guru kind of gave us some flack. Sorry, Gu, if you're listening. Sack's hard, man. It's hard to get. I had two kids by myself on Saturday.
Look, Sack's hard. I was by myself
Yeah,
with
it's
Baby Chaz.
tough. Although they had a pool. Baby Chaz, good swimmer, right?
Very good swimmer.
There you go. We're trying
Very
to.
good swimmer.
Benny's scared of the water right now. We're trying to.
No, we Baby Chaz and I spent a lot of time in the pool on Sunday.
I'm thinking about just tossing him in and see if he fends for himself.
Yeah,
Is that bad? Is that abuse?
That's how I learned.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. We did that with Chaz. Just throw her in there.
There you go.
No, she. No, I mean, Baby Chaz does the thing. All right, Papa, come on. 1, 2, 3, balloon face, and then we go underwater and we look at each other with the goggles. She throws the thumbs up.
See, that's the thing. He's like, he can do the swimming part. It's putting the head in the water. It freaks him out. I was like, come on. Stop worrying about your beautiful curly hair. You'll get over it eventually.
Get over it. Yeah, no, but and the pool too. It wipes them out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it does. That's the best part.
Tires
They're
them
out on the way home. It's the best.
They're
You got to
out.
worry about the transfer, getting out of the car seat. You survive that, you're good.
Or you just keep them up just a little bit, and then boom.
Boom.
You knock them out.
It's tough. There's times because I'm the guy that puts Benny to sleep, and I know we're up against it here, so maybe more Benny talk on the other side. But
Oh, no, we got Rob Ninkovich talk. We'll get back into the Niners.
I'll ask about Rob about Benny. What's his thoughts on putting a kid to sleep?
We're getting into the Niners right now, baby. We're getting to the Niners.
You think he knows a thing or two about quarterback play, just playing with the greatest of all time and Tom Brady? And Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, boy. I've seen those reports out of camp about
Not
Jimmy.
good, Vontae.
It's not good.
He's struggling.
Did you see Vic Tafer's tweet? Vic Tafer for the Athletic. Jimmy threw a deep ball at practice. Maybe he's just a little rusty.
No, he said Devontae caught a beautiful deep pass. He's like, and then he looked over, make sure to write that one down. I was like, was that the one time, Devontae?
Oh,
Thanks.
my God. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by S.C. Johnson.
Let's go, Caleb.
Rob Ninkovich, former Patriot, 2-time Super Bowl winning champ. Believes the Niners got big chances to win the Super Bowl if Brock Purdy stays healthy. We'll ask about that coming up here on the Roast. Bonita Applebaum. Got it going on. Bonita Applebaum, baby. Got it going on. Oh, Big John Ace Fedoni. You get back on that board, baby. You better mix it up. Big John he's looking to take your job, man.
We'll see.
He's trying to Brock Purdy you.
I have noticed that my beds have getting a little stale because a lot of people use them at the station.
Don't
That's
worry.
the thing.
I got you some new beds. Trust me. We got some new bakers for football season.
Okay.
Hotel lobby.
Send them in the chat.
Hotel lobby, Quavo.
Explicit
No, just
allowed.
straight beats.
All right, straight beats. All right, beats by Dre.
I got some stuff for you. Don't worry.
Beats by B. There you go.
Beats by B. I like that. I like that a lot. Look at you. Look
Give
at
me
you.
money when
doing
you
a great job here
capitalize
from
on
Joe Shasky. Joe Shasky out there listening. He's definitely texting. Leave us alone, dude. Leave us alone. By the way, shout out to my guy Keith Gillette. Talking about moving your daughters or your kids to colleges and moving around. You got to do all that stuff. Guy Keith's stepdaughter just got a full scholarship to Lane College out there in Jackson, Tennessee for basketball.
Awesome.
Basketball.
That's
How about
awesome.
that?
I'm so
HBCU, moved around over there in the weekend. Can't wait for those times when you get little Benny.
I'm already dreading him going to kindergarten next year, Bonte. Kindergarten.
Oh, man.
He was just a little baby, dude.
Oh, man.
I hate it. Why can't they say small forever, man? I hate it.
Yeah, I know.
Baby girl's getting
baby
big, too.
chest is getting, it makes me sad.
It does.
Makes me sad.
Beautiful, but it's sad at the same
You
time.
know what made me sad was Rob Ninkovich was supposed to join us yesterday. But then I was like, you know what?
What a segue.
I can't blame him. Rob Gronkowski called him to do a freaking podcast. Morning roast in San Francisco with some guys named Bonte Joe Spadoni or Rob Gronkowski. I think you made the right decision, Rob. But thank you for joining us today, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Doing well. Sorry, yesterday the day caught up to me. I had to do a podcast. The Dan and Ninko Show. Check it out. We're on YouTube. But Rob was our 100th guest. Our 100th episode. We had Grunk on for fun, and we had a little competition on who could throw the football farther.
Oh.
And today, I can barely move my right arm.
Wow. Man. So who threw the football farther? Was it Gronk?
Gronk beat me. He had 63 yards.
Wow.
That's a good toss.
It's a large human, too.
I was 58, and that was all I had. Just Gronk being Gronk looked at me and goes, I never even tried to throw a football that far. Like, what? Rob is a special character when it comes to just how he rolls, man. So he's a good friend of mine. We had a good time, talked about ball, talked about, good old days, Patriots, Tom, Tampa, all the stuff that he had been through in his Hall of Fame career.
Yeah, no doubt. One of the best tight ends ever, if not the best. He could run block. He could catch the ball. But, Rob, when I watched you play with the Patriots, Saints, or Dolphins, and when you won 2 Super Bowls with the Pats, I never thought you could throw a football. I just said, Rob goes and hits quarterbacks, plays a little pass coverage.
Maybe in high school.
Yeah, maybe in high school. Did you ever play quarterback?
No, but I was a long snapper. So you got to be able to
yeah, I was a long snapper in Pop Warner football. It didn't work out well for me.
I was a third-string wide receiver, got popped.
All right, we brought you on because we so enjoyed your coverage on ESPN. It's going to be their loss. We apologize about that, but you know the game so well. I really enjoy your analysis here. So when it comes to the 49ers, obviously Brock Purdy isn't the leader in the clubhouse. And the Niners got him on a cheap right now. He signed a 4-year deal when he got drafted last in the draft, the last pick of the draft, that is. And so they got a nice discount on Brock Purdy for the way he produced in those last 8 games last season. Now he gets hurt against Philadelphia. But what's your how do you view Brock Purdy here long-term with the 49ers coming off this torn UCL injury?
Well, I love what I saw last year. Kid's got some moxie to him. Definitely a leader. You can see that. The guys around him respect him. And when you have a quarterback, it doesn't matter where you're drafted, obviously. I mean, look at Tom Brady and the things that he was able to do in his career, drafted late. So little chip on your shoulder, confident in your abilities, and when he had the opportunity, he went out there and he shined. So my only reservation and concern would be he definitely just had an elbow surgery, so I'm sure he's on a pitch count. I'm not there at training camp. I'm not watching the reps, but I'm probably positive, 100% positive, that they're not going to have him out there doing the Ninko and Gronkowski, see how far you can throw it. Being cautious, making sure that they take care of him, because we still got a long way to go before the regular season when actually games matter. But when you look at the 49ers, especially last year, such a promising team because of the talent that they have and their defense. You go down the list, defensively, very productive,
very explosive, a young group that, they should be there and be in the top of the, top 10 in the league, I think, this year as well. And then offensively, I mean, when you have some of the weapons that they have offensively as the quarterback, and Purdy's job is to just make sure don't be stupid, don't make a dumb decision and throw it in the coverage, get it to the playmakers. So you got Debo, you got McCaffrey, you got some of the best in the business, catch and run, and with the head coach being as offensive, the offensive genius that he is, sky's the limit. I really think that this is kind of a team that it's going to come down to, can they, in the playoffs, number one, stay healthy, and can they not basically get into that situation where you start hot, or you see it every single year. I mean, I think years past, 3 years ago, the Steelers were like 11-0, right? And then they fizzle out. Yeah. So it's more of this climbing and going up at a nice pace to where you climb, you maximize, where your team's at and how you look around Thanksgiving, and then you just go from there. And then that's when you hit the playoffs and you're firing on all cylinders. So it's going to probably take a little bit for Brock Purdy to settle down and feel comfortable, but I got 100% confidence that the 49ers will be a team, very competitive team, competing for a championship this year.
What are your thoughts on Trey Lance? Obviously, this was a guy they had high hopes for. They moved off for Jimmy Garoppolo. He just couldn't stay healthy with them. They trade away all this draft capital for this guy, Trey Lance, out of North Dakota State. Hasn't worked out. He's gotten hurt a couple times. He's back now after the broken ankle last year in week 2 against the Seahawks. What are your overall thoughts on Trey Lance and how he's been used in Kyle Shanahan's system prior to that? Because they have a lot of high hopes for this kid until Brock Purdy came along, won 8 straight. Now he's QB1 heading into next season.
Well, I think the injuries definitely played a big factor in that. When you get hurt, sometimes that's out of your control. But I would assume that he's an athletic quarterback that you can use him in certain situations still. So if he came in on the field and he was a guy that you have to be aware of, as a defender, I can tell you firsthand, experiencing playing a team with a quarterback that comes in the game that you have to account for in the running game. So that's pure 11-on-11 football. You got to make sure that you're ready for that. And I literally think back to when we played some of those teams that you walk on a certain player, and if you're not ready for it and you don't go over it in the week of practice, they hurt you. So I would sprinkle in a little bit of that Wildcat. I know that's changed now, but the RPO, bring him in certain situations, and you make teams prepare for that.
Rob Ninkovich here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Check out the Dan and Nico Show podcast. It's really good. Just had Rob Gronkowski on there. Rob Gronkowski is content gold. Of course, he's a 2-time Super Bowl champ with the New England Patriots. Rob Ninkovich here on the roast. Sam Darnold. You obviously were close to the Patriots. You saw a lot of AFC East football. You played for the Dolphins. Sam Darnold, what's your thoughts on Sam Darnold as he is on his third team after being the 3rd overall pick out of USC? What do you think about his prospects in the Shanahan office? Do you see anything there? Does he have the talent? What's your impressions of Sam Darnold?
Well, we know he has the talent. Unfortunately, in this business, there's situations you're forced into due to where you're drafted. He went into a spot in New York that was completely dysfunctional. Mm-hmm. And, the league and the game is, a lot of it's based on confidence. But then on the other side of it, it's all chance on where you go and who your coach is, your experience there. I mean, look, when you look at certain guys in their careers, a lot of that is who's the coordinator, who's the head coach, are they utilizing your skill set, to the maximum? And I don't think that they did that in the places he was before. And then once your confidence goes and you start thinking about stuff and you question some things, then that's the problem, that you can't play to your full potential. So hopefully that's in the past for him, and he can go out there and play with confidence and compete and try to get on a football field And, forget about the past. Past is over with. But, yeah, he's definitely got the skills and the tools to be a great quarterback. So we'll see what happens this year. I know Brock Purdy's the starting quarterback. His chances of being that guy, you never know. I mean, look, you've seen Jimmy Garoppolo go out there and things happen, right? Things happen in this league. Things happen in the game. It's out of your control. You just got to be ready when you have an opportunity. So hopefully he's got an opportunity to take advantage of that if it arises. So I hope it doesn't arise, because then it means Brock Purdy's having an issue. So I hope Brock Purdy has a full healthy season and gets this team back in the playoff contention.
All right, enough about this offense. We know your bread and butter, Rob. It's defense. All right, man. Playing under Bill Belichick, probably the greatest defensive coach of all time. What do you see when you look at this 49ers defense? They got this guy, Fred Warner, Rob. He's probably the best linebacker in the league.
Yeah, and they got another guy. What's his name?
Trey Greenlaw.
Trey Greenlaw.
Oh, my God.
And then you got a pass rush. So, look, everyone knows there's three levels to defense, right? It's your front, it's the middle guys, the linebackers, and it's your secondary. If you have a front and you have the secondary, the middle guys, they just have to make sure everything to the flats are covered. They have those guys too. So they have the athleticism at the linebacker position to make those open field tackles. We know that offenses now, they're all spread. That whole power offense, that's a dinosaur. We're not seeing that. We're not watching that running game anymore. It's all spread, get people moving, get them out in space, one-on-ones, mismatches, and matchups. So I really think that literally sky's the limit for this defense. You have the pass rush, you got Tease in the secondary, and you got the linebackers. So if they can stay healthy, and I say that every year because I know it from experience, you never know when the health bug will hit you. So hopefully everyone stays healthy on this defense. And, they might have to be the backbone of this team for the first month, the first 4 weeks until Brock Purdy's getting more confident and gets back and feels like he's 100%. They might have to create some turnovers. They might have to score on defense to help this team in the first month of the season.
No doubt about that. Rob, what's a team out there in the NFL that we're not talking about that's going to shock the world this season? And then shocking the world doesn't mean winning a Super Bowl, but it's going to, be a playoff team, and it's going to surprise a lot of people. What team do you see out there that nobody's talking about?
Well, that's a tough one, because when you look at the divisions, right, you got the AFC, that's loaded, right? And you look at the NFC, they're not. There's a few teams that I really think you look at the Giants, right?
Yeah.
With Saquon, I don't think anyone's really. I mean, they're saying last year was kind of blah blah blah, but you got the coach of the year, you got Barkley back, who's a key, and then you got the quarterback, who eventually, this quarterback, and I think Danny Dimes, I think eventually he's going to become more of that pocket-style quarterback. So I'm going to go with the Giants, but I'm also going to go with the Jaguars. I'm going to go with the Jaguars. I don't think a lot of people are talking about the Jaguars. And not in that, like, Super Bowl type style. This team can do it.
Right.
So those are kind of two teams that Trevor Lawrence, I talked about coaching, right?
Right.
Think about the difference between his first year and his second. He looked like a completely different player, right?
Yep.
So they got a great head coach down there in Jacksonville. You got a great number 1 overall pick, who I think his sky's the limit for him. So he's going to have his second year under Doug Peterson. They might be a hell of a football team. And you talk about defense, they could be good as well. So I'm going to change my pick to only strictly the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Well, the Giants, they did add Darren Waller, your boy, Spadoni.
Yeah, former Raider. And I want to actually ask you about the Raiders here in a second. Dan, and just listen. Jimmy Garoppolo, he's been much maligned, right? Like, this guy, he had success, not a lot of injuries, but he's tier 2, tier 3 quarterback, wherever you want to go there. Rob, when I ask you about Josh McDaniels, and you played for this guy, all right? You played for Josh, and I know offensive side, but he was one of your coaches at New England. Yeah. Is this guy going to have success as a head coach in this league? Do you believe that he can have success? Because I'm trying to understand the blueprint of this Raiders team going forward? And the Niners are going to have joint practices with them next week. I'm trying to understand the thought process. Getting Derek Carr all that money, and they get rid of him. He's a Saint now. You bring in Jimmy Garoppolo. You bring in a New England guy. Had some success with him, just a few games. What are your thoughts on McDaniels and this Raiders team going forward with Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, Josh, I think he's a great coach. He's a great offensive mind. We know he'll always be a great coordinator. The opportunity in being a head coach, we know he had that before, prior with the Broncos. Didn't work out. Had a stint there with the Rams in St. Louis, and then he came back to New England. Had obviously more success with offense and Tom Brady and Super Bowls and blah blah blah. So then you go and you get another opportunity to be a head coach. As a player, you don't realize that there's a lot more that goes into being a head coach than just calling plays or sticking to you have to micromanage everything. So, last year you go to a new place, you have some people there that aren't your guys, and coaches talk about this all the time. They bring in their staff, they bring in their system, they bring in their players. I don't think that they had necessarily the guys that Josh was 100% confident in to run his style of offense. What did they do?
Might have lost him. I heard a door closing. That might have been
door closed. Something happened there. But Rob, we thank Rob for the time, man. We had him off for a while.
He did.
That's a hell of a walk-off right there.
Jimmy.
Wait, there he is. There he goes. We lost you for a second.
Sorry. I just was in my car.
You're all good.
So Jimmy understands the offense. He's smart. He's been in this system for a long time. So I think that this year is a huge year for the Vegas Raiders and for Josh. I think Josh is going to have a great season. I know it's a tough division, but if Jimmy G can stay healthy, that's the biggest key. He's got to stay healthy, just like we've seen in years past. Unfortunate for Jimmy, they're kind of freak things. If anybody was to land the knee to your ankle while you're running, you're going to have an injury. So last year, freak accident. So, hopefully Josh with Jimmy can have a good season. But, Josh is a leader of men. He's a great coach, very smart. But it comes down to, can Jimmy G stay healthy? Can this team buy in? Does the offense look like a full Josh McDaniels style offense, which I do believe it will. And then defense has got to play better. And, last year they have the pieces. You got Mad Max, you got one of the best pass rushers in the league. So hopefully the defense will be better. Pat Graham there as the defensive coordinator, he was my coach with the Patriots. He was my position coach, good friend of mine. So you just got to get more buy-in. I think a lot of guys just have to buy into this. We're creating a new culture here. This isn't the culture of the past. We're in a new place. We got all the resources in the world. Let's go win some football games.
Rob, you're giving me hope, and I hate that as a Raider fan who's given me so much heartache the past 20 years. Real quick on your way out, my producer literally just texted me this. Ask him what kind of shirt he is wearing today. Do you wear a lot of Hawaiian shirts there, Rob?
Yeah.
What's your favorite island then? If you love the Hawaiian shirts, what's your favorite island?
Oh, no.
Oh, we're breaking.
Oh, no. He must be on the island.
He might be on the island.
Is he in Maui right now?
He might be walking up a volcano right now with some lava.
And he'll tell Sam directly which one they are, because Sam Lubman, producer extraordinaire, texted me that one.
Doubt.
So it's all right.
Rob Ninkovich, really, really good stuff there, man. Had him on for about 20 minutes, man. He has some high hopes about Brock Purdy defense, of course. Rob Ninkovich, two-time Super Bowl champ with the New England Patriots.
He's a clutch player, too. Rob Ninkovich kind of slept on because the Patriots of the last 20 years, God, how many names do they have on defense? You just think of all the guys they have. Rodney Harrison, amongst others, all guys like that. But Rob Ninkovich, clutch. I think of that, 2014-15 going up against the Seattle Seahawks, Legion of Boom. Clutch sack on Russell Wilson, though.
No doubt. It's big time there. Rob Ninkovich, Hawaii, so great. I would go back.
I've never been. Never been to Hawaii.
If you go...
We're thinking early next year, like March, April-ish.
Waikiki?
Yeah, maybe.
It's a little city feel, but you go to the North Shore, have some fun.
I think we're doing because we're bringing the kids, so we're doing a resort thing there
That'd
too.
Be
so
good.
yeah, the grandma, grandpa will come. That'll be nice. They'll give us some time with Jade and I.
Well, go to Grand Wailea, Maui. May cost a pretty penny, but they got the slides in the pool for the kids.
Well, for the kids, for me, Bonte. I want to go on the slide.
Dude,
Come on.
Dude, it's pretty good. You got the swim up. You swim up to the bar.
Oh, that's the best.
Get the drink.
Get a little Mai Tai.
More of a pina colada guy.
Little pina colada.
I had one Mai Tai.
Sex on the beach?
The soda
Who
diet.
hates that?
The soda
Come on.
diet. You got to limit the way what you consume. So
SOTAweightloss.com, baby.
that's why those
That's what it's all
Sundays,
about.
Sundays at the Hilton Hotel. Shout out to Michelle and company.
You know the Mai Tai was created here in San Francisco, correct?
Wow.
Hi,
The more you know.
The more you know.
John, were you a bartender in your past life?
In this life, yeah, I have been.
Wow. Look at that. This is an international
city?
man of mystery.
Where'd you bartend at?
Up in Chico when I went to college.
Okay, well, frat parties don't count as bartanding.
I mean, it's a
Jungle
bar.
juice.
We were on
Yeah.
diners, drives, and dives. No big deal.
Oh.
How much? Man, I got so many questions about Chico. So many questions. Man.
Oh, man.
It's a fun town.
Yeah. No, that's what I hear.
That's what I hear.
That's what I hear.
A lot of partying. I think most of the people that graduated from my high school class either went to ASU or Chico State.
Wow. Bonte went to the Old Head Resort. What's so old about Grandma Leia? There's a lot of youngsters out there.
What?
I honestly love, if I do go on vacation, I don't mind a lot of old folks out there.
That's
It's quiet.
fun. Relax.
Quiet.
Chill vibe. Island vibes. I'm trying
Just
to
love
chill.
man raising his hand for.
Well, no, I got some answers from Rob about going to Hawaii. So he's a big fan of the Big Island.
Okay.
And the shirt he's wearing today, it's not as flashy. It's a golf shirt that's got flowers and roses all over it. So
Love a good flower shirt and roses.
There you go. Floral. Floral's in.
Floral shirt is
Yeah.
very in.
Yep.
It is in.
Totally.
I do like them. I do
You
like 'em.
do like him.
What was Bonte going to ask? No, I wasn't going to ask you. Oh, see the YouTube chat. They just get out
boy.
of control.
Well,
They
not
get out of
touching
control.
that. Search 95.7 The Game. Like, subscribe, ring the bell. We like that on Twitch and YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game.
Road to Honda's great, Manuel. The Road to Honda was awesome. It was really cool.
What is that?
So it's like this drive. You ever been to Maui, Big John?
No, just the Big Island.
It's a big island. So Maui, you go to this Road to Honda. I want to say the east side of Maui. I could be wrong, but you drive up and you're basically in the mountains where people live in the mountains, and they got all these little shacks. You can buy you got barbecue shacks. You got ice cream shacks, banana bread shacks.
I saw
and
the
it's
banana
just
bread
like,
pics. Yeah, that
and
looks
it's like
good.
this narrow road. It's super narrow, and you got to drive about 15 miles per hour, and it's a long day. You're driving up this mountain. It's where Don Nelson lives, apparently.
Oh.
And so
You know,
you're
he's
just
getting up
driving
to up there.
You saw these little waterfalls, and it's really cool. Like, we didn't do the whole thing. It's usually like, if you do the whole thing, it's like 12 hours. But if it starts raining, you're screwed.
Oh, yeah, you're done.
Because you can't. It's just
And rain over there is not like rain here.
no. It's
that is a
it's
heavy
very,
rain. Yes.
very different. Ernie Chavez asking if Big John's on Twitter. I don't know.
He is.
Is he?
Plug it.
Yeah. John_Luken, Jon. I have no H in the name. Jon
that's weird.
_Luken.
Well, Ernie Chavez, go ahead and follow him and let me know what his
Let's
Twitter
go,
handle
Ernie.
is. I didn't even know what his Twitter. Do I even follow you, Big John?
Well,
No, he's on
his first
Twitter.
name is John Thomas. That's his first name, but he just goes by John.
So JT.
Thank you for giving out my government.
Yeah, why would you do that? Why would you? Just because you're replacing Shasky doesn't mean you need to snitch like Shasky.
It's not snitching saying someone's name. Joseph
All right.
Allen Spadoni. There you go. What's your middle name, Bonte?
I'm not going to tell you.
I'm not going to tell you. What are you? You acting like you acting like Benny. I don't want to talk to you now.
Bonte Nazaya Hill.
I like that.
Nazaya. NYSIA.
Does that mean anything?
I don't remember.
Okay, there you go.
I don't remember.
I like it.
Somebody look it up.
BNH. There you go.
Did I hop in the waterfall? I did hop in the waterfall on the road to Honda.
Don't go
Hey,
chasing
Big
him.
John. Instead of calling him Big John, call him JT.
I like JT.
JT's better than Big John.
I like John Thomas, to be honest. It sounds cool.
John Thomas is a cool name.
I'm always in trouble, though, when I hear John Thomas. JT, though, I like JT.
It's like Joseph. If someone calls me Joseph, I'm in trouble usually. Not good.
Man, all right, Rob Ninkovich.
Anyways.
Quarterbacks. We're all over the place here.
It's all right. We're having a good time. We're having a good
Last
time.
hour, we got
Hey, got a
Sterling
follow
Bennett coming on.
Got a follow from Ernie Chavez over here.
Yeah.
Ernie Chavez.
Hey,
Ernie,
you made
DM
it.
me his Twitter name. Ernie Chavez, you made it if he follows you.
Yes.
He doesn't just follow anybody, or maybe he does.
No, he's a pregame legend. Pregame show legend, that is. 5 to 6, Monday through Friday, 95.7 The Game.
He is.
Shameless
Ernie
plug.
Chavez is a legend. He listens to, he cheats on us sometimes.
That's all right.
He goes out to competition.
I know the real ones that are up at 5 a.m. Robin has actually called me at 5 a.m. on the
Yo,
show.
Robin's
I was
up.
doing numbers during the Warriors playoff series for other reasons too, because I may have or may not been wearing a certain jersey that triggered some fan bases. But Robin calling you, that's what you made it. And she knows your name.
She knows your name. Hey, Sugar.
Hey, Sugar.
Hey,
There you
Sugar.
go. Nick, you
Hey,
know you're my
Sugar.
boy. That's my favorite.
Nazea name meaning. Now you got me thinking. I should know this. Name meaning.
It's a nice name. I don't think I've heard it before. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. Let's see. What does the name Nazea mean? Oh, boy. Oh, no. Oh,
In biblical
let's
terms,
see.
it means conquer or strong.
Okay, you
that's
just
pretty
looked it
dope.
up.
He is the conqueror of mornings, and he is the king.
Oh,
so
he's
it
the
makes sense.
king.
Is that really the
The
meaning? Because I saw
king.
something else.
Well, don't go on Urban Dictionary if that's where you're going.
No,
to.
I'm not.
That's
I'm looking at names.org. What does it mean in Isaiah?
names.org.
I'm looking at it. Really? It says conquer?
There you go.
Oh, that's pretty sick.
Conquer and strong.
There you
Wow.
go.
Wow.
Now I'm going with my middle name, which is Alan. We have Alan here as well. Alan Styles,
Styles.
crushing it. Hope his knee's feeling better. Or
Oh, it
Achilles,
is. I
was.
mean, he's on every podcast.
Well, he was out and about at the Alameda Street Fair on Sunday.
I mean,
I was
he's-
there. John was there. Apparently, he was rolling around.
Hey, Shasky used to make the joke about me. He's like, I never hated a microphone. I've never gone to a microphone and never loved it. Alan Styles sees a microphone and this.
Oh, he's crushing it. I'm seeing videos. He's interviewing
TikTok.
E-Dog. He's on
Yeah,
everything.
he's got E-Dog. He's got studio. Shut it.
Hey, don't knock the hustle, man.
I ain't knocking no hustle. I'm
Come
not
on.
knocking his hustle.
Alameda Zone.
I'm not knocking his
Alan
hustle.
meaning handsome, cheerful, or Little Rock. There you go.
Wow.
And Irish. It's Irish.
Wow.
Name. I didn't know that, actually. And I'm not Irish, so there you go.
There's Big John.
Found him?
I did find him.
There you go. Follow me if we're just doing this at Broseph Spidosa
Oh, he's got the
on
business
Instagram and Threads.
He's got the business development podcast, Big John.
There you go.
So you and Shasky, Mr. Charles Schwab, start talking business plans.
He hasn't given me a call back yet.
And he calls everyone.
Well, what he does is, here's Shasky, you get on the phone with him. Hey, let me call you back. I got to go. Which means I need to get off the phone. I don't know how to say bye. I got to go. And he never calls you back.
When I was filling in for you the other week, he would call me. Yeah, like I was like, well, our show's starting in 20 minutes. Yeah, I just want to talk about it now. I was like, what? Okay. It's like, you're literally coming into the building to talk to me right now. No, we can do it now. I was like, okay, it's fine. He's a big phone guy. There's a generational gap there too, a little bit, because you guys are like the top of the millennials and I'm at the bottom age of it.
Yeah.
We're big into texting, the 30-year-olds. I don't
Yeah,
like
I like-
talking on the
see-
I don't like talking on the phone. If
I
I
like-
can text it to you, I can do that.
I like that voice to voice.
See, yeah, it's a generational thing.
I like that voice to voice.
Yeah, I'm out on that. If someone's calling me as there's something wrong, I was like, I'm uncomfortable now.
No doubt. You're listening to 95.7 again, KGMZ FM in HQ1 San Francisco, always live on the Free Odyssey app. We got Sterling Bennett coming up at 9:20.
Speaking of calling,
49ers
yeah, Sterling.
Access, yeah,
There you
49ers
go.
Access podcast. Shasky called me Sunday in full panic about Trey Lance after practice.
Oh, no.
I was like, were you there? He was like, no. It's like, relax. I'm hitting in the pool. See, 888-957-957.
Were you
I'm
there?
interested
No.
now. I'm interested now. Text or talk? It's basically this or that.
No,
I like to talk.
It's text all day.
I like to talk.
No. And
Texting-
hit us up on the Xfinity mobile text
Yeah,
line,
you can
or you can call.
A lot
How
of
about
text
that?
gets misconstrued. Like I'm a talk guy. I like to talk. That's why most of our chat is single. You start talking to these girls, not texting. Call them.
Your boy's
Women
texting
love
game
to
was-
be called.
I don't know. Jade loved the texting game of your boy here. That's how I got her.
Nah,
There you
the
go.
text game is whack.
Although if she ever left me, I'm probably screwed in today's age.
Yeah, you are screwed.
I don't know. Like, we've been together. We're high school sweethearts. So, yeah, the apps, the Tinders, all that sort of stuff, I'm out. I'm screwed. Do I put like an early college day pic of me, or do I put a pic of me now if I'm doing a dating profile? I got to be true to who I am.
Yikes.
Yeah.
See, I
Thanks,
see a lot of
Vince.
people text. See, Manuel, you know me. Dude, women love to talk. And all you got to do is throw a question in there, let them, and you just listen.
And we love to talk to them,
Yeah.
but they want to be heard too.
They
Women
want to be heard. They want to be
All right?
heard.
Listen.
And happy guys out there like jaw jacking. Stop talking. Listen to the women.
From the 209 on the Xfinity mobile text line, call the wifey, text the side piece.
Yeah, I don't have
wow. I don't know about that. Jade, if you're listening, it's not me.
Yeah.
It's not me.
Dude,
No, she just texted me. I have an exit interview at 11 a.m. today, so be home on time. Damn. I'm home at 10:30 now. Come on.
Dude, come on, man. Like, we gotta... You got to talk.
No, we're getting a lot of texting. We're getting a lot of texting.
That's why some of you guys are up at 6 in the morning to listen to us because you got no lives. You keep texting. Talk. Call somebody.
I have to highlight this on the YouTube chat. Drew down. Marcus says 11 minutes tops on the phone.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I love Marcus.
Number 4. I'm not gonna lie, in Maui a couple times I looked at the clock. SF Bay Drummer $4.99 super chat on YouTube. If Farhan doesn't make a trade for impact players, Ohtani won't be looking our way come December. All right, SF Bay Drummer, I don't think Ohtani's looking up here anyway.
I'm starting to think he's not looking this way either. And people might say, what are you talking about? The Giants are only 2.5 back. Yeah. Sooner or later, you got to go after someone.
Yeah.
You got to signal to an organization and other free agents out there that you're willing to spend and deal.
It's fascinating to me. Jules, if I'm calling, it has to be FaceTime.
Ooh, that's another angle. FaceTime.
I like the FaceTime.
Okay. You're FaceTiming Baby Chaz a lot in the mornings.
Listen.
You got the chance.
Listen. FaceTime is clutch. I learned it through the pandemic when we couldn't see anybody. I wanted to see people.
It's true.
Now I'm a FaceTime guy. Look at Rocco. My boy Rocco. Shasky's best friend. He goes, you're so right about Shasky. He hits you, call you right back. And then it's just straight crickets.
510. Text definitely. I like to keep the receipts. Wow. That's a little vindictive from the 510.
Yeah.
Keeping receipts?
Keeping receipts.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a little.
Screenshotting.
Yeah.
That happens a lot, right?
It does. What is it? Catching yourself in 4K? Is that what they say now? There you go. 415. Just walk down to the bar. It's not complicated. That's another level.
No, that is next level. And you get to the bar, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I don't want to talk to anybody.
No.
You'd rather text them. That's the problem with you kids. This is a problem with our society.
Oh.
There was nothing like
I'm
in your
a millennial
heydays,
just
Spadoni.
like you,
There was
Bonta.
nothing like in that heyday. Getting a phone number. Talking to a girl like, hey, man, would you mind I give you a call later in the week? You know, what's your digit? And you walk out that bar with those 7 digits.
Yeah, but
with that area code as well. It's nothing like it.
But getting the digits back in the day and then sending the hey text, and then they say a hey with a smiley face. Oh.
Or you
That
call.
was it.
You call, they don't pick up, and then they call you right back because they don't recognize your number. Like, hey, I'm the guy. Well, hey. You start the conversation. I'm telling you.
From the 408, getting that pager number. That's way before
Getting that pager number.
That's before my time. Bonta, you didn't have a pager. Come on.
I had a pager.
Oh, my God.
I had a pager.
That's a generational gap from us.
Not too many people.
Just both the keyboard.
Not too many people who were paging me back.
No.
I said, Base Jumper, Bonte was calling after 9 p.m. too because you had the free minutes. You had to wait till 9 o'clock.
Can we please rejoin with One Call Away from Chingy? That's going to be Bonte's song for the rest of the day. That song slaps too.
Hey,
I love
dude,
some
I'm telling
Chingy.
you, nothing like talking.
We'll be talking to who? Sterling Bennett in about 14 minutes. What's Sterling?
Well, I'm telling
Sterling's
you,
a
go to the
texting
bar.
guy.
You see the smile from ear to ear, and you see that girl flattered. You're like, oh, I'm on fire right now. It's nothing like it. Then you get the dance at night. Hey, let's get a little dance. And that's from the twerking days. When they gave you the full twerk, you knew you were in the door.
888-957-9570. Texting or calling. What are we doing?
Clark the Shark from Murder Beats wants to chime in on it.
Let's go.
Where's my boy from St. Louis? Can't open the cow. Clark the Shark, what's happening?
Hey, brothers. God bless you guys. And we got the cup of Joe, one of the cups of Joe, and we got Bonte Belafonte in the house. Anyway, good to hear from you guys.
Good to hear from you, Clark the Shark.
Hey, I think talking is kind of old school. You know, I'm an old school guy, so I like talking, you know. I think a lot of times the young people want to text because they don't want a long conversation. They just want to shoot out what they got to say and then be done with it, you know. I think that's how it goes. But I got a take on the Giants. I'm hearing a lot of people talking about, hey, we got to get a pitcher, we got to get a hitter, we got to do this and that. It's been probably 15 years since they've had a decent farm system. They finally are right on the precipice of having all these good players coming up. And now they're talking about giving away players to get some guy that they're not going to win the World Series. They need to stick with their program and keep those young players. That's my take.
Hey, Clark the Shark, I'm with you. I don't want the Giants to buy either. I'm cool with just let the youngsters play. Like Verlander doesn't want to come here.
Doesn't matter what he wants. Trade for him, then he'll stay.
He's not going to want to come
but
here.
That signals to SFA Drummer, who hit the super chat on YouTube, who's like, hey, listen, this signals to other free agents potentially, like a Shohei Ohtani. Hey, I got Verlander. You come along with Webb and Cobb? Come on.
They need a pitcher. They need a hitter. They need another bullpen arm, and they may need another starter.
Go get Teoscar Hernandez. Go get Justin Verlander.
So that's going to cost.
Okay.
Are you depleting the farm system for it?
Scared money don't make money, Bonte.
Are you depleting the farm system?
I'm not depleting the farm system. It's not going to cost that much for Justin Verlander. We just saw what Max Scherzer went for. Just one top 5 prospect. One.
So which top 5 prospect is that?
It's a salary thing. And then you could add on, hey, if you want to add a...
Teoscar Hernandez?
Yeah, sure. Teoscar Hernandez or Verlander is what I'm saying, too. Either one.
That's a great text.
I don't think Teoscar's going to command a top 5 prospect, though.
Okay.
I don't think he'll command that.
Um,
Manuel Rodriguez, by the way, on the YouTube chat. Spadoni got a lot of fake numbers in his days. Watch it, buddy. My texting game was on point. My social game also. Shout out MySpace.
Panoy
Manuel
Mamba
would not make my top 5.
Panoy Mamba. Bonte type of dude who wants to fall asleep on the phone with the chick. Back in my day, yes, I did. It was just, can I get a chick to call me after 9 o'clock? That was the problem. Zucci man, Bonte loves talking Warriors and Niners. He's all in on texting about the Giants.
Mark Graves on the chat. Verlander has a no trade clause, Spadoni. Yeah, but he can waive it if he wants to go somewhere else.
He's not going to.
Not for the Giants?
No.
That's a problem.
No.
You can't get the greatest pitcher of our generation.
Why would he want to come here, Spadoni?
You're 2 games out of the division.
He's looking at the Dodgers. He's looking at the Braves. He's looking at the Phillies. He's saying, I can't beat those teams with this squad.
He's 40 years old, Monty. He wants to go home and relax. It's a nice, relaxing market here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Kate Upton, she'd love it here.
You know what? I want to get this with Sterling Bennett coming up. Brock Purdy admitted that he actually broke his rib on the 2nd or 3rd drive in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers game.
Wow.
So he was throwing
Is that on top
dimes.
of the oblique, too? Didn't he have an oblique strain?
He went in the Seattle game on 4 days, and he had a broken rib.
Wow.
And they didn't know if he was going to play that Thursday night football game.
That's right.
So when we talk about Trey Lance being injury prone, those are 2 major injuries for Brock Purdy. And when you talk about being the guy, and I want to get back to something you said yesterday, Spadoni. I was actually chewing on this all night. You brought up like, man, if you figure out who the guy is, isn't that a success? Even if you don't win the Super Bowl?
Yes.
But let me tell you, you need to win a Super Bowl because Brock Purdy's only getting paid $1 million. And I've been wrong about this. I apologize to everybody out there. I've been giving y'all misinformation. Brock Purdy actually he's not eligible to seek new money until after his 3rd season in the NFL.
It's criminal.
So you have to take advantage of this Super Bowl this window now when you have a cheap quarterback room.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, that's why you got to win now. Because at some point, he's going to want to get paid if he does hold up. But Brock Purdy's size, I'm keeping all 3 quarterbacks. We're going to get to Sterling Bennett on the other side. Plus, get your phone calls. That's all coming up, presented by Cars.com.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
If you're looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, then check out the Garner Finds Baseball Guys podcast. Joe Shasky, Sam Lubman bring you all you need to know about the Giants this season every single week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to your podcast. I believe Willard's going to fill in for Shasky, right, Lubman? Yeah.
Wow. Trade deadline edition?
Trade deadline special.
Some hard-hitting Farhan analysis incoming.
Oh, boy.
You know how Willard and I bring it when it comes to Farhan.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
A lot of you knows.
I might have to be the bad guy on that one tomorrow when it comes to Farhan.
A lot of sucking up going on that episode. Farhan Zaidi.
I mean, I know we don't like this AJ Pollock trade, but when you look at the underlying metrics, there's really a lot to like there.
Lubman's already talked himself into
What's to worry about? They're 2.5 back of the division lead, guys. Come on. It's fine.
He's hitting 214 against righties. I think they can bump that up to 230.
I don't want stars. You know what I like? I like winning. That's what the Giants do under Farhan Zaidi. Only one season, but let's not get the facts in the way.
Wow. Somebody asked me,
winning record overall.
Xfinity Mobile text line. Bonte, what was your party line name? I didn't have a party line. I wasn't there yet.
Party line?
I wasn't.
Am I missing something with that? What was?
It's a little before your time.
Okay, just a little before my time. Okay.
Little before your time.
See, that's funny because technically you are a millennial. You're like the start of the millennials, and I'm the end of it. Like it goes to 80 to 95, I think, and I'm 93. So there you go.
Damn, 90s, baby.
Yeah,
93.
93 till infinity, baby.
I was 11 years old. Hadn't gone through puberty yet, but
no, you're getting there.
Getting there.
Young Bonte.
Young Bonte.
There you go.
Couldn't still beer till I was 25.
Really?
26, yeah.
Looks good. There you go. I'm trying. Grizzled vet. Sterling Bennett's going to join us here in a couple minutes.
Little salt and pepper.
Little salt. I like that. I like Gabe Kapler. There you go. You and Gabe.
I thought about dying it, but people,
no.
If he's like, no, don't die it. Let it go. Let it
No,
go.
you're not a just for men kind of a guy. No, you're just for Bonte.
That's pretty good material right there.
Thank
it's
you.
pretty good. Just for men, though. I mean, wait till the hairline starts receding.
Oh, I'm done already. Thankfully, Jade's married and she's locked in. She's on a commitment. She's on a two-way contract.
408 Xfinity Mobile text line. Bonte, who was on your top 8?
MySpace.
On MySpace.
Yeah.
See, I had all my buddies in my top 8.
Yeah, but you always put that one girl you liked in there. You put her somewhere. You put her slightly above the guy who's kind of new in the friend group, so that's where you're like, you know what? I got you in my top
I know
girl.
who's in the top 8, and I'm not going to reveal that.
Is MySpace still around? If I try to log into it, is it still there?
I did try to log into it.
It's more of a music site now.
Really? Interesting.
I did log into it.
And was your top still there? Was everything like?
It was kind of weird. It was like tough to navigate.
It was cool though because back in the day, like that was like early days of coding. So like I learned how to code because you had to create your own page. You had to go find different websites that had all the different codes that you can copy and paste. So yeah, MySpace, way more creative than Facebook, but Facebook dominated in high school. And then now it's X, from Twitter to X. So
I'm calling it Twitter. I'm not.
You got to get with the times, Bonte. Follow me on X at Spadoni_Joe for all of your awesome sports takes.
At Bonte Hill, tweet that Twitter. It's not X. It's Twitter.
X gonna give it to him.
It's Twitter. We're always gonna call it Twitter.
Okay.
Always.
It's like HBO Max rebranding to Max, but you still call it HBO Max. It's like you're not fooling anyone. You have all the HBO stuff on there. It was
all these
dumb.
scammers, man.
It's ridiculous.
All these scammers.
It's I was watching. I'm streaming because now that I get off at 10, I've been able to rewatch some shows and like catch up. And The Witcher on Netflix with Henry Cavill, based on the novels. He played the video game, very cool too. They're replacing him after season 3, so I'm like, why am I even watching this if they're just replacing with Liam Hemsworth?
Yeah,
it's like, what am I doing here? Wow, it's talking about rebranding is why I brought it up.
No, I know, I'm with you there. All right, let's go to Sterling Bennett. Sterling, 49ers Access Podcast, 95.7 Insider. He joins us back after being at practice, the first padded practice. He was on fire yesterday.
Huge.
But I've got to ask him, how's the Trey Lance Colt feeling this morning, Sterling?
They're probably feeling pretty good right now. He had a great day of practice. So I'm sure the Trey Lance Colts out there doing the rituals. The prayer circles are going probably early this morning, but hoping for a good 3 days in a row for Trey Lance.
What about the Brock Purdy stands?
C+ yesterday. It wasn't too hot. Wasn't awful. A pick, a fumble. Not what you want out of your starting quarterback, but he was fine. I wouldn't make too much of it.
Did he skip a pass into the turf?
That he did, yeah. He missed Charlie Warner, bounce one, then the next play, interception. 2 plays, not great for Brock Purdy back-to-back, but he finished strong. 7 straight completions and got himself back on track to end. Again, some good, some bad, evening himself out over the course of the day.
I mean, the real star of the show, though, missed me with Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. It's Brandon Allen. All right, Sterling. What's going on with my guy, Brandon Allen, who apparently could be, I don't know, here come week 1? I don't know. Is Trey Lance on the way out? What did you make of the comments about, Brandon Allen, Trey Lance? What's going on there? Because it seems like each and every day there's a new wrinkle, and I can't for the life of me, Sterling, wrap my head around the concept of this guy, Brandon Allen, who was a 6th-round pick years ago. He's 30 years old. He's a journeyman. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, it's hard to wrap your mind around the fact that Brandon Allen could actually make this roster. The one thing I will say is that Brandon Allen has looked like the 4th best quarterback on that field every single day. He was fine in OTAs and really hasn't shown much in training camp thus far. I would be very surprised up to 1 week and 1 day of practice during training camp he actually makes this team. But I will say that Kyle Shanahan does like Brandon Allen. And the idea that this team could keep 4 quarterbacks, I know Shanahan's thrown that out there. John Lynch kind of pushed back on that yesterday. I do think Kyle Shanahan wants to keep all 4 of these guys. The question is, which one's a practice squad guy and which one actually stays on the roster? Right now, Brandon Allen, the hype around him has never made sense to me and still doesn't to this day.
Wow. Sterling Bennett here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. So what'd you think of Mike Silver's article? The Niners apparently in the spring tried to look to trade Trey Lance, could get more than a 5th-round pick. And now when they have a decision to make, I'm with you, Sterling. I would not cut Darnold or Trey. I would keep them because, Brock Purdy quietly has had 2 big injuries so far in his career, just in his rookie season. Broke the ribs against Tampa Bay in that Tampa Bay game where he outdueled Tom Brady, played it on a short week, played tough. But boy, that's a rib injury. It's a torn UCL. There's other ailments that they didn't reveal, maybe an oblique. They need all 3 quarterbacks, especially Darnold, Trey, and not Brandon Allen if they want to have Super Bowl aspirations.
Yeah, well, this team might need 4 quarterbacks, to be honest with you. But the fact of the matter is, yesterday at practice, there was really scary play where Brock Purdy drops back, goes and cocks his arm back to throw the football. Colin Farrell and Drake Jackson kind of get in his space. One of them smacks the ball out of his hand. In that moment, the entire audience gasped, the media gasped, because they didn't know if Brock Purdy was okay. It was very similar to what happened against Philadelphia, albeit he wasn't hit that hard like Reddick did. But the idea that Brock Purdy can get hurt on any play, and that could have happened yesterday, and thank God it didn't. But San Francisco, we talked about, in 2021, they had to insulate, had to hedge their bets with Trey Lance and bringing back Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't know. I don't understand why Kyle Shanahan would move any of these guys, knowing the injury history this team has had at quarterback. It's the most important position on the field. I get the defense is great. I get you have weapons. But if Josh Johnson's out there again come January, you're going to lose anyways. You have to have someone confident back there. And right now, at least 3 of these guys, I think, can actually win you a game during the NFL season. And Brandon Allen, he's Joe Burrow's backup, right? If Shanahan's comfortable with him, why shouldn't we? I don't see them moving any of these guys unless someone comes in and wows them with a massive offer. And I don't see that happening because Trey Lance is more important to the Niners than he would be anybody else currently.
So you mentioned Cleve Farrell there, obviously former 1st-round pick out of Clemson to the Raiders, flamed out there. Now you're hoping for a reclamation project with him, a la an Arden Key, also who was from the Raiders, former draft pick out of LSU there. What are you looking for with these padded practices, Sterling? What position group is really exciting you so far, just a couple days in here?
And we talked about yesterday how I was looking forward to seeing Drake Jackson get out there and show all the work he's put in during the offseason. And he did that yesterday, had a handful of pressures, had a forced fumble, had a would-be sack. Javon Kinlaw was money yesterday, had a would-be sack, was really just dominating the second-string offensive line and showing that after all the injuries that he's come into this year in the best shape of his life. I know I hate saying that, it's a cliche, but he truly has. He's leaned out, he looks quicker, he seems to have kept his strength. And then Farrell himself had a couple of nice plays in OTA's minicamp, and without Nick Bosa on the field, sometimes you ask yourself, what does the edge group look like? It's been 1 day of padded practice, but right now, it's quick, it's fast, and they're getting after it.
Did we get Sterling cut out? Still got you, Sterling?
We got
all right, cool. Sterling Bennett here on 95.7 The Game. Real quick, the brawl yesterday. What happened with that? Who started it? What incited it? We always get training camp brawls in practice everywhere you go. Who was involved yesterday in that brawl?
Yeah, so it started when Demetrius Flanagan fouls the linebacker. He kind of laid some wood to Elijah Mitchell. That was a small incident. They got backed up, but right next to them, it seemed to be Tate Martin and Quantrez Knight going at it. They were throwing each other to the ground. Helmets were kind of being popped up and put back on. Guys were tossed on the ground. The entire team huddled towards them, kind of covered things up. There was yelling. There was screaming. Fans were going crazy. But it seemed to be two young guys, first day of pads, wanting to prove themselves, talking a ton during OTAs and minicamp. And the first day, things get heated. Some guys get a little more heated than others, and emotions take over. There was also kind of a second scuffle, but it wasn't as bad. Hufanga, and he had to break up to Sean Gibson and Jawan Jennings, who were kind of getting in each other's face too. So first day of pads, one large fight, one large scuffle, and a very small one that you can tell this team is truly wanting to get after it every single day. When the pads come on, this team lights itself up.
Sterling, I'm wondering why, and you cover the 49ers better than anyone. You're great. You're tapped in. Why do you think Trey Lance, or this notion or this narrative is out there about him? And it feels like he is getting kind of more of a negative media coverage than a lot of the other guys. And I just don't understand why. I mean, the guy's played 4 games. He was a former first-round pick. There's a lot of expectations. I get that. But we really haven't seen much from him. Can you kind of just discuss what you've seen from covering this team and seeing other people covering it? Because that's been the conversation of today. It's not the players themselves. It's the coverage of the Purdys, of the Lances, of the Darnolds. Can you kind of speak on that?
Yeah, I think when it comes to the quarterback room in San Francisco, I don't think much has changed in how the fans or even the media has covered the team since Jimmy Garoppolo has been here. There's always seemed to be this section of the fans that instead of being fans of the team have become fanboys of a certain player. And while there's nothing wrong with loving Jerry Rice or Trey Lance or Frank Gore, I love those guys too, right? The issue is there's certain bubbles and factions have formed on Twitter, which many of us see more than others. And again, instead of being a fanatic of the team, it becomes fanboys of a certain player, and sometimes people can't let go of their judgment of somebody. Like this morning, Barstool Sports puts out a tweet of Trey Lance and OTAs, bad throw. We get it, but we've seen it for months and months and months. It's not new, but they're putting it out there like it's brand new to get clicks and tweets and engagement. When people who cover the team, they know that stuff happened months ago. It's not new, and he was great yesterday. I don't understand, and I wouldn't agree with the notion that Trey Lance is hated or that the team is doing something to hold him back. That's not the case. But I do see where certain fans, and maybe to a certain degree, certain media members, albeit none of the big ones, I will say more of the content creator space, have made it a point to pick a player and fight for them no matter what, even if it isn't the best interest of the team to do so. Look, Kyle Shanahan wants to play the best quarterback, whether it's Brandon Allen, Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, or Sam Darnold. He's not going out there saying, I'm going to hold one of these guys back on purpose. He used 3 first-round picks to go get Trey Lance. He wants to play the best guy. No one's holding him back. All the conspiracy theories about that are untrue. And if anybody wants to win, it's Kyle Shanahan more than anybody. He's lost in the biggest games multiple times. And the idea that certain people, whether media or fans, they latch on to one narrative, one thing, think it's right, and they go on with that the entire year thinking that they're right the entire time, when in fact, that's not the case in 99% of the odds there.
Wow. Yeah. Will Sam Darnold have any stands by the end of the season?
He shouldn't. If you are a Sam Darnold stan, I would like you to change your name, because in that case, you should be a Niners stan, because really, Sam Darnold has been in the league for, 5 years, 4 years, hasn't done much, hasn't shown much. Could he start here? Yes, and if he does, at that point, you're all hands on deck with how good this defense can be and how easy Kyle Shanahan can make it for him. Not, oh my goodness, can Sam Darnold lead us to the promised land?
Hey, man, don't do my guy Lucas Alexander right like that. Come on, fight on, USC. Hey, let's go. Come on.
Sterling Bennett.
Hey, real quick, Sterling, we were having a conversation. Bonte, a little older generation than me. He's more of a calling guy. That's from his... I'm more of a
call or text.
I'm more of a texting guy, Sterling. What are you, call or text?
Well, having worked Warrior games there, I prefer you just text me. I don't want to get people's voices usually. Just send me a text, I'll respond. My dad certainly loves a good phone call even after I text him asking a question. to answer my question. So I prefer a text, but I do understand in the emergency case, give me a call. We'll be fine. I don't want to be upset. Then we'll go on our merry way.
Those calls from R.C. Davis.
Yeah, I was just going to say, nobody likes to pick up a call from R.C. Davis. Those are never good.
Love R.C., but a lot of phone calls have been had my way for 2 seconds and then I hang up and no goodbye.
Yeah, no, that's the RC special, baby. That's the RC special. Sterling, have fun in practice today, buddy.
Man.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
You too, Sterling. That's the RC special.
Yeah.
He won't say goodbye.
Speaking of following, he followed me on Insta the other day.
Did
so
he?
There you go. Yeah.
There you go. He's coming a long way. He's taking it. He had his daughter down in San Diego looking at colleges.
Doing a lot of college visits.
Yeah, he was in a drop top.
Nice.
And he's a big Penn State guy.
I don't know if I was on his S list, if you will, because I filled in for Sterling at a preseason Lakers game this past year and didn't cut any highlights because Jade was super pregnant and needed me home. And
he was not happy.
Not happy. He's like, hey, Spadone, did you cut any of those Lakers highlights for preseason? It's like, no, I did not.
What did he say? Nothing?
Okay, thanks. That was it.
That's the RC special.
He was big mad.
My first interaction with RC did not go well. We did not like each other. And now we're like buddies.
There you go. Besties.
We like hug each other.
Come on.
Oh, man.
Call or text 888-957-9570.
I'll read this text. 925 Xfinity Mobile text line. Because I've said this over and over and over again for the last few months. I do not care who plays quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers.
You want winners. You're Mike Singletary, Bonta. You want winners.
No, I'm not even Mike Singletary. I just want to see the Niners win a Super Bowl. I don't care who's throwing the football.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to travel to a game to see who. Travel for Jimmy Garoppolo games. I don't care.
If it's Sam Darnold in the NFC Championship, you will
I do
be
not
there.
care.
You don't care.
I will break down how Sam Darnold could beat that team in the NFC Championship.
You will fight
game.
on.
I will fight on. I'll wear my Matt Liner jersey with the orange bow
You
patch.
have Matt Liner jersey?
Yeah, I'll wear it tomorrow
Let's
for you.
go.
I'll wear it tomorrow. Honestly.
Let's get him on. Let's get Matt Liner on. Hey,
But 925 telling me, daring me.
Let's relax.
925. Xfinity Mobile text
It's
line.
the team
You won't
over
read this,
everyone.
Bonte.
Come on.
But how can you talk down on Stans? You're the biggest Trey Stan and apologist in the media. Be real, dude. That's Rob. Okay, I'm a Trey Stan. I just talk about Trey because I think a lot of people have already written a narrative on Trey that he's done and he can't get it done in San Francisco. And that he can't be a good quarterback in this league. And I disagree with that.
Heaven forbid you root for a guy to succeed in the league.
I root for everybody to succeed, man, especially young black men.
There you go.
I'm not going to lie. I want young white men to succeed. I want anybody to succeed.
Rob Purdy, great story. I would love to see him succeed and build off of that,
You
right?
know how cool it would be for Sam Darnold?
Oh,
if he joins his third team? Like Jim Plunkett. Think about Jim Plunkett.
That's a Plunkett story.
It's a Plunkett story. It's a Plunkett story. And Sam Darnold comes here and lights it up and he finds us. Then more power to him. And damn it, we got a quarterback. But I don't care who. I honestly don't give a damn who. If Brendan Allen plays quarterback for the Niners, he leads us to the Super Bowl. But damn it, Brendan Allen leads us to the Super Bowl. I don't care.
You know, I never even thought about that Plunkett parallel with Sam Darnold, but it is kind of perfect storm.
It is a perfect storm.
Because that Raiders team, kind of similar to this Niners one, where their defense was stacked. They had offensive weapons everywhere. They had Cliff Branch flying down the place. That's an interesting one. I didn't even think about that comp that was ready to win now. And Dan Pastorini breaks his leg.
Remember, he was at the Patriots. They kind of loved him in Boston, too. He comes to the Niners and just, like, it just was a disaster.
Yeah, the Niners weren't the Niners you think of back then with Jim Plunkett.
Yeah, no, it was a transition from to Eddie Diaz as the owner and had this guy Joe Thomas as a GM. Read about Joe Thomas as GM. He was an absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
Nightmare. But Jim Plunkett, man, he should be
a Hall of Famer.
Be a Hall of Famer.
Two-time Super Bowl champion. He should
be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I agree.
But Jim Plunkett had kind of had that role where he was lost, you know, and then his final 8 seasons with the Raiders, wins 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, Tom Flores, who's in the Hall now. So that's an interesting comp. He has who had all the talent in the world. Yeah, Heisman Trophy winner out of Stanford. Man, crazy. Sam Darnold. Can you imagine that? Like, of all the storylines I'm trying to wrap my head around, Sam Darnold leading the 49ers to a freaking Super Bowl.
I'm with keeping it faith.
Yeah.
I just want number 6. We talk about, you know, when you were born in 1993. The Niners' last Super Bowl came in the 94-95 season. And
it's the only one in the Bay Area of my lifetime.
Wow.
It's the only time. We were talking about quarterbacks. The only quarterback I've seen win an MVP is Rich Gannon. That's the only Super Bowl memory I have of the Raiders, of just sitting there. My dad's 6 Boston Lager deep, just sitting there wallowing in sorrow. Dad, can I turn on SpongeBob now?
Right.
That was it. We've been wanting a quarterback here, and we thought we've had it. You know, Jeff Garcia didn't really work out. You thought maybe Alex Smith, all this hope, it just didn't work out. Colin Kaepernick, man, he was good. Flash in the pan, didn't work out. Oh, Jimmy Garoppolo, That was him.
We
Man.
wrapped our arms around Jimmy
We
Garoppolo.
did. Then he just couldn't stay healthy. And you know what? All right, we'll go with this massive quarterback class, one of the greatest in the history of our generation. Oh, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, Trey Lance. Go get your guy, Shanahan. Well, you thought you got him. And then now it's Brock Purdy.
So that's fine. But you know what? But you know what? I'm not here to knock Brock Purdy.
No, none of us are knocking Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy was fine. Brock Purdy played his ass off in those last
but you're just
7
seeing,
games.
You're just seeing the pattern is what I'm saying. You just want a guy.
Right. We just want a guy. And Brock Purdy, and that's why it's imperative for them to take advantage of this. They brought in Trey Lance to reset their quarterback room.
Yeah.
And to kind of release some of that money. So you had a cheap quarterback room last year. You have a cheap quarterback room this season. You're probably going to have a cheap quarterback room next season because Brock Purdy ain't making more than just over $1 million next year. And I've been corrected. And after looking and digging and asking questions, he's not eligible for an extension until after year 3.
Yeah.
After year 3. So we have this chance to take advantage of not only Trey Lance's contract, but also Brock Purdy's deal, and where he's not making more than $1 million per season. So it's about winning the Super Bowl and who gives you a best chance to win the Super Bowl. And whether it's Darnold or Trey or Brock, may the best man win.
Yeah.
But I don't like. I'm over the whole. Hey man, I need this guy because I need Trey to win it. It's going to feel that much. No, whoever wins the Super Bowl is going to make everybody feel good.
The player standing has jumped the shark, and we've seen it more in the NBA now within the last few decades, right? Probably started off with Jordan, but social media wasn't around back then. But you still see Bulls fans that are Bulls fans because of Michael Jordan. Then it's LeBron. You had Cleveland. You had Miami. You have LA. And then you're seeing it with Steph and stuff like that. So it's more than ever, people are standing and playing and rooting for certain players to win more so than the team itself, which sucks for the actual team. And I get it. And it's good. Like, don't get me wrong. It's good for the business side of it because you have fans for Steph Curry all over the world.
Right.
It's awesome. But when you're starting to root against other players, like, and we saw with Jordan Poole, right? It's like, oh, Steph was chewing him out and stuff like that. You know what? I'm against Jordan Poole now because my guy Steph was chewing. It's like, come on. Relax.
Not only that.
Like, come on.
Not only that. So now you get the Mike Silver's article yesterday in the Chronicle, San Francisco Chronicle. And one of the big quotes we have in there, or one of the big excerpts we have from that article, or column, I should say, though it might upset the it's not fair crowd, Lance has had opportunities to seize the job. He started 2 games as a rookie, made some situational substitutions in the early part of that season. Then had an entire offseason, training camp, and preseason as a young question, number 1 on the depth chart. Some young quarterbacks will be thrilled to get so many chances. So many chances. I wouldn't say so many chances. I wouldn't say that because he wasn't the day 1 starter coming in San Francisco. Jimmy Garoppolo was.
Yeah, many implies he had like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 chances.
But also,
you had what, 2?
2, if that. Yeah. If that. But also, and we're going to get to Roy and San Leandro in just a second. But also, Mike Silver is writing that, hey, Shanahan, if he's not the best guy, you just admit it and cut him. I'm not willing to cut Trey Lance when I don't have to. Not when we watch Josh Johnson in the NFC title game.
No.
If Brendan Allen can't make the practice squad, go find somebody else to get on the practice squad and you roll with Trey Darnold and Brock Purdy. I don't get the reason why you need to move off of Trey so quickly. So quickly. Has he played that poorly to where you're like, yeah, we're done. Let's wash our hands. We made a mistake. I don't think that's the case.
I don't know who he is yet. I would like to find out. Like, and that's the thing. And maybe we'll never will. And you can say, you know what? That's life. That's like, I'm not arguing with any of that. I'm just arguing about the coverage that we've already know who Trey Lance is at this point. We don't. No one does.
Sam Darnold threw for 43 yards at his last start against the New Orleans Saints.
If it all ended today, I know who Sam Darnold is way more than I know who Trey Lance or Brock. We're not even close. Sam Darnold up to this point has been a bust. Let's just call it what it is. He went to the 49ers to try to resalvage his career. That's what he's hoping to do. If Kyle Shanahan can show everyone that I can work with him, then maybe I can get an opportunity elsewhere. Right now, this is his last chance pretty much for Sam Darnold. It feels like that as a starter potentially if he fills in for, I don't know, Brock or Trey, whatever happens.
So we always get on Trey Lance for his completion percentage. Sam Darnold completed 58% of his passes last season.
Yeah. Not good.
It's not accurate.
If you're not hitting 60 at least, it's not good.
right? Not at least 60. His passer. I don't even want to read passer rate because I don't care about passer rating. But 5 of 15, 43 yards, and 2 interceptions in the last game of the season against New Orleans. A 10-7 win for the Panthers. Let's go to Roy in San Leandro. Roy, what's happening?
What's up, Roy?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
All good, Roy. All
Yes,
good, man.
sir.
Long time no hear.
Good. Yeah, well, look, I'm really glad to be able to chime in to speak with both of you. My first thing is that the 49ers, Lynch and Shanahan need to first, instead of worrying about this stuff with Trey Lance, because it's going to work itself out. I believe that if Trey Lance really don't show that much anymore, I mean, it's time for him to go. I'm not being critical, but in his defense, the man is still young, and I like to see somebody make a comeback. But if he doesn't show nothing, it's time for the 49ers to just go ahead on, and I'm not going to say dump him, but give him a change of scenery on a different club. Plus, he's young. They could get some good draft picks for him. But my second thing is the offensive line. I mean, that's, to me, the 49ers, because I knew last season when they lost that game against Kansas City, I knew the 49ers they were going to have a good season, but I knew that they were going to, that they wouldn't, really, I had my doubts about them going to the Super Bowl. And the last thing I want to say is about the Giants. This guy that called in earlier, he's right. The Giants need to continue to do the same thing Baltimore did. Build a farm system up. And then they'll get them guys like Rushman, those good pitchers they got. Yep. I mean, they need to stand back and just be quiet and, just learn. They need to bring in a veteran pitcher, somebody like Barry Zito did, and then, to lead the staff. But it's nice hearing from both of you, and I still always enjoy listening to you guys.
Thanks you,
a
Roy.
lot.
Appreciate the call, man. A lot there to digest, man. A lot of good call. Good pace. Roy's an OG caller, man.
Yeah.
OG legend, going back years. When I was at the other station, he used to call, man. Roy's an OG, man. He's a good dude. Knows his stuff there. So Trey Lance is young. I mean, you don't think a team like the Atlanta Falcons would love to get their hands on Trey Lance and all the weapons they have? Oh, my God. Arthur Smith with Trey Lance.
I'm worried about your own division, Bonte.
Rams,
man. You don't think Sean McVay would like the guy like Trey Lance? I know we like to,
got Stetson Bennett down there from Georgia.
Oh, God. Miss me with Stetson Bennett.
Threw a dime yesterday in practice.
Oh, did he? Yeah. Please. Miss me with that.
David East Bay.
Bennett.
David East Bay. What's happening?
Hey, fellas. Love the conversation. I didn't get a chance to read the Silver article yesterday, and so just wanted to check and see if the byline was Mike Silver or Kyle Shanahan. It just seems like that the article is essentially an attempt by either Shanahan or somebody in his orbit to cover his backside. And frankly, I love him as a coach, but miss me on the excuses. And he should realize it's actually not helping his cause either for people to be mumbling about, he really liked Mac Jones back in the day. He made a decision, stick by it. If you need to cut him, cut him. Hopefully you don't, and move on.
Hey, it's a hell of a call, Dave.
Succinct. Love it, Dave.
It's because, again, we go back to this quote, and this is a problem, and it hasn't really caught on yet, but many people close to Shanahan are convinced that he went against his instincts in April 2021, when, weeks after making a trade to move up to number 3, he chose Lance over Mac Jones. This time, Shanahan needs to block out the noise and make an honest evaluation of the situation. So basically, he doesn't have good quarterback instincts, if that's the case. You have that number 3 pick. Now, this is where Jed York giving him the contract extension right after the Super Bowl loss comes into play. Would Shanahan have made a blunder like that, if that's the case? If it's the case that he wanted Mac Jones, would Shanahan have made that move for Trey Lance if he didn't have that contract extension? Because he knew he had the job security. And I'm okay with the extension. Again, I'm not sure I would rather, outside of Andy Reid and Belichick, even Belichick at the stage, I'd rather Andy Reid, and that's the only coach I would rather have over Shanahan.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of other ones. Maybe McVay, who's won one,
Maybe
two.
Zach Taylor. Maybe. I mean, it's a short list.
That's Tomlin. He's had success. But it's an offensive-driven league. To your point, Bonte.
Right.
I need an young offensive guy to lead the way now. Like that's just what you're seeing. You saw with Sirianni last year with the Eagles. Like it's interesting that we keep attaching this title, quarterback guru, to Kyle Shanahan. I understand Matt Ryan won the MVP when he was OC in Atlanta. That's probably the greatest season he's had from a quarterback perspective, right? Just look at that Atlanta Falcons team. They were stacked. They were putting it on Belichick and Matt Patricia in that Super Bowl. It wasn't his fault that their defense blew that lead. Dan Quinn, defensive head coach for the Atlanta Falcons. I totally agree with you there. But outside of that, Jimmy Garoppolo, okay.
Well,
Kirk Cousins, RG3, okay. Johnny Manziel, he was there in Cleveland. A quarterback guru.
Yeah.
His offensive system is great.
Yeah.
He schemes the best of them.
Right.
The way he works with quarterbacks, though, Bonte, I'm not sure about that title.
Well,
I'm just not.
The quarterback can hold this team back because this roster is stacked.
Yes.
You got a good defensive line. You got two of the best linebackers in football, Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. You got great safety play, Gibson and Hufanga. And I love this Brown kid out of Penn State. I love the cornerback room with Charvarius Ward and Diamador Lenore. And we'll see about Isaiah Oliver in the nickel. We'll see about Sammy Womack III in the nickel. We'll talk about the offensive line. Can they run the football on the right side? You have big Trent Williams, who looks like he's in great shape at left tackle. Christian McCaffrey on board, right? TDP, Ty Davis Price is looking good in practice. Brendan Ayuk so far has been the best player in training camp. But boy, they got to figure out the quarterback if Purdy goes down.
Yeah.
If Purdy goes down. Right now, Purdy's the leader in the clubhouse. And look, whoever plays quarterback for this football team this season, there's no excuses of why you can't move the football with this weaponry.
I think a lot of people think that if Brock Purdy goes down, the season might be over.
Yeah, see, I don't know.
See, because last year it was when Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt, the season was over. Then you had the emergence of Brock Purdy. It's like, oh my God, this guy, we're catching lightning in a bottle.
Right.
And we'll see if that continues. But yeah, you don't feel that if Brock Purdy, has to miss some time here, that this season is done.
Right.
If he has to miss the year and Trey Lance or Sam Darnold take over, the expectations is this is a Super Bowl lineup. And that if you can plug and play here and you can keep the water afloat, if you will, the boat afloat the water, whatever you want to use, what analogy, this is a Super Bowl ready team. And if you're a quarterback guru, like some people are saying, Trey Lance, you drafted him, he should be able to take over, no problem.
Yep.
Right?
Agree. 3 years in the system now. 3 years in the system.
3 years, Bonte.
So
Sam Darnold, maybe a little more leash because this is his first year in it, but Trey Lance, yeah, if he takes over, you should have some high expectations still.
A lot going on in the Bay Area today. 49ers back in pads.
Awful lot.
Trade deadline in Major League Baseball, 3 p.m. What will the Giants do? Is AJ Pollock the only move they're going to make?
What?
AJ
Sorry.
Pollock, yeah.
Sorry, I fell asleep on that one.
Are you going to fall asleep through the deadline, Giants?
Farhan might. He might. Probably enjoys a good nap here or there. Who doesn't?
Well, if doesn't make a move, they want a nap. They want to go to bed early.
Farhan, more like Faryan.
Okay, yeah, relax.
That's
I'll give you
a 1.5.
I'll give you a 2 for the effort.
It's 1.5.
I'll give you a 2.
It's like a -3.
Oh yeah, don't talk about Farhan in the presence of said love, man. With that said, it's time for Xfinity Fast 5.
Woo!
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
It's time to go around the room. Spadoni, kick us off here.
It's always text over call. Come on. It's always going text. Real business is done on text, not through the phone. You got all the what is it? The pen. If it's written, I'm butchering it here. But anyways, texting over the phone. What is it? Real business is done on paper. Is that what it is, Michael Scott? Is that what it is? Real business done on paper? No, he's looking. Office? No? Anyone?
I mean, the office. I kind of went in and out.
You guys are leaving me dry
you botched
here.
that one.
I botched
You fumbled
it
that one.
I fumbled it.
That's why it's talk over text. Big John, what you got?
Well, I just proved that it might be text over talk right there. How's that?
I'm also talk over text. You know, you can't screenshot something I say, so it's always a good. But 26 days away. We don't talk about it ever here at the station, but 26 days away from college football kickoff, Navy versus Notre Dame in Dublin, Ireland this year. It's going to be sick. I believe Notre Dame is -20.
Oh, wow. I got them covering that game.
That's a lot of points.
Well, no, that is a lot of points, and Navy runs a football every single play, so the clock's going to run. Clock's going to run all day long. Last year, it was Nebraska and Northwestern in Dublin. That's the only win Northwestern had in what was a very traumatic season for them.
Pat Fitzgerald, see you later.
Lutman. Let me guess.
So our YouTube poll today was, does Farhan have to make a splash move? The deadline, 52% are saying no. I am in disagreement. I know I get a lot of flack for being the Farhan guy here. I'm going to be honest. If AJ Pollock is all that happens, I'm going to be putting Farhan in the doghouse for a little while.
Man.
On the hot seat or doghouse?
No, just doghouse.
Oh, okay, all right.
Let's calm down here, all right? This is Lubman
He's
talking, not Joe Shasky.
A Brandon Ayuk resurgence from the doghouse. For
Two quick thoughts. One, let's cover the quarterbacks fairly.
Yeah.
If Sam Darnold has a great day, acknowledge it. Trey Lance has a bad day, acknowledge it. Brock Purdy has a bad day. Don't be afraid to say that he had a bad day. It's okay. It's okay to say Brock Purdy struggled at practice. It's not going to hurt anybody. It's all right. He's still the starter. And two, Giants should do nothing at the deadline. Hang tight, roll with what you got, develop the youngsters, save your assets, and talk to me in the offseason.
What a snooze. Come on. Do something, Farhan.
Don't do it, Farhan.
Come on.
Don't do it. Don't
do it.
Now,
you can't sit here and tell me that if they don't trade for Justin Verlander and Teoscar Hernandez, you'd be like, man.
They're not going to do that.
Well, what if they do, Bonte? Would you be excited? Would you be excited?
Wake me up when they do it.
Okay.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. I don't think they'll be good enough even with those two players.
Okay.
It's his team.
I really flubbed my argument for the text. I was very upset. I didn't know where I was going.
It's talk over text all day long.
Yeah, I flubbed that.
You want to stay single, go ahead and keep texting.
Well, I'm not
keep
single.
texting.
I'm texting the missus right now.
I'll tell all our roasters who are single out there, keep texting. See where it gets you.
Well, you have to have a good text game, Bonte. We'll say that. You have to have a good text game.
But no, if you go out to dinner, how are you going to talk? You got to be able to talk.
Well,
you got to be able to carry a conversation.
There are certain things you can get via text that you can't get via talking.
Well, if you go out, what are you going to do? You just go to movies all day where you don't talk?
There's just certain things you can receive.
All right. That's it for us. Steiny Guru next. Guru's back. Guru's back.
Guru's text game is on point.
I bet you Guru was a talker.
Wow. That's all he does. I love Goo. I can't wait.
All right. See you guys tomorrow.
Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
All right, Guru's here, so all y'all can apologize to him for being nasty yesterday.
Oh, I'm hurt right now. Let me tell you.
I mean, I stopped taking names off the YouTube
Is that
chat.
how y'all did your boy yesterday? Because I told them Friday I was going to be at a funeral, and I was going to lead with, did you hear any negativity about me taking a Monday?
Oh, my gosh. Wow. They were like, it's
you
not
guys
Thursday.
let me down. Y'all, hey.
I made a couple people on your behalf feel awful on
Steiny, I'm hurt. I thought I told them.
I said, look, this guy's
oh my goodness,
had a bunch of stuff that's happened to him this year, and
I'm so glad I went, partner.
Good.
Love your family like I know you do. Did you go to the doctor? Because I was thinking of you. Because you've been acting like I was with you and Rado. Remember, I had to go get my numbers checked. You're like, you slapped me. Guru, relax.
Oh, boy.
You ain't dying yet.
Yeah, no, I went.
Yeah.
Got some issues. nothing that was uncovered yesterday. But
you probably ate something wrong. You been by yourself?
No. Like last night, I just, you know what? I took an aspirin before I went to bed, and the next thing you know, it's like my stomach was awful.
But you're good now. What'd I miss yesterday?
I might just have to play the role of who's the giant Alexander. I'm just going to open today, maybe.
Boy. Dude, a hard one for him last night.
You know what? We should have openers in this business. I'll be here till 11. I'll be here till 11, and then I turn it over to Brebbia.
Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Here comes Styles. Yeah.
So what's I haven't seen you in a little while. How's your weekend?
You want to hear the upset of the year?
Okay.
Dibs showed up to the cookout.
I know.
I put it on IG so you did know. I'm going to save that for...
He put it out there, too.
Night.
I didn't see it on his.
Oh, no, yesterday when we saw him.
Oh, okay.
You weren't
Dibs
here.
is... Dan Johnson, Stoney, they loved him. The folks loved him. But we'll get to that on the changeover. But where you want to start, man? It's so... You know me, I'm like a jukebox.
U.S. women's team?
No. I'm rooting for them. So they find out who they play tonight, right?
I don't know. I know they advanced to the knockout round.
Okay.
They had 1 win and 2 ties.
I hate ties.
Yeah, well,
it's like kissing your sister.
Well, it's soccer. Yeah. So you get rid of the tie and you may get rid of soccer.
Yeah, I turned you on.
Yeah,
Service got over.
How good was I?
About 2:30.
I'm having a hell of a year.
Yeah. Well, dude, that and Dibs surpassed you with the show up, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, I know. That's why he did it.
No.
Oh, it had nothing to do with Milan.
What are you? Your mind is sinister. But listen, the Giants. We got till 3 o'clock today for the trading deadline, but you said something to me yesterday when I heard you and Evan for about 15 minutes, and I thought to myself, I told Norm, God, Evan. People don't know what Evan has to go through in me daily because you're special. But you were on one. But you said the Giants are having a good year. Yeah. They got 4 youngsters, some struggling, some not. But you got that infusion of youth. I got to tell you, I think Giant fans are spoiled because last week, Stoney, I believe it was Friday, Hunter Pence joined Willard and Dibs. I didn't agree with him, but I thought about it, and I'm thinking, he said the Giants, as is, have enough to win the World Series. And I said, you know what? 2010, when you qualify, they went on to win the World Series as a wild card. So my thing to you is I'm not mad. I just don't know who was out there to where Giant fans, that was him. I know Shasky on vacation was disappointed. I saw his stuff on Twitter. Did Farhan, Chris Bryant on line 1, that was a big bat. But, I mean, if they don't do anything today, Yaz is out 2 weeks. You need a bat. This offense is impotent, Steiny. There is no blue chew for their offense unless you go get a bat that doesn't exist. So I'm asking you, if 3 o'clock today, nothing happens, you mad tomorrow?
No.
If you're a Giant fan.
Ride it out.
I'm not. That's what I'm saying. And you're riding it out in the playoffs right now.
Exactly.
But how long can this continue? 80 runs in the month of July, and you still we're 1 game over? Normally you'd be 9 under. But they were 1 game under, so
they're fine.
Well, they're not fine. Yaz is going to be gone 2 to 3 weeks.
If the season ended today, they're in the postseason.
But then, if you're just happy with a participation trophy, just getting in.
Yeah, that's right.
Or
that's
what about 2010?
Good.
You get in and shock the world.
There you go.
If you bolster what you have, if you get hot, what you have on the stove is greater. and hotter. So
what?
When you get hot in baseball,
Okay.
unlike to me the NFL and the NBA, you can parlay that into maybe getting to a World Series, like the Giants in 2010. So if you bolster what you have currently and you qualify for the wild card, maybe you have better chances if you got a better team. And I think this team needs a bat, Stoney. Again, another, 3 runs last night. But you're okay, it seems like.
I'm fine. I'm fine. My stomach hurts a little bit,
No,
and my
look at
back
you.
is coming around, but I'm fine. Ride it out.
Ride it out.
They're in no man's land right now. There doesn't seem to be a big name out there. I don't think they'd want to give up much for a big name. They got young players in their lineup. They
4
pick
of
up
them.
AJ
Yeah.
Pollock to I heard Dave
5
Fleming on this
homers and
morning.
175.
He's not even going to be on the team in 3 weeks.
Yeah. All
That's
right. Okay.
according to Flem, well, that's kind of what he suggested. So
Mhm.
just get over the hump and
Make it happen, Captain. That sounds like what you're saying.
Yeah.
We're so different.
Yeah, I know you want him to go get Otani. And
No,
hey, Sonny, we lost out on Otani.
That's not
Okay.
That's not what I'm saying. It's just like you're so okay with them just making it, saying, hey, nothing to see here. We had a good year.
What you have to do, that's what you have to do first. You have to make the playoffs.
Right.
I can't stand this. Well, you just want to make the playoffs? Yes. You want to just make the playoffs because you can't win a title unless you make the playoffs.
That's fair as hell.
So make the playoffs.
But you can't assume, partner, that next season, we're just going to make the playoffs. You never know what's going to pop off.
I'm talking about right now. They're in the playoffs right now.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying there is no Otani, but if you could have got something lesser than Otani to kind of boost that lineup, and maybe Pollock is it. A change of scenery will help him, but another option, and he comes here with a bad hammy, kind of not what I thought. And what about the message you send to the clubhouse? You into that or no? By trying to be somewhat aggressive. Because Farhan does have Chris Bryant on his ledger. They went and got him.
I never understood that. So we're the San Francisco Giants with
Okay.
10 games over. We're the number 1 wild card.
You got cohesiveness.
And if we don't make a move, you're sending a message that you don't believe in the team. It doesn't make sense to me. Couldn't you look at it as you're sending a message that you do believe in the team? And that what you have right now is
Estrada
enough.
coming back, and Yaz coming back. And maybe I heard Flem. Maybe Haniger's coming back. So maybe that's your bat that you've been waiting on, Stoney. We'll see.
Austin and San Jose. Stoddy, Giants fans don't have any stars. It's about the entertainment, not enough just to make the playoffs. You're not going to get a star right now.
And who's to say you need one? They're
You got
doing it by
Luciano.
committee right now.
There's your star, right?
He's exciting.
So we'll see.
Bailey coming down to earth a little bit, but his impact has been felt.
How you feel about the Niners?
Do you really want to go here?
I mean,
why
what
are
else are we
grown
gonna
men
do?
and women fighting on Twitter? Or do I need to do Bob Fitzgerald? We got to talk to him, Stoney. Get off of Twitter. I don't. You understand where I'm at with this.
I actually don't.
Okay, let me say.
And here's where let me tell you about yesterday. Because when we did the crossover with Willard, he was kind of talking about, I think, what you're going to get into about. He feels like
he said. I heard.
I don't know.
He said he got
people
called a
taking it
racist over the weekend. I didn't like that. I wanted
That he
to
got
text
called a
him.
racist?
Yeah, like damn. But there are some takes that he has that I'll bring up to him to where maybe I can help him see how somebody might think that.
An education sensation?
No, it's not an education. I guess. Yeah, I'm chocolate.
You're going to pull out?
No, it's.
Are you going to?
All right, you asked me. I'm going here quick. How can a player, forget his name, how can a said player go from a starting quarterback last year, forget how we got there? The coaches.
You can't, but go ahead.
Okay, the coach gave him the keys to the Rari.
Not really. Gave him
And
one
now
key.
people are on the microphone writing columns, Mike Silver, alluding or subliminally sending the message that he may not be on the roster before week 1. So my question, and all I've been consistent with is, and you know I'm not perfect, Steiny, how that's not upon us, but how can that be? How can you go from starter, injured, to off the team? Like, And Kyle's giving him kudos every time he talks about him. So, Steiny, help me find out what I'm missing, that gap. I need closure. Help me find and piece that fit. Or am I tripping or giving too much energy to something that has not happened? I believe Trey Lance will be on this roster week 1 in Pittsburgh. Like, make it make sense. How you can go from starter, break your ankle.
He wasn't really a starter. That's why.
That's like saying you weren't really president. What do you mean he wasn't a starter? He was. He was named starter.
He was named starter because at that point, Purdy hadn't taken any reps because he just came in as the third string. And Garoppolo had been acquired late. And I do think that's what the meeting with the team was all about last year.
You did call that out.
Kyle Shanahan got the team together, the veterans, and said, look, I think he said, we're going to start the season with Trey Lance. We know he's got a lot of room for growth. We know he's got a long way to go. That's why we're not sure it's going to work. That's why we brought back Jimmy Garoppolo, but we want to give this kid a chance. The way I look at it is they gave Trey Lance a chance last year. And
it was a short chance because he got hurt.
Right, he got hurt.
Okay.
And now Brock Purdy just took the job from him. You know what? And by the way, that's a crock of bull that you can't lose your job because of injury. Yes, you can.
Yeah, and we see it all the time.
Yes, you can. Of course you can. I mean,
I'm not talking about the job, Steiny, the starting job. I understand Brock Purdy's resume. I cannot even question it. This is about staying on the roster. That's where it gets offensive.
Why is it offensive? They have 4 quarterbacks, and what if Trey Lance is the 4th best quarterback?
I'm asking you, do you believe that?
Maybe. I don't know. I think Purdy's better than Trey Lance.
I'll give you that.
Okay. Well, I don't know after that.
And either do I.
Okay.
Now, I do question. I'm going to say something.
So they're fighting out for 2, 3, 4.
They had, in my world, Matt, and I'm calling you Matt because I mean this. In my world, if I thought highly of Trey Lance or thought, even if it's going slow, pedestrian, the slow lane, he still would be my number 2 because he was my number 1 last year.
Even if he's not as good as those other guys.
He's mine. I drafted him. And I've yet to see him get enough reps in real live game situations for me to throw him away. And that's why I think a lot of people are fighting on Twitter because it's like some are already like, Kyle's got his decision made. They've seen something. And that's why I'm like, that could very well pop off. But I heard Kyle the other day, he said he liked where Trey was at. And there's going to be some good practices and bad practices for all of them. Now, the Allen situation, I believe that's a byproduct of what happened in Philly. They will never not have enough quarterbacks. So I'm not going to pull my hair out on that. But I respect Mike Silver to the utmost, Steiny. But when you read his columns, he has it to where, and he's in the know more than I am, to where there's a scenario out there to where Trey Lance could be off of this team and not step foot or show us what he is after coming back from the ankle injury.
It's possible. How much of a chance did James Wiseman get after he got hurt and missed the entire championship year?
Now, Steiny, I know I always fight you on that one. I feel like Wiseman had way more. We saw him way more than what
Not
Trey's
after the rookie
getting.
year. After his rookie year, after he started,
But he got hurt again.
Much.
You're right. He got hurt
so did
again.
Trey. Trey got hurt.
So let me ask you this. I'm going to put the rat on the table.
Can I ask a question? This is the thing I don't understand.
4 hours.
Today I'm listening to Dave Fleming, who is a Giants announcer, but he knows all sports.
Yeah.
And Banter threw it at him. What do you think about the 49ers quarterbacks?
I missed that. What did he say?
He said kind of what I'm thinking is, I don't get it. Not I don't get the situation. I don't get what everybody's pulling their hair out about. Brock Purdy's the number 1 quarterback.
Man, I got you.
Okay, there's 3 guys battling for 2. And Trey Lance isn't good enough to claim it. He's not good enough to claim it. And Kyle Shanahan, good for him, ain't going to hand it to him if he didn't earn it.
So he didn't earn it. You're going to stay on that premise. Last year, he didn't earn it. He just was giving him the job.
I don't want to say he
that
didn't earn
has to mean something. And if I were running a team and I saw this kid that I moved some mountains to get, Steiny, that means something. You're not going to battle two dudes. One that already quarterback with Brock Purdy in Carolina, and it was a disaster.
When was Garoppolo reacquired? Last year.
After it was crickets, and we thought after the...
Right. So why did they go get Garoppolo?
I believe because he was available.
I believe because they were worried about Trey Lance.
Not getting hurt. You're saying
Garoppolo,
just the performance. Hold on, Stein. You were worried about the
performance. And then we saw how Kyle Shanahan used him, and he wasn't very confident in Trey Lance. I think they got Garoppolo late. They got him back. They re-signed him late. He was behind because Trey Lance, by that point, had been taking all the first-string things, the first-string reps.
Well,
and so...
I got something for you.
Kyle Shanahan said, look, we need another quarterback in here than Trey Lance, somebody who hasn't played. We'll bring Garoppolo back. Now, Garoppolo's behind because he was hurt and he didn't play in training camp. So you know what? Hey, 49ers, come over here. Look, we got Jimmy back because we're not really sure of Trey. He's young. We want to give him some support. Okay, but listen, because Jimmy's behind, that's all it was. Jimmy's behind. Lance didn't beat out Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo didn't play in the summer. But he didn't throw.
His time was
given
over,
the job. He was, right.
Yeah, because they wanted to see, let's go with the new.
Right, but they
told Jimmy bye-bye. And
see, this is what I don't think's hard. I don't get what's difficult to understand. They needed insurance for Trey Lance after they saw him all summer. And into training camp.
All right, so you're adding that. Okay,
so and
you're
here's the other
saying
thing. So they were going to go into camp with Trey Lance and Purdy. Who's Sudfeld?
Yeah. I think you're selling Jimmy short. They thought Jimmy was going to be swooped up with the quickness. So
I disagree with that. I disagree
that's how I look
with
at it. They thought Jimmy was going to be gone, and they almost wanted him gone because it was time to turn the page and see what we have with Trey Lance.
They couldn't keep Trey Lance, 0 attempts. Brock Purdy, 0 attempts as a quarterback, and Nate Sudfeld, I don't know, 3 games?
Bastani, listen,
you can't keep 3 quarterbacks.
But they were going to do it had Jimmy got swooped up.
He wasn't going to get swooped up. He just wasn't. And I think they knew it.
So I got to give credit to Evan Giddings.
What do you want?
He held it down yesterday. I'm about to tell you. He's been in these.
Thank you.
He's been in the ruckus at these press conferences. I've heard Evan ask questions. Dickinson, Sterling, Sam Lubman. You know what, Steiny? If I were, and I love my Bay Area media, tell me if I would get thrown out or lose my credential if I asked Kyle, hey, Kyle, do you regret drafting Trey?
He'd say no. It's not that hard. No, we don't. Why would we?
But then why are writers, where are they getting this info from?
What info are you talking about?
To where this guy is almost off the team, like his spot is in jeopardy. Info.
Have you observed? It's not about what anybody's saying. It's about what they're doing. Brock Purdy has been named the #1 quarterback. Plain and simple.
I gave you that dub. I understand that. We're talking about after that, Matt.
Right.
Why are you sharing reps with Allen? And I don't think a lot of people are saying it's because of the Philly game.
Together.
No, that's my 2 and 2. Y'all getting 5 and 6, and it's weird. Why does the fact that Allen is here, why is that a blemish on Trey Lance? Why can't it just be we had no quarterbacks in Philly?
Okay.
So just because you observe something, Steiny, don't mean it's fact.
No,
and Mike Silver the same thing. So if I ask Kyle Shanahan that question, why would he, if it's real, say it to us then? And nobody's fighting. There's no Hatfields and McCoys. Say what it is. But every time he talks, he's talking glaring of Trey Lance.
That's right.
So what?
He talks glowing about all 4 of the quarterbacks.
But really, and I'm asking
Jimmy
you,
Garoppolo
so really you're saying
year,
he ain't telling the truth about how he feels about Trey Lance?
Maybe he is telling the truth about Trey Lance, but Trey Lance isn't ready to start yet.
I didn't say start, Matt. We're talking about now a roster spot.
Okay.
I give you I understand Purdy starting, guys.
Wow.
I'm talking about remaining on the roster.
We'll try again. Jimmy Garoppolo was under contract last year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They made, I don't care what anybody says, they made no attempt to trade Jimmy Garoppolo. They asked way too much for Jimmy Garoppolo. That's why there was no market for him. 0. But that's what they wanted. I think. They wanted Garoppolo out there without a team because then they could say, you know what? Let's bring Jimmy back. Why? Because we don't have anybody on the roster who's thrown a pass in the NFL yet. So what do you say we get Jimmy Garoppolo in here as insurance? We'll start Trey. We'll give the kid a chance. We'll start him. They start him. He gets hurt. Garoppolo comes in. He wins. Purdy then comes in. He wins. And guess what? Over the course of a season, it becomes apparent that Brock Purdy is better than Trey Lance, or at least that's what Kyle Shanahan believes, that Purdy is better than Trey Lance.
I'll
now,
follow you.
We must go further. And what is further is, okay, well, Trey can be a good backup. Well, apparently, Kyle Shanahan, not through anything he said, but through what he's done, has said, I'm a little uncomfortable having Trey Lance just given the number 2. Let's bring Sam Darnold in here. Okay? Now they bring Sam Darnold in here. Why? To compete with Trey Lance. You might not like that, but that says, you don't have to say it, that says what Kyle thinks of Trey Lance as a quarterback, that he wants him to compete with a guy like Sam Darnold. Then throw in last year's disaster at quarterback. You know what? Let's get a 4th in here just to have him because we don't want to go through what happened last year. Like, I don't understand the puzzlement of what we're seeing. He doesn't right now have
trust.
Obviously.
Well, yeah. You laid that out. I just don't believe
honestly, I
the
don't think
Jimmy
it's
part
hard.
of that.
What do you mean?
I thought that, Steiny, that when Jimmy was like, it's been fun, it's been good.
Right.
I don't think
But
the
he's still-
Niners
he's
look
still
was
under
that
contract.
good. Even though I don't feel they were asking too much. I really,
really?
believe they thought Jimmy was good.
I think they were probably asking. We
And when
want 2
people
seconds.
found out Jimmy's had a bum,
Maybe.
a shoulder,
Sure.
arm, that hurt him and his market value. And they saw a fact. Why would we give up when this dude don't have a team? We thought he would be swooped up, and we can get him for much of nothing, and he'll come back after we kicked him to the curve. It wasn't like wink, wink, Jimmy. We'll ask for too much, and then we could get you back, and we'll get credit for making it look like we tried to say bye to you. And I just wish, I guess, you know what, Steiny? You're gonna feel the way you feel, and I'm gonna feel the way I feel. But the bottom line is, I'm conceding to the fact that Brock Purdy's better than Trey Lance. There's
Okay.
no arguing that. I got you,
and
partner.
you want to give the backup position to Trey because he was picked high 3 years ago,
You know what?
and Kyle Shanahan is basically saying that's not the way it works. That's the other thing. The same guy who moved up to get Trey Lance is actually the guy saying, I can't just give him the job. So, again, all I'm saying is I'm with Dave Fleming. I don't understand. I don't understand, why there's no confusion. Purdy's 1, and he's got to figure out who 2 is. Now, if you want Trey Lance, hey, you moved up to get Trey Lance. God, let's see what he can do. Let's give him, fine. Then okay, I get that. You made an investment in Trey Lance, go ahead and make him the backup. But the guy who made the investment in Trey Lance isn't making him the backup.
Right. You know what?
So why?
And you know what? I know we're up against
it's not a question you have to ask. Why isn't Kyle Shanahan just say Trey's the backup? Because he's not he hasn't won the position. Apparently, according to Kyle. I don't know. Yeah. I'm just basing all of what I know on what Kyle Shanahan has done. Not what he said. What he's done. And what he's done is made Brock Purdy the number 1 and brought Sam Darnold in and kept another guy around. So, use your, interpret that. It doesn't look good for Trey Lance, but I don't know that he's a bust or not a bust. I just know that for whatever reason, Kyle's not playing him. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation about the 49ers quarterback situation? It's not going anywhere on 95.7 The Game. Here's what I think. So 2 years ago, the 49ers season ends, and Garoppolo is hurt. Remember, he had surgery late. He didn't get it right away. And apparently the 49ers weren't crazy about that. So they go into that offseason. Jimmy Garoppolo is under contract, but he has a late surgery. And Trey Lance takes all the stuff in OTAs, and then they get to training camp. And at that point, the 49ers are trying to trade Jimmy Garoppolo. Wink, wink. But they can't. This is why I don't think they ever wanted to. Banter reminded me that during this time, Peter King said he thinks, or he said, 49ers think they can get 2 seconds for Jimmy Garoppolo.
I remember that.
Who the hell would give up 2 seconds for Jimmy Garoppolo?
Nobody.
Okay, so now you're asking for 2 seconds for Jimmy Garoppolo. That tells me you don't think, either you don't want to trade him or you know you're not going to trade him. Now we go through OTAs. Jimmy starts to get healthy. What are we going to do with Jimmy? Let's bring him back. Okay, they brought him back late August, early September. A month later than it is now.
Okay.
So there was no way Jimmy was going to win the job for the first week when he hadn't been practiced. He'd been on the side. And unless you were going to give the job to Jimmy without having gone through training camp.
But don't you remember the goodbye press conference they had?
Right.
But it was bye-bye, Steiny.
No, it was
and
a
it was
ruse.
bye-bye. Thank you for everything you've done.
Okay.
Oh, explain that. You said ruse.
They wanted 2 seconds for him. They didn't. I don't think they wanted to trade him.
Well, my question to that, if you're right, and I don't believe
then
you are.
Then they saw Trey Lance and they said,
they owed it to their organization to see if this kid can play. We see it all the time.
And that's why he started in week 1. Trey Lance started.
Right.
So they gave him a chance last year.
Okay, and he got hurt after
and
4
then he
quarters.
Got just flat out beat out by a guy. But what I'm getting at mostly was, yes, he started last year, but Jimmy wasn't going to start because he got there too late. Purdy wasn't going to start because he was a 7th-round pick. Like,
it was the Trey Lance era.
They wanted to move to Trey Lance, so they did.
Yeah, and that's why Jimmy said, thank you, it's been good, night. And it was the Trey Lance era upon us.
And don't forget, it's also why Jimmy was open to coming back, because he knew that Trey Lance wasn't assured to quarterback 16 games without any experience.
And you know what? I'm not going to let my blood pressure get higher for something that has not happened. I'm just asking about the energy that's surrounding the Bay Area from a lot of people about assuming that Trey Lance is not going to be a 49er. I have accepted and conceded his ass has no action at the number 1 is Brock Purdy's healthy. I get that. Brock has earned that. Steiny, I'm going loser mentality. We're talking about 2 and 3. And all I'm asking you, and you just laid it out, is if they had confidence in him being the starter last year, what test did he flunk up until now to where now he has to win the 2nd or 3rd or even 4th to remain on the roster? That's what I like to know.
I don't believe they had a ton of confidence in Trey Lance. That, to me, is why Garoppolo ended up back on the team. Because the Niners probably were like, we got Trey, we got Purdy, and we got Sudfeld. We got to get somebody in here who's got some experience.
Oh, God, Jimmy, he's still available.
That's right. That's right. So, and here's the thing, and here's the other thing that we can get to the nub of it.
Yeah.
Because you've alluded to it, and so has Willard. People have, I have no agenda. I have no idea what Trey Lance is. None. Zero. All I can assess is the way Kyle Shanahan has handled the situation. Now, if you want to criticize that, we can do that. But to me, through Shanahan's, the way he's coached, the way he's handled the training camps in the last 2 or 3 years, do we really have to interview Kyle Shanahan and have him say, well, yeah, we really did think Trey Lance would be better than this? He's never going to say that. He's just not.
Yeah.
They drafted Trey Lance. They thought he'd be further along. He's not. He's not better than Brock Purdy. So now they have to move on. and they're trying to figure out whether he can be the backup, whether he can be the third string, or whether they're going to cut ties altogether.
Right.
Like,
and
I'm not saying we're never going to get Kyle to give his alibi or give his story about what's happened the last 3 years. And you know what? Quite frankly, I don't want to hear it because what's happened is more accurate than anything that Kyle Shanahan can say about the position.
You know what?
By what he's done.
I'm not mad at you, but this is what I'm saying, Steiny. It's that energy that you just put on display. Why Trey Lance was named the starter, but in your world, he was named the starter because he was named the starter because they picked him and he was supposed to be the next franchise quarterback.
Right.
But you keep putting an asterisk on him starting last year. Forget why.
Sorry, but that's a fact.
All right, but when people from afar hear you say that, you don't know. You're saying that's how you feel.
Okay,
he was named the starting quarterback.
Let's look at the other way.
And it feels like you keep.
Let's look at it the other way.
Like he has to apologize for that. So I'm not mad at Kyle because Kyle gave him that. Let me finish.
Who are you mad at?
I'm not mad. I'm telling you. I listened to you yesterday when I turned it on for 40 minutes, and you said, "You know what, Evan? Tell me if this rings a bell." I said, "You know what? That's my partner. I love that." He said, "You know what? I can't put my finger on it, but the way Kyle's handling this whole quarterback situation, I don't want to speak for you, Steiny. It's kind of, there's something there. I don't know what it is."
What's
and
there
that was
is what
speaking
we're
to me
interpreting.
through the airwaves.
The other thing is, okay, let's look at it the other way. Trey Lance started last year, deserved it, earned it, beat everybody out. Yeah, got hurt. Okay. And then you know what? Purdy beat him out.
I got you.
How can you acknowledge? Steiny, you're right. You can lose your position. You can lose your starting job.
I'm with you.
Okay, well, that's what happened.
Okay, but now
Purdy
we're talking about a possible
games.
not on the roster, and that's why I got to slow my
that's
roll.
an alarm because that's a red flag.
But is it reality? Is it? I'm asking you. Is it reality?
Of course, because they traded for Sam Darnold.
No, of course.
What are you talking about?
I mean, you're not a coach.
Me.
You ain't in the room, so that's how you feel. It's not of course. And that's where I think people are going wrong.
I can't
because you're sharing with us your opinion, but you're stating it like it's fact.
Why did they get Darnold? Why did they get Darnold?
Why are you screaming?
Why did they get Sam Darnold?
Because of what happened in the NFC Championship game, Steiny, and insurance. Okay, why does that got to be an indictment on Trey Lance?
Because it is.
I'm asking.
Because clearly,
says who?
Because they're battling for the number 2 spot.
So Kyle's just lying.
I don't know why
I'm
you're
asking
upset
you.
about
I'm not upset. You're the one screaming. I missed you yesterday. You are screaming.
Nixon Redwood City.
You're screaming. I'm not mad.
What? Yes. I don't know what you're getting at.
Are you not screaming?
You're frustrating me because it's like it's all there.
No.
1 through 5 and you're not seeing it.
No.
It's like
you don't have a Niner polo. You talk like they told you and called you. You're just saying it's your opinion.
Why?
Just say, "Goo, I might have it wrong."
I don't have it wrong because I don't know. What I'm saying is, why didn't they go into this season then with Purdy, with Lance, and with Sudfeld? Why did they? I'm asking you, why did they get Darnold?
I'm real enough to tell you I have no idea, I told you before.
I need you to be a little smarter.
I've said that it was NFC Championship game. You sitting up here yesterday talking about something's odd. I'm hearing your face, and it's not odd to you today. I find that hot. That's really strange. Yesterday it was odd. I'm in your face now, saying, "Hey, Steiny, I heard you say that, and now you need me to be smarter."
I think you mischaracterized what I said yesterday.
Mischaracterized, and I'm not mad.
Yes, you are.
You're yelling.
You raised the stakes, and I don't know why.
The stakes because you talk like it's factual.
I'm not.
It's your opinion.
What is factual?
That Trey Lance is showing them that they don't have trust in him. That's what you're just saying. It's your opinion. Quit saying like that's the end all be all.
Answer why they got Sam Darnold. Then.
You tell us. You know it all.
Obviously, because
the NFC Championship game is why they got 4 quarterbacks to me, and I've stated that.
I don't even understand what we're fighting about.
And throwing eggs at him.
Who?
Like Trey Lance.
I don't even know what he can do.
You're saying what he can't do, and that's why they brought it.
You know what? Seriously.
Yeah, quit beating the kid up.
Kyle. Take it up with Kyle Shanahan.
You did it yesterday, but you won't do it now that I'm here. You did it yesterday.
You're totally mischaracterizing.
If I could get in that press conference,
I would mischaracterizing what I said.
That question.
No,
I would ask him that question.
No, you wouldn't.
And you would say, he would just say, it's fine. Dude, you are just like your God. Like you just know what they're doing.
No, I don't know.
Like, slow your roll on young Trey Lance. Oh, they know it. You don't know. Just state your opinion. And you know what, Steiny? It's not fair. You're just burying the kid.
You know what's not fair?
In the NFC Championship game, they ran out of quarterbacks. Maybe that's why they got 4, man.
Maybe.
But you never say that. The venom and vitriol from you and other guys is, Trey's not getting it.
I have no venom toward Trey Lance.
It don't sound like it. Step back and listen to yourself.
I don't even know the guy.
Yep.
I don't even know the guy.
I'm just telling you how it sounds. It's your opinion.
Guru.
But you state it like it's fact.
I'm stated nothing like it's fact.
You said Trey is not it. That's what you said, and they believe that.
I never said Trey is not it. I said, why did they get Sam Darnold?
And I told you 10 times it's because they want 4 quarterbacks for what happened in the NFC Championship game. And all you been consistent all summer long.
What do you want to happen?
I want the kid to get a chance in a actual game.
He's had chances.
What? He got hurt, right?
Well,
what?
Yes, he did.
And what though?
He got hurt. Yes, he got hurt. And then Purdy came in.
From Matt Steinmetz said, where has Trey lost?
Brock Purdy came in and seized the job. Brock Purdy came in and he took it. And now he's proven, not to me, I don't know anything, but clearly he's proven to Kyle, again, take it up with Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan said Purdy's number 1.
Well,
who's number 2?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I agree with you
but
on the number 1.
But I'll tell you what, the only thing we disagree in is I wouldn't hand Trey Lance the number 2. You would.
No.
That's fine. Okay, we disagree. That's the only disagreement.
And I know we got called Steiny. No, there's 2 things we disagree with. You feel like Trey Lance has failed.
No, I did.
Not on the field.
Stop.
Like
Nick,
you think they lost confidence. Go ahead.
I'm going to a call. That's bull.
Bull what?
That's crap.
You
said 3 days ago.
That. It's what you're saying. You said they seen something. Have you not told me they seen something in practice and they don't like it?
Yeah, I have.
That's ludicrous.
Oh, it is.
The dude been rehabbing to get back on the field.
Well, then you know it sounds like.
But you said that, right? Did you say that or not?
No.
Am I hearing things?
The way I speak, I say it seems like they might not like Trey Lance. That's the way that's because I'm a journalist. I would never say they don't like Trey Lance. I have no idea. That's why I'm saying we can only go on their actions. You're looking for something that's not there.
It don't sound like I'm the one looking for something.
Well, that's a great line. I don't know what it means. Nick is in Redwood City. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Can we all just kind of take a little breath here and chill? You're both right. The bottom line with this is nobody knows why the Niners are doing what they're doing right now. I mean, all we know is that, like you said, Steiny.
You ask the same question, Guru, every single... Hold on. You ask the same question every single day.
Did you just pause the caller? Was he talking?
I don't know how to answer
Did you just pause the caller? He was there having a thought.
Yes, I did.
Obviously, I didn't hit a button. I don't know what the button is.
Is it Nick's show?
I don't know what the button is. What button did I hit?
I don't think it's Nick's show.
Because I got you, and you're telling on yourself. Don't get mad at me. And you know why I'm really mad?
I'm banging my head against the head.
Oh, Evan, because something's up with Kyle. I can't put my finger on it. And then here I come in today, and I can't even find that Steiny. Come on,
that's what it's about.
I can't
it's
even
about
find
you think
that
I'm treating you differently.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it ain't that.
No, it is
we
that.
know that's fact.
It is. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fact.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What's up, Nick? Go ahead.
Don't get mad at me.
I am mad at you because I can't explain things to you day after day after day
You're
after
double
day
talking, Matt.
after day.
And then when I catch you, you won't admit it.
Don't cut out. Oh, my God. What are you...
I never said Trey wouldn't lose. That practice is where he was. If they're losing Kagoo, they're seeing something every day. They're seeing something in practice. Now you didn't say that.
Right?
Now you didn't say that.
No, they must be, right? Okay, so in your mind, they're just not playing him out of spite. There we go. That's real logical.
That's about how your
Why
conversation's
would Kyle
been.
Shanahan, who drafted Trey Lance, not play him?
He did play him. He got hurt.
Well, then why wouldn't
But you're the one saying, "Oh, I know." Like you got somebody over there.
I don't say I know.
In the front office.
You're talking about somebody else.
It comes off that way.
Well, I don't say that. Then you got to listen harder to my words because I would never say I know.
Well, I can hear you because you're screaming today.
Yeah. So you get to turn the volume up
today.
Oh, but you didn't. All right. What's up, Nick?
Okay. All right, guys. Let me try to wade into this quarterback quagmire here with you for a second and give you my 2 cents. none of us knows why Shanahan's doing what he does. We don't know. None of us knows. Only Shanahan knows. And we all know that Brock came in and was lights out and is now the starter. That's a done deal. So now, of course, it's who's number 2, who's number 3, and are we going to have a number 4? I think the thing is why they brought in they want some competition with Trey. They don't want to just hand him the number 2 job now. They don't want to make it too easy. They want him to work for it. They want him to show what he can do in these preseason games, in this training camp, in this preseason, to see, are you the guy? Are you a guy who can play in the NFL? Because we really, outside of a couple little moments here in the last 2 years, we don't really know, can he do it or not? And that's, we got to find out. Because bottom line, it's a business. And, Parag Marath is not going to let him flush those 3 draft picks down the toilet that they gave for Trey to just cut him or to just get a 7th rounder or something for him, because he's got no value out as a free agent now. He hasn't shown that he can really do it in the NFL. And until he does this preseason, and maybe in games if there are opportunities that he gets in, he's got to show what he's got to build his value on the market. Is he a tradable commodity, and does he have some value out there? Or does he have value to our team, and do we want to keep him? Can he fulfill his potential and what he showed of that 1 year in college in the NFL? So there's so many unknowns now here. We just don't know. So it's going to be up to Trey. Can you now seize your moment and show that lights out, you're number 2, and doesn't matter Sam Darnold or whoever number 4 is or anybody else, you're the number 2? Or can you build some draft, some trade value to where we can get something for you out of the market? Because right now we're going to get nothing for him. Nobody's going to give us anything, maybe some conditional 5th rounder or whatever, So this is going to play itself out, and it's going to shake itself out in the next a month from now. We'll all know what's going on, But it's like right now, you guys, we just got to chill. We're all friends here. Let's not blow a gasket, and let's let this thing play out.
Thanks, Nick. And why do you think the 49ers brought in Sam Darnold?
Because of what happened in the AFC Championship game. And I stated that too.
So do you think that? So what did they bring him in to be? The 3rd?
Another option, so they don't run out of quarterbacks. Yes, a 3rd.
So he's fighting out with Trey Lance. He's battling Trey Lance.
Listen, I get that, and I just told you. I'm not even questioning the Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's a starter. I get that. What I came in today, when you asked me how we got this started, was about him possibly not being on the roster.
Okay.
And that has not happened. So that's why I'm wondering, why are you coming at me with so much venom when I'm saying is I can't even be mad at Kyle because he did debut his new toy. But you want to say, he only debuted it because of this and that. That's fine.
Well, if you don't want to look at the particulars, we have
Trey
to.
got his chance, and
yes,
he got
did.
hurt. So
But he
was
didn't
just
look good
telling
when
you,
he played.
Yeah, I'm the first one to say that.
Okay.
The first one to say, I'm telling you, Steiny, why am I reading so much stuff about him possibly being up out of here? So I get battling for the 2nd. You lose that, okay, at worst, I'm a 3rd string. Steiny, they're talking about this kid is gone. And it may happen, and I'm going to be like, my God, what did he do from the time he broke his leg against Seattle, his ankle against Seattle, to get ran up out of town?
Evan,
that's
do you have
the energy that's
do you have
weird.
the updated snap counts for all the quarterbacks?
I know that Brandon Allen has taken 44 snaps in
Correct.
5 training camp days.
So,
I do not know about all of the rest.
Do we know? And that's my point. Why has Brandon Allen taken 44 snaps as the fourth quarterback? My answer is I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But
right.
But the reason has to be because there's some plan for the guy, or he's giving him a chance. Like if the 49ers have a 4-string quarterback who's gotten 44 snaps and no other team in the league has a 4-string quarterback who's had more than, 10, well, then it's fair to say, why is Brandon Allen getting snaps? Like, that's what we're talking about, and that's what we're trying to interpret.
Well,
No, it doesn't look good for Trey Lance. That's my conclusion.
Okay. All right. And when we heard John Lynch yesterday, I heard you guys play it, said most likely they're not going to carry 4 quarterbacks. I'm not even going to overreact to the snap count and all this stuff in practice, the picks, the completions. Stoney, Brock Purdy has yet to get that elbow tested in regard to getting hit and 300-pound dudes laying on top of him. And I don't believe we're going to see a lot of Brock Purdy in the preseason. I could be wrong, but my thing is that will tell me game 1 of the preseason, game 2, how these reps or these snaps are divvied up and who's playing what to where – you know what, Stoney? I got it wrong. I got it wrong because I can't be mad at Kyle right now because last year he started the kid. The kid got hurt. And this ain't to Kyle, just to the masses, that energy that this kid, not number 1. I get that, Stoney, but it sounds like this kid is he might as well start packing his bags.
Well, that's because of the way Kyle has dealt with the 4 quarterbacks. It's not personal against Trey Lance. I'm just looking at the info. That's all. And also, I have no reason to believe Kyle doesn't like Trey because he's the guy who went up to get him.
Well, he could not like him, Stoney, and I'll feel like that's what you put on tape. I get that, but come out and say it.
Say what?
Like, oh, I love where Trey's at. That keeps ringing into my. So why are people running with? Oh, he's on his way out of town because of Brandon Allen.
Actions speak louder than words. That's why.
Okay.
Mike in Berkeley. What's up, Mike?
Morning, guys. How are you?
Hey.
You guys, I think it's kind of obvious that nobody has faith in what Kyle Shanahan does or John Lynch. And they're trying the best they can to save face on this. I just question why they get so much rope, so much leash. If this were to happen in New York or Philadelphia or for you, Guru, and Dallas, if Jerry Jones would have given up 3 number 1s and a number 3 to a guy that may be the 3rd-string quarterback in the future, it would be on the front page of every paper forever. But why does Kyle and John Lynch was a TV color analyst. He has no experience in the front office. Kyle Shanahan has no experience as a head coach.
Well, Brock Purdy was so phenomenal. And they went to the NFC Championship, so nothing stopped. Now, if they were 7-10, then all hell breaks loose. But they won with not the top guy they picked, Mr. Irrelevant. They still drafted him. So that's why I feel like it's quiet on the set.
Well, Mr. Irrelevant is saving their bacon. Because if he didn't turn out to be what he was, I mean, for 3 number 1s and a 3, what could you do with that? Even if you had a mediocre quarterback. A Trent Dilfer. What could you have done with those 3 1s and a 3? You'd have built a dynasty is what you would have done. And I just don't understand why the 49er fans aren't marching on the stadium and saying this guy needs to be out of here. I understand he did. They have gone to the championship, NFC championship game and the Super Bowl. I get that. But the reason that they're not going to get over the hump is 3 number 1s and a 3.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call.
We kind of talked about this last. Oh, we got to go, Stoney. But yeah, there's no hell to pay because you're winning.
Exactly. The Warriors didn't pay for Wiseman. Not yet. Right. And the 49ers didn't pay for Lance. Not yet, but they may. And
if Purdy
down
don't
the line,
end up being nothing, yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. And we come back. More talk about the San Francisco 49ers. It's all sponsored by AC Transit.
on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru with you, 95.7 The Game.
I love you, man. What where did that come from, Steiny? You came at me with the shield.
I think you started it.
No, I didn't. You yelled at me and I think it's the Twitter, the social media, and you took it out on me. Boy, I'm a lover, not a fight. You came at your boy.
It's a surprise.
I missed you yesterday, and I just came in, and you steamrolled me.
You started it. You got mad
don't know
first.
how.
Because you yelled first.
But we're agreeing on 99.1% of this whole thing, except why there are 4 quarterbacks here. And hey, real quick about Purdy, that's over. We know who the starter is if healthy. My thing and why I took issue is with not you, the media, and everybody, it seems like, having Trey's funeral. And so mine ain't 2 or 3 second or third string. It's remaining on the team. And that's all I was trying to convey. And you came at me. You rose up. That's a fun.
I'll say it again. I thought you started it. And I thought you came in.
Can you help us? Because
I thought you came in here with an agenda.
Stop. We talked before the show.
No, well, very little. Very little because you were distracted.
Now you telling tall tales now.
You better find that clip that you think you heard me say.
Oh, it was profound.
Oh, okay. Well, Evan didn't remember.
Evan.
Yeah, that's right. I'm bringing in the middle of it, Evan.
Evan, that hurt.
All right, what do we got?
Okay, Evan, just help me out now. It might have been about 115, 120. You just said, Evan, this quarterback situation, the way Kyle's handling it all, I can't put my finger on it, but there is something there. And I'm paraphrasing.
Oh, no, what I said was 888-957-9570. Would you have done anything differently?
No, it wasn't that.
How's he handled it? Do you like the way he's handled it? You not like the way he's handled it?
You don't remember, and the way only style, you did it perfect. You were like,
he doesn't remember.
There's just something that,
it might not have been those words, but I think we're all trying to figure out what he's doing with the quarterbacks because from his actions, I can't even tell if he knows what he's doing on a day-to-day basis outside of the snap count that they have laid out, who he thinks is, going to be number 1, which is Brock Purdy. Outside of that, I think he's waiting for the quarterback room to basically make the decision for him.
Evan, and I got to be careful, and I want you to, because you had a profound point about Brock Purdy and Darnold, why he's here along with the force. Evan, I'm asking you this because I mean it. I'm not mad at Kyle yet. And that's why I was able to compartmentalize and tell you guys, Trey's still on this team. And I got to slow my roll because I'm yelling at you because I was getting yelled at, but I'm yelling at you like Trey's been released. He has not. And that's the energy I was asking you to help me find, Steiny. Why are people so quick to say this kid's out of town?
I am going to, this is where because now I've heard Willard bring it up. I don't think,
they don't like him.
I don't see it.
Okay, no, that's what I got you.
I don't see the media. Well, first of all, if we want to get into this, we can get into this.
We can.
Everybody in the media has an agenda. All right. I think I try to be fair. People would say you're the furthest thing from fair. I get that. But I don't think there's any concerted agenda by the media, or there's this groundswell of media / fans who are like trying to run Trey Lance out of town. I just do not believe
you're
that.
one of them.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I don't believe there's any of them.
Oh, okay.
But what I believe is if you're a media guy and you have observed the way the quarterback situation has come down ever since Trey Lance got drafted, it's becoming fair to start saying, is this guy going to ever play? Is he good enough to play? Does Kyle that's
Does Kyle think he can play?
Well, he did 3 years ago.
San Jose Jazz fan, real quick, Steiny. Steiny, you started it, and then Jeff, never go left Jeff. Guru started it.
So this is from Mike Silvers.
Okay.
Lance split second team refs with Sam Darnold, the quarterback who seems to be winning the competition to be Brock Purdy's backup. All right, is that is that an agenda, or is that Mike Silver's writing? It appears, seems that Darnold's winning this backup job. Okay. Meanwhile, four-stringer Brandon Allen got more run than his status typically would suggest. Okay. This is, I guess, the line. Ready?
Yeah. And the title of it all.
Put it all together, along with some comments from Shanahan to me, and it creates a question, will Lance be on the roster when the 49ers open the season?
Yeah. And if you read the title, 49ers QB Challenge, but pick the best three, even if that forces out Trey Lance.
Yes.
Do you believe that to be? Well, yeah, you just stated you don't think they see it in him.
All I'm saying is I've watched the quarterback situation for 3 years, and this sentence, will Lance be on the it creates an unbelievable question. Will Lance be on the roster when the Niners open the season? It's like, I mean, yesterday I remember saying maybe Brandon Allen will be the backup quarterback.
Colin was from the SF Chronicle, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Mike Silver, SF Chronicle. So it's like, I don't think it's unfair to ask the question if Trey's going to be around at the start of the season after looking at the last 3 years.
Yeah, and I would be blown away, Steiny. I get you lost a starting job. I get that. But to be off the roster, I mean, then that'll be one that you can take the victory lap on like Goo. Not only did they see it, they may have never saw it, even though they gave them the starting job last year for whatever reason.
See, they're like, there are no victory laps for me. Like, I haven't said anything.
No, you have.
What have I said?
You've been consistent, and this is not harsh. You said, Goo, I think they have seen something to where they don't think this kid got it. I'm paraphrasing. And you just kind of said it a couple seconds ago.
I'm not going to back off that.
Oh, no. But that's what it is, and that's fine.
Do you disagree with me?
Yes, because I don't think we've seen him fail since breaking his ankle up until now to get supplanted by two guys. One that, has thrown how many interceptions in his NFL career, and Darnold and Allen, oh my goodness. So you talk about losing the starting position, that's one thing, but to go down the slope of sliding all the way off the roster and losing to Darnold and Allen, that's heavy. I got to go to Evan real quick here, Steiny. Evan, can you bring up that
team
point?
Up with him on
no,
there?
Not at all. Evan, you coaching?
He needs a double team.
No, the broken rib thing that you brought up with Purdy last year. That was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, my point was just simply, we were talking about Trey obviously a lot here and how Brandon Allen's an indictment of him, but why isn't Brandon Allen's presence in the quarterback room an indictment of Brock Purdy? Because he was just recently quoted as saying he's playing with broken ribs last year. He's coming off of elbow surgery. How do we know that Brock Purdy's not an injury-prone quarterback? And so Kyle Shanahan's trying to protect his quarterback room with a third-quality quarterback. Why is it just about Trey? Why can't it be about Brock as well as also Sam Darnold, who's learning a new playbook and has had snaps taken away from him? Why is it got to just be about Trey?
Well, that's interesting.
Steiny Guru, here's a hypothetical. Say everything last season, let's say after everything last season, Purdy wasn't good. Okay, so Purdy comes in, he wasn't good. Yeah. Would Lance be the starter, or would it be between him and Darnold?
I got to believe.
I don't know.
Now I got to be careful.
I have no idea.
Steiny, if it were my team and I did what they did to bring Lance in, and I also started him for whatever reason. In my world, it's a different reason than yours. I get it. Man, there's no doubt he would get the reins again. Just to show us, to make sure, you know what? The tranny is done. I got a blown gasket in my engine. I need a new one. And in a couple of weeks here, if Trey Lance somehow was not a 49er headed to Pittsburgh, I will say I got it wrong. But what I also got wrong, and I'll take the L for Wiseman. I always thought, you know what? It's coming. It's going to come. It never came. He was out of here. But if Trey were to fall that far and not be on this team, and them not to even want to see what he can do with McCaffrey, I just like, oh my God. I ain't mad at anybody. I'm just like, damn, they never saw us, Donnie.
What if I tell you, I believe, I don't think Trey's fallen. I don't think he's fallen. I think he's the quarterback who he was, and they want to upgrade. Whether Trey's the third string, second string, or starter, it's like I just think they want to upgrade or give him some competition. Brendan's in Newark. What's up, Brendan? How you doing, man?
Steiny Guru, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Well, thank you. So I don't think bringing in Brandon Allen or Sam Darnold is a direct attack on either Trey or Brock Purdy. Brock got hurt. It was a freak accident that happened. Trey needs to be able to show that he can be someone that can not only stay healthy, but lead this offense. And Shanahan had faith enough in him to start him for 2 games. He showed that he wanted him to be able to develop. He wanted to put him out there, and he got hurt, and that's awful for Trey. But Brandon Allen getting snaps in training camp does not mean that Shanahan doesn't want Trey to be successful. He would love for Trey to come out in his 3rd season and be able to be someone that can put points on the board and lead an offense. But if that doesn't happen, that's what happens with the draft. Even some of the best highly rated quarterbacks coming out of the draft don't do well in their first couple seasons. I don't see Trey as a long-term answer. I don't see him as the quarterback of the future for the Niners, but that doesn't mean that he's going to have a bad career. He can go somewhere else. He can develop himself into a quality quarterback and be fantastic, but it may just not be in San Francisco. And I think training camp especially, you need to have all 4 quarterbacks taking reps. They all need to be putting themselves out there and giving themselves the opportunity to be successful. And if Brandon Allen can come in and supplant Sam Darnold or Trey Lance or even Brock Purdy, you need to put everybody in the position to be as successful as they possibly can. That being said, Brock Purdy, Shanahan's basically said, Brock Purdy, this is your team. You've got it. You've got the number 1 role. You're ready to go. If you're 100% healthy, you are our guy. And I think that's Shanahan doing exactly what he needs to do as a coach who is very well adept at developing quarterbacks. Just because Trey Lance has not developed the way that he wants it to does not mean that Shanahan does not know what he's doing. I think Brock will do very, very well this year in as many games as we can put him in, and I'm excited for the season. If we carry 4 quarterbacks into the final 53, I would be surprised, but I also want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to have Brock have all of the backups, the experienced backups, ready to go should something happen to him.
Appreciate the call, Brandon. See, this is 408. It's kind of like what you were doing.
Who, John Evan?
No, from the Xfinity Mobile text
What you
line.
said you were doing, you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you. Oh, yeah, you.
Let's see.
Steiny says Trey has been falling when all he's been doing. I specifically said maybe Trey Lance hasn't been falling. Maybe he hasn't fallen. I said maybe Kyle Shanahan wants to get competition in here for Trey Lance and to upgrade the quarterback position. Steiny's been saying Trey's been falling. I said specifically the opposite. I said maybe Trey's not getting worse. Maybe Kyle just wants another guy in there who can push him.
Yeah. And I'll read this from Danker from YouTube. Why am I the only person who brings up the fact that Lance had a base playbook? Whatever playbook he had, it's not him reading it before I read the rest. It didn't look like the Brock Purdy playbook. Okay, we all saw that. All teams are vanilla in the first quarter of the year. But what hurt Trey was there was no true running back and no Kittle. I learned that at 8. Okay, the bottom line to that, Danker, is I agree the playbook did look different, but that's an indictment on Trey. And as much as I got mad at Kyle for using him like a running back, I do wonder now, why was he doing that? What was he trying to hide? But I'll say this. If Trey Lance is gone, Steiny, let me tell you who had the second highest QBR after Week 7 in the NFL last year. It was Justin Fields, Mr. Ohio State. And I'm just saying, I believe that kid can play. And if he were put in this system with the weaponry and Kyle's genius offensively, oh, my God, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But if we're going to give Kyle credit for calling plays, I was listening to Fleming on with the morning show, and he was saying his ability, Kyle's, to top-tier quarterback talent, Steiny, I'm a dog on the bone. I will never let go of Mahomes and Deshaun Watson that Kyle felt for whatever reason was something that wasn't his cup of tea. And then to go out here and get Trey Lance, if he ends up not being better, that's a major miss.
No doubt. No doubt. Chef in Wyoming.
Chef.
What's going on, Chef?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I'm up in Marin, by the way. So I read Matt Barrows from yesterday. Guess how many plays Purdy was in on? He was 12 of 16. Guess who had the next most throws? Lance, 9 of 11.
Right.
Yeah.
Darnold, 7 of 9. Allen was only 1 of 3. I think what's going on here is there's no way they're going to let Lance go. And Barrows' article said that Trey looked actually very good yesterday. My prediction is going to be they got Darnold there, just like you guys are saying, for added competition. And I think Darnold, from what I've heard and read, is somebody that Shanahan has had his heart on since he came out of SC. So getting another potential quality quarterback, you can never have too many, right? I think it's also to give competition to Trey. I think the other thing that's going to happen, so they're going to come up with the 3 quarterbacks, Purdy, Trey, and Darnold. If they can keep Allen somehow on a practice squad, I don't think that's going to happen. If what we're going to see, though, also is we're going to see, in the preseason, Lance and Darnold playing a lot. And that's probably going to be the deciding factor is who's going to be number 2 and who's going to be number 3. My guess is it's going to be Trey for a couple of reasons. One, I think he's playing better. 2, I agree with you, Guru. I got really PO'd at Shanahan using him as a running back. This is a kid who needs to learn how to play quarterback, throwing the football in the NFL. I don't think we're going to see Trey running very much. He may roll out. That's totally good, but he's not going to be running in between the tackles on a called play, I don't think. And I think he's going to shine, and I think the other point is this. They put all that draft capital into signing Trey. If they let him go or they trade him for nothing, and I agree with you guys, he's got like 0 trade value right now. That's an admission that they screwed up big time in the draft. So psychologically, I think that has a factor into all of this also. Finally, I think Purdy, obviously, I think Purdy looked phenomenal last year. I hope he's our starter. I hope he makes it. But I'm still pulling for Trey Lance to make it, not only because we spent so much capital on him, but he seems like a really good athlete. He seems like a good kid. And again, if you haven't read Matt Barrows' article, granted it's, camp, it's not against real competition, but maybe he's really making some improvement. What do you guys think?
A lot of good points.
We'll see. Yeah. I mean, I think Darnold's here, too, because you have 2 inexperienced quarterbacks. One guy's played 8 regular season games, and Trey Lance has played even fewer. And Brandon Allen, I just looked at his numbers. He's played 15 total games in 3 or 4 years. He's only got 1 start under his belt. So I think that's another part of it is Kyle, maybe it's no more, no less than we got to have a quarterback in here who's got at least a year or 2 of experience.
I'll give you that. But you will agree, Steiny, even when we first heard, like Willard brought it up, and, like his agent wouldn't accept it coming here, or even Darnold coming here if he didn't have a chance, or not something was whispered. That's not what Willard said, but it kind of felt like that, like, he knew something, or it would be easy to beat Trey. But to the caller's point, Steiny, I do, for the life of me, as much as I'm rooting for this kid, Trey Lance, I do wonder the fact that they used him more like a fullback. Was that an indictment? Was that a sign of lack of trust on letting you throw the ball around the way Brock Purdy did? Or were Brock eyes just that much better and trained to look downfield and be able to throw on the run? And again, when I leave here today, Steiny, I'm going to say this to myself. I know I told the people I understand job number 1, QB1, is Brock Purdy. He earned it. This was just about me, the noise of he could possibly Trey Lance be off the roster. And if that does happen, I'll take my medicine, but I'll be shocked as hell.
Well, what if they trade him? He'd still be off the roster.
Yeah,
is that the same thing?
Yeah, because then you guys like you, then you would have been right to where they never saw it. But to the people in the back about
So
the
you don't
draft
want me to be
capital,
right.
I can't get mad at that if Brock Purdy's taking you to title games.
But to me, there's no right. Like, I'm not.
Well,
like,
you feel tell me if I'm
yesterday
wrong,
I went out of my way to say I wouldn't call Trey. I'm not calling Wiseman. I've been around too long to say a guy's a bust after 2 or 3 years. I would never do that.
But we got to be smart here. A bust is when they don't, to me, they don't work out for you.
Okay.
So Wiseman's an L.
Okay.
He could go be Lou Alcindor. He ain't going to be it for the team here in the Golden State. And Trey Lance, the same thing. So when you draft a guy that high like the Warriors and the Niners did, Steiny, you want them to blossom here.
Of course. Of course.
And your gut, I ain't got to speak for you, but I just know you. Your gut's telling you, Goo. I think Kyle and company may know that this kid ain't got it.
I don't think that's my gut. I don't think that's my gut at all. I think that's what a lot of people, I don't know what the percentage is,
it's out there,
have gleaned after watching how Shanahan has coached the 49ers and coached Trey Lance for 3 years.
And this is so fascinating because we're focused on, well, we're not, because I think everybody knows if Brock Purdy is healthy, he's quarterback number one. Let's stop there. He's got to show, okay, what is he going to do the other 9 games, which would equate to 17 games? This guy's 2-0 in the playoffs, didn't get a shot at his third, but just with a healthy Brock Purdy, the 49er quarterback conversation, it's a question mark still, because we all know that he has to, make improve to the defense, improve an adjustment.
And this might just be semantics, but would you say the 49ers, would you call the quarterback situation? Or what'd you say? You called it I don't think there's a situation at quarterback.
Well, number one, there's not. If Brock's
the current
healthy,
situation right now,
starter,
to me, it's pretty simple. Brock's the starter, and they're figuring out who the number 2 is.
And you know what?
And if Trey Lance's name were Harry Smith and he were a 5th-round pick, we wouldn't be talking. I don't think we'd be talking
totally
about
right.
it like this.
There's no doubt.
But the fact of the matter is, Trey Lance was drafted 3 years ago. It doesn't matter anymore that he was drafted number 3.
Well, I'm going to say this to you. I think it'll always matter, Steiny.
Well, it'll matter to the fans, but it cannot matter on that practice field.
Oh, no, that's a different thing. I forgot what.
I forgot what you're going to say.
No, I know what I was going to say.
Something negative about me.
No, please stop. This is where you stood up yelling at me, because all we really disagreed was the Jimmy Garoppolo thing. You think I really think they thought he was going to be swooped up. Then that people found out he was damaged goods, and they were like, "No, we're not going that route."
But they knew he wasn't going to be.
But see, why did we scream? You screamed.
You started it.
Nah, I talked to Lucas.
Well, just because. Well, he talked to you. Just because.
I said what I said.
Because I guess getting mischaracterized is
no. Welcome to my life.
Plus, you also,
there were no low blows. You went.
Yeah,
low.
there was. Oh, you absolutely.
Oh, Steiny, stop! You
said, this. No, yeah. You did hit a low blow.
Material, man.
It was a low blow, and it was. Oh, you think I treat you differently than I treat others, and you said, "Well, we know that's true."
Well, because I'm Daryl. Everybody's different. We got to go.
What do you mean?
Yeah, we got to go. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. By the way, John Dickinson's going to be joining us after 1 o'clock today. He's down at 49ers camp. All that sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Something else I don't quite understand. So the 49ers went through Trey Lance, Garoppolo, Purdy, and then their fourth-string guy, Josh Johnson, played in the NFC Championship game. So everybody's saying they don't want what happened last year to happen again, right?
Yeah.
What have they done? Like, what does Brandon Allen being here do to ensure that the same situation won't happen next year? Because they're not going to carry 4 quarterbacks on the 53-man roster. One of them's going to have to go to the practice squad.
Yeah.
And that guy can just be picked up by any other team. Like, am I missing something?
So the rule of the practice squad is if a player is signed from a practice squad, you can't transfer them to your own, but if you have room or want to make room on your 53-man roster. So again, this would all be after the 49ers whittle it down to 53.
Right.
And then if it's Brandon Allen or Sam Darnold or Trey or Brock, whoever.
Let's just say Brandon Allen.
Brandon Allen could be signed to a 53-man roster if he's on the 49ers practice squad.
Right. So under that situation, Brandon Allen gets signed by the Raiders to be their third stringer.
You got 3.
They're in the same position they were.
Yeah, that's why Kyle Shanahan said that they kept Brock Purdy last year instead of Nate Sudfeld, because he was afraid that someone would scoop up Purdy if he was on the practice squad.
And honestly, that's why Trey Lance probably won't be on the practice squad, right? Because he'd be very likely to be picked up more so than Brandon Allen, I would think.
Yep.
But I don't understand. Like, it feels like people are making a connection. Well, they went through 4 quarterbacks last year. That's why Brandon Allen's in here.
Well, you would think.
Well, it doesn't. I mean, it ups the quality of the quarterback position, but it doesn't.
I love Josh Johnson, Oakland's own,
but it doesn't ensure that they still might not have to go to a 4th quarterback who they don't even know who it is right now. Let's go to Justin in San Jose. Hey, Justin, how you doing, man? 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers quarterback position, and I don't think this topic's going away. What's up, Justin? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm just listening to you guys. That's about time somebody stuck up for Trey Lance. I like that. I've been waiting for that. Man, we need let's just say without some injuries last year, Brock Purdy wouldn't be where he at. They opened up that playbook and let Brock Purdy play football and let his natural ability take over. They didn't do that with Trey Lance. He didn't have no chance. But the times that he did throw the ball in preseason games last year or whatever the case may be, it sure did look good. If everybody was chanting, we want Trey Lance and Trey Lance this and Trey Lance that, and now it ain't Trey Lance, man, give that man a fair shot. Give him a fair shot. They all rusty. Trey Lance looked like he's the strongest one out of all of them. If you ask me, looks strong, looks healthier, and his eye looks so. I can't wait for preseason. What if he ball out in preseason? Will he win that starting job?
I don't think so. Not if Purdy doesn't play.
Yeah.
Like, to me, if they go into the preseason, thanks for the call, Justin. If they go into the preseason and Shanahan's like, well, Purdy's our number 1, so we're not going to play him, how can Trey Lance beat him out? Or Darnold?
Yeah. And nobody's rooting, and I'm definitely not. Yeah, I told you this. The only way Trey's getting that number 1 position back to me, Stoney, is if Brock Purdy was to not be available. And to the caller's question, do we really know if Trey balled out and looked like the second coming of Eric McNair or the second coming of Brock Purdy? Who knows? Would he ride the hot hand? But that would entail Brock missing multiple weeks.
Yeah, and 650 kind of.
What'd he say?
Saying, what the obvious next one is. If Shanahan didn't open up the playbook for Trey Lance, the reason is, why didn't he?
And I said the same. And that's what makes you not a victory, but you could be on to something.
I mean, again, this is like the other thing is there's also a scenario. I don't know what's going on, but there's also a scenario Think about it this way. What if Kyle Shanahan, because he moved up and gave up so much capital, has actually been bending over backwards to try to shoehorn Trey Lance some success, if you will, or some time.
Yeah.
And he
got hurt. And he didn't look well before he got hurt. Even though you're going to say, oh, he played in the monsoon. I can do both. I'm not a Trey Lance stan. I can tell you it didn't look good. And I'm defending.
You are.
Now, here I go, Stoney. I'm talking.
You are.
I spoke at the funeral yesterday. But I'm speaking to everybody. If this guy is not on the roster, this will be almost incredible of the starter last year to off the roster. And Kyle, if you're listening, I can't come at you right now because, Steiny, that has not happened. So I can't overreact. I can stay off of Twitter and social media, but that has not happened yet. We are going to watch Brock perform also along with Darnold and see how they perform because I believe, just like our guy told us, Lynch, yesterday, Steiny, they're not going to carry 4.
Not on the 53.
Would have Allen out. Yeah.
Travis and Hayward. Hey, Travis, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys? It's Travis King. What's up, Guru?
King, what's up, baby?
Hey, man, I've been listening to the radio. I love the content. I think this Trey Lance situation is much simpler than people are making it out to seem, and it's strictly a business decision based on salary cap and the fact if you truly believe that Brock is QB1 and Trey's going to have to get paid $10 million next year to hold a clipboard, it doesn't make any sense to hold on to him. When you have Deebo Samuel getting paid $28 million, Trent $28 million, Eric Armstead $25 million, Fred $24 million, Kittle $20 million, Charvarius Ward $18 million, Hargrave $16 million, CMC $14 million. Brandon Ayuk is going to get a big contract next year if they can afford him. Bosa's going to break the bank this year to end his holdout. And then they got to pay Huff, who's an all-pro safety. There's just no salary cap room for Trey Lance to be a backup. And if you're going to offer him to another team, you're going to trade him. His highest value is now for a team to achieve him so they can spend the remainder of this season evaluating him on the field before next offseason, and they got to pick up his fifth-year option. And if the Niners know we're rolling with Brock and he's not going to see the field, Brock's getting paid $1 million. In order to afford all those contracts, you got to have Brock's contract in order to be able to afford those guys.
It's a good point.
Yeah. And we haven't even mentioned, Steiny, I know last time I was with you Friday, you said, Goo, there's nothing to see here, and I know it's not, but I can't wait for this contract for Bosa, man. I mean, Steiny, he's got to be the highest paid defensive player in the game once it's announced.
You would think.
You want to get that done sooner than later. You know how, let me tell you why I said that. Oh, such and such is late to camp. Oh, he's got a hammy. He's got a tweak. You know, that's why I just err on the, well, I'll give you that, but you don't even want that to be a part of it.
If I'm Nick Bosa, I'm not showing up until I want to show up.
You chilling?
Hell yes. Nobody likes this. It's like this is like what Bosa's doing is the equivalent of kind of getting load managed in the NBA. The guys who get load managed in the NBA have juice. The guys who don't report have juice. He's got juice.
Well, we know.
Oh, we'll forgive the fine, of course.
Yeah, he's about to have chicken.
He's already got it.
But this is going to be,
888-957-9570 is the number. Oh, he means I was saying, who's Huff? It's Hufanga.
Yeah.
I guess.
Hey, that's
who calls him Huff?
No, I was like, hey, I said, uh-oh, and I thought Evan was good. Boy, that was, I ain't there yet. Let me say something to you. King said, what up, Goo? I don't know King. I feel like I know all the callers. And you threw up the...
Well, it's like, I don't know who this guy is.
Right, but
he said, like, Travis King, like, we hang out a lot, guys.
No, where I was going
and I just went,
a lot of guys that are your pals will call, and then you'll know them, and I'll be out. I don't know who they are. I welcome them, but I never throw my hands up. Like, Oh, yes. Who's your buddy, your neighbor
I'm
calling?
going to put you on the spot. Who?
Yeah.
Who are you talking about?
I got like the guy.
Well, let me hear you.
He had some product. Help me out, Evan, and you put him on. Your
Who are
buddy
you
from
talking? Give me
Minnesota.
one name.
I forget his name.
Uh-huh,
A couple of your buddies had no names. No, it happens, Ty. I'm just telling you. There's two. I'm another half of the show.
No.
Yeah, I got my own memories. But I do want to put a rat on the table, brought to you by ATCOPestControl.com. Go to ATCO Pest Control for all your pest control needs. Saturday, we had the party for Milan, and I know
I'm sorry
you were
I couldn't make it.
Were you close? Or was it I wake up, I can't get there, Goo? I thought about you.
There was no chance.
Okay,
I was
right,
home
you
alone.
told me that.
I've got a dog right now that is ridiculously high maintenance. I guess I could have said, hey, Goo, could I bring the dog? But
I would have
wouldn't
said no. Yeah,
I would have said, of course not, and I'm not even going to
I'm
ask.
gonna catch heat for saying no. Well, he could have pooped in the pool.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't have pooped in the pool, but
yeah.
she's too energetic.
Yeah, I would've. And I wouldn't want you to have to drive that far with the dog.
Well, that wouldn't bother me.
Okay.
Because the dog will just sleep in the car.
I thought about you. Tibbs made it through, Stardy.
Yeah, good for
Dan
him.
Johnson.
Yeah, he was talking all about it yesterday. He was excited.
Oh, speaking of which.
Is there any action there, by the way? Or was it all like kids, high school
No,
kids?
but I have my
Were
relatives.
there any middle-aged people there?
Yeah, and they were getting after it. Let's
Oh,
just say that.
really?
Yeah, the fight was on.
There was a fight?
If you want to call it that.
Oh, Spence
my-
Crawford?
It was ugly. Hey,
what Dibley get Milan?
I don't do that stuff. He had an envelope, and we put it on the, where the others are. I don't do that stuff. Now, Mia might know, but
What do you mean?
I don't check to see what you got to kid. Hey, listen, you and Evan were phenomenal, but Norm and I were in the car.
Are you going to make up something I said
your
again?
mom, Mary, on Facebook. I posted my golf picture, actually changed the avatar. Evan, I don't know if you saw it, but I got my short. Dude, that is my.
I see.
Now, why didn't you say that? I thought about tucking it.
You should have.
I didn't like my belt, but
it's got to match.
I talked to your mom. She says she's on her way out here, and we need to get together and golf. I added you on that. But yesterday, I'm listening to the great Evan Giddings, my brother, my young brother, because that's what you are. And he asked about our golfing event. And anybody that will listen knows we grew closer because I know you didn't want to take care of me like that. But it was like you were initiating me into. I know you were irritated and you had to tell me what club to use. Norm and I and Bill Darrell are driving. And you said, Goo needs somebody else to do that.
You do.
But that hurt.
You need to
I'm
get
in
now.
there thinking that was you did
Evan.
it and it was fantastic.
No.
Evan's like, why would you? And I was going to
Help
text
me, Evan.
but Evan,
Help
thank you
me.
for riding for you. But you just said he needs some. Like, it'll
do.
never happen again.
No,
but
it
I
would-
respect you because that's how special that moment
This is
was.
so sad.
Go
And
get
it's
that.
such a,
you
it's
were
such
phenomenal.
such an extension of what happened earlier in the show. Go ahead. Okay.
No,
This guy's-
Evan, am I wrong?
This guy's looking for words.
I'm not.
Go ahead, Evan.
No, I was just going to say that we actually have a piece of breaking news. Justin Verlander to the Houston Astros for Bob Nightingale.
Damn, again.
But yes, in general, I think that signing you should help.
Evan,
The
does it say,
Padres were in on that too.
does it say
apparently.
how much what they had to give up to get him?
No, not yet. But it was reported a few minutes ago that the Giants were out on Verlander. So,
Like I said, I saw odds from Vegas on Verlander, Soto, Arenado, and Goldschmidt. Giants weren't anywhere in any of them.
And I don't think any of those guys, are all three, Soto, Verlander, Arenado, and Goldschmidt are going anywhere. Padres only 5 out. Lost a heartbreaker yesterday. Yeah.
Thanks for the update.
How much do you think those odds for the Giants were because of their lack of aggression or just because there was no mutual
I
interest?
think it's kind of a track record type of thing.
But when you get
do any Giants fans think any of those 4 were realistic?
No,
Giants fans
I
would
would
probably
answer
say
no. Yeah. But Verlander, Steiny, I mean,
about
what
him?
would you give would you give a top 5 of picking the phone?
No.
To me, I saw our guy holding court, Farhan, in the dugout the other day, and he kind of was keeping it real, but Verlander is the type of guy he would be right. Him and Webb, oh my goodness. But they need bats. You got to score.
See, and this was kind of my frustration in the first hour.
I
think it's an interpretation issue with you. So what you heard me say about golf is I don't want to.
No.
Or I can't. What I'm saying is you could do yourself so much better
than you.
Yes.
Yeah, and I loved you for that. So I'm not coming down your road. But
yes,
I got to pay it off because Evan said it was breaking news. It made the day more special because I know that wasn't your thing and you did it so well. But hearing Evan say you're going to do it again, I'm like, ear got as big as Dumbo.
Well, like if my mom comes out and we go golfing, I'm going to have her help you.
Man, my auntie.
But also what I really meant was
Austin San Jose, Goose Steiny has no interest in playing with you again. That's not how I took it, but it sounded that way.
You know what? Austin's the worst. Yeah, he is a stick-it-in guy like I've never felt before. No, what I'm saying is
I get it, Steiny.
You need, like, we were out there with Dave.
Yeah.
The professional was with us for 3 or 4.
He was amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He's going to be a better aid for you than I am.
Yeah. You out there balling. I get it. But Evan, I love Evan for bringing it up.
Evan, do you see how
that has nothing to do with the first hour?
You know, my mom has a phrase: "Assume good intent."
That's how I live my life.
Yeah,
and I tell my
it's
kids.
the first time you've ever heard that. Actually, assume good intent, and so my intention was to help you, but like, Guru should really have somebody who can help him more than me.
So you were out actually looking out for me.
Right, but of course you interpreted it as a negative because you didn't assume good intent. You thought I was trying to stick it to you.
Yeah, but that's an inferiority complex on your side, Sonny, because you don't feel like you're a good enough golfer to help someone. When you've been doing it for a long time, you have valuable experience.
But I'm not a good teacher / coach of golf.
Well, you were that day.
Well, I did the best I could.
I was like, damn, this dude ain't slowing down. Evan, I made a mistake. I got to confess. I thought the Panthers won the chip. They're in the chip.
Yes.
How was Saturday?
Oh, it was good. It was a great time, in fact. And if you give me a second, I can load something up for you if you'd like to hear it.
Are you traveling with the team? Yeah.
No. I know he hit C.
We only do the home games.
I know.
Yeah. Why didn't I stop?
Well,
Evan, you know, I love you. He's so good at it, him and Grandy.
That's right.
Yeah.
Guru Steiny does not want you picking up his bad habits. That's right, because thank you.
All right.
Are you going to play us some highlights?
I want to hear.
I hope it's not the same one as yesterday.
Oh, what did y'all play?
No, it was great.
Now, why would you say that?
Because I want to hear something new. See, there you go again.
But you
there
could be
you
like,
go again.
But see, you could have been non-selfish and said, Goo wasn't here yesterday.
Evan.
Let him hear this expertise.
Well, but because
I can play the final call in a sec. But so this one, Sonny, is a new one.
Cool.
This was from right before the half.
Let's hear.
9 seconds left, and the Panthers had the ball at their own 11-yard line. We'll see what happened.
Ball at the 11-yard line, first down and 15 with 9 seconds left in the half. Sneed the snap. Only 2 men rush. He'll dial up the deep ball down the near sideline, looking for Nye Jackson, and he makes the catch up against the wall. What a miraculous grab by Nye Jackson. 39 yards, and the Bay Area Panthers score before the half. 3 seconds on the clock, and Nye Jackson holds on as he beats Banks. Sneed delivers a beautiful ball, and the Panthers are on the board just before the half.
Any NFL team, just send that.
All right.
Just don't forget about us, Evan.
He not only made the catch
Sneed.
up against the wall for the touchdown, he saved a 3-run homer.
The Bay Area Panthers. Evan, I'll
tell you what.
That's special.
Can we get any chance my guy Rankin makes it into the NFL? I mean, how many touchdowns do you have to score? I know he had 6.
Bro, you going for the Panthers.
Yeah, I can play you his 6th one right now.
Cool.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, this will be good.
1 minute remaining. Bay Area Panthers at home lead Northern Arizona.
This is the walk-off.
61-46. Knocking out the door. The Bay Area Panthers at the 2. Second down and goal. Sneed takes it, turns, hands off Rankin, reaches for the end zone, and he is in. The 6th rushing touchdown of the game for Justin Rankin. And the Bay Area Panthers are all but headed to Henderson. for the 2023 IFL National Championship. It is 67-46 with 56 ticks left in the ball game.
Man,
let me tell you something.
All he needs is opportunity.
Let
me
tell you something about that call. The way you take your time is
that
impressive.
was part.
When you have a touchdown call, it's so easy to want to sail it. You just
and rush it. He said, reached over, left you like, did he get in? Did he follow it up with it? And he.
Oh, you knew Rankin was getting in,
man.
Just a matter of time.
I tell you what, and I'll say this, and I said it before.
Uncle Looney, great call, Evan.
There's nobody who could listen to that and say, "Oh yeah, he can't do that."
No.
Like seriously,
you get that in the right hands. That could be a Raider call. That could be a Chargers study. I wouldn't lie to him. Because I'll tell you, if you can't rap,
Evan,
I'll tell you.
What's your if you could have any? You're gonna be a play-by-play man at some point.
One day.
What sport would you what would you want? What's your number one sport? And then, kind of your dream.
Well, the dream would be to be a play-by-play person for the team that I grew up loving, was the Oakland Athletics. But I mean, honestly, at this point,
you got action at that time.
Football is incredible. I mean, the immediate energy that you kind of spike with, it's hard. Like, it's an adrenaline rush. And then basketball, you can just kind of ride the wave because you can get into more of a rhythm with the up and down pace.
So which is your favorite? Or do you like them all differently?
I think they're all uniquely different, and I enjoy all of them. I probably know baseball the best just because I played a little bit, and so you can kind of tell what's about to happen, and it helps you like understand the game and in the moment. But as far as the high that you get, the drug, there's nothing like football and basketball.
Let me tell you something.
He could be a baby Fleming.
Let me tell you something. I was thinking, you know what? We got some Giants guys in the booth. Yeah, they're great legends. Yeah, they're getting up there. There.
Yeah, legends are getting up there.
They are.
That was great, Evan.
Hard to follow them.
Yeah. Well,
only one way to find out.
That's right.
Don't forget us little
That's
people.
right.
I'm going to be asking for tickets, baby. A pass.
I got to believe John Miller's got about a year left.
He took a little vacation during the National Series, and they were on the road. Yeah. He's done it all, though, Steiny.
Man. Who?
Miller. And he can do impersonations, too. Have you heard this? He used to go on Roy Firestone.
What did he do?
You tired?
I am.
You yelled at me. We're good now. You came at me.
It's all over now, but now I'm getting pissed off again. You yelled first, and I don't want to be a 6-year-old, but that's who I am.
I'm the one that said, "Why are you screaming at me?"
Wow, dude.
I know. That was your way of projecting. That's what people do when they project. 6805 Goose. Steinmetz is not a golf pro. There you go.
Well, he was that day.
He only knows what works for him and his body. You need a pro.
Get it. Yeah. Now, could Dibbs have done that?
Done what?
Showed me the ropes, or what because he throws clubs.
You tell me.
Willard could have done what you did, I believe.
Willard probably be the best at it.
Okay. Well, you were good.
415P1. Let's talk wrestling.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, no, I don't know anything about wrestling. Yeah, I didn't watch it all the time as a kid.
And you didn't watch the fight, huh? You didn't go anywhere to watch it Saturday night?
I watched Saturday.
Crawford and Spence.
I'll tell you about my weekend on the other side.
Hear about it.
But say 916, I want to do this before we got to get out of here. Yeah. But I'll read your 916 to Evan on the other side on 95.7. Stoney and Guru with you. Go back after being out yesterday.
Rest in
for
peace to
Evan
Michael
Giddings.
Young, Stoney. Michael Joseph Young.
How old?
58. Yep. Looked like a kid. Remember I showed you the...
How old I am.
But everything's different. We all live different lives. Dude, you're turning into me when I had to go do all my little numbers. And I was like, Steiny, dude, you got me through that, man.
Yeah, 58.
You and Evan.
Yeah, I don't know why. The reason I don't say I'm 58 is because people who are 30 think I'm old, who don't know me. But here's a guy, Evan, who's 30, and he knows I'm just an infant at 58.
Dad, look at you.
Evan, let me ask you a question. What are you, 30 years old, Evan?
I'm almost 29.
Okay.
I hate young
Let me ask you, so you're half as
17
old.
days.
You're half as old as me.
Yeah,
is it reassuring or concerning that a guy my age is like I am? Like, do you say, you know what, Stein's 58, but it's not that old? Or you'd be like,
and I want to crack
like,
at this
God,
too. So go ahead, Evan, and I'm gonna follow
58.
Well, when
Night.
you set it up like that, the halfway home, I don't think about it like that. I mean, both of you guys got tons of energy. Like I enjoy hanging out with you guys.
Only when we fight. Only when Guru picks a fight.
Well, that's because people don't
every
see you at the
day.
cafeteria.
I don't golf every day.
You're like your body is not your biological age. You need to know this. I'm not trying to prop you up.
No,
you are
but-
ahead of the game.
but-
your liver is like one of a 20-year-old.
You don't
so you're already
know
with. I watch
I'll
you.
tell you after the blood
Okay,
test that I took
right.
yesterday.
But your hair, Stoney,
worried.
you're killing the game. Now, another rat on the table brought to you by EchoPestControl.com. Board Op John, our guy. You guys got the whole
Where's
when you
John?
go. I think he.
Okay.
Yeah, he was working in the morning. Norm and I were going back and forth about when you go get the butt test, the colon test.
Colonoscopy.
Yeah. And you guys were giving different, it's supposed to be 50-40, and I was.
Oh, no, I have all the info.
Oh, hell no.
You want to give the answer? Because we were talking about, Norm and I were debating about it.
I
You
mean,
told me one.
My understanding was always around 50. Get your first colonoscopy.
But you
Lucan
said
came in
then
and
you're good for 10 years.
if you're
Evan.
clear.
Oh.
So I had mine in
okay.
2018. Which
So you
is,
got 8 more years.
right. And I was completely clean. I was
You're
kind of
good.
disappointed. I kind of wanted another one.
Now, see, don't say, knock on wood, man.
No, it's just a test. It's a quick way to drop 6 pounds.
No, right.
Seriously, you got to fast for 3 days.
Shout
and then-
out soda. Right. But yeah, so you said you're getting another one, and John was telling you, why would you get another one if you were good?
Well, I don't need another one till.
Oh,
I'm
okay. So you're not getting that test
60 or
again.
so, 62. No.
Okay, I thought you were.
No, I got to get a blood test for.
You'll be fine, Stoney.
Got to get a blood test for a myriad of issues. Prostate.
But you don't need hip replacement.
Yes, I do. No, that's what I kind of.
How are you golfing and being able to get through?
Because I'm a gamer. I can play through pain.
Wow. Well,
Apparently,
look good for
you
your
know what?
age, man.
888-957-9570 is a number. If anybody out there's had a hip replacement, let me know what it's like. Because I got some buddies who have had it, and they say
You got to get both.
no.
Oh, my
They just
buddy.
say no. If you don't need a new hip, you just keep one. But
Norm did the same thing with his knee. He got one, and then the other one never gave him problems. After he had the surgery, started giving him problems.
How lo-
And they recommend to do both. Like if you're
but
going to
my right one's good.
Yeah, okay. For now, go ahead.
Well, anyway, Panja, get on the horn.
Yeah.
No, but what was I saying? Yeah, so my buddies have had it, a couple of my buddies, and they say that it's not a big deal, and they felt better right away.
So how much work would you miss? Not that I would.
Well, that's a great.
I'd miss you.
Goober, that's a great question because
miss you
I've
with your
actually
guy.
heard it might not even be an overnight procedure anymore.
Wow, if that's true.
But I mean, a guy like me at 58, I'm going to need some
Oh, yeah.
recuperation
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
I'm also going to need, I'm going to need. And by the way, as I recuperate, I'm going to have to be playing golf to see
That is
if
great.
it
took.
worked.
Yeah.
If it worked.
I love it.
What was your agenda today? You had something.
Oh, was it?
Nah, you were.
No.
Nah, you.
It wasn't a Yale.
It was your fault.
No,
No, it wasn't your.
You took social media out on me, and I think you misconstrued what point I was trying to make. The Purdy, the starting thing for me is done. That plane has left the airport. My whole thing, and I'm going to share it with Willard and Dibbs when they come in, Stoney, is how are we just writing this kid off the roster? So I got to slow down because you know what, partner? It ain't happened yet. And
That's
all
gonna,
Kyle's done.
Get braced for it.
See, there you go. Pick it at me. But also, I wanted to talk some baseball too, Stoney. And we did. The Giants.
What about them?
Do you believe Hunter Pence, who works for the team, believes they have enough as is with Estrada coming back and Haniger, who may come back in 3 weeks along with Yaz? That could be your bet and you're staying put. I don't believe with the way that they're using the rotation and the bullpen with the opener, I don't believe that's sustainable. But right now, that's what's getting them.
Charles, that's a 4. No, I'm getting a hip replacement, not a colon replacement.
Now, how's that a 4?
Well, it's because I think he did it on purpose.
Wow.
Oh,
he did it on purpose.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said I misspoke.
Oh, he probably did. I wasn't listening.
No.
But
see that yeah. I believe
people might listen. Are the Giants the best team in base? And Evan, you and Evan, are you guys in cahoots?
What happened
Some
now?
stuff's starting to come together.
Great minds thinking
Some
like,
stuff's
what are
starting to come together.
Explain.
Well, look, the Giants aren't the best team in baseball. We know that.
They weren't the best team in 2010.
That's what I tried to tell Evan.
So once you qualify, if you're greater, when you qualify and you get hot, the water will be hotter. But if you're just
theory.
okay, the stove is going to cut. That was bad.
In theory, yeah.
No,
let's go to
come on.
Moose in Danville. He can say it. He can say it a little more succinctly. Hey, Moose.
Steiny, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing well, my man.
All right, I just had my second hip done. I had my first one done during COVID, June of COVID.
All right.
Oh boy. Second one done was December of last year.
Okay.
Greatest thing ever. Greatest thing ever.
Did you have problems with the second, the other side after you got the first one done, or were both giving you problems?
The doctor said that when he looked at the first one, he said, the next one's inevitable. They wanted to do them at the same time, and I said no.
Wow, that's fair.
But I played ball. I did all that. I played softball after college. I coached with the Giants a little bit, Giants youth camps, and I just banging around on them. You got to replace them.
So, Mike, I did have a question. Hold on.
Dude, I ain't far off.
Oh, so when it was at its worst, did you have trouble sleeping and getting comfortable?
Yep. And it starts out feeling like your back is bothering you.
Oh,
Everybody says it's sciatica. Oh, it's your back. No, it's you start walking differently because you're trying to favor it, and all of a sudden your back hurts and everything else hurts.
That's exactly what's
all
happening.
that stuff.
Wow. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
Instant relief.
Thanks, Moose. Appreciate it.
You should have asked him the recovery time. But dude, so I'm being real, Steiny. So where do you like your hip? I think the side. So that's when you're
It's actually right here.
Is your groin area?
Like above the groin. But here's the other thing, and I'm going to get to Robin in a second.
Our girl.
Well, I don't know if it is this. I think it might be a different Robin.
San Jose Robin?
But then it no. But then it also goes down to my calf. Not my calf, like my Robin. Help me.
Hey.
How you doing, Robin?
Here I am.
What's up, buddy?
That's Robin.
Yeah.
Hey, just want to talk about that hip.
Okay.
So I'm an old hooper. I'm like damn near 70. I'll be 70 next year.
All right.
But a lot of basketball, a lot of weightlifting, a lot of sports. And so what happens with first, you get this like, when you crack a knuckle or something like that, that's the first thing that happens. Like you feel like that in your hip.
Okay.
And then you start getting that adjusted walk. You kind of walk with a limp.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
And then what really bothered me is when you get that sensation on the inside. The outside's not too bad, but you get that sensation on the inside, like right where your groin is.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I held on to mine a little too long, but I finally got it done. But like the guy just before me said, as soon as you get it done, because it's basically arthritis, that pain goes away instantly.
Well, see, I have arthritis there too, Robin.
Yeah, and then what happens? See, I held mine too long, so when you have it and you start compensating, that's when you overuse the other hip and the back and stuff. So I actually had to get both of mine done. I got 2 false hips now.
Yeah.
You know
what? Hey, Robin.
Great call, man.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Everybody, Moose and Robin nailing it. Everything they're talking about is how I'm feeling. By the way, just a couple
Let's
things.
change subject.
Yeah, I'm going to change it.
No, I'm saying
you ever
for
heard
you.
of Robin Yount?
One of the best
How about
hitters to do it.
Robin
Harvey
Lopez?
Wallbangers.
How about Robin Lopez?
Yep. Give me one more. Robin Thicke.
Robin Hood.
That's a 5.
Robin.
Oh, give me one more.
Well, Batman and Robin.
Robin Murdoch.
Who?
I tried to.
Robert.
Oh, Robert.
You're killing us young listeners in our lower 30s.
Dude, we are. That's why it's Nadia Guru, the old show.
Yeah, Robin Williams.
I got good news and
Robin
bad.
Williams. We brought him up Friday, though.
I got good news and bad news for people who are about 30. The good news.
When I laugh, you know he's doing it.
The good news is when you do get to be my age, you're 30 now, but when you get to be my age, you're going to be very excited because you think it's over at 58. You think you just mail it in and the problems are pretty much gone. Yeah, everything. Back now. No, you know what? 58, I still feel alive.
No, you should. You look alive.
I'm still like, by the way, we going to the ship today?
Nah.
I'm good. Evan's got nothing. Evan just made the best call of his career 2 days ago. It's not like he's working 5 days a week.
I'll help you out.
We got to get this guy a job. Robin Ventura.
Damn it.
Nice. Hey, by the way, you ever see the video of Nolan Ryan and Ventura?
He got knocked there.
Did you ever see the super slow-mo of that?
What? Him getting rat-a-tat-tat? What are you...
Watch it again in super slow-mo.
You're saying Ventura scored a point? No way.
Ventura did some damage that was unseen. I'm dead serious. If I'm thinking of the right thing,
he was in the headlock, though.
Yeah, but Robin Leach.
The people are incredible.
What people?
Robin Roberts. I still there.
Former Philadelphia Philly.
No, the young lady from ESPN.
Robin Roberts used to be a pitcher for the Phillies.
Oh, okay.
Brian Roberts.
What?
Christopher Robbins.
No, it's got to be.
Talking about Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah.
What do you know about Winnie the Pooh?
Oh,
please.
Lord.
Winnie the Pooh is the consummate Taoist. You know that?
What?
Who's your favorite character other than Winnie the Pooh?
Piglet.
I tell you who I like Gopher.
You like the rabbit, huh?
I like Gopher. Gopher's a bit player, but he's got a lot of foghorn leghorn in him. A little bit of a badger.
I'm people calling you Eeyore. I don't know. I have nothing for you.
Let's keep this conversation up.
Oh, that's wow.
All right, so go ahead and talk more about the Giants.
Do you stand by your premise that if they just make the playoffs, they're fine not doing? Because you're getting the youth. You got 4 youngsters up, but tomorrow's not promised, Donnie. And my only thing with that mindset is you got to strike while the iron's hot. 2010, they didn't know they were going to go
when it's warm?
What is it now? When the iron's just warm? Their bats are impotent, Donnie. Right now, I don't know what's going on.
What do you mean? It's baseball. It's baseball. Teams get hot. Teams go through dry spells. It all evens out at the end.
It's a big stretch for them.
Well, it's funny.
Last night.
It's funny. A month ago, we were saying, boy, the next month's a big stretch. It's all a big stretch. Yeah. They went 12-13 in July.
But they should have been 6-19. They scored 80 runs. Oh, my goodness. Stoney, that's not good. So Farhan's biggest move at the deadline has been Chris Bryant, which I thought was a great move.
I guess.
And we found out he couldn't throw it from third base to first. But, I mean, so we can't forget about that. And it's not over. We got 3 hours. Farhan's got 3 hours. 3 o'clock.
The first thing the Giants' goal right now should be to make the playoffs. Period. Like, what? This is what I don't understand. It's like, just making just making the playoffs is enough. Well, it's like that's the first thing they have to do. Like, they've got to make the playoffs.
But if you can bolster your team and make it, don't you like your chances maybe to go further?
Of course, but they're going to have to give something up.
That's life. You can't get nothing without giving something.
So that's up to Farhan to decide what's too much.
Okay,
and what's not enough. Yeah. But it's the track record for Farhan is.
I want to see what the Stros had to give up for Verlander.
Come on, Goo.
But it wasn't the whole kitchen sink like normal when you normally think, oh, you had to give up everything.
They're going to give up 3 players you've never heard of. And by the way, I got bad news for Giants fans. Ohtani is going back to the Angels.
And when did you feel that way?
When they traded 4 of the top 7 prospects.
Dude, they're playing good ball.
Well, one thing that actually has saved the Giants a little bit, not giving up prospects, the Astros gave up their number 1 and number 4 ranked prospects for Justin Verlander.
Oh, man.
So that's what the Giants avoided, essentially. You'd be looking at Luciano and Wisenhunt or something like that.
Well, are you saying those guys were on the big roster?
For the Astros?
Yeah.
No, Drew Gilbert's in Double-A and Ryan Clifford's in High-A.
I guess what I'm saying is, in theory, is Luciano still the Giants' number 1 prospect?
Yeah, I think you have to.
Even though he's
like him.
You have to officially qualify as a rookie in the big leagues before you get taken off.
So that would be Luciano. And
Now, Fleming did say this morning to Spadoni and Bonte, Stoney. I know you're not a doctor, but since we're talking about health, Evan, you helped me out, former college collegiate baseball player. Luciano has a problem with his back. Not big, but he was like, to be that young and have a back issue is concerning. And I thought about it. I'm like, probably just a tweak. But your thoughts, Evan?
Sorry, Lucas is in my ear.
Oh, it's all he ain't. No, it's all good. You can't have that moment back. I went to him and it was fumbled. That's on me. Your thoughts?
510, Stein, you need a cortisone shot. You know what's interesting is I hear that you can get a cortisone shot,
my mom,
but it doesn't automatically mean you hit the exact spot you need to hit.
Oh, my mom could run a 40-yard dash. She would call it the steroid shot, but it was that shot. And
where did she get it? What part of her body?
Right in the middle of the back.
So she had back issues?
Yeah.
And it helped her?
Yeah. And it would run out a couple months. They'd be like, Miss Johnson.
But you can't just keep getting them, can you?
Well.
Can't you only have a few of those and then you got to shut it down?
I don't want to say 3 or 4. Dude, man. I don't even know how I'm going to be in this Warrior World tournament, Donnie.
Oh, God.
Just come out and play. Well,
No.
You can't now. You're hurt.
I wouldn't come out if I were healthy. I'm having a beef with them.
Oh, what happened?
They're nasty.
Dude.
They're nasty.
She loves you.
No, he doesn't.
He got you the shirt.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
They're nasty over there.
Stop.
They're the worst kind of Warrior fans. They are.
They're Giant and Niner fans, too.
Barely.
Dude, you are special.
Oh.
I'm a Dodger fan.
I forgot to tell.
Now, was that Evan or who was that?
I don't have access. It's probably Lucas.
Yeah, look at it.
Lucas, I tell you what. Lucas should have gone. Lucas went to USC, but he should have gone to Wisconsin because he is a Badger. There's no doubt about it.
That's a 5.
There's
That's
absolutely
Jay-Z
no doubt.
likes, Snotty. But go ahead.
Our fearless leader.
Maybe I should have run this by you, but I didn't.
I'm the guy that you can do it.
Have we gone public with next month in
I think we can now.
I'm gonna. What the hell?
Lucas
2 weeks
cracked
from
it.
Friday. Go ahead.
Okay, so 2 weeks from Friday.
I'm excited.
Guru and I are going to be going to Vegas.
And Lucas.
Oh, Lucas is definitely going?
Evan will be in Italy.
Yeah, I'm going to the real Caesar's Palace.
That's a 4.
I think.
Don't get jealous now. You'll be in Vegas.
I've been to Italy.
Did you like it?
It's unbelievable.
Did you go on a little paddle boat? Well, not. You know what they call the boat. On the
Venice?
river where you
That's
get.
Venice. No, we didn't go to Venice.
What's it called, guys?
Hold on. What are we doing in Vegas in 2 weeks? Let's stick there.
Oh,
for a
yeah.
second.
I work with Guru. This is the way the show goes.
You do it to me.
No, I'm not saying you don't. I mean, okay, so where are we going? Italy or Vegas?
Vegas.
Okay, so Guru and I are doing a show from Vegas 2 weeks from Friday.
Yeah.
At, what's it called, Aria?
The Circa.
The Circa.
They're paying us to be there. So
It's a new
respect them.
hotel.
Well,
And I guess we're going to do a show Friday. We'll stay there Thursday and Friday. I'm out Saturday. You're trying to make a week of it.
Lucas and I are staying, baby.
Mm-hmm.
So, my daughter,
Mary
Grace.
Page? Oh,
no,
Grace.
this is Grace,
Okay.
my middle one. She's in London, but she's coming back.
Oh, you got to go back.
No, I asked her to come with.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah.
So I'll see.
So I think she's gonna come with.
My wife tried to invite herself. I said, we're sharing rooms, Steiny and I.
I have a
True
wife.
story. So she could go see Usher.
She's
He's doing
21.
some,
She could, So hopefully she's gonna come along with. And then
That's
I asked my 18-year-old, and she can't be in the same room as me.
That's
pretty
amazing.
much. I know.
Man. Fatherhood.
She also doesn't have full access, right? She's not 21 yet, so you can't do everything that Vegas has to
True,
offer.
but
But they have shows.
But if she would come, then I just would do the stuff that
Cirque du Soleil, maybe some go-kart riding.
Yeah, look at
Top golf.
Lucas
Yeah,
already.
Top golf.
Yeah. No, I golf. I do the real golf. I want to golf Lucas and Steiny where Steph and they had the match. That's on my bucket list.
It's going to be like 115.
Was that the win?
Yeah.
Let's do
You
it.
can't afford that. That's like an $800 round.
Now you just broke my. Is it $800?
Well, it was $500 last time I played there, which was about
But we got
14
contacts.
years ago. We don't actually.
Joe Fortenbaugh? I told him we were coming.
We have contacts.
He
We
said,
don't have
"Come on."
juice. It's two different things.
Wow.
I mean,
Not enough squeeze.
I mean, seriously. So we can get in touch with Fortenbaugh's going to be good for like one mimosa. That's what. We'll get one mimosa out of
I
Fortenbaugh.
texted we were coming. He's like, hit him.
So you
I'm
texted
excited.
him we were coming.
Yeah. He said
I'm
he
interested.
can't wait.
I'm interested how other people handle making it seem like you want him to come, but you really don't. So what did he say?
Only you would think that.
He probably said something like,
the tweet.
"Oh yeah, it's
He
August
said,
25th. Let me."
Steinmetz and Guru on my calendar. Hit me up. Now I faked on him one time. I went with the family, but Steiny, we got to hit him.
I guess we can.
Also, it's actually 3 weeks from Friday. I'm going 2 weeks from Friday. Different trip. Back-to-back
You're going
weekends.
and then going back?
Yeah.
Why? Who you going with?
The first weekend?
Yeah.
11 of my boys. It's my destination draft.
That's too many.
Yeah.
It's your what?
Too many.
Okay. Every year I do a destination draft with my fantasy football league.
All right.
This year it's in Vegas. First time ever going to Vegas.
Where else did you go?
Let's see. I've had a lot of really
Now
fun
it's
trips. This
dope.
is our 8th season doing it. So Nashville last year, Chicago a couple
What?
years before.
How rich are you guys?
I mean,
Why
this
do
is our
you
one
money
trip
at
a
everything
year.
with you.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Just say, Lucas, that's awesome. Why I got to be?
But he's 29 years old and he's flying
He
across the
works
country for
here.
a draft.
Honestly.
32.
Dude, my
Just turned
barber's
32.
watching
You
this.
need
on,
to get a move on.
My barber, Marky D, watching this on YouTube, said the cut looks good.
Yours?
Yeah. No, yours. He cuts mine. Yeah. He's looking at me.
Did you just get your hair cut?
About a
How many times
week
did you get
ago.
your hair cut?
It was a week ago before the funeral.
Not 5, not 6,
Oh
not 7.
my God. Just chewing and
How much
doing.
time we got in this segment?
Yeah. Just a minute.
John Dickinson coming up at 1?
Yep.
Or shortly after 1?
And we're going to hear Trey Lance was 9. Come on. What are we doing? And I've been hearing some people, these are the streets.
Oh, boy. Here we
omitting
go.
the real numbers, like fudging the numbers to make their guy look good. I'm just telling you what's out there. I would never do that. What you got? What are you smiling?
I'm smiling.
Dude,
'cause
that argument, I'm going to go review the tape.
you don't want to.
You rose up and you shook me.
The shot in the back, Guru's an epidural.
Nah.
Epidural's
That's
what you get.
during
when-
pregnancy.
yes, but I think you can get it
Yeah.
if you're not.
Yeah. It's called a steroid shot, smart ass. And my mom would go and would make her feel better in the back area.
Why are people saying gondola? I mean, yeah, that's what's in
Guru's asking
Venice.
about a boat. In
You don't want to
Venice.
go to Venice, Goo.
What's the gondola?
You only got so long.
What?
It's sinking.
Yeah, Venice is too touristy. I'll tell you where to go in Italy. And Evan's even going to be.
Will I have more
Evan,
fun
where
than
you
to
going?
Paris?
You go to Lake Como?
I'm going just on the other side of Lake Como.
Lake Garda?
To Luino.
Oh.
Evan, you
And then
better
I'll be
have
down
your
in
IG live
Rome.
on, man. I want to see all like Banter. When he goes, you see what he's looking at. The
I'll
nice
be
scenery.
0 dark 30
You
from the
need to
shack,
start
guys.
doing. Wow, young.
I need to start doing what?
Like when you go somewhere, show it more.
I did. I did for 2 days, and then I was like, I'm sick of this.
You did with the
A
sandwich.
ham sandwich.
Yeah.
Sonny,
got
you're not
it.
going to call Evan out for being rich? He's going to Italy. I'm just going to Vegas.
I saved up for 4 years. He doesn't do it every year.
Dude, you care about people's pockets.
888-957-9570 is the number. Guru did start it on 95.7 The Game.
better than you.
I need a guru in my life.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tell you what, something just became clear.
Uh-oh.
Maybe Bob Myers didn't have the greatest judgment.
What are you?
I need guru in my life. Clearly,
Yeah,
I doesn't know what
see
he's
it,
talking
Bob.
about.
Play that. I forgot all about that one.
That's the other. You know what? Give me that one again.
I need a guru in my
No,
life.
me.
Shout out
See it,
B-Meyer.
Bob. Thank you. Another thing I was right about. I didn't even. That's not even in my hell of a year.
How much fluff is in that hell of a year?
Nothing. Nothing.
What are you about to put in there?
Hell of a year was saying,
was
me saying, him saying, we can, Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody, they're going to help us in the playoffs. Yeah, I said, I don't see it, Bob. And then that's when he goes, well, maybe 1.5.
That's it. And he got that. Moody.
He did not get that because that means Kuminga would have been a whole person. Yeah. And Kuminga was not whole. What? So, Evan, you're flying into Milan and you're going to stay in Luino.
Yes, I am.
Luino?
And then you're going down to Rome. I would highly recommend Verona, but because that's kind of up near where you are. But if you got an itinerary, you got an itinerary. You're going to have a great time no matter what.
Yeah, I'm not going to have a car, so unfortunately won't be able to get back to Northern Italy
That's
once
weird.
I'm in Rome.
No car?
No, I'm just taking the trains. Unlike America, there's actually a pretty decent public transportation
Hey,
system.
you know what?
Oh, sorry.
Hey, if you don't like it, leave it. You want to live in Italy?
I'm down
Go
on
live in
us,
Italy.
yeah.
You don't like the United States? Take a walk.
I bet their crime ain't like it is out here in the States.
By the way, you're so wrong on an epidural, apparently. You want to start looking at the text line?
My mom, I didn't label it epidural.
What?
It's called a steroid shot, and they gave it to her in her back, and it wasn't an epidural.
I broke my back.
Spinal. I used to take her to the appointments, and she would call it a steroid shot, and it would ease all that inflammation and everything, and then she'd dancing, and then when she wore off, my neck and my back.
You want to play a game?
Play the music.
One sec. Before we get to the game, there's a piece of news from MLB. The Philadelphia Phillies are in agreement to trade for a right-handed starter, Michael Lorenzen from the Tigers.
That's the one that,
so another starter off the board for the Giants.
That I brought up to you. They still got Eduardo Rodriguez, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Nice pronunciation, Goop.
Come on, Farhan, wake up.
I love it.
See,
let it ride.
That's who you are.
That is who I am.
No, and I ain't mad
that
at
is
you.
who I am.
But why do you love it? Because
I want to see. You know what, Nat? See, this is the way I want him to do nothing and then win it all. Because you know what? That'll mean I'm having even more a hell of a year.
But you're being selfish, didn't know.
Of course.
You want Giant fans.
I'm being
they want
selfish?
some enhancements.
They don't need them.
49er.
We're okay.
Did you see Shasky's tweets last night? He took it all the way back since Farhan got here. But the Chris Bryant, man.
49ers. I'm sorry. We're okay. We're okay.
Have you seen
Giants
the offense last night?
They see. You know what? This
I'm
is what
listening.
everyone's like, "Oh, Steiny, you're so negative. You're so negative." No, I'm not. They were 12-13 and they couldn't score any runs. That's a good thing.
And it continues. Today's August 1st. They lost.
That doesn't. I mean, I'm using the month, but it doesn't matter that it's August 1st.
But you understand,
wipe the
it's
slate
feast
clean.
or famine. That ball was flying out the ballpark left and right.
The Giants will hit in August.
All right. Well, they're playing the Braves twice. Who else
They're
got?
a myth, by the way.
Atlanta?
Yes.
That's where
I'll
your
make
year
a bet.
will go.
I'll make a bet right
I'm
now
all
that the
ears.
Braves will not play in the World Series this year.
I got you. It's done.
How much?
It is.
How much are you going to end up owing me on this one?
Let's do what
I'm sorry. How much are you going to end up
that tab
not
is
paying me?
That did I not give you that $100?
Nah, you gave me $100.
Well, you gave it to
I
me
thought
first.
you were going to give me $2, but that's all right. Hey, Mike Sando of The Athletic.
You boy.
This is pretty cool. He he rated all the quarterbacks.
Let's go, Steiny.
Quarterback tiers.
I don't have the list.
No, you don't. I asked you not to get it
I don't
on
cheat.
your computer. So he listed the quarterbacks in tiers.
Okay.
So he's got top tier, tier 2.
You know I'm good at this.
Tier 3, tier 4.
With quarterback, I had an arm.
Okay. There are 5 quarterbacks in Mike Sando's
This is easy.
top tier. Top tier. Who are the 5?
Mahomes.
Can we get a bell? Thank you.
Joe Burrow. Josh Allen. And the new flavor of the month, the King of New York. I'm going Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
And
One more.
I'm missing one.
I think this is a little premature.
Oh, there's no doubt. Evan's team.
Yep.
What's my boy's name?
Justin
with the long
Herbert.
Hair? Yes, sir. Look at go.
Now, let me ask Evan, would you put Herbert in there now?
Yes.
Because he's the one guy out of
he ain't
this
won a
list.
playoff game,
He-
Steiny.
he's done less than the other four.
No doubt.
He has. Yes.
And he's not, Evan, he's not Steiny. He's not taking any criticism for it. Like it's not his
San
fault.
Diego, bro.
Oh, wow.
LA.
Los
Who
Angeles.
cares?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Go ahead.
You know what?
second
Okay,
tier.
you know what? It doesn't matter. It works. Dude, it's LA, bro.
Give me the second
Who
tier.
cares? Well, you give me the second
Well, how
tier.
many?
Hold
I
on.
need to know
1,
how many.
2, 3, 4,
Oh,
5,
Jesus.
6, 7 in tier 2, which gets us up to 11 total.
Lamar
I'm sorry, 12.
Jackson.
Oh, man, I blew it.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
Lamar Jackson.
That's correct. He was 7. So there's one guy. So we have top 5. Lamar Jackson was 7. So, yes,
Okay.
he's in tier 2.
Tier 2.
Da-da-da!
You guys are going to
See,
laugh.
this makes me happy.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're usually on the other
Not
end
the
of this.
crap you said. Yeah. Da-da-da-da-da.
Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
And I'm going to thank you. Dak Prescott.
Yes.
He's, good Lord.
Dak Prescott, 9.
Okay. That's too high.
I think so, too,
who
and
else
I'm
we
not
got?
just saying that. In fact,
you know what? I'm going to go with our guy from Jacksonville. Okay, that's
Trevor
3.
Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence.
He's 8.
Okay.
So we're missing 6, and then 10, 11, 12.
Okay, it's not Garoppolo.
No.
That's a joke.
You're missing a pretty good quarterback.
Tua
is not
oh my
tier
gosh.
2.
Russell Wilson. Rustin fell off like that?
He fell off.
Oh, how could I miss Philly's own?
There it is.
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts is 6. He is the number 1 quarterback in tier 2.
My wife thinks he's good looking. Well, anyway.
Okay. So now we need 10, 11, 12. And I will say this. You know one of them. One of them, the one at 12, could easily be 9 in place of Dak Prescott. And I'm actually interested to see when I...
Kirk Cousins.
Would you take Kirk Cousins over Dak Prescott?
I would.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought you would.
It's real.
Yeah. And I would too.
And let me tell you something about Kirk. And Evan, this is real. Show me the games where the game was on the line. Kirk had the ball. There are some examples here recently, and he was the sole reason. I don't care about the dump off in last year's game. Game was over. Dak has single-handedly thrown games away with his bonehead decision. So Kirk Cousins.
Okay.
All right. Damn, we're getting down to the
2 more in tier 2.
Okay, tier 2, that would be.
I'll give you a one of them is what's the
I'm gonna go Derek Carr.
No, he's tier 3. One of these quarterbacks in tier 2 is he hasn't he missed some time and he's been controversial.
Yeah, Super Bowl champ. Come on.
No, I'm talking about the other one.
Oh, well.
One guy's a Super Bowl champion. One guy is right now kind of a pariah.
And the highest paid quarterback.
Correct.
Matt Stafford.
He's 10.
Okay. Damn. And then I'm just missing.
You always meant, I don't know. How could I trust Kyle Shanahan when he had the draft? He had an opportunity to draft
Deshaun
this guy.
Watson.
There you
Look
go.
at my
There
boys.
you go.
They had the pyramid game. They used to have that with Dick Clark.
650. Did Guru just say he'd take Cousins over Dak?
Yeah, it's real.
Yes.
Yeah,
I would also.
There is not. I
would.
Give me this, you guys, before we move forward. I was on the Dak train of he is not as good as you think before anybody, and I'll rest it there.
Go ahead. You know what? Why don't you just take off and run? I'll finish the show. So you can take a victory mile.
Go ahead. So I'm missing one more.
Okay, now you got everybody. Right. Now we're in tier 3, starting at number 13.
Okay, so Derek Carr made tier 3.
Yes, he's 14.
Derek Carr.
See, this guy.
Geno Smith.
Yes, he's
Daniel
20th.
Dimes. Look at Google.
Wait a minute.
Evan gave me the
Daniel
buzzer.
Jones, 19.
Okay. I got Cousins off the board.
This guy,
dude,
I think is good, but everybody thinks he's kind of a head case. Jimmy Garoppolo's 18, yes. Kyler Murray, 13. 13.
Dude, and they're talking about maybe sitting him the whole year.
Why?
I mean, coming back from his, like, why risk it? Well,
because
for the biscuit.
Russell Wilson, 16.
Oh, that is.
Tua, 17. Garoppolo, Jones, Geno Smith.
Geno is disrespecting on that list.
Justin Fields, 21.
And I'm telling you, he's got the goods. Mike Greenberg today, I was saying this before Greeny, but he said he's going to be a star, Steiny. Don't let that happen and Trey Lance end up being up out of here.
Who would you rather have, Mac Jones or Brock Purdy?
I'm being real right now. I'm going. You know what? I don't feel comfortable answering that question because I've seen a whole. I'm going Mac Jones. If you put Mac Jones,
do you feel comfortable or not? Because you just did.
I made myself. But Mac Jones, Donnie, his resume is superior.
So Brock Purdy is the first quarterback in Tier 4, but keep in mind that a lot of this has to do with kind of experience.
Yeah. Where's Trey?
I'm sorry, who?
Not on the board.
Trey.
Darnold? I was waiting for Snotty to laugh. That's sinister.
Darnold.
Hey, I'm asking all you guys, did you have a problem with Sean Payton's comments about Nathaniel Hackett? I loved everything about it.
I did. But then I had a problem with Rodgers, too.
Oh, see,
but out.
Well, they asked him, and he's got a relationship with Hackett. But real quick, defending Sean Payton, he wrote a check for his team, and his quarterback that I got your back, it was coaching when he knows it wasn't all coaching. But, Stoney, that was embarrassing by the Denver Broncos. And for all of you that jumped off the Russell Wilson train, maybe you should have jumped off the Nathaniel Hackett train because that was a hatchet job. I like Peyton breathing life into Denver, and now he's backtracking. I hate people that backtrack.
You do it all the time. You're Michael Jackson.
I liked what he did. He's setting up Sean Payton. He's telling his team, let's go. I like it.
That's what you decided today. There's no consistency. There's no rhyme or reason as to what you like, what you don't like.
I just laid it out.
Right, but if Pete Carroll did it, you'd be like, oh, I don't like that, Steiny. I don't like it. Well, he just has Seattle's back like Peyton. No, it's different.
Herm Edwards, who we love on TV, you just don't do the fraternity like that. He was just speaking on who just came and wet the bed here.
Let me, you know what? Let me throw this out at 888-957-9570 because a lot of people are weighing in on some of the things they weigh in here on your quarterbacks.
People liking your Michael Jackson.
Because like some Loco Moco's like, no way you're taking Mac over Brock Purdy.
Okay, out of college, here real quick, out of college, who would you take it?
No, I'm just saying that
you put Mac Jones in this heaven of an offense with the Niners and their weaponry. He would think he's back at Bama.
Yeah, what I'm getting to is the YouTube text line is going back and forth.
Well, I'm out on him today.
No, it's
little cheap shots they were taking.
Well, that's who they are. Hurts, like Purdy almost had a 2-pick. Like people don't like that we put Cousins. I would have Cousins over Prescott.
And I believe
but people are saying no, they don't like that one. If I had to pick between Cousins and Dak.
2-4 in the playoffs. What's Cousins? Probably they call who called Dak the Black Cousins? Oh my God.
I can't.
It fits.
I'm not going to respond
to
that.
But they're the same dude. Just the black version, Steiny.
So does that Steiny, where's Brandon Allen on this list?
That's a 4.
Trey's going to be on Tier 1 after this year.
I didn't like where they had Geno.
I mean,
you said Seattle, watch out.
I think Seattle's going to be good.
Me too.
They
got some dudes on the outside, a running game, had a pretty good draft. We'll see.
You know what? We have about 5 or 10 minutes. Okay. And I know this is something.
We got JD at 1.
Is it 1 o'clock official?
He's going to be with us early in the 1 o'clock hour. He's trying to wrap up right now.
Okay. Perfect.
I hate that you said it's official and it wasn't. But go ahead. Shame, my bad.
That's all right. I cover for you a lot. I cover for you when you don't even know I cover for you. Like I'll be out tonight and like, do you know how many people today are going to be like, Steiny, what the hell was that today with Guru? And I'll be like, well, you know what? He's like, geez, he was.
Welcome to my world.
He was so He came in pissed at you for some reason, and he took it out on you on the air. You really,
Evan will really crack the mic and tell us
you
who really
handled it
started
very well. And I'm like,
the one that calmed it down. I was like,
calm nothing down,
dude. Did you see how I said, Goo, why are you yelling? You're not mad at that man.
Yeah,
but
right.
I was
You
reacting
asked yourself why you're yelling.
You rose up on me, and that little hair.
Something's
looked
fishy.
like alfalfa today.
Something's still fishy. You heard something that you didn't hear, or somebody said something that's not true.
Evan hurt me
and
when
you
he cracked the
believed
mic
it?
and said he didn't remember yesterday.
He didn't.
I'm going to scrub.
You made it up.
Odyssey app.
You made it up.
You said, listen, Evan,
you made up a
there's
straw
something
man.
about how Kyle's handling the quarterback situation, and I can't put my finger on it. And
you extrapolated from that I don't like Trey Lance.
No,
or I'm killing Trey Lance.
No, I'm not making that comparison.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, text line. Appreciate all. I appreciate all the support.
It actually helps.
I appreciate all the support of the text line. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm used to it.
Stop.
I'm used to it.
I'm the victim, and you're taking yeah, I know what you're doing.
Speaking of victim, are you gonna? I'm surprised you didn't come in today and say, Steiny, I've got a gripe.
No, this is just. And why are you making fun that the dude lost his job?
I didn't. And if you would have listened to the whole show yesterday, you would have found out, or you would have heard me say, I never like to see somebody lose.
And I know
job.
that about you. But
your boy's out.
Explain how that's a better tandem than Mark. Now, I'm going to be honest.
Okay, let me set it up.
All right.
We're talking about, because nobody knows,
Help me out.
because we're not being cryptic. We're just talking about Mark Jackson and Jeff Van Gundy out, and Doris Burke and Doc Rivers in with Mike Breen. So Van Gundy and Mark Jackson gone. Doris Burke and Doc Rivers are now the number one team.
Okay. And I mean every word that's about to come out of this pie hole.
All right.
Mike Breen, I thought you had enough say-so to where you said if Mark's
Mike
gone.
Breen.
Yeah, Breen.
Oh, I thought you said like Sid
no.
Bream.
No, remember
okay,
him.
go ahead. Yeah.
Mike
Threw
Breen,
out very
but I did
much.
say Breen.
Got thrown off the plate or something.
Listen,
yeah.
I wish he would have went to the higher-ups and said, if Mark's not retained, I'm out of here.
Who would have said that?
Breen. That's what cloth I'm from.
No, it's not.
They have been together.
Oh my
They're like a TV show. I love them. They lost Van Gundy, and now you're telling me you ruined Doris Burke for me because I loved her, but now I'm not going to love her because I know that she is part of the reason I'm not hearing hand down, man down. And then Doc Rivers, I need a throat lozenge. I mean, what are we doing? Why couldn't he stay there? Doris, Mark, and Breen.
Doris,
where did Doc Rivers come from? I tell you what.
He's more likable than Mark Jackson.
Who's been on there for 100 years,
I know,
Tony?
but I just said, I think Doc Rivers is more likable than Mark Jackson.
But that's not a likable job. What they had was.
Yes, it is.
Their banter with him and Van Gundy.
You know what? In fairness.
Sir, they had a good thing.
In fairness, I don't know who these people are, but some people aren't crazy about their negativity.
Oh, my God. Criticizing the refs, keeping it real.
I mean,
there's too many replays. What are we doing? Van Gundy, please go to TNT with Mark Jackson. And I got that from Evan.
The bottom line, though, is I don't think, like, the negativity that, like, Mark Jackson and Jeff Van Gundy, they don't really criticize. They criticize the game. They don't criticize players unless it's somebody that's easy.
But if LeBron or Great is being passive, Mark will be like, that's unacceptable.
That's great analysis.
No, he's saying you got to go out there. He'll call the OGs out. Like, you got to be aggressive. I learned listening to that man.
With all due respect.
That's a 4. I'm just tired of people just pissing on him, man.
Turn the page.
I'm getting.
Thank you.
No, seriously, man. He's out.
Yep.
For Doc Rivers and Doris Burke.
It's a new day.
Yes.
So Mark Jones wasn't available?
Well, he's a play-by-play guy.
Yeah. I was about to say, keep the man down.
AJ Cruz says, Guru, Van Gundy and Jackson were two old dudes complaining about how the game has passed them by. I want someone engaged, not old fuddy-duddies.
So are you a big Richard Jefferson?
I like Richard Jefferson.
I do too.
But
they're more, and Reddick and who's the other? But they're more.
Reddick's okay.
They're more like
Not in love with him.
They're more funny. Like, yeah. They're like
Speaking
they're
of college,
booty.
that's where Mark Jackson should go.
Steiny,
Go coach a college team.
So I'm
dead serious. Go
What about
coach
his NBA resume has him as college?
his NBA resume. That's what
When you
has
get
it.
on your bad side, bro, it's hard to get off. Ain't
See,
it?
this is what's unbelievable.
But why
I'm
would you
saying
send
Mark
him to
Jack-
college?
Because nobody wants him in the pros.
And I'm the guy trying to figure out why.
I know.
That's where
time
it's not
and
fair.
time again.
Dude. And do we know what happened to Van Gundy? Was it all just about money?
Mark
How was
Jackson,
he
you know-
unemployed?
Do you know how many apples that Festus Ezeli put on Mark Jackson's desk during the 2012-13 season?
Now we're talking about coaching now.
Right.
Coaching? Yeah. That's different. And he's changed.
You don't know that. Now that's something that if I said, just because you say it, you think you know everything.
That's not me.
Yes, it is. But you're allowed to, Mark Jackson's changed. Oh, I didn't know you knew him. I didn't know it was your buddy. Okay, well, you know. I guess you know.
Well, when's the last time he's been
accused?
He was
of
getting extortion.
When's the last time he's tried to be extorted? It's a good question.
Hey,
Who
He
knows?
ain't Rick Pitino, line one in college.
So,
St.
in order
John's?
to bolster Mark Jackson, you bring up somebody worse.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's fair.
Impregnating young women, half his ass. Man, come on, dude. I'm just, I got to get out the game.
Don't talk about that.
Evan, I got to get out the game.
Promise?
People don't like a truth teller, man.
You telling me?
Yeah.
You're telling me. You're telling me.
Yeah.
So, one of the reasons I think that
you can say it. Go ahead.
It's just, I mean, don't you think it's funny that Mark Jackson's starting lineup and who came off the bench and who got playing time? Don't you think it is a little weird that depended on how many times each player went to church?
That was, I already told you, that was the worst.
The only reason he played
offense he
Steph
could
Curry
have, no
38
doubt.
minutes is because
Yeah.
Curry
and
didn't
you
miss
can't even
mass
play the Lord.
in 20.
You can't play with the Lord like that. You're laughing.
No,
I'll give
I'm
you
not.
that.
I am
I'll
laughing.
give you that. But I'll tell you what, he knows he messed up that way, Stoney. He would never do that again if he had the opportunity. And that's why I was mad Sacramento acting like they were going to hire him.
Honestly, this is where you don't know that. I don't believe for. Oh,
But
do you
I
think,
believe the
okay,
I
do you
look
think
for the good in people.
You know what? Let's put the rat on the table.
Yeah, brought to you by Echo Pest Control.
You really think that Mark Jackson has changed his views about homosexuality?
No.
Okay.
But I believe he's smart enough to know now that you got to play the game. And that's where he went wrong, thinking he had all that gravitas to sit there and preach, and that's what bit him in the ass.
It's funny because I think that he's smart enough to know that he doesn't have to play the game.
Well, let me ask you this then. Why did he go to Sacramento? And I know the Lakers act like they were going to take those interviews. He had to be thinking and I saw him on Club Shay Shannon Sharp's podcast. He really feels like a victim, like he did nothing wrong, and that hurt me. That was a little concerning.
First of all, but there's a number of factors here.
Because we're not perfect, Stoney. You are, nor Evan, nor myself.
Right. But we acknowledge our imperfections infinitely more than Mark Jackson. I think. Let me ask you this. You think Mark Jackson's a good coach? I think he's okay.
His X's and O's leaves a little to be desired, but dubbing the Splash Brothers and giving them an identity, that was real, Steiny.
I agree.
And Steve Kerr, that's why I love Kerr. He gives him props at every turn to not ignore that.
Now this is getting back. We got to go, but this is getting back to Harbaugh. Why would Harbaugh or not Harbaugh? Why would Shanahan? Why Shanahan? He says he likes Trey Lance. Okay, because that's what you have to do. Steve Kerr praises Mark Jackson. You know why? Because it's too much of a hassle.
Well, Peyton didn't praise Nathaniel Hackett.
Well, it's because Peyton's got skins on the wall. 888-957-9570. John Dickinson on the other side. But hey, we're not really sure. He might be close to 1. Might be closer to 130. Anyway, it's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
I respect that.
This is where I'm growing, man. The puberty is real.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Al the Guru Johnson with you. John Dickinson coming up in a little
JD.
while. And let's finish up taking these calls. Let's go to Mia.
That's my lovely wife.
Let's go to Mia. Hey, hello, Mia.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Mia, how you doing?
Oh.
I'm a little upset.
Why? Guru, you should be asking why, not me.
What are you doing calling?
Because I was just listening to the last segment, and I heard a bald-faced lie that was told to me.
What was that, Mia?
You guys keep breaking up. So, but anyway.
Yeah, you can keep talking because you're coming through loud and clear.
You're on the air.
Oh, I'm sorry. With this Vegas trip. I said, Daryl, can I go with you guys when you go to Vegas? Because I want to go see Usher.
Yeah.
I wanted that to be my gift for myself this year. And he's like, oh, no, you can't go. The station is not getting us 2 rooms. We're only getting 1 room. So me and Steiny is sharing rooms. And then I hear Steiny saying that he's taking his daughter with him. I'm like, wait a minute now.
She's going to stay in her own room, right?
What Daryl just
Mia.
Mia, I don't know what to say.
When did you start listening to
now. Don't try to change it now.
When did you start listening?
You got caught. Regardless, you don't know when I listen.
Wow.
So he will be on the couch.
What?
And rightfully so.
I don't know how long.
I cannot believe she's
I've been
never
wanting to
called
see
the station.
Usher for a long time before his
Steiny doesn't know we're doing 2 rooms. Help me, man.
So I could just have to pay for my ticket. I wouldn't have to pay for my hotel room. That'd be on.
You don't
Daryl.
like Vegas, remember?
No.
You don't like Vegas. Remember? I don't like Las. I was trying to
I
take
like
us
Usher. I like Usher.
I love You know what? I think I'm going to take my daughter to that show.
What room she's staying in?
Oh, so now you're going to make it even worse.
Yeah, you know what,
Oh,
Mia, it's
man.
weird. I feel a little awkward because.
Where are the kids at? Are they home?
Yes, they are.
Oh, my
They're
goodness.
listening.
Well, this is not your finest hour.
Denying their mother to see Usher.
Stop. Mia, you never called. I'm embarrassed.
Mia, don't be a stranger.
Want me to spend more money.
Wow.
Wow.
But, yeah, we're getting bunk beds. Yeah, Steiny and I.
Goo.
All right, Mia.
Mia, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to fix
So,
this.
matter of fact, Steiny, just keep them down there with you for the rest of the month.
All right. That's Mia.
Wow.
Yeah, Goo. I mean, I don't want to drop dime on you,
That's
but
the first time I ever.
The first okay, when Nahigian said, "Hey, what do you guys think about going to Vegas to do a show?" The first thing I said was, "I'm not rooming with anybody. This isn't Camp Conrad Weiser. Okay, I'm a grown man. I want my own room." And he said,
alone time.
"Absolutely." He said, "Of course."
She's playing.
You get
I'm
your
in
room.
trouble. I might need
Guru
somewhere
will
to
get
stay.
his own room.
Yep. That hurt.
The
By the
bottom
way,
line,
the rest of the month is like 30 days. Ago.
And I said, "Hey,
did you
Mia."
lie? Did you just flat out lie?
Yeah, and you didn't help.
Well, I didn't know you were lying. If you let me know you're lying, I'll lie on your
Man
behalf.
would have figured out.
I'm not quick on that.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a truth teller.
I'm done, Steiny.
Are you shook?
Yeah. Who had her listening?
I don't know.
Odyssey. Yeah, I guess. Oh boy.
Oh boy. I guess so. We probably can't have one today at the ship, huh?
We can.
Or maybe we can all night.
Yeah.
Oh.
Funeral yesterday and a funeral today. Dude, what was that? Why? Because I wanted alone time.
Just say.
Yeah,
you should have said. Yeah, there were a million other things. Why didn't you say? You should have said this. You should have said something like, Mia, you know what? Steiny's going through it. He's going through some really tough times.
Now you're getting me mad. I could have said that.
We kind of talked to each other about we're going to hang together, and I got to help him out. He's going through some stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to just stop.
And if she says, well, what stuff? Just make some stuff.
Kyle Kelly said, just stop, Goo. You're right. Dude, she never listens.
What do you mean I was not helpful, Louise?
Yeah, it was like you were enjoying it. I'm bringing my daughter. You didn't have to divulge that.
We got JD.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Thank God. Hey,
I can't wait to talk to
John
him.
Dickinson from Santa Clara. He was down to practice today. He's down to practice every single day, and he's our main man. What's up, JD? How you doing, man?
what's going on? You could call me your 49ers insider.
Yeah.
If you really wanted to.
Okay.
But,
that was him, Jay, not me. You know, you boots on the ground for us.
I'm just playing, and that's no shade at our guy Cam Inman.
Yeah, I was getting back at him,
JD. Our, 49er insider.
I'm trying to determine whether JD just took a shot at me or somebody else.
He did, and then I helped. I came over the top.
Right.
Yeah. What's up,
but
Jay?
not at Cam. At Cam. I want to make that clear.
I love Jay. Spicy.
All right. Okay, 49ers insider it is, but I think of him as
boots on the ground, they used to say.
That's too limiting, though. That's too limiting of a description for what you do. Because you do more than
I agree.
All right.
I would agree. You're right.
All right.
So, for the last 5 years doing the Warrior. You want my resume? You want to be my agent?
I love you, Jay.
I tell you what, I could make something happen. I think I could. JD.
Okay.
You just did, not my household.
Let's talk about practice today. And I mean, let me ask you this, because you've been covering this for a while. My first question is going to be about the quarterback situation and who did what today. As somebody who's covered this team for years and every day this year, do you think it's getting too much attention? And if so, what are we kind of missing? You know what I mean? Or is it the overriding issue, no doubt about it?
I don't think it's getting too much attention because the 49ers themselves have stated, and it starts with Kyle Shanahan, that there is a competition. And it's a competition, as we've talked about a lot and did last week, for the 2 spot. I think it's becoming more and more clear as this camp has gone on, and they're now 6 practices in, the last 2 in pads. I think it's really more of a competition for the 2 and the 3 spots. It's in essence 3 quarterbacks for 2 spots. Brock Purdy is the one. He's in his own separate category, and then it becomes Trey Lance and Sam Darnold and Brandon Allen for 3 players for those 2 spots. And so that's really important given where things have ended up for the 49ers over these years where they've had to have 3 quarterbacks and last year had to have 4. So short answer, no, I don't think it's getting too much attention, but let's not overanalyze each individual rep to a point where you're creating maybe other controversies that aren't really there.
Wow, Jay, that was well said. Jay, I was out yesterday, as you know, and I come in today. Steiny and I have a great pre-show meeting, and our conversation just went left, and it was a natural went left. And my whole thing was, and I'm going to ask you point blank range, do you think Kyle Shanahan's opinion of Trey has waned, like his confidence level? Because everything is adding up to that. But I almost like, Jay, just come out and say it. Because I'm reading left and right that forget starting. I understand he's not getting that. But there's people out here actually writing and talking that this kid, Trey Lance, may not even be on the roster. Do you think that's in play?
I do think it's in play, but the reality is Trey Lance has been, through the first week plus here, one of the best 3 quarterbacks. So if it's a true competition of the best 3 quarterbacks are gonna get the top 3 spots, then to me, Trey would be safe and on the team come week 1 if that's what it's about, because he's been better than Brandon Allen. Now, Brandon Allen, I do think, had his best day of the 6 today. But make no mistake, Trey Lance has been significantly better than Brandon Allen, and I think it's been pretty close between he and Darnold. I've got Darnold edging out Lance at this point through these 6 practices, but I personally would keep Trey Lance if he's among the best 3 quarterbacks, even if he's the 3. The question becomes, though, if Trey is the 3 at the end of training camp, if the 49ers decide, all right, Brock won, Darnold won the backup competition over Trey, is it worth having Trey Lance on the team as the 3rd quarterback versus looking to try and make some kind of a trade that puts him in a better position to succeed, that maybe allows the 49ers to get something back in return for him? And then does the 49er coaching staff, led by Kyle Shanahan, look at Brandon Allen and say, well, he's good enough if he's the 3 to where we'll just keep him, and he's not making $9 million to be the 3. I mean, the 49ers rather would have this weird inverted quarterback room in terms of the salaries where the starter's making around $900,000, the backup making 4.5, and then the third string making about 9. So that if they think that's weird, then maybe that comes into play. So I think all of these things are factors. But the reality for me here through the first week is, I would want Trey's talent, and I do think he's gotten better. I would want that talent on the roster because here's how I look at it, and I'll be quick with this point. If you wind up needing if Trey's the 3 and the 49ers wind up needing a third-string quarterback this year, well, you might as well use that as an opportunity to develop because his upside is so dramatically better at that point than a guy like Brandon Allen's would be, to where you should, if you're going to the 3 anyway, Brandon Allen you're not winning a Super Bowl with. So Trey Lance, you might as well see what you've got. Let him get those opportunities. If the first 2 quarterbacks get injured or something happens, let him get those opportunities and see what he's got to where maybe he's good enough to be moved next off season, or maybe somebody wants him at the deadline. If this happens early on in the season, like to me, I'd rather see what I've got at that point if you're not winning it with a third quarterback anyway. And you may find out that Trey is farther along than you think at this point, at least this first weekend of practice.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's our 49ers insider. He's in Santa Clara where he's been all training camp. Is it let's talk about what we can rule out. Can we rule out Trey Lance on the practice squad?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Tell people why that would be the case.
He would get picked up. Somebody if Trey Lance would, and they'd have to cut him first, so somebody could pick him up via waivers. Now they'd have to have the ability to take on his salary at that point to do it. But to me, there's too much talent to where if the entire league had an opportunity to claim Trey Lance, somebody would do it. Now if he did clear waivers and the 49ers and he wanted to be put on the practice squad and agree to it, any team could sign him at any point that has a quarterback injury. So let's say the rest of the league didn't want him at that point, but you can sign players off other teams' practice squads as long as you're going to put that player immediately onto your 53-man roster. So to me, that's just not going to happen at this point. If a team wants him, they're probably gonna try to trade for him. Now then the question becomes, would they be offering enough to where the 49ers would want to part with him if in fact he is the 3?
Jay, it's incredible, man. I know there's so many other facets to this team and they're loaded everywhere, but every offseason I always feel like I ask you this question, and here I go, the 2023 version. If I was doing the body contest, Javon Kinlaw, you are the man because you look sculpted. But I'm hearing he's lost some weight. He's looking good. But what have you seen from him, and do you think it can translate to where he can have an impact on this defense finally?
Yeah, I mean, he looks healthy, and I think fewer reps for a guy like Javon Kinlaw, or the expectation of fewer reps for a guy like Javon Kinlaw helps him. I mean, you bring in Javon Hargrave, and Javon Hargrave is not somebody that's going to play every single down. But you start looking at a guy like Kinlaw with all the physical attributes, and you take a little bit off of his plate in terms of the demand of being the pick that he was and having the physical tools and also having this degenerative knee condition that was a big part of the reason why teams were iffy on whether they wanted to pick him. The 49ers went in on Kinlaw, and this knee thing has, I think, prevented him from having the career that people would have wanted him to have to this point. But when you start to look at Javon Kinlaw as depth on a really talented defensive line that's probably 10 deep if the 49ers want to keep that many among the pass rushers and the interior players, then he becomes, I think, a hell of an asset. And I think that's what you're seeing from Kinlaw early in camp. He does look a little bit leaner. He looks a little bit quicker. I mean, his body. I mean, he just looks like a dude when you're walking around at practice and they're doing the one-on-one drills. And we've talked about Nick Bosa in the past. Like, wow, Bosa, like he just has this body type, and the legs are like tree trunks, and like Kinlaw's got a lot of that going on, with the legs and up top. Like he just is he's a dude that looks like he's built to move. The guy in front of him and get to the quarterback and or stuff the run. And so, to see him be able to be a little leaner, quicker, maybe take a little bit of weight off that knee, I think has been beneficial. And I think he also has the luxury now, because of the Javon Hargrave signing, to not have as great expectations as have been on him these last couple of years, and I think that only benefits him to this point. But he's got to stay healthy.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's our 49er insider. That's the guy I want to talk about is Hargrave, because sometimes training camp comes and who have we heard about? Well, Bosa's obviously talked about a lot because of his contract situation. I've heard Drake Jackson's name. How's he going to be opposite Bosa? I know he put 15 pounds on. Kinlaw's name has come up, but Hargrave was their big acquisition in the offseason. Haven't heard much about him. Is that good news, essentially, when we talk about a training camp?
Yeah, that's
no problem there. No, like he's nothing to like. No. He's himself.
No, he's himself. The one thing that did surprise me about him was he's not as big a guy as he plays. Like he plays much bigger from watching him play during his career than when he steps up to the podium for his press conference, which he did here a few days ago. I was like, wow, he's a shorter dude. Like he's just a smaller dude, and so it's all about positioning and leverage and being able to get low, and like he's more of a tactician in that form. I thought he was more just from the way that he plays, more of just a brute strength kind of a guy, not a Kinlaw type, but more but he plays I think a lot bigger than he actually is when you see him up close and in person. But no, that was a go for it move for the 49ers. That was already talented defensive line with maybe some question marks in terms of the pass rush on the outside opposite of Bosa, and a guy who knows he's been on team. It was just on the Eagles, so he's on a team that was in the Super Bowl, championship aspirations. In a lot of ways, it's kind of like the Charvarius Ward signing when the Niners needed Charvarius. They needed a corner, I think, more than they needed a defensive tackle when they signed Ward. But it's a guy who's been in big playoff games, bright lights, big stage, can just come in, plug and play, do what he does best, take pressure off of everybody else. Because Ward allowed the other corners to settle in to more normal roles. After Richard Sherman was no longer in the mix, I think Hargrave allows some of the other guys to drop down in the pecking order, including Kinlaw, and be more effective among the defensive tackles. And he's somebody that plays at an extremely high level himself and has been through the rigors of trying to contend for a championship.
Jay, you were just in my seat hosting the show with Steinmetz, and he's on fire because he's got this bit about he's having a good year, but I got to tell you, I'm taking the victory lap because Brandon Ayuk, I believe, is the best receiver on the team. No shade to Debo. They do different things, but when you watch his route running and you talk about tactician, my God, it's special. But I'm hearing a lot of good stuff. It's camp. But can you talk about what you've seen from him? Because if he could take it up a notch, Jay, I think they got something on their hands.
Yeah, this is a big year for Brandon Ayuk. I think this is a year where he's going to want to put up numbers. He's been the best player at camp for the first week plus. He just flat out on either end of the ball. He's been the best player. He's become, it's funny. It seems like every wide receiver initially, except for maybe Deebo Samuel. Deebo was in the mix and played a lot as a rookie. But a unique type of a wide receiver is Debo. But it seems like every other young wide receiver comes in, gets in the Kyle Shanahan doghouse, has to work his way out of it. But Brandon Ayuk, not only going back a couple of years ago, has gotten out of the doghouse and his first year obviously being the COVID year and all of that, but working his way out of the doghouse and into where he's spoken of as one of the hardest working players on the team in terms of just going through his routine and the extra work after and making sure he's prepared and his body is right. And he's just become like a tactician, of somebody that just is honed in on wanting to do everything the right way. And I think that's the part that's, so impressive about, not that he needed to be made into that by Kyle Shanahan, but it's something that I can't remember a player that went from, oh wow, like kind of what's going on there, to somebody that everybody talks about as almost an example of how you're supposed to conduct yourself, leading up to practice.
I'm hoping it's Kuminga, Jay. I just thought of Kuminga because
I actually thought of Vernon Davis under Singletary, and then afterward,
it's a good call.
VD.
Kuminga could use some of the last 3 years of IU.
Yeah, directions. Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, JD, thank you
man.
as always, and hopefully we'll talk to you a lot, actually, in the next few weeks.
Yeah, anytime you want me, fellas. It's all good. Love you guys very much, and just having a good time with that Niner inside.
Hey, Jay,
deal.
I'm going to leave him with this. Oh, you wanted to?
No, go ahead.
Hey, Jay, who looked the best today as a quarterback?
Among who?
All of them. The quarterbacks.
Today was Purdy's best day among the quarterbacks.
Okay.
This was his best day of practice. They did red zone.
All right.
He had a couple touchdowns in the red zone. Brandon Allen was the best of the other three today, which is the first day we've been able to say that. Wow. I mean, and I'll say this, I know you guys are up against it. Brandon Allen has by far been the third best of the other three, or the fourth best overall up until today. So don't make too much of that. This was 1 out of 6 for Brandon Allen as far as maybe being better than the other three.
All right, JD, thanks as always, and we'll talk to you soon, my man.
All right, you got it, fellas.
All right. Guru, you are the piece of work of the century.
My phone is blowing up.
Yeah, there's two things. It should be blowing up over this. You're the only guy I know that wants to take a victory lap in training camp.
Oh, last year.
Last year, Brandon Ayuk averaged 59 yards a game receiving.
1,000 yards.
Yeah, but listen.
Last year, Brandon Ayuk did not even.
It's about his route running, Steiny. It's about his catch radius.
Okay. Let him have a good year.
Yeah, well,
can we let him have a good year?
And I feel like you're going to say when he does, Guru, it's a contract year. That's what gets me mad.
It is. I mean, this is a playbook. This is be lazy early in your career. Try to pin it on the coach. Stop. The strong-willed coach finally turns you around. Now he had a nice year last year.
Who's at your house? The folks come back?
Where are you going here?
No, are they still out of town?
Oh.
Dude, it's bad.
Yeah.
People are upset with you. You didn't handle it well.
I didn't think on my feet.
You saw where
it
was going.
No, I didn't. You know what?
And which is your truth.
So everybody's faulting me
they are.
For being a bad liar, for not picking up on a lie that I should have been picked up on. That's fine. I'll take it. You know what?
Don't rob a bank with Steiny.
Hey, you know what?
It was him.
I'll take the heat.
Right.
I took it early in the show for no reason. I'll take it now for no reason. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a few extra bedrooms just for you, Goo.
this Vegas trip.
Yeah.
I said, oh, Daryl, can I go with you guys when you go to Vegas? Because
Right.
I want to go see Usher.
Yeah.
I wanted that to be my gift for myself this year. And he's like, oh, no, you can't go. The station is not getting us 2 rooms. We're only getting 1 room. So me and Steiny is sharing rooms. And then I hear Steiny saying that he's taking his daughter with him. I'm like, wait a minute now.
She's going to stay in her own room,
That's
right?
not what Daryl just
Mia!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I guess it sounds worse for you listening to it again. Like you were in.
Hey, by the way, I just went online. I got 3 Usher tickets.
Mia!
I'm going with my daughter and Mia.
Dude, I'm coming home with you today. We can make a pit stop. Dude.
Yeah,
of all the
you hate to
days of
see
her
it.
listening.
I think she listens
and
a lot.
I really said it, Steiny.
Oh, you did?
I just needed some alone time. They call it downtime.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, my God. She's probably still listening. Let me stop. And I got a game for you.
Okay.
So never go full Jeff. He is great, Stein. Everybody on YouTube's great. But I'm stealing this from him because I got to give him credit. He's listed all the teams in order on the waiver wire to where if Trey Lance was put on the practice squad, they could come swoop. So right now I'm looking at 5, and I want to see if the Steiner can guess what 5 are on that list. Not in order, just the 5 teams you think are on the waiver wire, and you know how that works. You got to suck to be first.
I think the Bears were terrible last year.
Dude, I hope you didn't look this up.
No,
okay,
I heard the Bears were terrible.
Okay, you got that. Worst record in the league. Lost her pick.
Who else stunk?
You're going to get this.
Isn't it just the
How
worst
about the
5
Arizona
teams?
Cardinals?
Yes, Evan.
Wait,
got it.
say it again?
Worst 5.
Okay.
So it's only 5.
Cardinals are in?
Yeah. Yep. You
Okay.
got 2. 3 more to go. I think you're going to miss one. There we go.
How many games Houston win?
We got it. Texans right there. 2 more, Stoney. And the one team I think is going to give you trouble. Because you're going to think
the
they were
NFC
okay.
East was good.
When everybody thought it was going to be an SC least.
Well, I think everybody made the playoffs in the East. The NFC West, the worst team was Arizona. They're in. How about
Sean Payton said some bad things about this team.
Jets?
No.
Oh, Denver.
Yeah.
And then what
this
about?
This is the one I thought you'd get.
I'll just throw this. How about the Panthers?
No.
Saints.
That's a good guess. Colts.
Colts didn't have a great year?
Wow.
I thought the Colts were a little better than
They start tanking
expected.
at the end.
All right.
But Trey will not be on there for somebody to come swoop.
Not according to John Dickinson. Not according to John Dickinson.
And we will
49ers
play.
Insider.
Yeah, we will play his intro, Boots on the Ground, from here on
I
out.
do have good news for you. For you, not for me.
Not another phone call.
No. I'm solo again this weekend. So if you do need a place to stay.
That hits different because you didn't make it and you were solo. But I know you had your dog.
What do you mean?
But normally when you say you're solo, I get excited. I was hoping you could come through last week because you were solo. But
Honestly, I have a better chance of coming through if everybody's around than if nobody's around.
Vice
because
versa for me.
The
I ain't holding
dog,
that over your head.
it's funny. Most wants to talk about is Trey Lance in the doghouse. My dog is
What's his name?
It's a girl.
What's her name?
Rosie.
That you told me before.
But
Rosie O'Donnell.
She's not a she's.
You giving her a checkup? You taking her to the vet?
No. It's more like she's
sad.
She's her days of training are done. She's just set in her ways. Put it that
like
way.
the rest of us.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm in trouble, man.
You have anything else you want to say before we get to Mo in Oklahoma City?
Just I'll be over.
You really in OKC, Mo?
Wow.
Hey, what's up, fellas? What up, Goose, Steiny? What up, Evan?
Yeah.
Thanks for taking my call.
Are you really in Oklahoma City?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes, sir, by way of U.S. Army.
There you go.
From San Leandro, California.
Sweet.
And so just wanted to ask you guys, obviously, Kyle and John feel like Trey isn't where they would hope he is. So do you guys think Trey is maybe in Kyle's doghouse? And if he is, everybody who has been in his doghouse has come out better. So if you guys think he is, maybe that's a good thing.
Two things. No, Mo. Hold on. 2 things. 1, thank you for your service.
Oh, I love
and then
it.
2,
Thank you.
Two, which is a better city, Oklahoma City or Tulsa?
Oklahoma City, hands down.
Is it?
Wow.
Thanks. Thanks, Mo.
I take it you haven't been to either or?
I've been to both.
Yeah, my Uncle Billy used to live in Oklahoma. It wasn't much there. This was back in the 90s.
I had a bison burger in Tulsa.
Bison burger? Yeah. How was it?
It was all right.
Cheese?
No, I think I ate it plain.
What did you eat this weekend? Sandwich?
Now, this weekend I went...
Did you by yourself? You have a half sandwich?
I had meatballs one night. I had...
spaghetti and meatball?
No, just meatballs with a little teriyaki sauce over it. I finished up a lot of the crap in the freezer that nobody eats.
Is that an Italian with teriyaki? I'm salad. That sounds great. Yeah, teriyaki sauce. Oh, I would ask my wife to make me that, but
there's not really a meal like it. So we had these frozen meatballs, and I was like, well, I don't want to put sauce on
you didn't make them, yeah.
Of course not.
I got a couple colored balls, too.
That was my grandmother's job.
Wow.
My grandmother was such a great cook. She taught me not to cook, essentially.
No,
I get stuff
your
made.
lane.
Yeah, I get stuff
That's
made
worse
for
than
me.
bad food. And you got to act like it's good.
Exactly. Let's see.
So you got 3 out of 5. You got a 60% on that.
Take that. That's about my college GPA.
What do you think the guys want to talk about?
Care.
Why, dude? You've been testy.
Yeah.
Maybe we want to talk about National Girlfriend Day.
Dude.
No, is it really?
Yeah. It is.
You might need one after today.
Oh, my God. How was she listening?
And
what made
either
me
by the
say
Odyssey
that
app
out loud?
or by the.
Oh, my God. A couple people didn't like it.
Her
doing the drive-by. I wouldn't have done that at her job. Oh.
So basically, I'm taking my dinner.
That's how you eat that.
Listen, there
was some Mark Jackson involved.
No,
I needed you to be Mark Jackson.
So
just a little bit. Bend the truth.
Where I go wrong and what I'm not good at is like I'm really not good at. Hey, something's happening here and it's not all together.
You work with me. Why are you not?
Like I didn't.
Yeah,
there was no malice. I just didn't pick up on it.
As soon as I would have heard what was being said, I would have known. You wouldn't have to give me the playbook. I knew what route to run.
Austin and San Jose, always the stir. Goo, maybe Steiny would like to talk some more sports now again. Not really. No. No, I'd rather talk about how we're going to get through this.
Yeah, no, we'll be all right. Well, tonight I'm be with you, so
I have a wife.
Help. Yeah, for now.
Does the other
kids were home?
I'm just not like you remember. You ever see Glengarry Glen Ross?
I told you it's my favorite movie.
Okay, remember the scene where Spacey,
this is great.
The leads weren't taken out, but he thought the leads were,
okay.
or the guy can, and Spacey's like, yeah, everything's cool. Oh, no. Spacey was the one who ruined it. Spacey said, oh, no, the leads went out last night.
Yeah.
And Jack Lemmon was like, oh.
It's over, baby.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So
we'll get through it.
Well, I will. I'm not so sure about.
And Vegas can be in jeopardy. You and Evan.
Louise, you're right. I'm not good at subterfuge. You know why?
No, that's pretty good.
I don't like lying.
I saw that. I wasn't asking you to lie.
Well,
we don't know the arrangements yet. You could have been as a gray area.
Actually, I knew the arrangements.
I didn't know you had went there. You're like,
it's just, I mean, I'm not. I mean, what would have been? Hey, Tiny, you and Goo, big, great time at the Vegas Circa. You, Lucas, Tiny, I got one king for you. You guys can share. That's like what he said the other day about.
Don't go.
Hey, okay, we got to go. We got the crossover next, but we'll figure all this out on the other side.
I have a wife.
go to Vegas because I want to go see Usher.
Yeah.
I wanted that to be my gift for myself this year. And he's like, oh, no, you can't go. The station is not getting us 2 rooms. We're only getting 1 room. So me and Steiny is sharing rooms. And then I hear Steiny saying that he's taking his daughter with him. I'm like, wait a minute now.
She's going to stay in her own room, right?
What Daryl just
Mia.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time. Guru about to cross over into the land of the single.
But before we do, Mark, I missed you yesterday.
Willard and Dibs now the only show that hasn't had the significant others call in yet. Man. Anyway, go ahead.
I didn't think she listened. And she said Vegas. I go, you just need that me time. That's like Steiny's still. But my wingman let me down. Willard has to take it out. Yeah. It's like, boy. Hey, Dibs, can I give Dibs a thank you? Sure. He made it to the cookout. I look out, I see a white guy coming up the driveway. I'm thinking it's the cops. I'm like, oh no. And it's Dibs with his glasses on. Everybody loved him. Dibs, thank you for coming. But and I got to put this out there. I got a cousin, Alfred, was in San Quentin 12 years. He said he didn't do it. Got his life, he's out, got his life together. I'm introducing Dibs to Alfred, who looks like Patrick Willis. Big guy, very studious. True story, Steiny. I'm introducing him. Before I can get Dibley out, he goes, this Alfred, 12 years in Quentin now, just out. The legend Dan Dibley. I go, oh God, between Steiny's great year and Dibs and Sacramento and my boy knows he says I listen to you all the time, knew all this background. Dibs just sitting there, music playing. But Willard, I said,
well, they got smart speakers in the rooms down there?
What
do they got?
They got everything.
Everybody has a transistor.
Yeah.
What do they got?
Dude knew his whole history, but I ain't hating like Steiny would had that been me.
Yeah.
I go, you got to be kidding. Called him the legend.
The legend.
Dan Dibley.
Well,
I walked off. Anybody need anything? Just like, I'll let you two rejoice. But this is famous.
Thank you for the invite, and sorry for the late Evite confirmation. It was 11th hour, but
if you could have.
I mean, I will be back.
Yeah,
I will be back. The warmth that I felt, I felt very welcomed and at home, and once the food came out, man, and I Miss Mia brought her A game: ribs, chicken, hot dogs.
I'm saying it's Steiny's tonight.
Next time there could be pizza, maybe. But it was terrific, and I had a chance to talk to your daughter for a good amount of time. And
she spoke on it. Her and her friends.
Yeah, talked a little bit about my 13-year college journey, and
there you go.
Just it goes by fast, even when it takes you 13 years. So. Thank
Willard,
you, Goo.
I came out the funeral yesterday. It's a true story.
Yep.
I've been waiting on you. And me, Norm, Lil Daryl driving, and it hurt me to hear we were just talking about why this Lance thing has people fighting. You set it up perfectly because it is. It's A, B, everybody's different. We all have our opinions. But Willard, you did not get called racist on Twitter. And if you did, that's wrong, because I would tell you if you were. But can I help? Can I just do what I did to Steiny this morning?
Sure.
Because I got to paraphrase what I think your take is, what you shared with me multiple times about Trey. This guy started last season. Regardless of why he started, he was the starter, number 3 pick in the draft. They moved mountains to get him. But for people to say, and it's your prerogative, anybody out there, that he might be on his way out, my whole thing is, I know he ain't going to be the starter. Brock Purdy has outperformed him. I know there's nothing I can give you on film to where I'm like, Trey showed us this or that. But to me, why I called the energy weird, me personally, and I told you guys, is how do you go from you're the starter last year, I break my ankle, there've not been too many practices, okay, OTAs, to where now he's not on the Niners. So that to me is where I'm like, do people have an agenda? Do they not like the person? And that could be what happens, but before it has happened, I do question, because I've seen it, and I'm not talking to you, I've seen it from multiple people writing like it's about to happen, and that's why I'm like, hold on. if I'm running everything, I already told you, he's my number 2 because he was my number 1 last year and he got hurt. But help me bridge how you go from starter, broken ankle, to maybe not on the team. And maybe that's why some people came at you, because when you set it up that way, Willard, it is like, okay, I get not being the starter, but all the way past number 3 to off the team. But Michael Silver, I just reread his article even from last year, and I would love to talk to him. I would love to ask Kyle, before I pass this over, has your confidence waned in Trey Lance? Like, is that a fair question to ask him? Or he probably wouldn't answer it because his coaches speak. But if you read his article, it's like, Willard, it's on the table for him not to be a Niner.
Okay, real quick, I'm going to pass along some breaking news before we dive into all of that. This is going to make you love a certain human being you've never met before. Ladies and gentlemen, Eduardo Rodriguez, I would say right now, probably the top starter still remaining.
We just talked about him.
We just did. The Detroit Tigers and the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Oh, no, Willard, I thought you were saying Giants.
Had an agreement in place.
Courtesy Jeff Passan.
Wow.
And Rodriguez invoked his 10-team no-trade clause.
But caught.
Double birds, Dodgers. I'm not coming to you.
What could have popped off?
The
And
deal
they need him. Their
is
pitching
dead.
is kaput.
The deal is dead, and
this is almost better than had the Giants acquired somebody.
Absolutely.
Look at the joy in his face.
Now that's strange.
Schadenfreude is
the
what that
Giants
is.
keep their prospects, and the Dodgers get spurned.
But
I've never
I
been
just told
happier
you
in my
the
life.
The Giants could use them. Do
Yes.
you think it's over? Well,
I
we'll
don't.
find
I
out
don't
in
think
an
they're
hour.
going to get him.
What
but
could
yeah.
have happened? And they need pitching bad.
I think he realized that the Dodgers are an evil empire who have not been able to win a real ring since 1988. He wants to win. He knows it won't happen there. So he said, no thanks.
I got a name for you.
He's playing right there. I thought you was going to say Giants.
What do you got?
I got a name
really
for
want
you.
to dive into what you said, though, too. But go ahead. Go.
So I was listening to Flem this morning, Dave Fleming, and Lance Lynn's name came up, who just was acquired by the Dodgers. He's been terrible this year.
Yeah, he's been awful.
So, but Fleming is saying, sometimes you get a guy like that, hopefully, all his numbers have to do is come back a little, and that will have meant that he pitched pretty good for the Dodgers. I just saw a guy who's having a horrible year. Just would fit this criteria. What about Zach Greinke?
Wow.
Man.
I mean, I don't even know what's the contract.
He's $13 million.
And just this year, or are there future years?
That's a good question. I think
future
just
years?
this year.
I get it. Zach.
He went Zach on
He's
us.
1-11.
Oh, my God.
Okay, Zach Greinke, and he's on a one-year, $8.5 million. I mean, I don't know what the evaluation is.
I don't either.
He's a Royal, and I haven't seen him in 3 years.
Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on with that guy. Plus,
he's just like a name. I was Zach Greinke.
And he deals with like high-level anxiety.
Oh, no, that's
Yeah. And so, I mean, I think it's one of the things that late in his career, you look at the choices he's made, where he wants to play. He does not want to go to the big city. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know that now. I don't know what his playoff performances have been. I feel like there have been some good ones, but he doesn't like the spotlight. So I don't know. I don't know what. But I haven't heard his name in forever.
Yeah.
But anyway,
go ahead.
To answer everything that you threw out there, I think there are two things going on here that I would sort of love to address. I don't know why anybody thinks that anything is personal with Trey Lance. I don't know why it always goes there. You brought up, and yes, by whatever, 3 wackadoodles on Twitter don't matter, but yes, race has been brought up,
the black
directed
quarterback
at me.
syndrome, Willard.
Or any bevy of reasons. I have not encountered any of that in any sort of a real form. I don't think that any of this is ever personal. So the idea that Trey is being held down by someone, by something, by the team, by Kyle, I don't understand that. But where my brain goes when you just brought up what you brought up, how does he go from starter to this?
To possibly being off this team.
I don't think he's going to be off the team. At least I don't think he's going to be cut.
Okay.
I think he could be traded. You know what I mean? If somebody offered you a 5th rounder 2 months ago, why would you cut him? Go back and take the 5th rounder if it's still there, if that's what you want to do. Where my brain goes, though, is to the conversation we all had when Jimmy Garoppolo got restructured last year. I don't think that the 49ers were ever comfortable with Trey Lance starting.
That sounds like Steiny.
I don't think they were ever comfortable with it. I think they were hesitant the whole time. I don't think that they had any options in July last year. And then an option, whether it just appeared or whether they knew that that might be a fallback position the whole time, what have you. Like, I don't know the way it was going to play out if he didn't break his ankle, but I thought from the second it happened, this idea, oh my gosh, yeah, like extra, sure, why wouldn't you bolster the QB room? I never bought that. It was a hedge. They weren't feeling good about what they saw. I don't think
so. This is an indictment. The fact that Brandon Allen's here sharing reps is an indictment. That's why I asked Steiny, and he gave me his opinion. Why does he go right there?
These reporters are not mad at Trey. This whole thing that's out there, and you can actually see it. You want to know? Grandy and I were talking about this 5 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go on Twitter, and you can tell where someone's sort of like where their bias lane is.
I got you.
Trey Lance, along with 2 other guys, are doing 2nd/3rd team reps. If you list out the quarterback stats for the day, and somewhere in there you're like, but Brock Purdy is going. He's the one going against the first team defense. Oh, then you're kind of like a Brock guy. But if Trey Lance with the set, well, Trey Lance was 4 of 6, but he doesn't get to throw to Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. Well, you can't do both. Either one of them's not thrown to the first team receivers, but the guy who is going against Fred Warner and Hufanga. Yeah. And Trey and Sam, those guys are not. So the bottom line is this. I trust the 49ers. My opinion is based on what their opinion is. I think Kyle Shanahan is smart. I think he evaluates this stuff. I think they put a truckload of resources into this guy, and they would love to have him succeed. And I have not seen one moment since he got here where the 49ers looked comfortable with him being the starting quarterback, and they have their reason for that.
And who knows how last year would have played out if he never got hurt. By the time Jimmy Garoppolo is up to speed, if Trey Lance is still struggling, maybe they pull the plug on Trey Lance at that point, or maybe they don't. We'll never find out. But the injury definitely robbed him of a chance for Trey Lance fans to say, well, at least he got a chance, because he didn't really get a chance. He started 4 games. He's played basically 3 1/4, 3 1/2 worth of professional football, which is not a very good sample. Mark was talking about not being able to judge Brock Purdy even really at this point. You don't know
but there's
with Brock Purdy. There is positive, but he hasn't even started half a year yet
but
in terms of actual games.
It was incredible.
He's been great. Yeah, it's a small sample, and the Trey Lance sample's even smaller. So I lean on what Kyle Shanahan is going to see and what he's going to say, because he's a guy who's been around him every single day through every year that he's been a professional quarterback. And obviously you don't want to cut Trey Lance. Kyle doesn't want to do that. Trey doesn't want to be cut. You want to find a place for him if he's not going to be here. You want to trade him for something. But this article from Michael Silver, I don't think it comes out of just, I want to get some clicks. Okay. He's not a hot taker. I mean, if you listen to him on our show for the past 8 months, you'd know that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. You know, like last year, the Niners, halfway through the summer, had Trey Lance, Sudfeld, and Purdy. And I think they looked and said, like, there's no experience there. Let's bring Garoppolo back. And I think I don't know if they found themselves, but to me, Darnold's here because the other 3 guys have never played really before. Like, don't you have to have one guy who's at least got a little bit of experience? Like,
absolutely.
You can't go in with
and I take
Trey,
them at their word
Brock,
about
about
Sam Darnold.
And Allen.
Well, and with Sam Darnold,
he's got more experience than any of them.
15 games. Yeah,
Sudfeld's played in 6 games. So to your point, last year you got Brock with 0. Trey at that point was 2.5 games basically, and Sudfeld with his 6. So I think you're right. If you're a championship team, you need to have some experience, which is why you brought back Jimmy G. For this year, take Trey aside. I do take John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan at their word when they say, we've always loved Sam Darnold. We had a high grade on him back then. We've kept our eye on him over the years. So I think they looked at the Sam Darnold signing as much about we like Sam as it is we need insurance on Brock and Trey.
Yeah. Let me ask you something.
Go ahead,
I'm not directing anything at anyone here.
And I got something for you.
But
I got two things for you and one for Steiner.
If you want to represent this here, go right ahead. But there are thousands of you out there. When someone says the coverage of Trey Lance is unfair, what are we actually saying? What exactly, if you feel there's a reporter out there and people go, the coverage of Trey Lance is unfair, what is actually the accusation there, or what is it that anyone is seeing that makes them feel like it's unfair?
Okay, and I'm being so real with me at a funeral yesterday. I've been somewhat off of the grid, but I've been hearing the noise. I think, one, when you give these cockamamie stats, which I kind of do like, of practice, and you say who did what, and let's just say Lance had a good day, that's kind of buried at the bottom, and it's not no ice cube on it. There was not a good day. It was just Trey was 9 of 11. And then day that, Trey is bad, he was awful.
You think that gets highlighted more? The bad gets highlighted?
I'm speaking for what I hear the people saying is being left out. I don't even care about that stuff because I'm judging preseason. That's when I'm going to watch in regard to the disbursement of snaps and how long you play.
All the quarterback stats are out there, and I could agree with you that, my God,
the way it's written, Mark,
it's just overdone. But
I'm not saying it's right, Stein.
And again, you were off the grid yesterday. I will tell you, not one reporter who didn't come out and say that was Trey Lance's best day, and Trey Lance was the best quarterback on the field yesterday.
And I was just using yesterday as an example.
Yeah, but that was highlighted everywhere. Mm-hmm. Today, apparently, it was Brock. Brandon Allen was perfect. He only threw the ball 5 times. You know what I mean? But I don't know. What do you think?
Here's the thing I think about, with Trey Lance. And the racial issue. Yeah. Just put that a little bit under the surface, but I think it's unfair to say the coverage has been unfair, because to me, what would be an indictment of Trey Lance where you could really maybe grasp something? If we heard, he's lazy. He doesn't study. He's not studying the playbook. He doesn't work hard. We've heard nothing.
Nothing but good.
Nothing about his work ethic or his intelligence or his how he approaches learning the playbook. At least not that I've heard. Right. Now, if that were out there, then I would say, look, that's got to be put up or shut up with that kind of thing.
The Kyler Murray stuff.
Correct.
But I would rebuttal to that, Steiny, is I almost would take one of what you just mentioned as opposed to somebody, and Mike Silver's a big boy, so I can't question where he's getting this from. He's hearing it from somebody. But when it goes to Trey may not be on the team, that's worse than anything you just mentioned.
What if that's real?
Is why?
What if it's real?
And that's where I was
going.
So
why are we coming after people with opinions?
Because it's not real now. He's still on the team.
No, but
that's why I can't get mad at Kyle.
But he didn't say that. He didn't say that it was happening or that it should happen. He just simply indicated it's a possibility.
Right.
In other words, Trey Lance's roster spot is not 100% secure.
So Willard,
that's newsworthy, and I promise you he was told that by somebody who knows.
And this is why I call the energy for that weird. Steiny just mentioned the steps of where you could, Willard's not working. He's not doing this or that or that. The tea leaves come out. But when you hear none of that, and the kid's a good kid, and it ain't about personality, but then you get to, he's out of here. Hold on. Stop the bus. What did we miss?
Well, they don't like where the ball goes when he throws it.
My next thing
too often,
Willard. My next thing to that
is it? Can't we make it that simple?
Right. But Kyle just the other day said he likes where Trey is.
Well, that's a coach talking.
Okay,
you're not going to find one thing he says bad about any of them.
Right, Willard. I'm not fighting you. I'm asking you on the flip side, how do you know it's 100% that way? That's all I'm asking the both of you.
I mean, writers who have covered the league, media has covered the league for years and years and years, are looking at what's happening 4 quarterbacks. The fourth one's gotten it. It's unusual.
Right.
So when something is unusual, it's fair to ask questions. And the 49ers are doing something different this year.
So to the three of you,
there's 4 quarterbacks, there's 3 spots.
My answer is what happened in Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game. I could be wrong. We'll find out. But to the three of you, I'm just asking politely.
Yeah.
The reason they have 4 quarterbacks and the way that the snaps are getting dispersed in practice are all an indictment, because what's out there in the streets is it's all because Trey Lance is not doing his job. I think that's unfair.
I think they have 4 now because they needed 3 during OTAs because Brock wasn't available. So you brought in 3 knowing you had Brock. So essentially you were going to have 4, but you didn't know that Brandon Allen would be as impressive as he was in OTAs. That's what Kyle said. So Allen looks good in OTAs. So now you decide we're going to camp with 4, knowing you're only going to keep 3. Now you'll eventually get a practice squad QB. I don't think that any of these 3 guys are going to make it through the process and wind up on the squad. So one of them is going to eventually have to go. But I think about what Steiny said in terms of what have the Niners done, their actions. On day 1 of free agency, they brought in Sam Darnold, a guy who also was highly drafted. Immediately, Sam Darnold, we want you to be our backup quarterback. And he says yes, because they probably whispered in his ear, you got a great chance to be the 2. And you brought in Brandon Allen to be a camp body during OTAs, and he looked pretty good. And so now you keep him around, and you look at Trey Lance, and you're still not thrilled with how he has developed for whatever reason. Shanahan might be right. He might be wrong. The Warriors might be wrong about James Wiseman. They don't think that they were, and I happen to think that they were correct to get rid of James Wiseman, but you get to a point here in 4 weeks, and the Niners will have to make a choice.
The other thing about Darnold is if the 49ers come and say, we want to sign you, and it's day 1 of his availability, like in a way, they don't have to tell him, hey, you'll be competing. And he doesn't need to hear it because he looks and says, they got Trey, they got a guy who started 4 games and a guy who started 8 games. I'm going to San Francisco because that's my best opportunity because they got young quarterbacks there.
And Brock was still hurt at the time.
So Willard,
right.
So you hear where I'm coming from.
Of course, I get. I don't think anybody doesn't understand how odd this is.
Right.
How surprising this is and unprecedented it is. What I hate about the whole thing is it's just like I'm watching people all over the internet who are simply A, passing along what happened in camp, and B, passing along their sourced reported material, and they're being called haters. Like, at a certain point, and I know distrust for the media is now just rampant, but this isn't that. These are people we know who are covering the 49ers. This isn't the big, bad behemoth on cable networks. Like, if your distrust for the 10 to 15 people who are assigned to cover the 49ers and your distrust for the people who run the 49ers is that high, if it's that high, then okay. But to me, that's what it is. Nobody hates Trey Lance. No one.
I'm not saying you do.
Give me one name. Who hates Trey Lance and why? The 49ers have had all kinds of hesitation from day one.
But Willard, with all that said, he could end up being their back. He could be back quarterback too.
Of course he could.
Okay, so you have that on the table.
Of course he could.
Even if
it's
highly,
all on the table.
Okay.
But
if it's highly what?
Unlikely.
If he thinks it's highly unlikely,
I think right now,
if possibly could be the backup.
Of course.
Right.
Absolutely.
But I don't think it's highly unlikely.
I think right now Darnold has maybe a tiny inside track based on just things that have happened to get him here. Yeah. I think Brandon Allen is actually on the roster because they want to be ready if they do trade him.
If he can't win number 2, and like I said, I can't tell you 3, look at him do this. I'm concerned. I'm worried. But I'm sitting here like, man, if the politics of your pick, Trey, can't get you, not number 1, number 2, son, it's a wrap.
None of this.
You weren't good enough. You didn't. Right. They drafted you and had a vision of what you were. But Steiny and I had World War IV. I missed him yesterday. And we were damn near saying the same thing because last year, as mad as I want to get at Kyle Dibbs, I can't because you know why? He gave the kid the keys to the Ferrari, told Jimmy night-night. If you believe that, Steiny and I had a little different opinion. But it was his show, and he got hurt. But I can tell you this, Mark and Dibbs and Stoney, that playbook, I know there was no McCaffrey, did not look like the playbook Purdy had.
But why
and
would
I
it?
do ask
But
why.
why?
And maybe the why was, he can't do it.
Right. They're trying. A coach tries to win the game, and a coach calls plays that he thinks will work. The 49ers think that Trey Lance struggles with accuracy.
Man.
That's it. That's you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it doesn't absolve the 49ers because if that's all true, it means they made a horrible trade.
But you got bailed out because Brock is the best cologne in the world.
If he is.
Yeah,
if he is.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of bad picks, just real quick, Jalen Hurd has announced he's retiring from the NFL.
No way.
Oh, wow.
It's over. It's a wrap.
That's
According
funny.
to sources.
An hour ago, he was making an unbelievable touchdown catch at Patriots camp.
Jalen Hurd?
Yes.
The same Jalen Hurd.
That guy.
I better get a second source on
That's
this.
so crazy.
Oh, man. Maybe I'm retiring.
Why don't
from
you
this
guys
show.
figure that out?
Thank you.
No, you guys will be on the air when the trade
deadline is
comes and goes.
What do we got? 47 minutes.
I thought Rodriguez
Yes,
was
sir.
going to be a giant the way you
Maybe.
said it.
All right,
That
gentlemen.
played the sound. All right, I'm out.
Go to it.
Bye, boys.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go. That was fun. That was good energy. Yeah, so confirmed Jalen Hurd retires.
I believe
That's
so,
interesting.
yeah.
And Eduardo Rodriguez, I'd like to buy you a beer.
Totally.
I don't care if you end up a Giant. You are. You're a Giant, whether you like it or not. You're forever Giant. Eduardo Rodriguez, E-Rod, they call him. Let's call him by his nickname. He just told the Dodgers to blank off. And that makes him good in my book.
Well, how could the Dodgers not have done their due diligence to realize that they're one of 10 teams on his no-trade list?
Oh, I'm sure they knew that, but
well,
they
then
thought
you make sure that he's not going to say no to you before you go ahead and consummate that. It's a consummation sensation.
I bet it was a
and
little
you look embarrassed as an organization when you go to acquire a guy and he says, no trade clause, not going to go. You got to know that before you go that final step.
I bet not that cut and dry. There was probably a negotiation that took place. He's got an opt-in/opt-out that has 3 years attached to it. He's got kind of a quirky contract clause. This probably was the Dodgers and Erod's people talking through, okay, to get you to waive your no-trade clause. He's like, okay, Dodgers, what are you going to do for me if I do that for you? And they probably didn't agree. And so he said, no deal. And they walked away. What's a bummer, you're right about this, for the Dodgers is that that it got out. That didn't need to get out.
Definitely.
Do you know how many trades that don't happen that never gets out? It got out. And so you're right. That's a weird one. The Dodgers are not usually the team that gets turned down.
Right, and turned down publicly like this and get clowned. You know, you're one of the big boys. You're one of the winners on these deadlines. And here we sit, 43 and a half minutes to go. And as much as that's a kind of an emotional win for Giants fans, you're still sitting on a big bunch of nothing. You got AJ Pollock, who's going to be a Giant for, a couple of weeks, according to Dave Fleming this morning on the Morning Roast.
That one's a big old nothing.
No, but other than that, you've done nothing. So, Farhan, you got 43 minutes to wow us with a move. If not, and I know we're going to get into this a little bit more as the show goes on, but you had an interesting statement, or it was even kind of more of an opinion than it was a question. Questions come out of opinions, Mark, in this business.
That's right.
I think your opinion was something to the effect of, why don't the Giants realize that they don't excite us? And I thought that was an interesting notion.
I think that's their bigger problem. Everyone's been sort of, there's these lanes that get created. And you hear a lot of people go, well, the Giants, the way they're constructed, they're not good enough to win the World Series. Maybe. They're not good enough to do what they've already done. Like, look at the metrics.
Honestly.
They're the worst offense in baseball for 4 weeks. How many starting pitchers do they have?
I mean, fractions.
2. They've got a 2-man rotation.
2 and a bunch of great openers.
And they're 9 games over 500.
Yeah.
How the hell do you do that? It's the same question many people were asking when they won a $1.07 a couple of years ago. You look at the roster and you go, how? And so every year we get to the end and we go, outlier. That was not real. That was
fluke.
It was fluky. It's not fluky. So here's what I've decided is actually the Giants' issue. And I bet the business office and the baseball office, they need to go have a summit. They need to go camping together. Because here's the issue. Farhan, Zaidi, and Gabe Kapler have shown that they can make lemonade out of lemons. They have shown that their system, platooning and yanking Marco Luciano for a pinch hitter in his debut, annoying things like that, win baseball games. You can score 3 runs or fewer every single night and still win a lot of your games. It's unbelievable. So can they build a baseball team that wins more games than it loses? Yes. That has already been decided. But can they excite you? Can they get into your blood? Every Giants fan on my phone today. Get ready for this, nothing burger. And everyone's all ticked off while they're already right in the middle of the race and in a playoff spot.
9 above, and their expectation based on their run differential, they're 2 games ahead of that, which speaks to what you're saying. This triumvirate or this brain trust has found a way to win games with a mostly underwhelming offense and a rotation that is at least 2 arms short of being 2 arms short. Very good bullpen. Defense improved. Base running absolutely better. So they're winning these games in the margins. But beyond are you exciting, to me the bigger question is, can these guys build a winner? Because even when you won 107 games, you couldn't get out of the first round of the playoffs. And you went up against a really good team. And I get a team that had won 106. Kind of a curiosity in that way. But can these 2 guys get some excitement? And can they build a real winner?
Well, I mean, it was not comforting to Giants fans that Farhan Zaidi sat in the dugout yesterday and spoke about the starting pitching market. And I told you a week ago when the Angels got Giolito, I was like, well, if that's the price for a starting pitcher, I'm out. Like, it is. The cost is ridiculous. People are giving up their second and third and fourth prospects for guys who are going to be here for 10 weeks. It's stupid. I don't want the Giants to do that, but I'd love for them to be involved in the party. But then Farhan's sitting in the dugout going, look, here are the facts. If you want the metrics, do you know what their record is with an opener this year?
They're like, 15-6 or something?
14-5.
I know the one guy, Walker's undefeated. He's not undefeated, but they don't lose when he opens.
They don't lose when he opens.
7-0, I think, when he opens.
Right. So if the Giants' record this year is 58-49, that's 9 games over 500, okay. And then they're 14-5 with an opener, that's 9 games over 500. That means they're a 500 baseball team when they have a starting pitcher.
Yeah.
So they've decided they're better with an opener, and it makes a fan want to yank his ears off of his head because it's like, how's that working in the playoffs? Well, the honest answer is, I don't know. Is that what the playoffs are going to look like in a couple of years?
And it's a best of 3, right, in that first
round.
So you're going to go with Webb, and then you're going to go with Cobb, and then
Ryan Walker.
So assuming you split those first 2 games.
If you even get to the third game.
And now we got a third game.
That's
and it's,
right.
All right, who we go with? Is it Bumgarner? Is it Vogelsong? Is it Kane? Is it Timmy?
It's this guy.
Seriously.
That's who's starting. Who? This guy.
Is it Brebbia? Is it Walker? Is it...
Yep. And
good Lord.
And 2 outs in, Manaya's already warming up.
Totally.
Here he comes.
Or Stripling or whoever it's going to be.
Or whoever.
Innings eater. So
it doesn't feel like a recipe to win. I get that. And sometimes this is the rub between the Giants and their fans. They're like, we know it doesn't feel good, but look, it is good. It's good. It works. Yeah, but. And everyone yeah-buts each other all day long. And everybody's right. The Giants win games more than they lose, and the fans will tell you, yeah, but I don't know if we're bored, but the fans are like, you certainly do not bring any confidence to us. Like the Giants have the least confident fan base of any winning team in baseball this year.
It's interesting when you talk about the fans, because most of the people who text you and most of the fans, and I will count 30,972, which is 300 fans more than they averaged last year. They're up 322, which is 1%, which is not nothing. But those fans, the 31,000 who show up and who are into it, and I know it's more than that, those fans don't need to be titillated by a big name, a big performance, or a big star as much as, like my wife,
everybody
Supper,
else,
for example, and my father-in-law, who has a hard time locking in on Giants baseball as opposed to 2019 when they had more names, people that you recognize. And you run down the roster, and like Iser Diaz is a great example. Played yesterday, second base. Probably will be optioned here in the next hour or so, if he hasn't already.
For AJ Pollock.
Exactly.
Most
who will
likely.
be here for 2 or 3 weeks, and then when Yaz gets healthy, Pollock will be put somewhere on the shelf or on the bench. It's just so much roster churn, so much, okay, we have an opener, and this guy plays 4 innings, and then he comes in, and then he's now in left, and he's been moved to third. It's just tough to lock in on a team when you've got that much turnover.
Absolutely. I totally get it. And by the way, real quick on the Pollock thing, just the more that I've sort of discussed and read about it, I don't even think that should necessarily count as a deadline deal. From what I'm hearing, this is, and just so you know, whether they do anything here in the next 36 minutes or not, I have no idea. He does love to operate in the final hour. So here we are. It's the final countdown. Dibs. It's almost why I was surprised this happened yesterday. Here's what I think was actually going on. The Mariners and the Giants are obviously bosom buddies. Farhan and DePoto, like
Tom Hanks and Peter Scolari.
They get coffee together, no doubt about it. So I think the Mariners call and they're like, look, we got other deals going on. We need to clear some space on the 40-man. Mike Yastrzemski's going on the DL. Pollock's sitting here. We really don't have any use for him.
Our fans hate him.
Right. We got nothing going on here. Sounds like maybe you might need an outfielder for a couple of weeks. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, Jerry. What do you want in return? Because that's not really what we're looking to do.
We want 3 Gabe Kapler burger recommendations.
Exactly. How about a couple of gift cards to Alcatraz
and a burger mid-rare,
literally
dripping with flavor.
Thank you. Like that's why the Giants were like, what did they give up? Nothing.
Totally.
They gave up nothing. So this was not anything that anybody cares about. This was not something either of these teams went and set out to go do.
Well, and they got a Mariners. I won't call him a prospect, but they got a minor leaguer. Thanks for doing a solid.
Right.
And he's a Bay Area kid, so hey, you did us a solid. Why don't you go ahead and take this guy?
Take this guy. He's on a plane right now to Houston. He won't even know.
Yeah.
It's all cruel. So yeah, I'm throwing that out with the bathwater. That's like whatever. If Pollock comes in and hits a home run or two, good for him. Yaz, we'll see you in 2 to 3 weeks. Haniger, hopefully we'll see you in 4 to 6. And Estrada starts his rehab assignment in Sacramento tonight.
Yeah.
So let's roll. Let's get him here for the weekend. Look, everything's fine there, but 35 minutes to go. I don't want to hear Giants, can you get better? Honestly, Giants, can you create any excitement? Can you create some confidence with your fan base? Because they are expecting that in the next 34 minutes, you are going to do nothing or you're going to acquire somebody they've never heard of.
Right.
That's what they're expecting.
And I see that the Blue Jays got DeYoung, so there's another piece that some Giants fans were covetous of. And you were mentioning Connor Joe in the green room.
Yep.
I couldn't even get Tommy Pham's name out my mouth before. Before you, because he's a guy who's been rumored to possibly be on the move.
Right, but he's a knucklehead and they won't do it.
But he's having a big year, and he's the kind of bat who can help this flaccid offense. Because last night was a great example of what you're talking about when it comes to excitement, because this team, they don't feel like they're a threat to put up a crooked number anymore.
3 minutes ago, Tommy Pham just poked his head into his manager's office. He's with the Mets, left the clubhouse in street clothes. No word yet that he's been traded, but he just left the building.
And this just in, Tommy Pham has booked a flight estimated to land at SFO.
No.
Come on. Let's get a little spice in that locker room.
If he goes to the lineup, he's got to bat right in front of Jock. And you know, get a little slap hit there so Jack can hit it over the fence.
joke right out of my mouth. I left it for you.
All right, sponsored by Cars.com. Giants fans, is that what this is actually about? Is this about baseball or is it about excitement? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Do you want to do it? Do you want to enter my Giants deadline pool?
Let's do it.
Okay, what minute do you think the deal comes down?
Well, let's do it.
How many deals?
Let's do it multi-prong because I'm going to say 0 deals.
Okay, you say no deals.
Deal or no deal.
No deal.
I'm almost as bald as Howie. He keeps it clean, though. I'm going to say no deal. But if there is a deal...
They'll do something.
If there is a deal, when does it come down? Like, when do we see the first tweet?
Remember...
The first Heyman, the first Verducci, the first pass?
Hopefully it's not from Heyman, because then we'll be like, he got another misspelling out there today. He sent someone...
I thought that was Nightingale.
No, he sent someone to the Padres, but he spelled it like the Warjays or something. Like, what did he say? How did he spell Padres? He had 2 letters messed up. So that's where Arson Judge can play next year.
You realize that 29 teams in Major League Baseball have made a trade ahead of the deadline. Do you know who the only team that has not made a deal? Do you know who that team is?
Ooh, that's a fun one. Let me look. Who's the only team that has not made a deal as of yet? I would say that team is...
I just gave it to you, but you weren't looking. I gave you...
Is it the Yankees?
I did this.
Yeah, I saw it out of the corner of my eye. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Why is he dancing?
That according to Joel Sherman.
Oh!
That player is dealt.
They really traded me.
Gone.
No,
but still here.
I don't know why this is popping into my head. Probably because we're not supposed to say this stuff on air, but whatever. You're all our friends.
Uh-oh.
Well, no, we break at 2:55, right? So it'll be 2:56.
Never tip off the brakes.
2:56. I'll take 2:56.
I will take the over on later than that. If he does a deal, it'll be like 2:58 and change.
Well, remember, you can get the announcement. They just need to get their paperwork in by 3. Deals do get announced sometimes at like 3:07 or 3:11. That could happen. So, all right.
This is the only time that the fax machine is still a thing. You got to fax in that paper.
Austin Hedges goes from the Pirates to the we're acquiring everybody. Lots of trades. So, the Rangers get Austin Hedges, but he can't hit whatever. The Giants are fine at catcher. There was a tweet from JP Morosi just about an hour and a half ago.
Well, that's a great question, Dan. He leads the nation, by the way. If you ever listen to him on any... I heard him on... He was on, I think, Jim Rome a couple weeks ago. Oh, that's a great question, Jim. Wreck that question.
But JP said Joey Bart's name getting tossed around a little bit, which makes sense. It makes sense. If you're going to do it, he hit the ball really well in July with the Cats, and Patrick Bailey has solidified himself. So if you're going to do it, now's the time. No?
Sell it. I love you trying to sell Joey Bart now.
That's all I'm saying.
We went through his hit the ball really well in July premise.
OPS was over 800.
He had about a 3-week period where he hit the ball really well. And then after that...
It went from June 24th to July 19th.
Right.
His average went from 170 to 250.
And over the past...
He was on a smoker.
Past 2 weeks, his average is back down to 220.
Yeah, he's had a few bad games.
According to John Heyman, and this is bad news for me, who wants chaos, Twins looking at righty bats, Pham, a possibility.
Oh, yeah. No, Pham got dealt. He got dealt.
To Minnesota?
No.
Oh,
we just don't know yet.
Okay.
We just got the report that he turned around and walked out of the manager's office and left the stadium.
Maybe he's taking a sick day, personal day.
Either the manager refused his trade in a fantasy football league or he just got traded. One of those two things just happened. Something will happen. Something will happen. My prediction is something will happen and the Giants fans won't like it. That's my prediction at 256.
Yeah, well, what is still out there that they would like, other than Eduardo Rodriguez? Other than Eduardo Rodriguez, is there a plausible trade target that they could acquire that would make Giants fans happy?
They were linked to Teoscar Hernandez from the Mariners yesterday. That's a big bat. That's an all-star.
Okay,
wouldn't you like that?
I thought I saw him.
Would you like that one?
Maybe he didn't get traded. Maybe it was a rumor. I saw Teoscar Hernandez.
Teoscar Hernandez this year has 16 home runs, But yeah, if you look at him the last few years, 25 last year, 32 the year before that, 4 times in his career he's gone north of 20 home runs. He's a stick. He's a stick. And the Giants were poking around there.
Yeah, Blue Jays reportedly front runner to land him, according to sources.
Well, they had
Philly's
him.
Interested.
Yeah, they. Oh, sure. No, he's a 30-year-old who's still swinging it. He was an all-star a couple years ago, Silver Slugger, 2-time winner. Like, that's a good player. That's a name. I'd be super excited by that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, anything at this point.
I don't think they're getting either of these guys.
Right. So, and we're sitting here with 21 minutes to go now until the trade deadline is over. And other than those 2 names, is he going to make a classic Farhan back end of the roster move? Because that to me is the most likely thing.
Yeah, he'll do something, and it's because this is his time. Like, it's 2:40, so this is Farhan time. This is when he likes to operate. But I do think that there's something to be said for what Evan Giddings was saying on the air yesterday. You sort of almost owe it to your team. You win 58 games by this point in the year. You kind of owe it to your team to be like, here you go. We think you can win the World Series. Now, you can't do it at any expense. You can't do that and say, well, the only way to do that is to give up Marco Luciano. Like, you can't be stupid, and they won't. They won't blink. And that actually comforts me as a Giants fan. I don't think right now is the right time for them to be giving up anybody in their top 5 prospect list. Half of them are on the team.
Exactly.
So, like, I don't think this is the time for that. Unless it's just an absolute hammer, you know what I mean? Which I don't think is out there right around now. But I think you got to make your clubhouse arrive to the yard, especially after that loss last night. You're in the midst of a big series. They got to get to the yard tonight. They're already there, actually. And they got to get word that, hey, we believe in you. Go win the World Series. There is absolutely something to be said for that, don't you think?
Sure, but you don't want to part with anyone on the Major League club because you do have such a great clubhouse, and you don't necessarily want to part with any of your top prospects. So how do you go about doing that to get even a Teoscar Hernandez, somebody who's a ready-made, in your lineup Major League player? I don't know if you want to part with the capital. And you were mentioning this yesterday and again today, Mark, in terms of the prospect load that it's taking. You got teams giving up 2 of their top 5. A couple of teams have given up their top 2 prospects for, players who are either rentals or guys who are just going to be here for a couple of years, and that's not what Farhan's looking to do.
No, the Angels deals have been wild. Absolutely wild, especially because of the backdrop, which is Shohei Ohtani. And they're trying to show, hey, that we can win with you right now. Stay here because we can win. And so that's what they're trying to do. Speaking of Shohei Ohtani, the silence around the Giants has not just been noticed here. It's been noticed everywhere. Listen to the back and forth that includes Harold Reynolds. He's the responder. Who's the lead broadcaster
Greg
again?
Emsinger.
Okay, Greg Emsinger is on MLB Network, and they're talking about, hey, Giants, is anybody home?
What about the San Francisco Giants? We just don't mention them. They're within striking distance.
Well, they got AJ Pollock.
I know they got AJ Pollock, but is that a game-changing bat? They're just kind of sitting around doing nothing.
I still think we entered the trade season talking about Shohei Ohtani, and the Angels said we're not moving him. They may not move him today, but there will be no choice this winter. And I do believe the Giants, for example, have a ton of money that they did not spend. They tried to get Judge. They tried to get Correa. And I'm telling you right now, they are lined up to try to go get Shohei Ohtani. I believe some moves are not made today for the money that we're going to have moving forward. That's in their plans.
So a lack of movement today.
I think he affects the winter right now.
All right, did a plane go over MLB Network headquarters toward the end of that conversation is question number 1.
They went to a live shot of Shohei warming up in a bullpen.
Got it, okay. Do you accept that? Giants are quiet now because they're saving dollars for Shohei Ohtani.
It's a premise, but I'm not buying it. I mean, I might buy it in terms of Justin Verlander, who's on the hook for a big number next year and then a player option if he hits a certain number of innings pitched for 2025. That's the kind of deal Farhan Zaidi wants to avoid like the plague. Now, you mentioned Erod, Eduardo Rodriguez. His contract is also of somewhat of a significant term, right? It's a player opt-in for 3 more years.
So this is a little bit why Rodon didn't go last year, for example. Eduardo Rodriguez's contract, the reason teams, and this is one of the
16 minutes.
Thank you.
Had to update you.
This is one of those things that gets a little complicated at trade deadline because the player ends up with the full advantage. He's got an opt-out at the end of this year, but he can opt in, and it's not for 1 year, it's for 3. It's 3 more years. Now, it's not incredibly expensive. 18 million, 16 million, 15 million if he opts in. You'd think, though, with the way he's pitching, one of two things happens. He's pitching well enough to opt out. So if he comes and does well, bye-bye.
Sure.
If he comes and he gets hurt or pitches poorly, he opts in. And now now you have somebody who's hurt, guaranteed 3 more years.
Already you're looking at DeSclafani's at 12 for next year, Manaya's at 15, and Strip Doggy Dog's at 15.
We're not giving up on Manaea and Stripling yet, right?
All I'm saying is you've got $42 million right now invested in please don't pitch. You're pitching all right, and hey, maybe you're back to being strippy.
Yeah, DeSclafani, if need be, like again, they've got all this money. They can swallow that. They can.
Right, but in terms of what Harold Reynolds is saying about them setting up the books for Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, $12 million, whatever. You know what I mean?
Like, but it's 42 if you add up all 3 of those pitchers together.
But what I'm saying is I think that they, in this moment, with what Stripling and Manaea have done recently, they're probably okay with that, or at least they have optimism surrounding it.
Yeah.
DeSclafani, who Farhan said yesterday may well be out for the year, and I hated the feeling that went through my body because I was like...
It was joy, wasn't it?
Good. Like, please, don't throw that guy anymore. It doesn't work in baseball games. You can pitch him in the bullpen, that's fine. Don't put him in the game. So
that's hurtful.
I'm sorry, it's where it is. But they did it with LaStella. Just eat it. Weird Al, eat it. I'm going to eat it. Thank you. Just eat it. And if they need to do that, that's fine. So I don't worry too much about that. But yeah, these are financial considerations. If you're looking at it now, I don't fully buy what Harold Reynolds is saying as an excuse. That does not mean, in my mind, that the Giants can just do nothing and sell that. I don't think that, because quite frankly, acquiring Eduardo Rodriguez does not limit you in the Shohei Ohtani conversations. Just because you took on $15 million more in salary means you can't offer him $600 million. Sure, you can. Yes, you can. So I don't necessarily buy that. What I buy, though, is that it's a seller's market. It's a seller's market, and my read right now is Farhan's not terribly interested in playing that game, and that is, like usual with the Giants, probably pretty smart. And probably pretty uninteresting.
And a little frustrating for a fan base that looks at this team and says, okay, we've got action. Right now you're the leader in the wild card race, but if you look around the National League and certainly all across baseball, you'd be hard-pressed to say, oh, we're the best team. We're going to be the favorites to win the whole thing. But if you're one of 12 teams to make the playoffs, you've got a shot. So it's frustrating as a fan to look at the team that you have now and think about October and bring this exact same team into October, even if you get Haniger healthy and Conforto's ready to go and you get Thairo Estrada back and all of your pieces that have been up and down and injured and not injured, if you have your full complement, you're still probably not that confident as a fan that you can win the whole thing.
12 and a half minutes.
Yeah. I don't like your chances.
You don't like my 256?
I don't like your trade, your deal or no deal, because I'm on no deal, and I believe you were on deal. You didn't really definitively say.
Let me just say this.
Say whatever you want.
Forget the Giants for a second. I believe there are double-digit players who are going to be dealt in the next 12 minutes. There are so many players that, in effect, need to be dealt. They're just coming down to the wire. You know, for instance, my guess is Tommy Pham's already been dealt. We just don't know yet. It hasn't hit Twitter yet. But these trades are coming. It always happens up against the line. I remember this day 2 years ago. I told you yesterday. I sat in Golf Mart there with my son. We were looking at shoes and bags. And he was over there hitting balls up against the mat.
It was a bag alert.
It was. It was a major bag alert. And I was almost going to make a purchase to settle my frustration with the fact that the Giants, with the best record in baseball, weren't getting aggressive and going after the World Series. But there was another piece of me that looked at my phone and I went, oh, it's coming. Just count down. 3, 2,
Well, 11 minutes
1,
right now.
And then bang.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Crazy how you did that.
Do you know, or would you like me to tell you?
I don't know.
Tommy Pham is on his way to the NL West. This comes from Jeff Passan and Andy Martino.
Come on, baby, come on.
He's also coming to a team playing currently at Oracle Park.
Oh, come to daddy.
Tommy Pham to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
You had to steal Lucas's thunder. He built that up so nicely.
Oh, like there was really a whole lot of mystery. Really, you thought there was a possibility
It
he was
was
coming
down
to
to a
Giants?
50-50.
There's no chance.
You joke blocking SOB. Lucas, I got your back. That was wrong.
I appreciate that.
Because I saw it right when
It really wasn't a joke. It was just building up to the delivery of news.
And he was about to deliver it.
Yeah,
he was about to deliver the baby, and you tapped him on the shoulder.
Let's try it again, Lucas.
And you cut the cord.
What was the joke? Let's see if it would have made us laugh. What was the joke?
The Mets have traded Tommy Pham to the Diamondbacks.
Lucas Giolito.
Oh, gosh.
You know what was cool?
What's up, fam?
You did your countdown from 3, 2, and 1, and then Grandy hit the sounder.
We thought
that was
you
awesome.
were joking. We were like, okay, is this part of the bit?
We learned that we never joke with the breaking news
We
sound.
had the news about a minute ago, and then I was just trying to find the right moment to sneak it in there, and you counted me down. I was like, well, might as well just fire it off.
I told you that he had already been dealt. The guy left the manager's office in his jeans. I told you
but now
he'd
he's
been
coming to
traded.
San Francisco.
I told you he was on his way to San Francisco.
And if I know dibs, tomorrow's topic is Giants need to dot Tommy Pham. Tomorrow night, the first time he comes up, and if they miss him, they need to dot him again in at bat number 2. And in fact, even if they hit him, they need to dot him again.
Kill him again. I'll tell you what, if they don't dot Tommy Pham,
dot him.
They don't have Jock's back. If they don't dot Tommy Pham, they are not a tight-knit clubhouse.
They couldn't carry his Jock? What'd you say?
Basically, they won't carry his Jock,
All right.
Peterson. If they don't dot him, we take the high road here in San Francisco. I'm taking Tommy out for a burger.
Come on.
95.7 The Game.
Oh, come on.
Breaking news.
Come on.
Talk to me.
Come on.
We have a starting pitcher going to the black and orange. The Baltimore Orioles.
See what he's doing? He's awesome.
Finalizing a trade for right-hander Jack Flaherty from the St. Louis Cardinals.
Are you just refreshing passing, or are you like on main Twitter?
I got noties on.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's a 4 for your setup. And Mark, you get a 2 for actually letting him finish.
Yep.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
There's a starting
That's
pitcher
not what
going
I do
to the
here.
black and orange. No, you don't.
I'm not a big let people finish guy.
Yeah.
That's not my deal.
Whoa. Ken Rosenthal reporting that the Orioles are close to signing Jack Flaherty.
Take it easy. No, it's done.
I was in need of a closer.
Jeremy Rodriguez is who the Diamondbacks are sending back to the Mets for Tommy Pham.
Who are you?
Exactly, if anybody cares about that.
J-Rod.
So, does that mean that Jock and Tommy are going to meet in left field tomorrow night before the game?
They should. And
Tommy's in a mood. We already know that.
I wonder who...
Why are you always in a mood?
Who the commissioner of that fantasy football league is, and if they're still in the same league together.
It's probably Boach.
Yeah.
You're picking 11th. He's a competitor. Did you see? This was a great video.
He's a flex.
Did you see the league that sends they all go to the beach, and then they set out 100-yard stretch right where the waves break, and you have to run across the waves, and they time you. And then that's how they determine their draft order.
I saw another one of these that I thought was great.
Fall over and just like with every fiber of their being, they've never put more effort into anything in their life to get across that finish line. It's hysterical.
It's like the new gender reveal videos, because I saw another fantasy football draft where they settled the first pick on an obstacle course where you do like the 5 spin with the dizzy bat. Then you pound a beer. You got to throw 3 footballs through. Then you got to do like the cone drill. all that stuff. I think that's a better way than just a random generator. I love that idea.
All right.
I'd always pick last, though.
6.5 minutes.
I don't like your chances.
256 is still out there.
I think we should cancel the break and just go straight through to the top.
Chris Bryant was 259 in a hook.
Yeah.
He was 259 in a hook. I'm like, I know they're doing something. They got to do something. Bang. Chris Bryant to the Giants, 259 in a hook. You got no deals? You think nothing? Like not even a little one?
No deal.
Nothing?
They've already made 2 deals. Michael Jovera.
No, but the first of all, his name's Mauricio, and it was not.
Whatever.
Yeah. And no, that was not a deadline deal.
It's a deal.
No, that was a get this man off my plane.
Totally.
That's what that deal was. And that's what AJ Pollock was for the Mariners. I'll bet. What do you want to bet? That even if it's a tiny one, that something happens here in the next 5.5 minutes.
I'm refreshing passing.
I know you are.
Well, let's
He's
dip out so we can come right back up at the top of the hour.
What's that?
Let's dip now so we can be back straight up at 3 with any news on a deal that he may have made.
All right, here we go. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Will he or won't he? Willard and Dibbs.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Pardon me if I have a hard time looking at you in the eye during these next few minutes.
That's all right. It's like me when there's a golf major on.
That's true. I know something's about to come down.
Well, it's 3:01, so.
Well, yeah, but it just
pay the over anyway. So you already lost that portion of it.
Yeah, but you didn't even throw a timeout, did you? What was your time? Well, you just said no deal.
Over 2:56 was my time.
Okay.
You said 2:56. I took the over.
Name a time. I didn't call it.
And then I responded with, "He's not going to make a deal."
Yeah.
So that answers your question about the time. There is no time.
Dylan Cease will not be traded. That just came down. Yeah, the baseball reporters are still trying to figure it all out. All right. Yes, it is normalcy that trades still come down a handful of minutes after the deadline, but the deadline is here, and we have not heard Eduardo Rodriguez's name. We have not heard Teoscar Hernandez's name. A number of others. Flaherty, yes, he went. Verlander, he went earlier today. So we'll see if those guys who the thought was they were definitely getting traded, we'll see if that turns around and goes the other way or if more deals come on in. But we are faced with the reality, the potential that the Giants did absolutely nothing. And I would not accept AJ Pollock as an answer of what the Giants did at the deadline. Yes, it happened yesterday. That makes it a trade deadline deal,
yep.
But that is not actually what I believe you're actually talking about when you refer to buying at the deadline.
No.
You gave up. They literally gave up nothing. They have given up nothing at this hour.
Either a player to be named later or cash. And if it's a player to be named later and that player is not named within the first, hour or so, that means that they're probably going to take the cash or they're going to take whatever low-level, insignificant prospect that you decide that you no longer want in your organization. It's not a player who is going to trend toward being a major league player at any point.
I will add this to the Eduardo Rodriguez conversation. I don't know that he's necessarily staying with the Tigers, but if this was the reason that he said no to the Dodgers, and if you're just joining us, a deal was done to send Erod to the Dodgers, and he invoked his no-trade clause. If this was the reason, then the Giants are out of play as well. It is being reported that Rodriguez invoked the no-trade clause because he has a desire to remain closer to his family on the East Coast.
There you go.
So if that's the case, he ain't coming here either.
L.A., I think, is technically closer, Dodger Stadium, closer to the East Coast than Oracle Park, based on pure geography.
Yeah, he's not coming. He's not coming. So, all right, we're waiting to see if anything comes on in. Bob Nightingale saying moments ago, the deadline is over, but plenty of trades will start trickling in over the next 30 to 40 minutes. So we're not technically out of the woods until maybe about 3:40 this afternoon to be sure that the Giants did nothing. However, if they did indeed do nothing, what's your reaction to that?
My reaction is, wow, Farhan Zaidi does not believe that this team is good enough to win the World Series. Because if you really believed in this team, you would add to it. You would find a way to incrementally improve this team. Because I look at what you're dealing with right now with a pitching staff that is 2 starters deep. You're going to get to September, and I have a feeling that you're going to start to run out of arms. And you have an offense that has become tough to watch. You've got automatic outs littered throughout your lineup, and you've got injuries across the board. And yes, you're 9 games above, and you're the wild card leader, but what teams do at this spot where you are going to not go all in, because you're not going to trade multiple prospects for a 10-week rental, but I think if you have faith in your team, you're going to look to add and improve them.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would have liked, and it was sort of disappointing when I heard Farhan say this yesterday, and it's with regard to the starting pitching market. First, this is what he said, because I think a lot of people expected starting pitcher. I look around the lineup in the field, and even though it might underwhelm you as a lineup, what's the actual spot where you're like, I want that guy out. I want him sent down, or maybe Casey Schmidt, but he's been a little bit better as of late. So who are you putting on the bench? Whose at bats are you taking away? It's a more complex question than maybe you'd think with a team that's having a hard time scoring runs, but I really wanted a starter. But my thing was, you got to answer the question of who's starting that that mythical game 3 in a playoff series. But that dream sounded like it went away when he said this yesterday.
Obviously, there's been some movement. We had I thought, really good weekend of pitching with Stripling and Minaya pitching really well. And again, I don't think we view the opener as like some core philosophy that we're trying to champion. But we've had a lot of success in those games, and a lot of that comes from the ability to feature our bullpen, which has been a strength of the team. So we've got to be careful about the workload with the bullpen. But if there's a way to manage a game where we get quality out of our starters like we got this weekend, but we can also feature our bullpen, which is really effective, especially when put in good matchups, that's just a good way for us to win games. Obviously, we've been very successful in those games.
So that's the thing. And to me, that's where I see a rub. He and Gabe Kapler and everybody else, Pete Patel, everybody involved over there, they have shown, and by the way, Rosenthal reports, Erod stays put. Eduardo Rodriguez remains a Tiger, so that's done. And he is a forever Giant as well for turning down the Dodgers. But what we have here is a group of people who know how to win baseball games in sort of a quirky way. What we don't have here is a group that seems to know how to get its fan base excited about what they're doing. This is going to, if we got some time here still, but if nothing happens, this is going to be received very, very negatively by the fan base. I don't know that it means that the Giants can't keep winning ball games. I know that the fan base is going to receive this very, very negatively.
Right. It feels like you are the New Orleans Pelicans. You're just fighting for that 8 seed. Oh, we're a playoff team. And then you get in the playoffs and you don't have enough talent. You don't have the roster to compete and really do what Giants fans are thirsty for. Because if you remember 10, 12, and 14, and most Giants fans should, because that's only 13, 11, and 9 years ago, you remember the magic and the excitement down there at Oracle Park back when it was Pac Bell and all the rest of it. And it was a thing. It was a happening. And this team, it's winning. It's a winning team. You go back to 107 wins. That was phenomenal. Best in franchise history. Last year, 81-81. Okay, not a disaster. Certainly a letdown. 26 wins fewer than the year before. And this year is trending toward 89 wins and what in the postseason? Probably not a lot, I would imagine.
Who knows? Who knows?
But that, I think, is the feeling of the fan base.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It feels like you don't have the weapons. You don't have hitters that can hit elite pitching. You don't have a lot of pitchers who can walk out there and go, I'm doing 8 shutout innings tonight and handing the ball to Camilo Duvall. But you think about that opening short series if they get there, a 3-gamer. They actually feel somewhat equipped for that. If you wanted to do Webb, Cobb opener, I don't think that's a disaster. But what happens when the series does get bigger? What happens when it goes to 7 games? Normally, you do need to answer, who's our Game 4 starter? The Giants they're not even able to tell you who their Game 3 starter is. So, I don't know. This one's a tough one for me because the second I saw Giolito go to the Angels, I texted you guys and I go, out.
Yeah.
Out on the starting pit. These prices are out of whack. It's like buying orange juice in Hawaii. Go over there. It's ridiculous.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like $11 or whatever.
That's a long way from Florida.
I mean, what are we doing here?
This from Susan Slusser.
Okay.
Nothing from the Giants expected. They're not among the teams with deals trickling in the next hour. Susan Slusser on Twitter. So I'm not trying to throw a wet blanket on your hopes over the next 20 minutes, but
no,
Sluss is saying
it's
that
310.
But there's going to be some trickling.
Yeah.
There's some trickle. Shout out the great Dick Trickle.
Or Cole Trickle.
They were related.
Yep.
Son of a trickle. Son of a trickler. Susan Slusser saying they will not be among the tricklers.
Dominic Leone.
Saw that.
Former Giant. Goes from the Mets to the Angels. And now Shohei is really impressed.
Mm-hmm.
Dominic Leone is on the move. Yeah, look.
Mets acquiring Phil Bickford and Adam Kolarek from the Dodgers, according to a source familiar with the deal.
That's kind of interesting.
Phil Bickford, former Giant. He was a draftee. draft pick, I believe.
Phil Bickford?
I thought so.
He never played for the team, though, did he?
I know, but I believe he was drafted by the Giants.
Yeah.
Minor leaguer.
They never played for the. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I guess he got designated for assignment just a few days ago. I didn't even realize that.
Designated for a haircut.
Yeah. Well, that's always. Anyway.
That's
mean. Like that's the hard part. This deadline is a snapshot of the whole regime, which is to say, look, we're not making a deal. We're not making a bad deal just to make you happy. We're not doing it. And the fan base responds and goes, fine. Then we're not happy. And the Giants will go, don't you see all of our wins? And they'll go, sure. And then the Giants fan will say, but don't you see all of our boredom? And we'll go, yes, but we believe that winning is fun. And they go, yes, but... And that's the back and forth. So here we are. Alex Pavlovich is going to join us, our Giants insider, here in a little bit. You can certainly react. 888-957-9570. The Giants do absolutely nothing. And what is your reaction to that? We're here for you on Willard and Dibs.
This just in, BMO is coming. Let's go live to the scene.
I'm at what will soon be a BMO branch, and it's remarkable. I'm hearing a BMO debit card gets you more fee-free ATMs than the two largest U.S. banks.
Damn it, Farhan.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I know you're going to say, gosh, you shouldn't be surprised. I'm a little surprised. I'm not surprised that they didn't dance at the highest level. I'm surprised they did nothing.
They didn't dance at all.
They did not dance. They set this one out. They wallflowered it.
Don't hold the wall.
Don't do that.
It's a Justin Timberlake song.
Remember the Wallflowers?
Yeah.
Bob Dylan's son? It's the lead
that's
singer.
who that was.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Jacob Dylan, right? I think that's
Sure.
Bob Dylan's son.
And when you talk about singer and Bob Dylan, you have to use air quotes.
His son can sing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's an upset.
He cannot.
The apple fell far from the tree.
Right. So Bob can write, Jacob can sing, and everybody can sit around and have the holidays together and enjoy.
Perfect.
Yeah. So Pav's going to join us here in about 20 minutes. We got all kinds of Niners stuff after that. Kruger was at practice. He'll check in, and the good doc is coming up at the top of the hour. We'll ask him about Purdy and Tyro Estrada and more for sure.
Pick a giant, and he's hurt.
No
Disco.
doubt.
We can talk about Di Sclafani, your fave.
We
your
don't
favorito.
have to. We don't have to.
I think I will, just to drive the knife in a little bit deeper.
He's gone. He's not coming back this year.
I'll be back next year.
Maybe.
Well, he's under contract.
That doesn't mean he's going to be back.
You're going to pay him $12 million to say adios?
Maybe.
I saw a tweet from our friend Softy Mahler up in Seattle, and he was talking about he listed 5 Mariners, 4 of whom couldn't even make it to August 1st. And on the list was
AJ Pollock.
AJ Pollock.
Yep.
And Tommy LaStella.
Wow.
Forever Mariner.
Yes, the Giants were right on that one. I don't know.
Wrong then right.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to him. It's not like he was ever a great hitter, but I mean, he was a productive player for the Angels, the A's. He was, he wasn't great, but anyway, look, there's no other way to sort of assess this than to sort of say it's disappointing. I think this is disappointing for the players on the team. I think it's disappointing for the fans, even if it's right. Do you know what I mean? Like, first of all, the whole deadline, when you look at it from 10,000 feet, was a dud. It was a total dud. Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander, the 2 biggest names who move, both of them are well past their prime, and the Mets picked up more than half the money on both and got a couple of prospects back in order to do it. So that was, in the end, those were the big moves on this deadline. You know, I don't know who would you compliment? What team did something that you love?
The Angels.
The Angels?
Yes.
That's interesting.
And the Rangers would be the 2 teams.
The Rangers did, they were aggressive.
I
Sure.
like what the Angels did because they basically see the writing on the wall and they see that the only way that they can possibly keep Shohei Ohtani is by going on a run. So you try to upgrade your roster and you show, hey, Ohtani, look, we're all in on this year. We're all in on the one thing you want more than anything else, and that's to win. And, usually the Angels, you can't win. And I'll use that in Adrian Balboa voice, which is one of my favorite things you do when you say, you can't win. I don't think the Angels can win, but they're trying. And if they go in the playoffs and Shohei gets a taste of that sweet October nectar, maybe he decides to say, that's the only way. They have a prayer to keep him. And your guy, they loaded up. And, I mean, good God, Boch. You talk about Kapler and his ability to manage, and he's a good manager, I think. Bochy is an absolute savant.
Oh, Bochy's great. Boch is Boch. He's fantastic.
So I think they look good. And also the Dodgers, this just in, Ryan Yarbrough has been added. They acquired him from Kansas City, so they've got themselves a starting pitcher of some sort. Not a great starter, 4.24 ERA this year, coming off a couple of good outings back to back. So
this is the first guy they've gotten this deadline who has a positive WAR.
Yeah.
So congratulations.
Back to back 1-run allowed outings. So
I'm not gonna look. They got turned down for Eduardo Rodriguez. So
they had to pivot.
Yeah, put that in your opinion about what the Dodgers did, but in the end, they didn't get him, and I'm totally underwhelmed by what the Dodgers did. I would actually, this is maybe going to sound weird, I don't love what the Giants just did, but if you put it next to what the Dodgers did, I'd rather do what the Giants did. Keep your prospects rather than gathering crap for no reason. And you could say that's what they did with AJ Pollock, but they didn't give up any prospects to do it. They didn't give up anything. So I don't even know what's going on with that weird deal. Standing pat is boring, and I think it's a bad message to your team, but making deals just to make deals, in my opinion, is even worse. If you were going to make a deal, I'd like it to be a difference maker. I don't think the Dodgers got a difference maker. I don't know if anybody in the entire NL West did. You mentioned the teams who really did. The Rangers did. They're all in the AL West. The Rangers did. I think you can argue that the Angels did, and if Verlander matters to you, then the Astros did.
Well, Arizona picked up a reliever.
Yay.
And they picked up
Tommy Pham.
Oh, yeah, they did. Sweet. Roll your eyes. I love it. Tommy Pham is having a good year.
Nice.
Tommy Pham would be your 5-hitter with the Giants right now.
Yeah, but Tommy Pham's a moron. So
fine.
just,
I mean, that's
like,
your
whatever.
opinion.
Yes,
but
it is.
Arizona got better by adding Tommy Pham. Whether or not you think that he's a good clubhouse guy, he clearly wouldn't be here, but Arizona at least added. The Giants sat on their hands, their far hands, and did nothing.
Here's the problem with the San Francisco Giants.
Two.
Yeah,
I don't even know why I look back
I don't know either.
And Granny gets so mad.
I know. He'll let you know if he likes it, okay? He'll let you know.
Number 2.
I look at this and I see a real, honest problem with the way that this whole team is being run. There's no answer here. The Giants have a formula that usually works, but it doesn't connect with people. So what do you do there? And I'm not even necessarily telling you which one. I know which one I'd rather do. I'd rather the Giants operate the way they are now than the way the Mets are. The Mets are like, here's $1 billion, then we'll trade you 4 days later. The Mets have had an embarrassing season. An embarrassing season.
Shame.
To have that payroll and a losing record and ship Verlander and Scherzer out. So I'd rather the Giants do this, but when you're sitting up against the Dodgers and the Padres, it feels like a walking confidence problem for fans. I don't know how you're going to excite them. And the likelihood is probably just going to be another offseason journey of we offered $600 million and didn't get him again. And so then what are you going to tell your fans? Well, we'll win 90 games. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Something has got to pop at some point. They're not wrong. They're good at what they do. I bet time will tell that the deals that were just made were bad. The Angels just gave up prospect 2 and 3 for somebody who will start 10 games and probably lose 6 of them. That's the reality. So he's probably right. When he lets these pitchers go, he was wrong with Gausman.
Mm-hmm.
He was right with Rodon.
Yeah.
He's probably right, but it still puts you to sleep.
He was wrong with DeSclafani, and he was mostly wrong with Minaya and Stripling, but the jury's
out.
Still somewhat out.
We did this a couple weeks ago.
We did.
He has been right more than he's been wrong.
He has, and we can look at Correa, and I was running down his numbers during the break just to try to get you to smile because I know your dauber's down a little bit right now.
No, my dauber's not down.
Your dauber should be down.
I'm surprised they did nothing. I didn't think they were going to swing big.
Your dibber's down over there.
No, my dibber's down. My
no,
dauber's
your
not
dibber's
down. My dibber's always down.
Dibber's back today. Yesterday was rough. Today's getting better.
Okay, good.
Your dauber's down, and it should be down because you look around and the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks and the Padres, they at least did something. Yep. Now, whether or not they gave up too much for too little, only time will tell. But I look at the Giants now, and I look at the Giants from an hour ago, and they're basically the same team. And I look at that same team, and I think about this team at its best with a healthy Tyro and with Haniger and Conforto eventually both back and in the lineup, and your lefty lineup, your righty lineup, and J.D. Davis, and when everything is all put together, is this team good enough to win the World Series? I don't see it. So you're right, Mark. They are building a team to be between 81 and 90 wins each and every year, but they're not exciting, and I don't see this team as a real threat to win it all.
I don't see. I split those 2 points apart. Are they a threat to win it all? It's baseball, so the answer is actually yes.
If they make the playoffs.
Yeah.
So right now there are 23 teams that are a threat to win it all.
I'll agree with you that if I sat there and I looked at it on paper, sure, I don't see it. They need to score more runs. The Giants have got to score more runs. And I had hoped that somebody was going to come. When I saw Teoscar Hernandez was linked with the Giants, he didn't go either, by the way. I loved that idea because the Giants have got to score more runs. But if they sat you down and they went, look, we really wanted to, and this is true, by the way, we wanted to acquire a middle infielder who is right-handed, who can swing the bat. That's who we want to acquire. Well, they are. Tyro Estrada is being acquired this week. So it's not, as always, it's not that what the Giants are doing is harebrained. It's not. Like, you can sit in a room with these people and they can talk it out with you, and you'll nod your head and you'll go, okay, I get it. It makes sense. But somewhere involved in this is you need to connect with fans. You're an entertainment entity, and you're going to have to come through with some of these free agents. And these guys are going to have to come up from the minor leagues and not look like minor leaguers, and that's going to have to all happen at once. You know, so that's why it's frustrating. It's frustrating to look at this right now, and I bet frustrating for the players themselves to look at this right now and feel like, well, we got to just keep going it alone. With all of these innings that our relievers are logging, just got to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Got to keep the other team to 2 runs every night and hope that that's good enough as they go into an August where they will play a total of, outside of the A's this weekend, 0 teams with a losing record.
And in the meantime, it's Jelly up, and it's Diaz down, then it's Diaz back, and then it's shuffling Keaton win, and whoever else, it's bodies in and bodies out. I just think that's a little bit of a chicken approach. I think that this organization is afraid to make the big swing and the big swing and a miss, and so it's all these micro deals, and you try to improve on the margins. At some point, you got to roll the dice.
Well, but what does that mean?
That means maybe trade a couple of prospects for a hitter who can come in and help you.
But who?
You could have gotten DeYoung for just one prospect was the price.
But who?
Blue Jays got a shortstop hurt, and they went out and they got a shortstop.
Right.
And the Giants have a shortstop issue.
Do they?
I think so.
See, that's
Brandon
the
Crawford
thing.
can play 3 days a week, and he's not really playing that great.
I mean,
Casey Schmidt can't hit.
You're not
and
even
Luciano is wet
Luciano?
behind the ears.
Yeah, he's wet behind the ears. Maybe he rakes. I mean, he's looked pretty good since he came up.
5 games in or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So, look, the competing opinions are most Giants fans did not want them to deplete the farm system, but they also want the Giants to swing big. You can't do both. I wanted the Giants to swing, not swing big. I didn't want the top 5 prospects touched, and they didn't. But I also didn't want them to stand pat and do absolutely nothing.
Is Brandon Belt the GM? Because that's what it felt like. Looked at a lot of pitches.
Well, sometimes that gets you on base. All right, let's talk to our Giants insider, Alex Pavlovich, who now joins us after the quietest deadline that ever was here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Pavs, how we doing, man?
Good. How are you guys?
We're good. So why don't you let us know why? Why nothing?
Well, one, I think there wasn't a lot out there. I mean, I know you guys bring up names, and I hear names like DeYoung. Like, they'd rather just have the people they have here. I think they'd rather play the kids. They would rather do what Marco Luciano had. So there was just a bunch of guys like that where it was kind of like, replacement level players. And I think at that point they felt like, let's just go with what we have. But beyond that, I mean, I don't know that this isn't 2021 where you're going to take a huge swing because Chris Bryant is the final piece. I think there was just not that piece that they felt was going to kind of be the perfect fit. And I know a lot of people look at the rotation. They're really happy with the way the pitching staff is pitched. They're happy with those guys. I know people hate bullpen games. They're working. They're 14-5 in bullpen games, and they're pretty happy with the way it's gone. So I understand why people are upset, but I think this was kind of telegraphed the last couple of weeks. They've talked a lot about how successful they've been with the way they're kind of utilizing this pitching staff. You can hear it the last week. I think they're pretty happy with the way the weekend went, and that emboldens them a little bit to just stick with what they're doing.
Is it a fair criticism to say that they're building teams for April through September and not for October?
Well, I think it goes back to, this has always been the way the A's view it and the way the Dodgers view it, and I know this is a criticism to Dodgers fans as well at times, is that, the executives down there have long said October's kind of a crapshoot, and it's hard to build for October because it's basically, look what we saw last year. The Phillies just got hot for a few weeks, and you get pretty close to winning a World Series. We have seen that here. The Giants were not the best team when they won in 2014 or 2012. They just got hot. So I think that's just kind of the view of a lot of teams, that you don't build for October because there's no real way to build for October.
Alex Pavlovich joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Okay, so, Alex, what is the plan with the starting rotation now that there was no addition there?
The plan is what you saw over the weekend, and I think the plan is what you saw a little bit last night. I mean, they've been really successful in those games. They've found a way to deploy those guys. I know it's not the sexiest plan. I know it not everybody's always happy with the way they've been used, but I think they look at it and go, look, we found a better way to use Minaya, a better way to use some of these guys who struggled when they were in the rotation. Now, I don't know if they'll be going with just two actual starting pitchers the rest of the half. I could see Stripling getting more starts. I could see Alex Wood getting more starts, and Keaton Wynn if he gets healthy. But, for the most part, they feel like the best thing they can do with the guys they have and the way these guys have pitched is just to kind of patch these games together. And I don't, patch isn't even the right word. I mean, it's pretty orchestrated, and there's a lot of research. There's a lot of analytics that goes into it, and they feel like it's worked really well. And I do think, again, not to go back to that one-loss record, they're much, much better in games where they use an opener than they are in games where they didn't.
And the Ryan Walker factor is one of the crazy baseball anomalies of all time, where they just simply don't lose when he is the opener. Beyond the pitching staff, Alex, what do they do to fix this offense short of having certain players come back from the injury list?
Well, first, can I just bring up, I don't think it's an anomaly. I mean, I think there's kind of a method there, and that it's this Ryan Walker is a really effective pitcher. And, they're trying to get 2 or 3 innings out of him in those games. So that's part of why that works. Is if you can get 3 shutout innings out of that guy, you only need 6 innings from the rest of them. And you have the Rogers twins, and you have Duvall. So there's not a whole lot you need from somebody else. But just in terms of the rest of the team, I mean, yeah, Estrada's going to be back this week. That's huge. Mitch Haniger's a few weeks away. I think the risk for them is that we know that guys are going to get hurt again. So they feel like they'll be back to who they were a couple months ago if they can get healthy. There's a risk in that a couple guys go down over the next 2 months, and you're back to where you've been the last month, which is, starting 4 or 5 rookies every night, and there's going to be a lot of growing pains there.
Alex, when Estrada does get back to the Giants, who's getting sent out, you think?
Well, Sean Jelly's here right now, and AJ Pollock's here, and they haven't made any moves. We'll see how they settle just coming at us today. I do think you look at the middle infield, and I don't know that it is what they want the next 2 months or the next few weeks, to have 2 rookies, 2 very, very highly touted rookies in Luciano and Schmidt as backup infielders. So if Crawford is healthy and if Estrada is back, I would imagine you probably see one of those guys go to AAA and play every day.
And you would need to find a way to shore that up in terms of long-term, and maybe Casey Schmidt can go down and work on it and come back and be ready to roll. Why was Patrick Bailey been so good as opposed to other rookies who've been more up and down at the plate? What's the difference in his approach, or what's led to his success?
Well, he's been up and down too. I mean, he had 6 hits in his last 13 games until last night. So I think you've just seen it. It's really, really hard for rookies to come in here and be consistent, and they're asking a lot of these guys. Patrick, I think, has a little bit better approach than some of the guys who have been up here, and certainly that helps. And there's a little bit more power. So some of those balls that maybe are getting held up for somebody like a Luis Matos, and are dying kind of on the track, those are hitting the wall for Patrick. Some of them cleared the wall. So I think that's helped him in general. But I don't think it should be surprising to anybody that all these guys have kind of gone through it. But look, they're all far ahead of schedule, and the Giants, in a weird way, they're rebuilding at the same time as they're competing for a playoff spot. Because they are starting a bunch of kids. They are a lot of nights starting 2 21-year-olds and 2 24-year-olds, and kind of working towards that future and hoping these guys can figure it out at the big league level.
Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider, is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Alex, a short time ago on MLB Network, Harold Reynolds sort of characterized the Giants' silence as being a money-saving aspect toward the offseason and getting ready for Shohei Ohtani. Do you agree with that? Do we take anything from a quiet deadline and apply it to the offseason?
No, I think not at all. I mean, there's short of doing what short of going and getting Verlander and Scherzer and not having the Mets pick up the tab, which we know the Mets were willing to pick up the tab. Like, you're not really doing much at the deadline that's impacting your finances. And the Shohei number is going to be such a high number that I don't think it doesn't matter what you did in July. I mean, it's just a matter of, are you willing to write a $500 million check, a $600 million check, whatever it becomes. No move that they made here, no utility infielder who cost $3 million that they would pick up on August 1st is going to impact what they do this offseason.
Alex, thanks, man. Look forward to seeing you soon.
All right, guys, take it easy.
All right, there he is, Alex Pavlovich on the Giants situation. Look, it's a fair question to ask. Ask it this way, okay? If you're frustrated that the Giants didn't do anything, what was the deal that was made this week that you think they should have made?
I think you could look at DeYoung, somebody to come in and be a shortstop who can actually hit, because right now you don't have one. You could have brought in a starting pitcher as opposed to having 3 spots in your rotation that you don't know about.
No, I get that. I'm not talking about it in an umbrella sense like that. In other words, what was available that you think that they should have done? I mean, Alex just said it. He goes, "There's nothing out there. There's nothing out there."
Right.
I mean, even Paul
other than replacement level players is what he's talking
Paul
about.
DeYoung. I mean, if they had done that, what would Giants fans say? That's your big acquisition?
Well, it's better than bringing in AJ Pollock, a guy virtually off the scrap heap.
I don't disagree with you, but Paul DeYoung is hitting 233. You know what I'm saying?
Which is better than Schmidt, better than Wisely.
But it's not better than Estrada. And quite frankly, I don't think Giants fans do want Paul DeYoung instead of Marco Luciano. I think I'd rather watch Luciano. Let's see what happens. I don't know. But there is something to be said for the way the deadline went across the board. You know, Teoscar Hernandez, that would have been exciting. He didn't get dealt. I don't even know if he was actually available.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, based on those, the Verlander thing, the Scherzer thing, the way those went, no thanks.
And those are deals that are the Verlander deal is one that's going to last for a couple of more years potentially. So that's not in Farhan's comfort zone in terms of paying pitchers big money long term. It's not something that he's shown a willingness to want to do.
Well, but the Mets are giving most of the money on it anyway. Like, they're paying most of it in order to get prospects back. They got some big prospects. I've been on record the whole time. I don't want them to touch the top 5 prospects. Yeah. They would have had to. So I guess for me, that's the way you look at it. I'm bummed too. I think anybody who's just a fan of entertainment, you want something to happen. I'm sure the guys in the clubhouse right now, wow, we did nothing, huh? Like, I guarantee you that's happening. You want something to happen. But, what deal was made where you're like, they should have done that? They should have done that. I don't really see it.
Yeah.
That was a big, fat MLB nothing burger. The whole thing, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, there were players that moved. The Dodgers got a starting pitcher. The Diamondbacks got a reliever. There were teams that got better, and the Giants got a guy who was basically asked to leave Seattle.
Yeah.
And
I don't think the Giants got better. I don't think the Dodgers got better.
Okay.
They got new humans. None of them are playing well. So you know what I mean? I don't think they got better. Doc's going to join us in about 18 minutes. Let's get to the 49ers, though, as well. A little look at what happened in practice today and a bigger look at the way everybody talks about it. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time,
Sam!
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Trade no one. No trades. You were right. Nothing.
It's a shame.
Not even on the margins.
No.
All right, so fine. Nothing to see here. Giants and Diamondbacks later. Go team. So how about if we hop over to the 49ers? Doc Pandy's going to join us here in 12 minutes. Brock Purdy, Tyro Estrada, all of that. We'll get to that with Doc here in a little bit. I tell you what, it's another day of competing quarterbacks, a quarterback controversy that doesn't even exist. And we go to Twitter, and here come all of the numbers, how guys perform today. For those of you who, have lives and you work and you don't know what happened at 49er practice today, Brock Purdy was very good. Couple of touchdown throws, very, very consistent over the middle. Trey Lance was solid with his numbers, but those, and again, I do not kill the messenger. I'm passing along what all the reporters said. He had 2 incompletions, and both of them were short passes that were passes he should have been able to make. Sam Darnold probably had his worst day. Again, collectively, according to the people there, Brandon Allen, look out for that Brandon Allen. He's plucky, Dibs. And he did not throw any incompletions today at all. 5 for 5. Those of you who are into reps, Purdy all the first team reps. I think Lance had 12 reps, Darnold 11, Brandon Allen 9. Okay, with that all out of the way, once those numbers are reported, and apparently what order you write them in, what tone your voice is using when you pass them along.
I didn't like your tone one bit.
What parenthetical info you add in to those numbers.
You mentioned incompletes only with Trey Lance.
You're right. And they all had some. Except BA. Not Brandon Allen.
Mr. Perfect.
That interesting QB4 that the Niners have.
Getting a lot more reps than any other QB4 in the world, Mark. In the world.
Depending on all of those things, that determines the level of hate you have.
You hate Trey Lance.
Trey Lance.
I mean, that's what I hear you saying.
But this isn't personal.
I know. It's not a joke either. I should knock that off.
It is everywhere. You hear it all the time. I hear it all the time. The way Trey Lance is covered is not fair. The slander. Okay. Those of you who think that's true, why do you think that? What is it that you see? I will firmly state to you right now, I have been to multiple camp events. I think I have a decent finger on the pulse of the Bay Area media at large. A lot of these people are our friends. We talk to them. I have never met a human being who even dislikes Trey Lance. I have not met anyone who has anything against Trey Lance. Nothing. Not one. No one. Zero. Period. Zip. None. Nobody hates Trey Lance. Nobody dislikes Trey Lance. Nobody's been unfair to Trey Lance. Nobody has said anything against Trey Lance. Now, I do hear a lot of people report certain facts, such as he has struggled with his accuracy over this 3-year period. This is not about yesterday in camp, tomorrow in camp, today in camp. It's not about spotlighting small sample size Steve. Through his time here, he has struggled with accuracy, and reporters have gotten sourced information from inside the 49er organization that there's a hesitation sensation there. Where is this hate? Thank you. Where is this hate? I mean this as genuinely as any. This is not a rhetorical question. What is it that y'all see that has made your mind up that somebody has something against, an axe to grind against Trey Lance?
And who would have the axe to grind? Is it the media? Is it the media covering the 49ers and Trey Lance? Is it the coach and the coaching staff who are either coaching up or not coaching up Trey Lance? Is it sports talk radio? Is it the Twitter sphere? Who are these people, and do they matter? Because to me, the only people that matter are Kyle Shanahan and his staff, John Lynch and his group. End of list. It doesn't matter if Michael Silva reports something, or Matt Mayoko, or friend of the station, Matt Barrows, or Cam Inman, who we love, or anybody else. Whatever they report on is based on a combination of conversations and observations. These are people who are out there every single day. Michael Silva is there every single day, and he has an avenue to talk to Kyle Shanahan, both in the press conference and on the side, and get information through conversations. It's funny, he tweeted out a picture of his, I think, 1982 Niners press credential. Michael Silver's been at it for darn near 40 years covering the 49ers. So nice. I think that he's got connections that most of us, you and I included, don't have. And I don't sense in any of the reportage anybody with an axe to grind. The one thing that you can criticize this Bay Area media group as is too nice and too soft. If you want to go that route, I don't think that that is leading to this notion that people are being too hard on Trey Lance, because this media group, by and large, and you and I know just about every single one of them, they're a nice group of people, and they don't often, thank you, I don't recall anybody going out there with an axe to grind or taking somebody down. It's a pretty nice group of people. So I'm with you in terms of where is this hate coming from, because I don't think that Kyle Shanahan hates any of these quarterbacks. I think Kyle Shanahan wants to pick the best quarterback 2, quarterback 3, and then he'll find a QB4 if he can't keep all 4 of these guys, with one of them being on the practice squad. I don't sense that Kyle Shanahan is out to get anybody. He wants to win football games.
Yeah, I sense that he wants to do his job.
Right.
That's what I sense.
I sense that he wants to win the Super Bowl.
If you think that something has been done to Trey Lance unfairly, what exactly is it that you think was done?
He hasn't been given a chance. That's the number. If we were playing Family Feud, that would be the number one answer on the board.
Do you believe that?
No, I don't believe that, Mark. Okay. They gave him the starting job last year, even though they may or may not have been completely convinced that he was ready to be the starter. And you could look at the play calls, and I'm not going to get into how he got hurt or why he got hurt, but I will look at the plays that were called for him. They indicated to me that Kyle Shanahan was not ready to give him the entire playbook. Now, is that because Trey can't handle it, or Trey wasn't ready, or Kyle didn't coach him up right? Maybe it's a combination of all those things. I'm most fascinated by the what if Trey Lance didn't get hurt. What would have happened when Jimmy Garoppolo was truly up to speed? Would Kyle have stuck with Trey Lance? Would he have ridden Trey Lance all the way to the end of days?
I mean, we had the reports already before the year even started that there were whispers in the locker room about which quarterback should be starting.
Right.
That was and again, that was also Mike Silver, also accused of hating Trey Lance when what he was doing was talking to people.
Yeah.
He's talking to people. He's talking to the actual people.
It's journalism.
Who make the news. So,
and people giving him off the record statements so as to protect the sanctity of the locker room.
Just, you know what I mean? So the thing that got everybody going today was again Silver. And
damn it, Mike.
Well, you know, we reached out. Mike had a full day, and so he couldn't hop on. But I'll spotlight a couple things that he wrote in the Chronicle that got everybody going today. He writes about the potential of trading Trey Lance. Says his current value is something the Niners front office surely would find depressing. As I reported last week, San Francisco was offered nothing better than a 5th-round pick in the spring. Now, it's possible that impressive performances, next week's joint workouts, maybe in the preseason, could juice that up a bit, as Mike says, as could a wave of injuries to other teams' quarterbacks. And then comes the boogie. Here we go. Worst case, the 49ers could cut Lance. And he writes, yes, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but this scenario is not outside the realm of possibility.
Of course.
And everybody went crazy, and Mike has literally had his arms up on social media all day, blocking blows from every direction. When
he's the Dikembe Mutombo of Twitter, though, so
there's literally fair. Do you read
don't
anything?
block me. PS, don't block me.
Exactly. Love you, Mike. Even anything you read in here, is there an opinion in there?
No. Cutting Trey Lance is the worst case scenario.
Right.
Best case scenario, Trey Lance is QB2. Second best, he's QB3. Third best, you find a team to pony up a draft pick that you're happy to trade Trey Lance for. Fourth case scenario, which would be the worst case scenario, you have to cut him because you don't feel like he can beat out Brandon Allen to be QB3.
Yeah.
I mean, is there anything that I said there that was inaccurate?
No.
And that's all Mike Silver is saying.
No, I'm trying to figure out how this conversation has gone the way that it's gone. There are so many things here that if you're a 49er fan, you can be uncomfortable with them. You can be critical if you want, starting with the pick they made. Then people go to the play calling last year against Chicago and Seattle. I think there are healthy conversations there. Somehow this has gotten to anybody who says anything that questions even the slightest Trey Lance related thing. You hate him. You hate him. This is slander, and you are keeping him down. Why do people speak about him this way? I'm like, where is this coming from? What on earth are y'all talking about? This guy's a football player, and his football team, not that into him.
Maybe it isn't that into him.
Not right now. They're definitely not. They picked him 3rd overall, and he's battling for the 2.
With 2 guys.
They're not that into him right now. He's allowed to go change that. And the avenue is wide open for that. But there are so many facts here that get pushed to the side in favor of emotion. So we're going to get to some calls on that, and we'll do that in just a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Before we take those calls, we're going to take Doc's call. It's time for Cleared to Play. We'll take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Hey, Doc, what's cooking?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing fantastic, man. And I wonder what you've seen when you watch the video of Brock Purdy so far in practice, and maybe more importantly, what'd you think about the accidental hit on the arm that he took yesterday that made everybody gasp, but nothing bad happened. So what do you take out of all that?
I think it's pretty remarkable where he is right now. I mean, obviously he's taking contact, which the team probably didn't want him to do. His technique, you look at his throwing motion compared to before the injury to now, it looks very similar. So you couldn't really ask for anything more. I mean, I think there's always this concern that people have. Is he rushing himself back? Is this, too early for him? I mean, he's 4.5, 5 months after a UCL repair, and this is when athletes are doing exactly what he's doing. They're throwing live. They're not taking contact except for that accidental contact, and they're using the next 4 to 6 weeks to really restore your mechanics, get that timing back. So is he rushing back? Absolutely not. But does he look really good? I absolutely think that's the case. So I think he's going to be ready to go for week 1, obviously. He looks great, and you couldn't ask for a quicker, smoother recovery after this injury, which we just don't see in quarterbacks that frequently.
What sort of contact would be the most deleterious to the arm? Would it be twisting, jamming, pulling, landing? Which one?
I think either you'd worry about the landing where you get a big land and landing on the ground and someone falls on it, or just on kind of the similar contact that he had in that game against the Eagles where he basically threw and someone hits him in his throwing motion. Anything that's going to potentially destabilize that elbow. Direct contact to that area I'm not super worried about, but when that arm is kind of at danger, when it's out to the side, a lot of force can go on it. It torques, someone hits it, kind of goes out to the side, and then you worry about a kind of a pseudo dislocation where that ligament tears. So that would be something you'd more worry about in a game setting when he's not expecting it. The regular tackles that a quarterback gets during a game shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Doc, I don't know if you heard about the Giants trade deadline acquisition. They have acquired infielder Tyro Estrada. Has been acquired by the San Francisco Giants. He'll be in Sacramento to start his rehab assignment tonight. Fractured left hand. He said yesterday he thinks it's going to be a short rehab assignment. What are we looking for here?
Yeah, so typically most of these hand fractures that are not super, serious, that typically don't go undergo surgery, you're looking at 4 to 6 weeks in general. And when you hit that 4-week mark, which I think is where he's at, you can start doing more functional activities. And really, these next 2 weeks are about, can you get that strength back? Can you get that mobility back? And can you get that grip strength back? And I think that's really where you're at. I wouldn't think there'd be too many residual deficits with this kind of injury, but I'd expect within the next 10 to 14 days, you see him kind of ramping up and hopefully making that debut with the big club.
Anthony DeSclafani onto the IL. He'll be shut down from throwing for several weeks with a right elbow flexor strain. Does this sometimes lead to a Tommy John procedure, or is this a completely different injury to the arm?
No, absolutely. You do get concerned about this. I know he had the shoulder fatigue earlier on in the month, and now he's got this flexor strain. And they actually looked, there was a study a couple years ago looking at pitchers who had flexor strains, and about 20% of people who had this kind of issue ended up getting a UCL injury down the road. So it's definitely something that you want to watch very closely and not rush back. Those flexor muscles attach right near the UCL, so if there's any degree of inflammation or injury there, that can get transferred over to the UCL, and then you're looking at surgery. So something you want to be very cautious with, and something that does have a relatively high rate of needing a Tommy John surgery down the road because that ligament gets impacted when those muscles are weakened.
Doc, I hate to do this. I'm going off the board, and this is completely out of left field, but I wonder your thoughts. On Saturday, my poor mom, 79 years old, her foot got caught underneath a chair in her house. She fell. She broke her femur in her right leg and had surgery the next morning. She still has not been able to take any steps at the hospital. What do I tell my mom? What are we looking at here, Doc?
Well, I think the key thing when anyone who's elderly breaks their hip, the key thing or their femur, is getting them up and moving. I mean, that's really the big thing that's going to prevent any kind of complication in terms of bed rest, things like that. So I think with elderly patients, say, look, you've got some sort of hardware in there. You stabilize that bone. Getting up, moving around is really, really key. And the more you can be mobile and flexible, you're not going to get all those secondary complications that come from breaking bones when you're older.
Okay,
No,
I'll let her know.
Go from Mark's mom to Mitch Haniger. It's a difficult transition. I mean, I feel awful asking, but
I know which one. Hey, our fans right now after that deadline, I think, are more interested in my mom.
Yeah,
to be honest with you, which sounded weird to say that.
I could either ask about Haniger or Giants fans' hurt feelings, but I don't know if they'll ever be cleared to play. But Mitch Haniger had surgery on a fractured ulna, plates and screws involved. What's his return to play like?
Yeah, so the good news with those breaks, I mean, they heal pretty predictably. The advantage of having plates and screws in there is that it does allow you to maintain some degree of flexibility and do some strength work. Typically what you need is the bone to be healed on x-ray, and then you need that strength to come back. Now, particularly for a baseball player, you need a little bit more of that forearm strength to grip, to kind of throw. So I think that for him, even though the bone likely is hopefully healed at this time point, it's just getting that functional strength back. And the other thing to worry about is the ulna is kind of right on the outside part of the arm, so it's an area that's right underneath the skin. So athletes sometimes can be a little nervous about getting hit or impacted in that area. So it's a combination both of getting the bone healed, the physical strength back, and then the confidence back to get back on the field.
So, Doc, I have an uncle who. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We'll let you go. Thank you, sir. Great stuff as always.
No problem. Take care, guys. Hope you best wishes to your mom.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. There goes Doc Pandia. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. Yeah, dude.
I'm so sorry, bro.
Yeah. Oh, it's that's life.
Yeah,
that's life.
No,
but yeah. She took a spill. Took a spill.
And the femur. Doesn't matter how old you are. When you break the femur, I think it's the biggest bone in the body. If I'm not
talked
mistaken.
to her on the way over here. She's in okay spirits.
Okay. Well,
yeah. I mean, my God, yeah.
Considering your general countenance, you had to have gotten it from somewhere. And I know that your dad is also super positive.
Not my mom.
Oh, really? Taking shots. She's in the hospital.
No, I'm just keeping it real, Dibs.
I love it.
I did not get that from my mom.
So dad is a little bit more of the good chip lollipop.
Dad lets life roll off them shoulders.
Okay.
Mom is wound tight like when you buy yarn. But love her to death.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Love her to death, and she's hanging in there. She'll be all right.
Thoughts and prayers for Ellen Willard on the mend.
Absolutely. All right, 888-957-9232. 9570 is the number. We were talking about Trey Lance, and yeah, I don't understand it. And I get, we said this yesterday. I know that we live in an echo chamber. We hear this stuff more than many of you who are just doing your thing, right? You got your life, you got your work, family, and you're like, why? What is this all about Trey Lance? It has gotten to a point, I feel, where there's an accusatory nature to the conversation. And I don't get it. I flat out don't understand it. Trey Lance is smart. Trey Lance does all the right things. He says all the right things. His teammates love him. The coaching staff loves him. They drafted him number 3 overall, so they evaluated him as both a good player and a really good person. Trey Lance has not made one damn mistake in terms of that side of life yet. Not one. But somehow the 49ers' actions surrounding the quarterback position have led many of us to believe, well, this has maybe not gone as well as they'd hoped. And somehow that turns into you hate Trey Lance, or you've got an agenda. There's another word that we hear a lot. Oh, the media's got an agenda. What is it that you think is happening? If you think that something is unfair toward Trey Lance, what is it? Because all I see is a guy who was drafted high. He's paid well. He has been given every opportunity that I think he's earned. And then beyond that, there are moments where they've been underwhelmed. And their job is to go win football games. And right now they see potentially at least one player who can do that better for them.
And that, Mark, is the 49ers' agenda. Their agenda is to win football games and put out an entertaining product that will draw fans and draw money and produce revenue for the York family. That's the only agenda. And in terms of the media agenda, do you think Michael Silver gets paid any more money based on shots that he takes at Trey Lance or shots that he takes at Jimmy Garoppolo?
There's a lot of people in the media where that is true.
Right.
He not one of them.
No, and he's a guy who's got decades in the business, and he's got contacts, he has conversations, and he's not somebody who is out there just trying to create a storm in order to get people to latch on to his material. That's not the outfit he works for. It's the San Francisco Chronicle. It's been around for probably 150 or so years.
No.
And that's not how he rolls. And I don't think that he, in particular, has an agenda. Maybe some other reporters are out there with various agendas, and that's up to the individual to decide how you want to cover the story.
I don't really see that either. I don't see that. It's funny because it's one of the things I was so excited to come back home because this market is the market in the United States that doesn't go that way.
Yeah.
This is not Hot Take USA. Okay, there are people who have an agenda. Most of them work for ESPN or FS1. You know who they are. They are loud. They are unfair. They are saying things purposefully to tick you off. And I know that every one of us, it sounds like that sometimes.
He's the GMO.
Which is why I promise, Dibs and I, we've promised you from the beginning, that's not what we're doing. We're actually just that weird. If you don't like what we're saying, it is actually our opinion, and you're welcome to disagree with it. But the agenda, why? For what?
For who? For what?
Who wins if they take down Trey Lance? A kid from North Dakota State who's 23 and treats everyone with a smile? Why would anyone do that?
I get a bonus if I bury the kid.
Do you?
Yeah. It's just
if he gets
in
cut,
my deal.
I do get a portion of what's left on the contract. I did work that into the deal.
If they cut him, that's a big cap eat, by the way. So they don't want to cut him. They have to eat a lot of money.
Yeah. I'm gonna eat it. Let's let y'all eat it is having a huge day. Let's let y'all eat. Coming up next. Those of you on hold, we're coming to you straight out of our pause here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Your call's next. Where's this coming from? Why do you think something unfair happened to Trey Lance? Take your calls on Willard and Dibs.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite.
convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to chiltonautobody.com. The Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
See, I don't like getting mad. I really don't. Like, I do not like getting frustrated. I do.
Why are you frustrated?
Ask my kids. I will. I'll unload. It comes up in certain moments. Certain comments will get you a certain way.
Yeah.
Listen, the listening audience, we love all of you. And there's a healthy discussion. There's, I hope, respect. It's amazing that you're here making us a part of your day. We love that. Certain times, the wrong thing is said at the wrong time or what have you. Okay? That stuff doesn't get under our skin. We've been doing this for too long. You and I have been doing this for 30 years, 25 years. And everybody can have their opinion. I don't care. But as you've seen before, what will get me going? When you attach something to my name or my mouth that I did not say or I did not think. And then you put it out there. So, good afternoon, Lorenzo King on YouTube. Hey, Willard, let me explain. Your agenda is that Trey is trash. The fact is he got injured. Then Purdy came along and earned the job. We don't know if Trey is a bust. Purdy, however, looks promising. Okay, I never said the word bust. I've never said the word trash. The problem here is that the people who have a problem are actually the problem. So the tables need to be turned. You are all the problem.
Are you flipping the spread on our listeners?
I am flipping the spread. The craft services table, if you will. You people out there, and some of you are in the media, you people have turned this into a fight for no reason. None. Nobody's got anything against Trey. I've tried to spend the better part of a year telling you that my only opinion is assessing the 49ers' opinion. We spent the whole show yesterday saying, I don't even know how the hell anybody has an opinion about what Trey can and can't do. I think it's crazy that some of y'all think you have any clue what he could do.
And I think it's crazy that any of us think that our opinion matters for a hill of beans, because our opinions about Trey Lance, they don't matter in terms of will he or won't he be the Niners quarterback.
I guess you could make the case that our opinion never matters, but we get to have it.
No, and I love that we do have it, but in terms of getting mad, like if I don't think Trey Lance is very good based on the very little I've seen of him as a pro quarterback, but if Kyle Shanahan thinks that Trey Lance is amazing, well, Kyle Shanahan's going to keep Trey Lance and he's going to play Trey Lance, even if my opinion is that Trey Lance is not very good. And you can say that and you can think that about every single player on every single team. What we think in terms of our analysis and our opinion, it only matters in terms of how it makes us feel.
There's a really easy exercise for everybody so that you can get through all this muck. Just assess what you think the 49ers think based on their behavior. What's their behavior? What have the 49ers done since they drafted him?
They've won.
Okay. What have they done specific with Trey? What does their behavior tell you?
Well, they showed us that early on they were going to use him in certain packages.
Okay.
And Jimmy G got hurt in his rookie year, and you played him. And then Jimmy G got healthy, and so you put your starter back in, which is what most football teams do. And then the year ends, and Jimmy says, see ya, and you go into camp, and Trey Lance is QB1. And you give him all the QB1 reps that you can while Jimmy's over on the kiddie field, and Brock Purdy is in oblivion, a.k.a. Bolivia, as our friend Tony Bruno would refer to it. And then you give Trey Lance a starting job in year 2. And you say, you know what, kid? You're our starter. And they either got him hurt or they limited the playbook or however you want to couch it. Bottom line is they gave him the starting job, and then Trey Lance got hurt. And he got hurt for the remainder of the year. And then year 3, he comes back, and well, the guy who replaced you turns out to be a maze, and he didn't lose games that he started and finished. And so he's going to be QB1. And they brought in some other people to compete with him for QB2.
Well, there you go. So the only thing that I think you left out on that timeline is what the Niners have done in terms of transactions. Okay? When you hand a quarterback a locker room in the NFL, you are actively motivated to not put people and things in his way. You do not want to hang a looking over your shoulder type situation to a player that you are handing the locker room. But that's what the Niners did. They brought Jimmy back. And forever my opinion will be that it's hysterical how many people thought it was because, well, you could never have too many good quarterbacks. Hysterical. Of course it was a hedge. Of course they were hesitant about what they were seeing. So that's number one. And then what do we do the very next year? Poof. First day of free agency. Let's go get the biggest name backup who's available on the market. Let's do that. Even though we don't even want Trey to be our starter next year, we're not even confident right now to make him the backup. And then you sign an OTA arm and you won't let him go and you give him all kinds of reps as Trey is battling for the 2 job. The behavior is clear. It's as clear as day. This is not what anybody thinks. This is what is actually happening. The 49ers are just not sold on anything they've seen. So that to me is a fact. That's a baseline for the conversation. But for all of you people who have decided that something is unfair, something has got an agenda, somebody's biased about something, I don't even know what you're talking about. The guy doesn't even play. He doesn't even play. So all because he had a very high, lofty draft status, somehow we've decided that this guy's not allowed to be a bust. I mean, the Raiders seemingly every year cut somebody that they've picked in the first 2 rounds within the last 3 years. Flat out cut him. Nobody says a word. Nobody says a word. Something's going on here where a guy has not performed the way a team wants him to perform. That's the whole story and the end of the story. And if you say it, we all have to have a big fight about it.
Well, I don't think we've reached the end of the story yet, but when something comes out like the Mike Silver piece in the Chronicle where he indicates that cutting Trey Lance is a possibility, it's the worst case scenario, but it is a possibility. When you put that statement out there, it does give that feeling of finality that we haven't reached yet. And I make the James Wiseman comparison all the time because I think it's apt, because the Warriors got to a spot at their trade deadline and realized this is the end of the road for James Wiseman and the Golden State Warriors. So they had determined whatever they determined up to that point, that either James wasn't ever going to be good enough or he wouldn't be good enough fast enough, or they needed a player that badly to try to win a second straight championship that the deal had to be made. And the 49ers are now sitting here 28 days, 4 weeks from today, I believe, is cut down day, August 29th. Between now and August 29th, they've got decisions to make about their quarterback room. Brock Purdy is the starter. That's a 100% certainty, assuming he stays healthy. Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, Brandon Allen. You got 3 guys for 2 spots and a practice squad spot that likely won't be filled by any of those 3 guys. So we're not at the end of the race here. You've got 3 guys for 2 spots, but when something like the Mike Silver piece comes out, it gets everybody agitated over the fact that if Trey Lance does get cut and he gets picked up by another team, then there's going to be that feeling of the Niners blew it.
Sure. Well, but even if they keep him and he's QB3, the Niners blew it.
Right.
They blew it. They blew it. I'm not. That's not calling him a bust.
No, but I think
if you pick someone number 3 overall and in his 3rd year he can't win your starting job, you blew it.
Or your backup job.
You blew it.
Or your 3rd string job.
Right?
Yeah.
You blew it. That doesn't mean he's never going to be a good player.
But did you blow it by picking him and you blow it by cutting him? That's what people are getting agitated about.
Yeah, you're right. We're not there yet.
No.
The arrival I've made in my mind is we are at a spot where we can accurately say the 49ers are not sold, hesitant, unimpressed. I don't know whatever word you want to use. They're not into it. They got a guy 3rd overall, and they're not into it. So to me, those are facts, and we can play in that sandbox without everybody hucking sand at each other. D in Walnut Creek. Hey, D, you're on with Willard and Debs. What you doing, D?
Oh, man, I'm sitting here in my kitchen crying my eyes out.
Crying? Why?
You're cutting onions.
Yep, I did put three onions for pico de gallo sauce,
Oh, my gosh.
Boy.
Pico de gallo makes the world
It
go
really
around.
did. You guys are definitely my favorite show on 95 The Game, but let me tell you, it's fun to hear you guys dispute because you listen to Guru, he gets angry. He gets mad. Nothing like coming to work every day knowing you're going to get angry or mad at something, right? Anyway, I think with all the Bay Area here, I think I speak for a lot of us fans that the football gods haven't smiled well on Trey Lance. And, it's leaving a lot of us scratching our heads, It's kind of like winning the lottery. You got the first 5 numbers, you're waiting for that next number to pop up. It could be Darnold or Lance or Allen, whatever his name is. So here we are. We're waiting for that last 5th number, and it's not going to happen until August. What say you guys?
D, thanks. Yeah, I mean, sure. That's all. There's a bunch of ... here. And it's going to play out. And the 49ers will let it play out. I don't think nothing hasty is going to happen here. I guess the point I'm trying to make, and it's definitely one that gets people going, is that there's a certain part of the story where we have already arrived, right? You don't pick someone 3rd overall, and then in year 3, you're sitting here going, yeah, I don't even know if he could be our backup. That's not how it works. When you pick someone in the top 5, it's damn hard to even get halfway through the next year, usually, without giving that guy your starting job. And it's usually because those teams stink. We all understand that dynamic. But the idea that, as you put it, D, the football gods have not smiled on Trey. Sure, that's true. There have been injuries. There's no 2 ways about that. And he's had another rookie come in and look great. And the Jimmy situation, yeah, there's been some bad luck there. But what I think people have a hard time grasping is that Trey has had a bunch of chances, not just the 4 games. He's had a chance to show the 49ers every day what they want to see. And they haven't seen it yet. He has had accuracy issues. These are facts. These are not opinions or hate or any of that. So I just think there's a lot of stuff that has happened that people won't acknowledge. And somehow instead they try to explain it away by saying somebody's got something against Trey.
Right, and the opportunities that we see are not the same as the opportunities that Kyle Shanahan and company see. And I do want to add this to the reporting from today. Trey Lance was seen after practice working on his deep ball. Mm-hmm. He stayed on the field for X number of minutes after the fact, just throwing deep balls to a team trainer or a team assistant in shorts and a T-shirt. So Trey Lance is putting in the work. This is not a case, and you mentioned this earlier with Steiny, this is not a guy who is dogging it or asleep in meeting rooms. This is a guy who's done everything he can in his power to get better, but he's just not good enough in their eyes, and this is not my opinion, and I agree with you in terms of the evidence that has been shown in actions, not words. Mike Silver of the Chronicle wrote words in his piece, and you and I spend 4 hours a day with words. YouTube commenters, texters, callers, all the rest of it. These are words and opinions, but Kyle Shanahan is there every day, and Trey Lance is also there, and he's putting in the work. And if you look at all the actions from everybody involved, Trey Lance has done everything in his power to be the best player he can be, yet they brought in Sam Darnold, they kept Brandon Allen, and Brock Purdy is the undisputed starter going into the year. So these, and I like the way you lay that out in terms of fact, because you know I love facts. These are facts that these actions have happened. It doesn't mean that Kyle doesn't love Trey Lance. It just means that there's a competition for QB2.
There's almost somewhere embedded in everything that you just said is almost a little bit more concern. Like, you take a pick like a Reuben Foster situation. You take a pick in the first round, and the talent is kind of there, but things go then a little bit sideways, and it eventually ends up being, maybe there were behavioral issues. Maybe it was just personalities that didn't blend. You almost wish that was there here because it would help explain how the 49ers evaluated him as one thing and then in reality he was something completely different. But there's none of it. There's none of that here. You're right. The guy is like perfect in terms of who he is and the effort he puts forth. And he's still not getting it. He's still not getting where they want him to be at this point. Dave in Fresno is next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Dave. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm actually at home listening to you guys talk about this ongoing situation that doesn't seem to go anywhere, but it's always stuff and good to listen to you guys. I wanted to bring this up, though. I want to ask you guys your opinion. The focus obviously is going to be on the QB battle and who wins and who starts. I get all that. But at what point do we turn our attention to the head coach who's making these decisions? And if you look at it, I think there's some trust issues here. I know I have some. I don't know if other Niners fans do, but when he came in and took over the Niners, we had the second overall pick, and we know how that went. We took Solomon. They passed on Watson. Didn't scout Mahomes, and he chose to draft C.J. Beathard and go and bring in Brian Hoyer. So I think finding that quarterback, it's been a little shaky. I know we had Jimmy, and we all know how that turned out. He was average. He was mid. So
he was good. He was good. He wasn't great. The guy went to a Super Bowl. Let's give him that. You know what I mean? But Dave, I'll say this. I don't think there's anything you said there that I would disagree with, other than your assessment that the focus is not on Shanahan. I think it completely is. I think it completely is on Shanahan. We hear that all the time from our listeners and people who have questions about his ability to draft, assess the quarterback, get the right guy. Sure, if Brock Purdy doesn't work out, if Brock Purdy's not what everyone thinks he is, Shanahan has a major problem on his hands in terms of all the people he's brought in over a 6-year period to be his quarterback, and they would still be on the search. That's all completely fair. He's won a lot of games. He's had a lot of success. The 49er organization is way better than it was back then. But I don't know. I feel like the focus is absolutely there.
The focus is on
Kyle Shanahan.
It's on Kyle, of course, but then you look at what he's done, and you mentioned his record 13-4 last year with a guy taken with the last pick in the draft. So yes, the focus is on Kyle Shanahan as it pertains to the elusive search for a franchise quarterback, but they've made it to 3 conference championships and a Super Bowl, all while he's looking for that elusive franchise quarterback. And yes, he passed on Deshaun Watson. And how's that working out for where Deshaun's been? Turns out that might have been a smarter move. I know he's a good football player, but he's a guy with major baggage. And Patrick Mahomes, you didn't scout him? Yeah, that was an oversight. But I look at where they were at the time, and the team that Kyle Shanahan inherited, you weren't ready for a franchise quarterback. Your team was so bad across the board. That's not to excuse passing on the greatest quarterback of this new generation, Patrick Mahomes. Other teams did the same. But Kyle Shanahan, to me, has been so successful, and he took this team from the dumpster to the penthouse. So he gets a pass in certain quarters.
I mean, again, as I say sometimes about Farhan, in my estimation, a lot more good than bad. There's plenty of stuff that you can point to. And if this does end the way that it appears it's going to end, with a trade or with a release, whether it's this year, whether it's next offseason, if Trey Lance is never the quarterback, that's going to go down as one of the craziest draft picks that anyone ever made. That'll be remembered. Don't worry about that. But if the 49ers, if the news is also got a backdrop of confetti coming out of the sky on Brock Purdy's head, I don't think anybody's really going to worry about it.
Right.
So, but that's the bar. And so the pressure's on.
Yes.
I don't think anybody needs to worry about that. There's plenty of pressure. They know that.
Kyle knows it, and there's additional pressure up here in the next 4 weeks because if Trey Lance, you decide he's not a part of the future of the 49ers, and then Brock Purdy turns out to not be the guy through injury or ineffectiveness, and you realize at the end of this year, geez, we made a mistake on Brock Purdy. He's not the guy. Well, then you're screwed because you've got Sam Darnold and Brandon Allen. Trey Lance would have been traded or cut at that point, and now you're back to square one. That, to me, is the worst-case scenario for the quarterback position.
Yeah, let's go to Nathan in Belmont. Hey, Nathan, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What you doing, Nathan?
Oh, man, just sitting here relaxing at home, just listening to you guys talk. And
chilling.
I got to tell you, quite frankly, I've been watching football for a long time, and I think what Mike Silver is saying is hot garbage. Anybody who says Trey Lance has had adequate chances is nonsense. You don't prove, ultimately, whether or not you can do the job in practice. It's in games where you tell who a player is. Think about last year when you had all these guys in practice, both Brock Purdy, Nate Sudfeld, and Trey Lance, and he saw them all in practice. Who was the starting quarterback? Trey Lance. And they didn't know who Brock Purdy was based on practice. The simple reason that Brock Purdy, the presumed starter, is because of what he did in games. The whole narrative that the practice issue is a false narrative.
Nathan, you got a couple things that are a little sideways here. Stay on the line right where you are. First of all, Brock Purdy didn't even have the chance to prove himself in practice because he's getting about 3 reps a day. So they didn't even know what the heck was going on. That's usually the way a QB3/4 is treated in the league. But because you wrote it, because you said it, that Silver's article is garbage, because in there he says that, and I know he said this on Twitter too, that Trey has had his chances. What if you changed that question? What if I told you that Kyle Shanahan believes that? Would you still call it hot garbage? Forget Mike Silver and the article for a second. Do you think that Kyle Shanahan thinks that Trey Lance has been given his chance?
I would say it's garbage because think about it this way. In the history of the NFL, of guys who are selected way in the top draft, you have drafted a kid who had the least resume in college in the sport. And so what you're alluding to is expectations. There's no way you should take a kid like Trey Lance and expect him to be a founding team product in a short period of time. You've had multiple quarterbacks who played much more college football who took 1 or 2 years before they hit. Even Josh Allen took about 2 years to get his act together and show he could really do it.
Sort of. Year 2, he was very good. Year 3, he became great. Nathan, I guess this is my point, and I appreciate your call and your passion on this. But the point to me is this. It is not year 1 or year 2. It is year 3. We've already established that the 49ers as a franchise are assessing things in practice, off-season, all the time. But what if they looked at the tape of the 4 games Trey played and saw all kinds of stuff that they didn't like? What about that?
It's very possible.
I mean, if not probable, to be honest with you. Like, you've brought up the play calling all the time.
Yeah.
Why do you think that those, like, people say, oh, we didn't get the whole playbook. Well, nobody gets the whole playbook. They get their playbook.
Right.
They get the book that's been made for them.
And the book that the coach thinks that they'll be comfortable with the plays that they are running. And if you look at the tape on Trey Lance, accuracy was an issue in those 4 games. His percentages, if you go to the advanced analytics in terms of percentages of balls that were inaccurate, forget completion percentage because there's drops and all the rest of it. His numbers are among the lowest in football. I know it's a small sample size, but that's all you have to go on as a fan who doesn't go to every practice. But Kyle Shanahan gets to see a lot more in terms of how Trey is handling things when practices aren't open.
We got plenty more time for your calls. Larry Kruger's going to jump in a little bit. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. I guess I scratch my head when people go, look, you drafted a project out of North Dakota State, so you should have been willing to wait for 2 to 3 years to pay dividends. If that's how you see this pick, you all should have crushed it the second they made it. This has been a Super Bowl roster the whole time. So if you're going to give Trey that out, oh, you're from middle of nowhere and you barely played, and it's going to take 3 years until we know if you're any good, then you should have crushed that pick the minute it happened, because the Niners never had that time.
Well, they actually did have that time because they had Jimmy Garoppolo and they got rescued with Brock Purdy. So you do have that time, but if the player hasn't developed to the point where he's your number 2, and if he's Jordan Love, he's your number 2 with a bullet, and, Aaron Rodgers is gone, boom, not a second thought, you're now our starter. Trey Lance has not played himself into that spot. That, to me, is the issue.
All right, Larry jumps in next. He was at practice today. It's Willard and Dibs.
Soda, the nationwide weight loss program that is 100% over the phone and from the comfort and convenience of your own home or workplace anywhere throughout the
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Kruger's going to jump on here in just a sec. We got plenty of time for your calls. Let's rock Willard and Dibs into the 5 o'clock hour here shortly. Couple of Giants notes before we do that, though. First and foremost, Alex Cobb in line to start tonight. Still iffy, queasy with the bug.
Oh, boy.
So Sean Jelly is here just in case Cobb can't go. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, AJ Pollock is in the lineup tonight.
All right, let's go, AJ.
So don't you say the Giants did nothing. Watch him hit 2 bombs. Anyway, corresponding move necessary has not been announced yet. Methinks Isan Diaz won't love it, but we'll find out. And then third.
Number 3.
Thank you. Kyle Harrison, after a start in Arizona last night that only went 2 innings and included 4 strikeouts and no runs, Kyle Harrison is heading to Sacramento this week and could come up shortly thereafter. Susan Slusser reports, Farhan Zaidi, quote, all but says Harrison will be here soon.
Let's go.
So, there's your new starter.
Yeah, there's your deadline action.
There it is.
AJ Pollock, Tyro Estrada, and Kyle Harrison.
Kyle Harrison.
There you go.
See, do you feel better now, Larry Kruger?
Pollock's in the lineup tonight?
He is the lineup tonight.
That's right. He's probably batting third. He's probably batting third. Yeah, I don't have the lineup yet, but he's in it. He's in it.
Yes, the Pollock era has begun.
Let's go. Let's go. How are you, buddy?
Good, guys. How you guys doing?
We're great. Were there any fights between media members today as one side went Brock and the other one went Trey? And then they went, you jerk! And then they punched each other and threw food at one another. Did that happen today?
No, but you know what? It could be trending in that direction. I mean, the vitriol, I think you kind of guys were discussing it probably yesterday on the show a little bit about just how nasty it's potentially getting. But yeah, today, no fights on the field, no fights on the sideline, no arguments. It's amazing the number of people can watch a practice though, and all have different takes on what they saw. But Brock Purdy was really, probably easily the best quarterback on the field today. Kind of bounced back yesterday. He hung a interception to the ball, kind of hung in the air. Drake Greenlaw picked it off. He had a deep ball that kind of hung a little bit, was a little underthrown, and Brock yesterday didn't play particularly well. Today, he was fantastic, and easily he was the sharpest quarterback on the field. Probably the performance was highlighted by a red zone drill pass where he kind of threw a little perfect, I want to call it a fade, but more like a corner route with touch to Juwan Jennings, who beat his man with a great move, created a little separation, and Purdy just dropped it in his lap perfectly at the pylon for a touchdown. That was probably the highlight play of the day.
You touched on something that I think is interesting, Larry, the idea that we're all kind of seeing things differently, and there's probably 30 or 40 reporters all watching practice, and everyone's got their own opinion. Is it agenda-driven? And if so, why would a reporter have an agenda in terms of what Kyle Shanahan decides to do at quarterback?
It's a great question. I don't know that, are people, like I'm there. I don't consider myself necessarily a reporter. So, but I try to be as objective as possible when watching these things. But I think everybody's bias just kind of creeps in. You either feel like Trey is not getting his due and deserves more, like maybe a bigger, better runway. Other people look at it like, hey, you know what? Nothing should be handed to anybody in the NFL. It's all about what Brock did last year in the second half of the year. There's a definite bias against Sam Darnold based on the way he played with the Jets and Panthers. And a lot of people are just really kind of pushing back on the idea that Sam Darnold could possibly, find a different level, which is shocking because he's only 25. And then there are a lot of people that are kind of upset that Brandon Allen's receiving reps and feel like that it's impacting the quarterback battle. And everybody wants to know, everybody wants to get to like the final chapter of this book without reading it, and we're all kind of trying to get to the cut down, and we're kind of guessing what it comes down to. To me, I think all three of these quarterbacks. Now, Brandon Allen, I'll put us on a different category. I don't think Brandon Allen can be the starter, but I think Brock Purdy can be the starter he's got to show that he hasn't lost arm strength and ball speed. And Lance can be the starter, but he's got to show that he can throw a touch and timing and make all the layups. And Darnold can be the starter, but he's got to prove that he can play extended amounts of football without turning it over. Everybody's kind of got a task in front of them, something they've got to kind of prove so that they can take that starting gig.
Our buddy Larry Kruger with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. I want to thank you for that thoughtful answer because it allowed us to watch Brandon Belt just go Oppo Taco while you were talking there on Tuesday. So it's Oppo Taco Tuesday for Brandon Belt with the Blue Jays. That was kind of fun. But anyway, back to the matters at hand. Larry, when you look at this, and this is what got everyone going, Mike Silver's got the article on the quarterback situation, and it made it sound like the options on the table include a trade of Lance, which I think many people get, but it included the idea of cutting Lance and saying that is possible. Do you agree with that? What do you see as the possible outcomes here?
I see the possible outcomes as Brandon Allen gets traded for a 7th-round pick at the cut down, and they go with Darnold, Lance, and Purdy. Or Lance gets traded at the cut down, and they go with Allen as the number 3, Darnold as the 2, and Purdy as the 1. I really can't envision a world where Lance gets cut, guys. I think that's just. I realize he has a high cap number for potentially a number 3 quarterback, but I mean, that seems like the unthinkable. Now, ultimately, the question is going to have to be decided. What's more valuable, having a 3rd quarterback who's super athletic with a lot of upside, or having that extra money on the cap going into 2024? And I know they're hugged up against the cap, and we all know they got a lot of great players, and that's going to be a tough decision. But I just can't picture they would cut him. It's a punitive situation on the cap this year if they try to do that. If they trade him, it's not nearly as punitive. So if you could make a trade for him, I think you could argue it could make sense. But I don't think cutting him makes any sense at all. And then let me just give you my basic opinion, which is I believe Trey Lance is one of the 3 best quarterbacks they have. So would you cut one of the 3 best quarterbacks you have simply for cap savings in 2024? That to me seems wild, a wild idea.
And it's interesting that you put it that way because there are people out there who think that Trey Lance is the best quarterback, the 2nd best, the 3rd best, not good at all. But I wonder what Kyle Shanahan thinks. And are you able to glean anything, or can any of us really determine what Kyle thinks based on the way he doles out the reps and the way that the practices are going?
He plays his cards close to the vest. I mean, I got a sense just from watching Brock Purdy last year in camp that, knowing what I know about football, that Kyle Shanahan was loving what he was seeing. And yet there are people right up until the minute of the cut down that were convinced that they were going with Nate Sudfeld because of a $2 or $3 million payment, to me, it was obvious that Purdy had made the team. So, I think Kyle doesn't offer a whole lot. Now, John Lynch, on the other hand, did talk yesterday and revealed in that interview that Trey has improved significantly. So I kind of view this as kind of more of a fluid situation that they're monitoring every day. But I don't think we know the outcome of this. I mean, I think there's a scenario where Trey plays really well in the preseason and some other team comes knocking for him in a trade. And maybe at that point, the Niners look at their situation, recommit to Purdy, and start thinking about that cap and make a trade and move him on to a different team. But I think everybody who's watching Trey Lance can see that he is improving. And to move him, I think, would be to do so at a considerable risk. down the road, because he is improving, and there's no question about it. He still doesn't make the layups. He missed the throw to Kittle today. That is just a real basic throw. But he also at times looks like the best quarterback on the field.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Larry, just because you're there and you got the media availability afterward, do you think that any of this is permeating the 49er locker room? Do you notice anything that is in the heads of the players, as you called it, the vitriol that is being thrown back and forth based on their play?
I don't think it's divided the locker room, but I definitely think that if you ask a player about, hey, I got a question about your guy's quarterback, the players will say, which one? I've heard that from a couple players in the last few days. So they know that they have multiple quarterbacks. A couple of them have referenced the fact that this is a competition. So, I think there's, they have good feelings about their quarterbacks and their depth, especially on the heels of the way last season ended. But I don't think it's gotten to a point where it's divisive. Partly, Mark, because the quarterbacks themselves are so professional and they treat each other with such reverence and such respect that it's been largely a positive situation. But eventually, there's going to have to be a decision made on who's cut and who's on the team, who's one, who's two, who's three. And at that point, there's potential that this could divide the team. I don't think it would, but there's potential for it.
And it seems like the majority of the players are behind Brock Purdy as the one based on what he did last year down the stretch. But do you get a sense of how the further down depth chart decisions might affect the team? Or is that just sort of a media and fan creation in terms of, drama for the backup spot?
Well, I think everybody sees that Trey Lance has talent. I think everybody sees that Sam Darnold has talent. But if Kyle Shanahan or John Lynch just arbitrarily, with a healthy Brock Purdy, put Trey Lance or Sam Darnold as the starting quarterback week 1 against Pittsburgh, I think they would open themselves up to a lot of criticism from within. The way that Brock played last year, he's got to get the first run. Somebody's either got to beat him out, he's got to show that he's diminished and not the player that he was. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of guys going, what is going on here? So I think, what he did last year has earned him week 1 at Heinz Field. And then it goes from there, right? At that point, then it's about production. Do they win? How does it look? How does he play? But like today, Brock Purdy can make throws that, with touch and timing that just scream out, this is the best quarterback on the field. The other guys make throws that say, wow, there's a lot of talent there. But, there's also inconsistency with Darnold. There's the turnovers are very real. He's been in the league 5 years, and there's, Lance has missed, more than a handful of layups. So it's about consistency for Darnold, consistency for Lance, and for Purdy, it's about arm strength and ball speed. And if he can show that he's not diminished as a thrower of the ball.
Did you see Kareem Abdul-Jabbar out there today?
I was just talking to Lucas. I didn't see Kareem.
How'd you miss Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
I know. He must have been hiding out because, it's hard to miss a 7'2" guy.
Golly, yeah. So he's out there talking to the Niners, and you missed it?
No, I don't know what to say other than, Kareem is inspirational, I'm sure. And I know Shanahan likes to use different ways to kind of enlighten his team, inspire his team, entertain his team, motivate his team. So I'm not sure what led him to Niner practice, but who knows? Maybe he's Quantrez Knight is one of the Niners' young defensive backs, and he's looking pretty good. Maybe Kareem is a UCLA guy, is a Quantrez Knight fan.
I think he was trying to teach the quarterbacks how to sky hook inside the deep red zone.
There you go.
I think I know what happened to you, though. You were staring down at your phone, refreshing Twitter, waiting for the Giants to make a move.
I was just so wowed by the Pollock move. I was just so content with that move. I wasn't worried about any other move.
Okay, I'm going to tell. If he homers tonight, I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you, Larry.
I love how somebody suggested that, they got him because they really want another bat against left-handed pitching, and then I quickly looked up what his number was against left-handed pitching.
He's been terrible.
It's like 114 or something, right?
Yeah, reverse splits.
But good news, they're facing a right-hander tonight, so take that, huh?
One other note from Niner camp, guys. One guy who is absolutely taking it to another level in these with the pads on is this second-year linebacker from Indiana, Marcelino McCrary-Ball. He was everywhere today. He dropped a pick from Brock Purdy. Could have been an easy pick. He's also made 2 or 3 incredible tackles. Remember that name when the preseason gets rolling. Marcelino McCrary-Ball. It looks like he looks like he is in the class of the other great Niner linebacker.
Wow.
He's so dominant physically, and he's everywhere. I mean, I won't say he's Fred Warner, but he is physically in that same category, and I can't wait to see what he does in the preseason.
Were you all over that before they picked him, or are you just there now?
Yeah, no, I was not all over that before they picked him. I actually just saw him last year in camp and thought, man, this guy looked good. Then I talked to him. I said, Marcelino, why exactly did you come here? There's so many good linebackers here. And he said, once his agent told him that the 49ers were interested, he had such respect for Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw and the way they play that he's like, those guys are dogs. I want to be a dog. I feel like I can run with them. And so he came here. He invested a year in improving, and here he is a year later, put on about 10 pounds of muscle, and he is just absolutely all over the place.
Okay.
And Larry, what's the O-line depth like? Because it looks like Jalen Moore hurt his knee today and rode a cart to the locker room. What can they do if they lose Jalen Moore in terms of backup depth?
Yeah, that's a really good question. They were already thin at tackle. That third tackle, they have Matt Pryor, who's a veteran, but Chris Forster, the offensive line coach, kind of already has mentioned how Pryor was not in very good shape in the mini camps, and he's only in marginally better shape now. That's a concern. I mean, Colton McKivitz was the swing tackle last year. Jalen Moore had been running as the swing tackle thus far in camp, and now with him down, it really opens up opportunities. I mean, they don't have a ready-made guy. They have Nick Sikel, they have Ilm Manning, they have Matt Pryor, but this is a outside the organization kind of a thing. There are some veteran tackles that people are suggesting could be available at the end of camp. Lael Collins is in Cincinnati, and he's not starting. They've got a little depth there. So there are some veteran players. They added Taco Charlton today as a defensive end.
Taco Tuesday.
So it's very possible that the Niners will have to look outside the organization for offensive tackle reinforcements, regardless of Jalen Moore's status.
Thank you, Larry.
Larry, thank you for coming on. Look up from your phone every once in a while. Sometimes a celebrity 7-footer is standing next to you.
Seriously. Maybe tomorrow Akeem Olajuwon will be there.
Let's find out. We'll check in with you. Again, buddy, if Pollock homers, I'm coming to you.
The Pollock era has begun.
Here we go.
Order my jersey.
Here we go. All right, Larry. We'll talk to you soon, bud.
See you, fellas.
Thanks, Larry.
There it is. Yeah, there it is from Larry Krueger on the scene. He missed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but he saw all of Brock Purdy's completions, and he saw McCrary balling out on the defensive side for the 49ers. Let's keep taking these phone calls on everything that we were discussing with the quarterback situation, but also let you know, one Mark Grandy has a redonkulous take that we should enter into the room. So we'll do that in a little bit.
Okay.
But
let's tease I'm here for.
Let's go to Brian in San Jose. Hi, Brian. What are you doing?
Hey, it's great to be on. I just wanted to say, obviously, Trey Lance has obviously been, under scrutiny with his duration with the 49ers, but it hasn't been emphasized that a lot of people, whether they be, consider themselves novices in terms of quarterback evaluation, or even a professional like Kurt Warner, to tell you that Trey Lance is the type of quarterback that needed at least a year and a half worth of starts under his belt to really, start to maximize his potential. And I believe that Trey Lance being drafted by the 49ers was a worst case scenario for him in his development, because when you have a team that has Super Bowl aspirations, that's in a we got to win right now mode, it just doesn't allow him to have the time in order to develop. And that's why the 49ers obviously had to hold on to Jimmy G in order to, give Trey Lance, not to put all that weight on his shoulders. So I think that Trey Lance should have been drafted, by another team that could have given him, a year or two without, being in that we got to win right here, right now mode. Because a lot of quarterbacks, whether it be Alex Smith or Josh Allen, they just take, more time to develop. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
So, Brian, I think you bring up some really good points, but here's what I would say about it. The idea that you need to take some time, and we mentioned Josh Allen's arc a handful of minutes ago, and Josh was a little bit stunned as a rookie. He was much better, but not great in year 2, and then in year 3, he kind of became a star. And that's the comp a lot of people use. But I'll say this about Trey Lance. Are there players who take a year and a half to 2 years to get good at the quarterback position? Sure, I guess so.
Yeah.
However, the ones who are really good, don't you see some sort of a flash right away?
Yeah, for the most part.
A flash. Like, yes, you still make mistakes. You're still a rookie. You're still a young player, all that stuff.
Like Justin Fields is a good comp. Have you seen a flash? Like last year, his second year, did you see flashes of the player that he could potentially become? Put the running aside.
Well, but I don't think you can. I think that the reason he started to pop is because the Bears changed their coaching staff and their play caller, and they started to feature his running more.
Right.
And everyone went, oh, he's phenomenal at that.
But just as a passer, I think that he showed some improvement, and if he improves more this year, then he will continue on that trajectory.
Maybe.
Josh Allen was a guy we talked about earlier. First year, he was really bad. Second year, he was pretty good. And then the third year, he was unbelievable.
Great, yeah. So I guess if you just take the quarterbacks who are in the NFL right now who are really good and think back to what they looked like the first time you saw them, the first 4 games, the first year that they actually started to get some time. You just detailed Allen. But if you go to the rest of the guys, I feel like just about everybody kind of had some sauce right away. They weren't perfect. They weren't complete. But it was like, oh, there's a little something going on here. I mean, even if I gave you Kirk Cousins, the second he got on the field, it wasn't like great, but you were like, oh, that's better than I thought it was going to look. So Justin Herbert, whoa, that looks good. Mahomes, Burrow, these guys, you usually can see something right away. And I don't know if, has Trey had a wow play yet?
He's had some wow plays for sure.
You think?
But not like wow quarters and wow
moments,
games.
Wow drives. I mean, I remember the throw to Debo against Houston, but again, we're dealing with so few plays.
It's few and far between. And
I don't know.
I think the bigger question is what Larry talked about, because Larry Krueger is a Trey Lance supporter. He thinks that they should keep him. Under no circumstance should they certainly cut him. And Larry was saying that he should be one of the 3 quarterbacks you keep. But then he also admitted Trey Lance in his time in practice and in games has missed a bunch of layups. And if there's one thing Kyle Shanahan does not tolerate, it's missing layups.
Yeah, you can't do it.
No, this offense is designed for the quarterback, get the ball to the person for whom the play is designed and let them go ahead and make the play. This is not a high risk, high reward offense. It's maybe not dink and dunk, but it's run the play, get the pre-snap motions to where we want them to be, and get the ball out of your hand to the person who we want to have the ball.
888-957-957. Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland. What up, Smooth? What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just listening in. I thought it was interesting. I wanted to call this in. You know what I don't hear enough about? Why does Sam Darnold deserve a third chance? I mean, you talked about, Lance has a very small sample size, but nonetheless a sample size. Well, Darnold has a huge sample size. We know who this guy is. So to me, the 49ers spoke volumes when you brought him in. You bringing him in kills Trey Lance. Let's face it.
Well,
you bring in a guy on his third go-round, and now Trey Lance has to go earn a backup.
Okay, but Smooth, you know the answer to this, and your opinion is fair, but you know the answer to this. You know how head coaches in the NFL look at this. They look at it as he hadn't had a chance under me, and quite frankly, Kyle Shanahan with this roster kind of has a point there. Like, when's the last quarterback who succeeded with the Jets? Who is it?
You got a guy right under you who hasn't had a chance under you. So that logic is skewed to me. You got a guy right under you who you drafted that really hasn't had a chance. Let's face it. You're running this guy like he's a fullback. You really killed his chance. The best thing you could have done for Trey Lance is to trade him. Give the young fella a chance.
Well, they may end up doing that. But here's the other thing with your point. And again, you like, it's valid, but quote unquote giving Sam Darnold a chance. Are they? They're letting him battle for the 2. It's not like they're giving him the job. It's not like they're giving him starts. I don't know if he's going to start any game. If things go well this year, he won't. If things go well this year, Trey Lance won't.
Right.
And if things go well this year, Brandon Allen won't. If things go well this year, we're going to look back on August and go, holy hell, we spent a whole lot of air on a bunch of who knows what, who cares?
Right.
If Brock Purdy can have a healthy season, well, there you go.
It's all moot.
Then that's what we'll do.
It's a bigger question for Trey Lance's future.
Sure.
And I know what Big Smooth is saying in terms of if you're not going to give Trey Lance a chance, and he may not get a chance if Brock Purdy stays healthy for all 17 and whatever happens in the playoffs, if they make it, then Sam and Trey and Brandon, none of them get a chance. But there is the idea of let Trey go somewhere else then and let him get a chance to play. And that'll happen at the end of this year. If they keep him as one of the 3 QBs and they get to the end of this third year, and if Trey doesn't play and Sam doesn't play, Brock takes every snap for this team. At the end of this year, you're going to find a way to trade Trey Lance because you won't pick up his 5th-year option, and you're going to be in a spot where you have to move on from him then.
But they do not need to do it now, and so they should not do it just to be nice. That's not what teams do.
Of course not.
If that was the case, every team should cut their running back right now because all the running backs are mad. They're all mad. So let's let them go somewhere else where that team will tick them off too. I mean, it's just the way it is. Javier in Vacaville next up. Hey, Javier, what are you doing?
All right. How you doing, Mr. Willard? Just driving right now. I'm sorry about Miss Willard. I wish the best for her and her speedy recovery. Mr. Dibley, hello.
Oh, hey, Dan Dibley.
So I'm gonna be real frank. I'm trying to make sure I don't raise my voice because I just again, Mr. Dibley, no disrespect, but I'm a 4-year college football player and a 6-year coach, and for you to sit there and say, well, I'm not going to get into the offensive play calling that Trey Lance was given, and the way he was hurt. Well, he was given the full playbook, and if he wasn't, because he wasn't ready, like you've never been in an offensive install meeting, sir. Like there's no way you can say Trey Lance was given a fair shake. No one's running quarterback power, 19 power with Brock Purdy or Jimmy Garoppolo or Sam Darnold. Jimmy Garoppolo and them would never run that concept. So for you to say, well, he was given, no, he was not. He played 4 games for 49ers, and they're running him in. The best way to get a quarterback on injured reserve is to have him run the football. He is not.
Javier, I've been the one to say that here on the station more than anybody. So I don't know why you're barking up my tree on that point. All I was saying is that they ran the plays for Trey Lance based on what they thought Trey Lance was capable of.
Again, that's what you think. Again, that's what you think. What I'm saying is they didn't run the same concepts with Trey Lance that they ran with Brock Purdy.
Why would they do that, Javier? Javier, why would they do that? He can't do those things. Doesn't a good coach call the plays to put those specific players in their best chance to succeed? Austin Slater hits lefties because that's his best chance to succeed. This would be like saying, well, why don't they let Jock Peterson do that? Because that's not what he does.
When did he run quarterback power at North Dakota State? Show me some film of him running quarterback power at North Dakota State.
Comparing North Dakota State? We're comparing North Dakota State to the 49ers? I can show you a bunch of teams that do run quarterback power in the NFL.
What bunch of teams? More than 3?
It doesn't matter how many. Maybe only 3. All right, look, Javier. We're not doing this. We're not doing the talking over each other thing. Like, the teams that do it are the teams that have a quarterback who has the skill set to do it. We can argue this. We've done. My gosh, it's last year's issue.
We've done this.
We've done this show, and everybody's got their side on it, and that's fine. Jerry Rice didn't like it, so if that's the side you're on, yeah, you have a point.
I didn't like it either, and my point was, and then the question goes to Kyle. And Kyle has answered this when he was asked, why would you run him so much? And he says it's a football play, and football players do what they do when they're running football plays. And yes, you don't run that with Brock Purdy because he's not the same ball carrier. And you won't run it with Sam Darnold or Brandon Allen. They don't have that skill set.
No, but Josh Allen does, and Jalen Hurts does, and other quarterbacks do. Now, you can argue with it. I think you've got a very solid ground to your argument if you did not like the play call. But I don't think that you can say, it's crazy and no one does it. And you certainly can't say what I think it kind of sounds like when people say it. You can't say that Kyle Shanahan in some way, like, he doesn't give a rip about Trey Lance. And, here we go with malpractice and all of this stuff. Kyle Shanahan is calling plays to win football games. They don't always work, and in football, people get hurt when they get tackled. So, yes, when you run the ball more, there is more of a chance of you getting hurt, but everybody knew, Trey included, he was going to run the ball more than other quarterbacks.
And neither
been known all along.
Neither Javier nor I were in the offensive install meeting that week to know exactly what they were thinking in terms of why they schemed up the plays in that way with Trey Lance on that day in that game. One thing we know, they chose to run the ball a lot, and the quarterback got hurt. Yep. So if you think that's malpractice, I think it's unfortunate, and I think that it was a short-sighted approach. But Kyle Shanahan, I don't believe, called those plays thinking, well, I'm going to get this guy hurt because I can't wait to go back to Jimmy G. I think he looked at it like, this is my best way to gain yardage in this play, in this moment. And, Kyle Shanahan, not that he's disregarding the health of his players, but he's trying to go out there and win games. And he felt like that was the best way to win with Trey Lance.
I mean,
whether you agree with him or not, that's an opinion.
It's kind of an odd way to look at football. Let's run plays so people don't get tackled.
Well, I get it.
I get it.
And I don't want to re-adjudicate this topic.
He's a quarterback. I get it. He's not the only one who runs. Okay?
Right.
Lamar Jackson is half his size. He runs a ton.
But not QB power is what Javier right now is screaming into his phone in Vacaville.
Yeah.
And I don't want to go back to...
Yeah, they're not the only NFL team that runs it. They're not. They're just not. And I couldn't give a rip what they ran at North Dakota State. How the hell is that relevant in NFL conversation? Larry in San Francisco. Hey, Larry, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What you doing?
How you doing, guys? Man, I just got to say something. Man, there's no disrespect to Javier, man, but if he's coaching football and he's like that, then he's coaching a losing team. Because I'll be honest, I played football my whole life, and man, I got hurt not doing anything, man. So anyway, all this stuff that Trey Lance never had a chance. Dude, the book was wide open for him. He got hurt again. He got hurt for a third time in 3 years. The truth is, you have to run Trey Lance because he's not a good quarterback. And when I'm talking about good quarterback, is that he's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not Russell Wilson. He's not Brock Purdy. He's just an average guy who could. He's a guy who could run the ball really good, except for the 49ers. And sometimes hit a pass. But to anoint him as a starter just because he hasn't been given a chance, the poor young man never proved that he's even worthy of a chance.
Well, and Larry, no one's doing that. No one's doing that. Brock Purdy's the starter. That's the other thing about this, is that I just think repeatedly we fall into a conversation about something that's just not even on the table. Mike Silver brought up today that cutting him is on the table. That would be surprising to me. I hope that is not how this story ends. That would stink. I would like to see Trey Lance be on this team.
I don't think that's on the table, but they got 4 weeks to decide if that goes on the table.
But I think it's more on the table than him starting over a healthy Brock.
That's a non-starter.
Thank you. It's not so like this conversation keeps coming up. It's not on the table. Trey Lance is not starting unless someone gets hurt.
That to me becomes the interesting part of it, and that's why
and then he still may not start.
Well, that's why the conversation is really about QB2 because QB1, that job has already been taken, barring an injury setback or a new injury or something that's a calamity that happens to Brock Purdy. It's Brock Purdy, and then we can have the discussion about QB2, QB3, and QB4 will be somebody that we don't yet know because it'll be somebody, a rookie off the street, to just run the scout team, most likely.
Your phone call's still welcome throughout the remainder of the hour, 888-957-9570. Let's see. I'm pretty sure... hey, where'd it go? You guys put some Farhan on the board here, and then no, really? Okay. Farhan addressed. He addressed the media after no moves at the trade deadline, and the only thing I think that he indicated that was interesting, because you already know what they're all going to say. Gabe said it too. No moves at the deadline means they believe that we have everything we need right here in this dugout. Okay, great. That's what everyone's going to say over with the Giants. And that's fine. Farhan indicated that what they wanted to do in the starting pitching market was blocked due to no trade clauses. So he would not say who, but that's pretty much three pitchers. That's Verlander.
Yep.
That's Scherzer.
And Erod.
And
we know that Eduardo Rodriguez, blocked the Dodgers trade based on geography, which was, I want to be closer to the East Coast, so I'm staying in Detroit, which means if he said no to the Dodgers, he said no to the Padres, Angels, Mariners, A's, and Giants as well.
You would think, yeah.
Well, and probably the Rockies and the Rangers and the Astros and whoever else you want to play the geography game with. He said no to those teams if they all were interested.
There was a report earlier today that the Giants were in discussions regarding Justin Verlander. I heard
they finished in second place.
I did not ever hear the Giants and Scherzer. That I never heard. But I don't know. It's one of those two, and either one of them would have cost prospect capital that the perception is that the Giants did not want to give up.
Yeah.
But the conversations got far enough to where people were bringing up no trade clauses. So that's somewhere. There must have been a willingness to at least get into conversations where they knew people.
What would it take? And would he come here?
Top 10 prospects for sure.
Right.
For sure.
And so when they ask what would it take, and the Mets give you an answer and you think, okay, we might do that. Then the follow-up question is, would he come here? Hold on, let me check. No. And okay, in that case, never mind.
Then we're moving on.
Right. And if it's Verlander and Scherzer, and I think Verlander always wanted to go back to Houston. That's what the reports were early and often. It makes sense. He's had success there, and they love him there. Go to Houston. Scherzer was the interesting one in terms of, would he or wouldn't he, because he would be a fun power arm to have in even a 10-week rental. I know it would cost a lot.
Yeah.
But in terms of that pitcher pitching in this uniform for this fan base in a high-leverage September game against the Dodgers,
well, the Rangers,
count me in.
The Rangers got Max Scherzer, by the way. They've got him for more than just this year, not just a rental. That was part of the conversation because he has an opt-in, and I think the Rangers weren't going to make the deal unless Max opted in. So they're going to get him for 2024 as well.
At the low price of,
oh my gosh,
$43.3333333 million.
Yep. And by the way, still solid enough this year. ERA's over 4 though. Scherzer and Verlander are not who they were. They're not. They're good. I get it.
Verlander's swing and miss rate down dramatically over last year.
Right. And Scherzer's ERA last year was 2.29, and this year it's 4.01. Like, now they're not the same pitcher. Still good. You take the playoff experience for sure.
Yeah.
But they're not the same pitcher. I told you a month ago Eduardo Rodriguez was the guy that I had eyes on. But if he wasn't even going to talk about the West Coast, then that's
it's a non-starter.
No pun intended, non-starter.
The exciting news that came out is that Kyle Harrison is reportedly very close. Susan Slusser talking to Farhan Zaidi, other reporters as well, getting this bit of news. And he would have been up already had he not gotten hurt. So now you look at who the Giants are, quote-unquote, acquiring, and it is Thairo Estrada in the next 3 to 5 days. It is Kyle Harrison in the next 5 or so days, and you start to get excited about what is coming back. And Mitch Haniger, hopefully in a couple of weeks, 3 weeks maybe, depending on how his return from surgery of his broken arm goes. So I think that there's still some excitement, and I have mixed feelings about the non-activity at the deadline, because it sucks that you didn't do anything, but also it's good experience for the young players. Even if you make the playoffs and fall short, these youngsters, Bailey, Schmidt, Matos, Luciano, the rest of them are going to get a crack at high-leverage baseball.
Maybe.
So there is value in that.
I mean, the Bailey, yes, Matos, yet. I don't know about the middle infield guys. I don't know. When Estrada comes back, my expectation is that one of them might get sent down.
Wisely, right?
Well, Wisely's already gone.
He's already down.
Okay. He's already down.
Miss him.
Yeah, right? So much. So
I can't keep track of all these moves.
How could you?
Did he go down on the first Diaz move?
Do you remember? No, you remember that big strikeout he had against the Red Sox on I think on Friday, right? In a high leverage moment. Yeah,
it was a strike him out, send him out, double play.
Yes, it was.
That hurts.
That's pretty funny. Yeah. I was mad during that at bat, and then I felt terrible because it felt good the next day when I got the email. I got nothing, it's like nothing against him, but
you don't usually do mean-spirited.
Well, no, he can't hit yet at this level, if ever. He can pick up a grounder. That's great. He can't hit at this level.
Yeah.
So, they need to score more runs.
That's been a big problem.
They need to score more runs. Now let's go live to Mark Grandy.
I've been waiting for this.
With today's crazy opinion on Bay Area sports.
Well, okay, so this has been a thought that's been developing in my mind for a few days now. I mean, you think back to what happened with the Angels when they got Lucas Giolito. They give up, their second and third prospect.
2 and 3, yes.
The Astros, to get Justin Verlander back, gave up their 1 and 4 prospect. I know that's a little inflated because they don't have as good of a system as other teams do, but the Giants going into this trade deadline not really able to find anything that they feel like can help their squad because it's such a lopsided market. Did the thought ever occur to them? And I know they would actually never do it because of what it tells to your clubhouse. Why wouldn't they consider actually selling some of their pieces, like an Alex Wood, like a Sean Manaea, who I know aren't world beaters and aren't going to get you top 5 prospects, but continue to build up your farm system, and you allow a move like this. Maybe it allows you to make a bigger move next trade deadline because you have more prospects to choose from that you'd be willing to part with for ready-made talent that could help you now, if you're, thinking a year and ahead. I don't know. It just feels like this was an opportunity to take advantage of the wild, crazy market that was this trade deadline and use it to help you down the road.
I will say this. I actually don't think your take is that crazy. I think that actually was something that they were exploring, and he focused part of the conversation a couple of days ago on the injuries that they've suffered at that position, not just in the bigs, but minors too. Harrison, Wisenhunt, Keaton Wynn, DeSclafani, that's their depth. So if they now trade Manaea, Stripling, Wood, now you're really up a creek if things do go well in the second half because you've traded away your depth. Now, the point you made is a little less strong than the one you made during the break where you said something along the lines of,
they
ain't winning crap this year anyway.
I like it.
I thought I heard something like that, Grandy.
I like it, Grandy.
They ain't winning this year anyway, so get rid of them.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't have much confidence that they're going to do anything in the postseason. They could sneak into the playoffs, sure. I mean, they've proven that they're a quality team, but I don't see them winning anything in the playoffs. So my opinion is, if you don't feel like you're going to win it, and again, I know that they would never actually do it because you can't do that when you have a team that's, 10 games over 500?
9, yeah.
I don't have the confidence in them, so I would rather them prepare for the future.
So, I like that take because even if you look at where you are right now, you've got basically, 7 starters, and 4 or 5 of them you don't really want to pitch. DeSclafani is hurt, and Wood is fallen out of favor, and Minaya is no longer a starter, and Stripling is on the come, but not really there yet. So you do have an excess anyway. So why not at least trade one of those guys for prospects?
I don't think they do feel like they have an excess. If Harrison and Wynn come up next week, then sure, maybe they'd feel that way. But that's not the case right now. They're all hurt. Wynn is hurt. DeSclafani's probably not coming back this year. Harrison was hurt. Wisenhunt is hurt. So you trade some of those guys away. Now what are you doing? Whether it's a bulk innings role behind an opener or what? Here's the larger point for me. This is the one that gets me. And it's actually at the core of so much of what we talk about on this show and why I get called a homer. I can't stand it.
Homie.
When we write people off. I can't stand it. It blows my mind. Just because we don't see it going well in the playoffs, as if everything we see happens in sports, I don't have any confidence in them winning in the playoffs the same way I didn't in 2012 and 2014.
They might not even make the playoffs.
I didn't see it that year either. But that's not what we're all doing here. You are 58 and 49. That's reality. Why do so many fans in a situation where things are going well wave white flags? Why would you do that? Who knows what unbelievable thing might happen?
Especially in baseball, I'll buy that.
Especially in baseball.
More so than football and certainly more so than basketball.
So, like when Hunter Pence came on this show Friday and said, yeah, this roster can win a World Series, I saw all the reaction. Oh, Payroll, sure. Hunter, ridiculous. No, they can't. Yeah, they could. I don't think they will. Who cares what I think? Why are you giving up on a winning season?
And a possible playoff series.
So
I agree with that.
I would have loved to see them make moves today. You can be all kinds of frustrated about that. But this idea of sell because they're not going to win anyway. Hey, Mark, you don't really believe this lineup? Yeah, I do. Because if you go back to 2010, 12, and 14, you'll hate those lineups too. Their lineup has never been any good.
But your pitching back then and your defense was elite. And this year, it's not.
It's not?
This year, you have a good bullpen.
You you
But you don't have really much starting pitching.
Which actually, if you really look at even what happened in 10, 12, and 14, was much more about that.
They had a good bullpen.
Yeah, we all go, oh, Tim Lincecum. He was good in one of the 3 years. Bumgarner's the only one who I can thread from 10, 12, 14 who was a good starter. Like an actual go-be-a-game one starter. And he was like 4 years old in 2010 when he came in and pitched Game 4. Do you remember who started Game 7 against the Royals in 2014?
It was, it was Tim Hudson.
They had Hudson and Peavy backing each other up. They were both 50 years old. And they both stunk.
Yeah.
They both were getting knocked out of the game. That's why Madison had to come in like the 4th inning.
Yeah.
So I just, that's what triggers me. Why are we writing like we know exactly what's going to happen?
Fangraphs has them at 3% chance to win the World Series.
Great, I'm in.
That's why.
Great, I'm in. That's
3.2 actually.
Cool.
Padres are at 3.5. Better chance than the Giants.
Absurd. But okay. Great.
61% chance to make the playoffs. So,
like, hello.
Yeah.
Follow that. You guys want to give up on that?
So you go from 30 teams in baseball down to 12 in the postseason. And so at that point, you just need to win, 15 games?
Well, but even if they go to the playoffs and get knocked out in round 1 or 2, Like, let's do that. By the way, I got another point that's not even just the defeatist mentality. Do you think maybe that making the playoffs this year, I don't know, might be attractive to Shohei? I'm kind of thinking that's something I'd like to try. Rather than, come join us. We sold at the deadline last year with a 9-game over 500 record, but trust us, we're going to be good.
Angels with a 0.7% chance to win the whole thing, 16% chance to make the playoffs. But I think that's an interesting
negative attitude.
That's an interesting notion about Shohei. So you're gonna, and I don't think that selling, one of your pitchers, whether it's Manaea, I don't think that's waving the white flag to where Shohei would be so appalled.
I think they think it is. It's not that he'd be appalled. It's that the Giants
you're trading your 6th or 7th starter.
No, but they wouldn't be equipped to go into August and September. They need him. They need every arm they've got right now.
I guess they need innings eaters.
Yeah. And he was fantastic on Saturday. And they beat a really good team in a high leverage game. And he was fantastic in that game. You need those guys. They're going to need them.
You got Jelly. You got our guy Tristan Beck, friend of the program, Forever Giant.
Yep.
Jacob Junis. You got arms. You got Strip Doggy Dog.
I hate to be even more negative, but they're not going to get Shohei anyway. So
yeah, Grandy.
Exactly. That's exactly the number one answer on the board.
I don't hate Mark Grandy.
Well, you know what? I got it. We can talk about this next. I think the Giants should fold. I don't mean this year. I mean altogether.
I think they should move to Vegas.
I think that they should not be a baseball team anymore. It's not like anything fun's going to happen, right? Y'all on the way to the game tonight? How you doing? It's been canceled by Mark Grandy. It's Willard and Dibbs.
I feel bad for the Johnson kids next door. Their parents just...
Our fans right now after that deadline, I think, are more interested in my mom.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my gosh. That might be the best out-of-context thing we've ever played on this show. Speaking of my family and Mark Grandy, I'm excited. This is going to save me thousands of dollars. My son is about to be a junior in high school, which means at some point over the next year and a half, in theory, we would be going on college visits. And he's a golfer, and he's got goals. Not the greatest student I've ever seen in my life, but not a bad one. And he wants to set things up in the future. But I tell you what, instead of going on those college trips, we're going to have Grandy come over to the house, look him straight in the eye, and go, "You're not getting it anyway. You're not going to college.
You got no future.
You're not getting a job. So what the hell's the point?"
I brought you some brochures for some junior colleges.
I say he's an idiot.
Maybe you join this man's army.
Here's a donut and an Xbox controller. Have a good life.
Totally.
All right, there you go.
And some of that there hippie lettuce, which will help him stay sedentary.
Grandy, thank you. Thank you
Uncle Grandy.
Thank you for saving me $5,000 that I was going to use on the kid's future that now I will keep and gamble with during the 49ers season. Sweet.
He'll kill your hopes and dreams. He's the Grandy man, and he can.
The Grandy man can't is actually what this one is.
Who can miss the playoffs? Or their fans to tears.
Yeah, I'm with y'all. It doesn't look like a World Series team to me. But what have you been saying?
Not.
But what have you been saying all day about the Niners? Oh, yeah, I think this about Purdy, or I think about this, Lance. Our opinion doesn't matter.
Doesn't.
Okay, well, then it doesn't matter here either, because the Giants think they can win.
Well, what does matter is the good old-fashioned standings. And by morning, they could find themselves in a little bit of peril. They've got a half-game lead on Philly, who plays Miami.
I don't know if they could find themselves in peril
Not
by morning.
in complete dismay, but they could fall behind Milwaukee. They'd be tied with Arizona, and they'd be behind Philadelphia. So they could go from wild card leaders to a bubble team. Then you'll change your tune.
Or they could bolster their current first-place wild card slot. They could. But why would you look at it that way?
I looked at it both ways.
They could fall
I work with
behind all
you.
5 teams.
If they continue this losing skid.
Or they could hang something crazy like 4 runs on Zach Gallen. They could win the game and be 59-49.
They could get swept by Arizona and find themselves outside of the playoff race, and then you'll be kicking yourself for not being sellers at the deadline.
No, I wouldn't.
Tell him, Grandy.
I have a question. So, okay, you didn't want the Giants to give away a top 5 prospect for, I don't know, someone like a Lucas Giolito or whatever the case would be.
Farhan was just quoted as saying, like, there was nothing that made sense. We could have given up half our farm for a 5th starter if we wanted to, but we didn't.
So my question is, would you have preferred them do that or be sellers at the deadline?
Would I prefer them to give up a top 5 prospect for like a Giolito versus be sellers?
Legitimately buy or legitimately sell instead of do nothing?
Legitimately buy. Yeah. They're 58-49. They're in the top wildcard spot right now.
Yeah, for now.
What a weird idea. Why would you sell?
Well, you wouldn't completely sell, but I do think when you look at like he's talking about 5th starters.
Yeah, but that's not selling.
If they give up half their farm for a 5th starter, why don't you give up your 5th starter for half of somebody else's farm?
Yeah, no, because you need that guy potentially.
Yeah, potentially.
You
really don't.
Like, this is not traditional selling that we've been even talking about.
Yeah.
I thought that one of those guys could go to offset money in the acquisition of someone else who can help you. But if your base concept is give up a player, a major league player who could potentially help you this year for prospects, pass. Hard pass all the way across the board every time. The Giants are fine on prospects, and they're 58-49. Why on earth would you lessen your team for some kid who's going to go to Double-A? Why? That I'm out on.
Lessen your team is interesting because if you look at Alex Cobb, for example, he is a player who you absolutely want. And so you wouldn't want to trade him. Logan Webb, you wouldn't want to trade him.
You're one.
After that, you've got a bunch of guys who are in the same bucket, guys who
could potentially help you.
And they could also potentially, you could get something from them in a trade.
Something that what?
Something that helps you down the road.
Down the road.
You can package more prospects for a future deal.
Yeah, here's the funny thing about the deadline. It brings out the most amazing hypocrisy because people will be going, you got to buy. Who cares about these prospects? These prospects very often don't work. Why are you risk averse? Give up the prospects. They may not be any good. And then in the very next sentence is like, we should have given away Alex Wood for a prospect.
Well, then you could turn those prospects into more players down the road.
You've already got that. They have built one of the top 10 farm systems in baseball. They're fine. They're fine.
You can never
on that
have
front.
too many prospects.
No, you can never have too many starters. Look around the league.
Prospects is like change in your ashtray. Well, now your cup holder. You can never have too much change in your car. Alex Wood.
You can.
No, you go to a parking meter and you got to have that
stuff all over it. It gets nasty in there.
I got a penny pile that is just
Do you fill
filthy.
your cup holder with pennies?
Not with pennies.
Okay.
That's where the emergency brake is. I got about 23 pennies I need to transfer to the penny jar.
I throw mine away. I don't know. The
I
only
used
penny
to,
I care
but-
about is my dog.
Yeah.
The rest of them are pointless.
Very few parking meters even take coins anymore. Have you noticed?
That's true, too.
Yeah, it depends.
No, I
They
wouldn't
definitely
say,
don't take pennies.
I wouldn't say very
Right.
few, but yeah, I hear you. Yeah, use your card.
Alex
2023.
Wood, $12.5 million this year, and then he's a free agent. So you're just going to let him walk and get nothing for him?
No, I'm not going to let him walk, Dibs. I'm going to let him pitch games in August that the Giants are trying to win. That's the best thing he can do right now.
Let him go out there for 4 1/3 and leave angry.
I want somebody's 17th prospect to go to San Jose.
Yes. Turn that 17th. What does Farhan do?
Y'all are
Farhan
weird.
turns and burns these assets.
If they're so set on prospects, then they should have actually went out there and bought someone.
I
with you,
agree.
Randy.
I agree.
I
Don't
don't
just
hate
sit in the
young
middle
people.
and do nothing.
I agree, but there was, again, if you want to say that, I would have loved them to have something too, but what was the deal out there that was made that you wanted them to make? It was a horrible, horrible market this year. Like the supply-demand issue, totally out of whack.
I think a lot of Giants fans would have been happy with Jack Flaherty. Would that have done much for you? By the way, just so you know, the whoever traded for him gave up the 16th and 18th prospect, the Orioles.
Yeah.
Adrian Sugesti is the Giants' number 16 prospect, and Cole Waits is the number 18 Giants
Actually,
prospect.
Cole Waits, we've seen Cole Waits at the big league level. But yeah, I would have been cool with that. But
Still on the list.
let's also not act like Jack Flaherty's ERA is 4.5. It's not like you know what I mean? In many ways, what everybody's out there paying for right now is Sean Manaea, Alex Wood, and Ross Stripling.
Then why not trade one of them? You don't need all three of them. And that's my opinion. It just...
Yeah,
I mean,
Dibs.
Because they
I'm with
need...
you, Randy.
So
Alex Wood with a 483.
Right, so you
Got to
want-
have him 6 more times.
Jack Flaherty, 443. What's the difference? You want to give up
0.4.
prospects to go get the same guy. You've already got him.
I would rather trade our guy to get the prospects.
And then use them to get
You've
this
got
guy.
Stripling
who's
and
doing
Manaea, you got Stripling, Manaea, and Wood.
Stripling,
you don't need all three
you
of
pointed
them.
out Stripling has been good.
Which is why I don't trade him.
Okay.
I trade a disgruntled Alex Wood
He's
who
furious.
clearly he's angry. The C was angry. He doesn't like the way he's being used.
Obviously.
That's on the record.
Yeah, that's right.
Steal him.
I'm with Dibs, too, except I hate Mark Randy.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
You had to let the joke play out. Want to try again?
No,
I love the way this
I
show
don't.
ended.
I don't.
I'm usually the one getting piled on.
Yeah. All right. None of you get to watch a game tonight.
Ah, darn it.
Yeah. It's Taco Tuesday. I'm making tacos and watching the Giants. You all go to your rooms.
Actually, it's actually
you're good.
hit a little too close to home. David and Brent would call tomorrow. I'm sorry, bro. We should have had you.
No, you know what? Can we go to 57?
Really quick.
Come on. Hey, David, I'm sorry, but you got like 25 seconds, bro. What are you doing?
I'm driving home, and I'm giving you the main reason why a lot of fans feel the same way that Grundy does.
Okay.
They just don't trust Farhan. The guy's been here, almost 8 years, and out of this, one good year, and this year, which in comparison with all the mediocre stuff we got before, it's a good year. That's just not cutting it.
Yeah,
You just can't trust him.
so you don't trust Farhan, so you'd like him to make another deal for you.
Farhan? Nah, I want to get rid of him.
Oh, okay. All right, so David's got the deadline deal. The Giants have traded Farhan Zaidi.
Farhan, more like Firehan.
That's
Stop it, Lucas.
And it's
That's
5
You
years.
should have quit while you were
57.
behind.
Yeah.